Chapter 1. The Desert Ring Toss. Hot. So unbearably hot. Feng Chan awoke from her slumber, roused by the oppressive heat. Before her awakening, she had just managed to graduate from university, escaping the clutches of her gambling father, and had found a decent job in a distant city, embarking on a new chapter of her life. As she opened her eyes once more, she was greeted by an endless expanse of yellow sand, with the occasional undulating dune. The sun hung high in the sky, seemingly not far from noon, and the surrounding air felt as though it had been infused with desiccants, lacking moisture to a severe degree. Feng Chan swallowed hard, managing to soothe her throat just slightly. She was still clad in her own attire, her body remaining her own. Casting her gaze around, she found that apart from a roughly 10-meter-long rope with a loop measuring about 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, there lay only 3 irregularly shaped gray stones, each small enough to be held in the palm of her hand. Not far off, a stone cave occasionally shed grains of sand. Regardless of what had transpired, Feng Chan clutched these 2 items, bracing herself to stand and gazing into the distance. She was utterly alone. To be frank, her immediate suspicion was that her unscrupulous father had a hand in this, for how else could she have found herself silently transported to a desert? Yet upon reflection, she realized he would never spend such a fortune to orchestrate her predicament. Having occasionally perused novels, she wondered if she had somehow traversed dimensions, but never had she encountered a storyline involving a protagonist landing in a desert without resources. One would succumb to the elements within 3 days. Her thoughts spiraled, and Feng Chan found herself unable to definitively categorize her current situation. Perhaps she simply had not read enough novels and, with no other choice, resolved to explore her surroundings. However, gazing at the uniform yellow sand beneath her feet and the tools in her hands, she hesitated momentarily. There were no cameras in sight. With the technology of Blue Planet in 2030, invisibility was inconceivable. What did it mean that someone had brought her here, deliberately leaving behind these 2 items? The stone cave was quite low, measuring 1 meter in height and width, and less than 3 meters in length, resembling a coffin. It lay 3 meters away from Feng Chan. The heat was stifling, and with nothing to shield her from the sun's rays, she understood that to prolong her survival, she must seek refuge within the cave. Just before taking her first step, she tossed a stone in the direction she intended to travel. Deserts could harbor quicksand, and with no animals in sight, she could not fathom what other purpose the stone might serve. The stone struck the ground, displacing a few grains of sand, but in the next moment, the yellow sand surrounding the stone began to shift, swiftly engulfing it from sight. In less than a minute, the desert surface returned to its tranquil state, devoid of any trace of the previously insatiable pit. Feng Chan extended her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow, unsure whether it was the heat or shock that had caused it. Thankfully, she had chosen to scout ahead. Otherwise, she would have been the one to suffer the consequences. She had only 3 chances to test her hypotheses. After a moment's contemplation, she opted to toss another stone to her right, and it landed safely, confirming the area's security. With a sigh of relief, Feng Chan proceeded to throw her last stone a little farther along the same route, a mere half-meter from the cave. The desert was treacherous, concealing traps beneath its surface that were invisible to the untrained eye. She needed to exercise greater caution. Ideally, her last stone would pose no threat, as she could always retrieve it, and it might help her avoid imminent danger. Fortunately, her decision yielded positive results. Feng Chan carefully approached the cave and retrieved the 2 stones without incident. The cave's height forced her to either crouch or sit, and the stones within, worn down by time, crumbled at a mere touch, making it appear rather precarious. Yet it was the only refuge available. Fearing a collapse, she settled at the cave's entrance, poised to make a swift exit in case of an emergency. Avoiding direct exposure to the sun, her anxiety lessened considerably. She rolled up her sleeves and scrutinized her surroundings, attempting to ascertain her whereabouts and the likelihood of returning home. After a prolonged examination, aside from estimating that it was around 11 in the morning based on the sun's position, she gleaned no useful information. There were numerous deserts on Blue Planet, and even in a moderately sized one, with her current lack of resources, she would be unable to navigate her way out. The desolation stretched endlessly before her, and the horizon lay wide open. Relying solely on her physical endurance, she would require at least half a month to traverse the desert. Without sustenance or hydration, she would inevitably perish en route. This estimation assumed that food or a city lay further ahead without such prospects. The vastness of the desert would render even a cat with 9 lives insufficient for survival. Inside the cave, Feng Chan sat upon the ground, parched and famished. If she had paper and a pen, she would have likely begun drafting her last will and testament, with the cave serving as her coffin if only she had something. Or did she? In disbelief, Feng Chan wiped her face. A modest wooden box had inexplicably materialized 10 meters from the cave. She initially thought her sweat had clouded her vision, but upon clearing her eyes, the box remained. Anxiously, she sprang to her feet, only to collide painfully with the cave ceiling. Cupping her head in agony, she bent low to exit and, after a quick rub of her head, retraced her steps to her previous resting spot. The surrounding area remained uncertain, and she dared not act impulsively. She considered tossing stones to probe the path ahead, yet she had only 2 stones left, and the ground was covered in sand. Except for the cave, where she could barely dislodge a few small fragments, she found nothing of sufficient weight. After some hesitation, she seized the rope meant for the ring toss. With the box lying about 7 meters away, successfully ensnaring it would prove challenging. Emulating a scene from a film, she vigorously shook the rope. "Oh, valiant horse wrangler, you are so mighty." Though it was a most inappropriate tune, it inexplicably sprang to mind. After gathering her strength, she hurled the rope with all her might. Snap! Accompanied by the sound of the rope striking the sand, Feng Chan's first attempt to ensnare the box ended in failure. She reeled in the rope and threw again, determined to try 10 times if necessary. If unsuccessful, she would continue to throw. The rope proved tricky to control. It took her 23 attempts before she finally succeeded. Dragging the box back, she felt a sense of urgency when, midway, the sand beneath the box began to shift. After 10 minutes of exposure to the sun, her anxiety peaked. She swiftly pulled the rope, relieved to have retrieved the box just in time. Feng Chan cradled the box, retracing her steps to the cave. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she opened the box with bated breath. Inside lay a 200 milliliters bottle of unlabeled mineral water and a red fruit candy wrapped in transparent plastic. The meager contents left her feeling both disheartened and fortunate. With this bottle of water, she could endure through the next day or two. She twisted off the cap, cautiously took a small sip, savoring the moisture before reluctantly swallowing it down. Afterward, she sealed the bottle and placed it along with the candy a bit further inside the cave, where it would remain cooler. Rummaging through her pockets, she found a piece of gum. Uncertain how long she had been lying in the desert, she felt somewhat weak. To be safe, she chewed a third of the gum for a slight energy boost. She placed the wooden box at the cave's entrance. Its weight could serve as a probe for the path ahead, and if she had any means to start a fire, it could provide warmth during the night. With the unexpected appearance of the wooden box, she began to formulate a theory about her current predicament. The rope was intended for ensnaring boxes, while the stones were for exploratory purposes, and the 2 provisions provided each had its distinct utility. Thus, it seemed her plight had been meticulously orchestrated by an unknown entity. Yet the sudden emergence of the wooden box surpassed the technological capabilities of Blue Planet, leaving her to ponder who this mysterious figure could be, what their motives were, and why she had been specifically chosen. Chapter 2. The Uncertain Dangers of the Box. Feng Chan's mind was awash with questions, yet no one was there to provide answers. She remained seated inside the cave until, half an hour later, another wooden box materialized not far away. Her heart leapt at the prospect of survival. Bending low, she exited the cave. Along with the stones and the rope, she now had a new box. Following the safe route, she approached within 3 meters of the new box, securely binding it with a rope before tossing it a meter away. The yellow sand remained still, confirming its safety. She proceeded cautiously, knowing that should danger arise, she could swiftly reclaim the box and seek another path, with no fear of running out of stones. In less than 2 minutes, she successfully reached the second wooden box, shaking it gently to confirm its silence. The weight felt identical to the previous one. She refrained from opening it immediately and instead returned to the cave. The box was small, measuring approximately 20 centimeters on each side, resembling an old European-style wooden crate, reminiscent of a fast food restaurant box. Feng Chan did not rush to open it, having acquired 1 box already. She had learned to think critically since being separated from her phone. The enigmatic figure behind her had provided her with supplies, indicating they did not wish for her demi-seat, at least not yet. However, This could not be merely a simple act. It seemed excessive to orchestrate her arrival in the desert only to offer her resources when she was on the brink of death. Could these provisions also harbor dangers? Feng Chan pondered as she picked up the empty box and used its corner to pry open the second one. Inside lay a palm-sized sandwich, the only item within. It was safe. Feng Chan removed the sandwich and placed both boxes at the entrance of the cave. Her current supplies consisted of a half-full bottle of water, a fruit candy, a breakfast sandwich, and 2/3 of a piece of gum. She was still hungry, and among the 3 food items, she opted for the remaining gum. Uncertain if more boxes would appear, she resolved not to touch the sandwich until she could ensnare another box. 2 hours later, after a brief 10-minute nap interrupted by the heat, Feng Chan finally spotted a new box, not just one, but 2. The frantic beating of her heart betrayed the calm facade she wore. Armed with ropes, stones, and an empty wooden box, she set forth once more. With 2 previous experiences behind her, she managed the round trip in less than 5 minutes. She still used the empty box to pry open the first one, revealing a fresh green fabric adorned with delicate white flowers. As she shook it out, it unfolded into a summer quilt, packed tightly and neatly. Though it wasn't food, Feng Chan cherished it, placing it carefully in the stone cave she had tidied up during her moments of boredom. Although dust still lingered, it was significantly better than before. She proceeded to open the second box using the same method, only to hear a small object collide within. Soon, she discerned the intruder, a yellow-brown scorpion, its tail raised high, poised to attack. In the sweltering heat, Feng Chan felt a chill creep into her heart. With a sudden surge of strength, she lifted the wooden box and brought it down with all her might, striking it 6 times to ensure it was truly lifeless before she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her swift actions prevented the scorpion from burrowing into the sand. Otherwise, she would have endured restless nights. Before casting the scorpion into the quicksand, she struck it a couple more times, ensuring it was reduced to a mushy pulp, devoid of any chance of revival. The scorpion was light enough not to disturb the quicksand's flow, thus marking its position for Feng Chan, sparing her the worry of losing her way. Upon returning to the cave entrance, she found the box containing the venomous creature was empty. A momentary wave of disappointment washed over her as she placed all 4 wooden boxes outside. She gazed intently at the surroundings, noting the seemingly random appearance of the boxes as the sun dipped below the horizon. No new boxes surfaced. It appeared that the likelihood of encountering more boxes today was slim. The temperature began to plummet, prompting Feng Chan to wipe her brow and, unable to resist, take a sip of water. Having consumed 1/3 of her water supply that day, it wasn't due to a lack of thriftiness, but rather the unforgiving aridity of the desert and her constant perspiration. Despite her efforts to minimize activity and conserve energy, she had to replenish her vital fluids. With her stomach empty, she nibbled on a piece of fruit candy, no larger than a fingernail, before drifting into a deep slumber, hoping for food to emerge the following day. In the dead of night, she awoke from the cold. The temperature fluctuations in the desert were startling. Daytime highs around 40 degrees Celsius plummeting to a mere 10 at night. The old adage rang true: early in fur, midday in gauze, at night by the fire with watermelon. The summer quilt, which had seemed trivial by day, proved invaluable now. After glancing outside to find no boxes, she wrapped herself tightly, bracing against the chill, and succumbed to sleep once more. The following morning, as temperatures gradually rose, Feng Chan, having slept in a half-dream state, finally enjoyed 2 hours of relatively comfortable slumber. The morning mist enveloped the landscape, quickly dissipated by the sun's rays. Estimating the time to be around 8 o'clock, she rose as the heat intensified. Grabbing her water, she winced at the pain in her cracked lips, already developing white patches within just one day. With a resigned sigh, she took a sip to soothe her parched throat, her lips barely wet with the scant moisture. With no boxes in sight, she tore in her bread, savoring a large bite and relishing the flavor, reluctant to swallow it too quickly. Fortunately, the new day's boxes did not keep her waiting long. Equipped with her 3 essential items, she cautiously retraced her steps from yesterday, finding the path still safe. After confirming the ground beneath her feet remained unchanged and avoiding the location of the scorpion's remains, Feng Chan successfully retrieved the first box of the day. Upon opening it, she found a neatly squared, fist-sized gray stone. She fell silent, contemplating the absurdity of collecting stones as well. A piece of clothing would have sufficed. Alas, no one was present to hear her grievances. Without food, she dared not consume anything further. Folding the plastic wrapper of the bread securely, she used the newly acquired stone to weigh it down, preventing insects from feasting on it. However, since the bread was already opened, she knew it could not last long. By tomorrow at the latest, she would have to consume it. Time passed, and finally the second box appeared. Opening it revealed a silver metal block, likely iron, of the same size as the stone. Although disappointment lingered, she recognized that in the desert, anything aside from sand was rare and precious, so she chose to keep it rather than discard it. As fortune would have it, the afternoon brought forth two more boxes, one containing an apple and the other a 500 milliliters bottle of water. Before sleeping, Feng Chan finally dared to finish the bread and took a generous gulp from her small bottle. Now, she possessed approximately 550 milliliters of water, an apple, a stone, and a piece of iron. The night remained frigid, and as hunger gnawed at her, she gazed at the stars outside the cave, lacking the desire to count them. Instead, her thoughts drifted to past misfortunes and mistakes. What grave sin had she committed to be cast into this wilderness, forced to exist like a savage? A single tear slipped from her eye, but the second lingered, for water was too precious to waste on such sorrow.
Chapter 3. The Rules of Change. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. Perhaps having cried too much in her childhood, even the right to weep now seemed to be stripped away from her. Tomorrow will surely be better. Suppressing the sorrow and resentment within, she gradually fell into slumber. Day 3 today proved to be somewhat fortuitous. She managed to capture 2 scorpions to mark the quicksand. With a bottle of 500 milliliters water, a baguette, and a pound of uncooked rice, her provisions were modest yet sufficient. The baguette was large and rather tough to bite into, nearly costing her a tooth. By the end of the day, she had consumed 1/3 of the baguette and 200 milliliters of water. Remaining supplies included 1 apple, 2/3 of the baguette, and 850 milliliters of water. Day 4, expecting to retrieve the box as usual. She found that the rope had changed, and no matter how tightly she bound the box, even with stones, the rope would slip free. Fortunately, the new box appeared only 5 or 6 meters away from the previous day's location, sparing her the need for exploration. After 10 minutes and several attempts, she finally ensnared the first box of the day, revealing a pale green bead within, reminiscent of glassy jade. It was quite hard. Impossible for her to squeeze, yet it emitted a faint glow, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. She cherished it and tucked it away. With no boxes left to ensnare, she sat in the stone cave contemplating her existence. The first 3 days had been manageable, yet today, the rope suddenly failed to secure anything. If the figure behind this ordeal intended for her to use a more challenging rope to capture the boxes, rather than simply walking over to retrieve them, it felt akin to a game glitch being patched. She gazed vacantly into the distance, her hands unconsciously balling into fists, merely a character in someone else's game. Soon, however, she relaxed her grip. Her energy should not be wasted on futile rage. This was a game, and she was certain she could find a way out. As noon approached, luck favored her again as she ensnared 2 more boxes, yielding 2 stones and 200 milliliters of water. Over the past few days, she had gleaned some experience. The daily count of boxes typically ranged from 3 to 5. Nevertheless, her time here was too short for this pattern to be deemed reliable. As evening drew near, just when Feng Chan thought she had encountered only 3 boxes today, 3 suddenly appeared 20 meters outside the cave point. One of them bore a green seal at its opening, radiating a soft green light. It turned out the boxes had levels. Without time to ponder further, she gathered her gear and followed the safe route she had discerned over the past few days. Currently, the farthest she could venture was 15 meters from the cave, as the expanse of quicksand beyond made footing nearly impossible. With insufficient stones, she hesitated to waste any. Spinning the lasso to gather strength, Feng Chan took careful aim before casting it out. It barely grazed the box, but missed. Just as she prepared for a second attempt, the quicksand around the green box began to churn and sink. Alarmed, she realized this was the first time such a phenomenon had occurred. The sands beneath the 10 or so boxes she had previously ensnared had been stable. Only while dragging them had she encountered quicksand. Quickly retracting the lasso to gather strength again, her anxiety led to yet another miss, not even grazing the box. Continuing to pull and gather strength, she vigorously shook the rope. The box was now half consumed by the quicksand, leaving her with but one chance. Seizing the moment, she cast the rope again. Snap! It struck true. To her astonishment, The corners of her mouth turned upward as she swiftly reeled in the rope. Had she delayed any longer, the box would have sunk too deep to retrieve. Two ordinary wooden boxes lay nearby, still over 10 meters away. She needed to scout ahead. Tossing a stone, she watched as the yellow sand shifted, impassable. With only one stone left, she threw it to the left, only to find another dead end. Fortunately, she still possessed an empty box. Tossing it to the right, she found a safe passage, moving cautiously for 5 or 6 meters before adjusting her position to begin ensnaring again. The first throw missed, and the sand beneath began to shift. Frowning, she hastened her movements. Alas, her aim was limited. Ultimately, she retrieved only one box while the other sank into the sands. Was it mere coincidence that all 3 boxes were situated above quicksand? Or had the game rules changed? Much like the rope that could no longer bind the boxes, these once stable boxes had only begun to shift once she ensnared the quicksand, despite their inherent weight. Leaning towards the latter theory, she resolved to capture a few more boxes tomorrow to ascertain the truth. Upon returning to the stone cave, she cautiously opened the ordinary wooden box, revealing a small pile of stones akin to those she had used for scouting, clearly distinct from the carefully crafted stones. Counting them, she found a total of 10. Organizing her findings, Feng Chan's heart raced with anticipation as she opened the green wooden box. Before her lay 5 stones and beneath them, a pale green blueprint. She picked it up and examined it closely. The light green paper bore black lines depicting a blueprint for a stone house. In the lower right corner was a line of small text, which she read aloud. Level 1 stone house blueprint. Materials: 20 stone blocks, 5 cement. Having spoken little over the past few days, her voice felt somewhat foreign, hoarse and muddled from lack of moisture. Level 1? Gazing at the design, which measured 16 square meters in area and 3 meters in height, with lengths and widths of 4 meters, it appeared far superior to the stone cave she currently inhabited. At least it could stand upright and seemed sturdier. Although she lacked cement, was this stone the very material required alongside the blueprint? She had already uncovered 8 stones. If only 20 were needed for construction, it seemed quite feasible. Yet, could these fist-sized stones truly yield a structure of such magnitude? She glanced back at her cave, questioning whether it could even be deemed a level 1 dwelling. Nonetheless, it provided shelter from the wind, well, shade from the sun, at least. Gratitude tempered her discontent, while circumstances remained dire with scarce food. There was now a glimmer of hope. If the other party could conjure boxes from thin air, gathering the required materials should allow her to upgrade her dwelling. With time still on her side, she consumed the remaining half of her apple, taking only a small sip of water. Today, her sustenance consisted solely of an apple and a minuscule amount of water, in the arid desert air. The baguette could endure, while the apple, though capable of lasting longer, would gradually lose its moisture. Rather than allowing it to dry out, it would be best to consume it now. Feeling somewhat satisfied, Feng Chan placed an empty box at a distance, positioning herself at the cave's entrance to practice her lasso technique. Previously, having discovered a flaw in the game, she had neglected to hone this skill, but today was different. She needed to enhance her abilities to ensnare more boxes, ensuring ample supplies to sustain her life. After half an hour of practice, fatigue began to set in. Her right arm ached, and her stomach voiced its displeasure. With a sigh, she lamented the lack of food, which hindered her ability to train with full vigor. Returning the practice box, she tidied up and lay down in the stone cave, covering herself with a light summer blanket as she gradually drifted into slumber. Outside, the wind howled and intensified, reminiscent of a wolf's cry, as it swept through the rapidly cooling night, carrying grains of sand into the cave. Awakening Feng Chan Chapter 4. The rain that comes with the cold wind tightly wrapping herself in her blanket. Feng Chan exhaled forcefully, sand infiltrating her nostrils. Why was the wind so fierce today? She took a small sip from her water bottle, estimating she had roughly 800 milliliters remaining. After drinking, she immediately wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and ventured outside for a brief glance. No boxes appeared, nor did it rain or snow. It was simply an unrelenting wind. Returning to the stone cave, she attempted to sleep once more, but her feet were icy, and throughout the night, she was awakened countless times. The temperature hovering just above freezing. Fortunately, she was greeted by the sun on the 5th day. Grabbing her water bottle, as she opened her mouth, a crack appeared, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Once fair and pristine, she now bore a transformed visage. In just 4 short days of dehydration, sun exposure, and wind, her face remained unwashed, resembling the parched and cracked earth, though she had spent much of her time within the cave. Her forearms were sunburned, creating a stark contrast with the skin concealed beneath her clothing. Her once straight black hair lay in disarray. With determination, she bit into the baguette, washing it down with a couple of sips of water, preparing to practice her lasso technique, as no new wooden boxes had yet appeared outside. After an undetermined span of time, the first box of the day emerged. Fortune smiled upon her, as it materialized along a route she had previously deemed safe. However, recalling the peculiarities of yesterday, she did not approach directly. Instead, she tossed stones along the way, all confirming safety until, within a meter radius of the box, the sands began to shift upon the descent of a stone. Fortunately, the proximity allowed her to successfully ensnare the box with one throw. The quicksand, now devoid of weight, returned to a stable state after consuming the stone. The box's position had previously been traversed safely. Raising questions about the rules at play, Theo ascertained the nature of this area. She tossed an empty box at the same spot. If it were to become a permanent quicksand region, she needed to navigate carefully. The box landed with a dull thud against the desert, yet the ground remained unchanged. She threw another stone, confirming it was still stable. Having reached a preliminary conclusion, she needed further verification. Retrieving her empty box and stones, she returned to the cave to open the new box. Inside, she discovered a blue cylindrical plastic tube. Feng Chan felt bewildered. This object resembled a spigot for bottled water. However, this box could not contain an entire bottle. Could it? Upon closer inspection, it appeared to hold nothing beyond the spigot itself. Had she merely unearthed refuse? Regardless of its nature, she resolved to extract the contents. As she reached in with her right hand, she was taken aback by the weight of the object. Employing both hands, she pulled with all her might, finally revealing the entirety of the object. To her astonishment, it was indeed a barrel of bottled water. Still 18.9 liters, Feng Chan was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation supplanted her astonishment. Although it was hard to believe, her worldview had already been upended in recent days. Everything here was nothing short of miraculous. It was entirely plausible for a box to contain items far exceeding its own volume. Most importantly, for the following days, she would not be lacking in water. Although she still needed to ration it, it was a far cry from the previous days when she could only sip a few drops daily. Grasping the 500 milliliters water bottle within the stone cave, which still contained approximately 100 milliliters, Feng Chan rewarded herself with a hearty gulp, feeling a long-lost satisfaction wash over her as the dryness of her flesh seemed to come back to life. In addition to this large bucket of water, she also had an unopened 500 milliliters and a 200 milliliters bottle. As long as she refrained from excessive consumption, she could manage for half a month without issue. Placing the barrel of water at the innermost part of the cave, Feng Chan tossed a small stone onto the quicksand she had marked with the remains of a scorpion. The yellow sand began to shift. No change there. After practicing her ring-tossing technique once more, the second box appeared at noon, and Feng Chan successfully retrieved it. In the afternoon, 3 more boxes presented themselves, and she managed to secure them all without incident. The 4 boxes yielded a pair of size 40 flip-flops, 2 200g red bean mooncakes, a cream-colored silk scarf, and a piece of iron. All were useful items. Although the flip-flops were somewhat large, they were vastly preferable to the foul-smelling sneakers she had been wearing, and Feng Chan quickly changed into them. That evening, she dined on a baguette accompanied by water, marking the conclusion of her final meal for the day. With 1/3 of the baguette remaining and her small 200 milliliters bottle of water nearly empty, only a sip reserved for the night, she noted that each of the 5 boxes she had opened today sat atop quicksand, one of which had a quicksand area extending 5 to 6 meters wide. Only 7 stones remained. The rules had shifted from the first day. Wherever a box appeared, regardless of prior safety, it would become quicksand. But once the box was either swallowed or removed, the area would return to normal. The places that had been quicksand before remained unchanged for the time being. The stars hung high in the sky as the temperature continued to drop. Feng Chan shivered from the cold. When she had been brought here, she wore only a blue spring sweatshirt and black trousers. Even tightly wrapped in her summer blanket, the persistent wind continuously penetrated her flimsy defenses. Time passed, and Feng Chan squatted within the stone cave, unable to sleep. The ground was far too cold. When she peered through the crevice of the cave entrance, she realized not a single star remained visible. Outside was engulfed in utter darkness. In previous days, the stars and moon had provided some illumination, but now it was almost entirely black. Is it going to rain? Feng Chan pondered, wrapping herself in her blanket and approaching the cave entrance. To shield herself from the wind, she blocked the entrance with all the wooden boxes, Yet due to their irregular shapes, gaps remained, and strong gusts occasionally knocked the boxes over, startling her awake from her slumber. Just as she removed 2 boxes, she was suddenly met with the thunderous sound of rain, countless droplets pounding against the ground, releasing a faint earthy aroma into the air. Feng Chan froze for a moment before toppling the wooden boxes at the entrance, opening them one by one and placing them outside. Rainwater was a precious resource. While it couldn't be consumed directly, she could use it to clean herself, and heaven knew how uncomfortable she felt each day drenched in sweat. After finishing the last sip of water from her 200 milliliters bottle, Feng Chan grabbed another empty 200 milliliters and a 500 milliliters bottle, placing them in the gaps between the wooden boxes. Although the narrow openings might not collect much rainwater, even the tiniest drops were worthwhile. Watching the water level steadily rise within the boxes, she momentarily forgot the cold in her excitement. A chilling breeze swept through, causing her to shiver. Her joy was fleeting, abruptly overshadowed by the cold. With the temperature so low, Feng Chan decided against sleeping. Her activity level had been minimal during the day, and losing a few hours of sleep at night would not be detrimental. The rain continued for nearly 2 hours, fluctuating in intensity, and Feng Chan leaned against the wall, dozing off. She was awakened by the sun's rays the following morning. Chapter 5. Kindling fire. The sun warmed her face, pulling her from her dreams with its scorching embrace. Unbeknownst to her, the blanket had been tossed aside, and she lay sprawled within the stone cave, her feet pointed inward as the morning sun illuminated her head. The moment she awoke, she quickly glanced outside. The wooden boxes remained intact, each having collected nearly half a box of water. She stepped out to combine the contents of 2 boxes into one, conserving space, ultimately filling 11 boxes with water, which she placed back inside the cave to prevent excessive evaporation from direct sunlight. After completing this task and noticing that no new boxes had appeared outside, she felt assured enough to enter the cave and begin washing her face and rinsing her mouth. Not long after the sun emerged, the water had already warmed considerably. She removed her clothing, dampened the white silk scarf she had acquired yesterday, and wiped down her body, unwilling to waste water on a direct rinse. Though lacking in thoroughness due to the absence of body wash, she felt significantly refreshed. She also rinsed her undergarments and laid them out above the stone cave to dry. Having consumed nearly a whole box of water, she took the 13 empty boxes outside to air out. As damp boxes were prone to our OTI in the desert, the white silk scarf dried quickly. Just after finishing washing her undergarments, it was already dry, and she wrapped it around her head like a turban, both shielding her from the sun and protecting against sand, reminiscent of the cultural attire found in the Middle East. The first box of the day emerged after Feng Chan had consumed half of her baguette, and she skillfully retrieved it. Upon opening the box, 5 scorpions sprang out. What a jackpot! Feng Chan swiftly dealt with the scorpions, smashing them with great speed before tossing them onto the quicksand for later marking. Before long, her undergarments had dried, and she retrieved them, shaking off the sand before putting them back on. 18 noon. Only 1 box appeared. Upon retrieving it, she found a 500g packet of red fish bait. Stunned into silence, she wondered if this was meant to encourage her to fish in the desert. What a joke! Though she voiced her discontent, she still organized the items. Today, luck was not on her side. She encountered only 3 boxes in total, the last of which she snagged in the afternoon, revealing a packet of matches containing 20 sticks. Overall, Feng Chan felt somewhat satisfied. Although her provisions were scant, they were quite essential. The nights were unbearably cold, leaving her no choice but to sleep for just 1 or 2 hours at dawn, as it was too cold too early and too hot too late. With matches, she could finally start a fire, and her firewood would consist of the remaining 16 empty boxes. Though she lacked tools such as knives, she was fortunate to possess a sturdy iron block, which she could strike repeatedly to produce wood shavings and splinters. That night, the stars shone brightly as Feng Chan had already smashed 3 wooden boxes, gathering the fine wood shavings into a pile and digging a small hole beneath them. Cautiously, she struck a match, carefully placing it in the wood shavings. She dared not breathe deeply for fear of extinguishing the flame, yet the match's glow was too faint. Her first attempt failed. Reluctantly, she struck a second match, managing to ignite the shavings. Feng Chan gently blew on the flames, and as the smoke thickened, the tiny spark erupted into a blazing fire. Elated, she placed smaller pieces of wood atop the shavings, careful not to crush them. Soon, the fire stabilized, allowing her to add larger logs. The frigid night air finally bore a hint of warmth. However, the space was too confined, so Feng Chan emptied 2 boxes of sand to create a perimeter around the fire, ensuring she would not accidentally disturb it while sleeping. With half of the boxes now filled with water, and having destroyed 3 in the process, she used 10 boxes to partially seal the cave entrance, ensuring she wouldn't suffocate. With the fire crackling, the temperature within the stone cave rose several degrees. Feng Chan adjusted her position, settling into a safe spot that was not too far from the fire. As she still had supplies stored within the cave, leaning slightly as she lay down. Throughout the night, she occasionally rose to add more fuel to the fire, and overall, it was a relatively restful night. In the morning, she looked at the remnants of the fire, now reduced to charred remains, and buried them beneath sand, hoping that some embers would last until the afternoon. Unfortunately, the remaining coals were quite small, making it difficult for them to sustain a burn for long. Nonetheless, even if they extinguished, having coals would facilitate rekindling the fire later. Currently, her food supply consisted of only 2 red bean mooncakes. But fortunately, one weighed 200 g, allowing her to ration it to last a day. After tearing open one of the wrappers, the faint aroma of oil and sweet beans wafted up to her nose. And Feng Chan eagerly took a bite, savoring the flavor. Delicious. After offering her earnest review, she took another bite before setting it aside to save for lunch and afternoon. After sipping a couple of gulps of water, she prepared to practice her ring-tossing skills. The boxes appeared quite late today, not surfacing until the sun was nearly set, with 2 emerging. One a pale blue wooden box and the other a standard wooden box. Feng Chan retrieved both without incident, discovering inside a large flatbread and a model of an anchor, no larger than a pin, seemingly of little use. Regrettably, there was no instruction manual, and it did not emit any light. But given the colored box, she speculated that the contents might be of value and decided to place it alongside the pale green bead. Today, she used 2 stones, leaving her with 5, and the empty wooden boxes remained quite useful to her. She preferred not to utilize them for exploration unless absolutely necessary. Currently, her only edible items were a red bean cake and the flatbread, sufficient to last 3 days. As night fell and the temperature dropped, she dug into the sand pile of the stone cave, finding that the coals had indeed extinguished. Fortunately, 3 finger-sized pieces remained, and she smashed 3 empty wooden boxes, repeating her earlier method to rekindle the fire. Consuming 1 match in the process, there were 17 matches remaining. After a quick wash with the water from the boxes, she fell into a deep slumber. Day 7 commenced. After a brief wash with the water from yesterday's boxes, she washed her undergarments and hung them outside to dry. As she had perspired excessively, 2 washes combined had consumed a whole box of water. After breakfast, Feng Chan diligently practiced her ring-tossing technique. Aside from the sound of the wind, the surrounding silence allowed her to hear only her own breathing. Yet, a distant sound of bells drew near, igniting a flicker of hope within her. The moment she heard the sound, she questioned whether it was merely a figment of her imagination. However, the sound was indeed real, emanating from beyond the slope above the stone cave. She had been to the area above the stone cave before. It was safe. With utmost haste, she rushed up, only to catch sight of a caravan of camels, approximately 400 to 500 meters away. Feng Chan waved her arms frantically, shouting, "Help! I am trapped. Please save me." Initially, the caravan's trajectory was a straight line, but upon noticing her presence, they curiously approached on their camels. There were 2 men and a woman. The woman, with her entirely white hair, appeared quite aged yet carried herself with a poised demeanor, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Among the 2 men, one was short and stout while the other was tall and lean, both possessing a yellow-brown complexion, sporting bushy beards, and donning the traditional headscarves of the bovine nation. Though their color choices rendered them somewhat comical, the 2 men bore a resemblance to the woman, each adorned with a blue gem at the center of their hats, while the woman wore a diamond-shaped red ruby on her forehead. Her features were strikingly deep-set, complemented by her platinum attire resembling a sari, which shone brilliantly. Chapter 6. 3 travelers in the desert. How could fellow travelers be trapped in the desert? Inquired the short, stout man, perched atop his camel. The tall, lean man interjected, "My dear brother, be mindful. The entire region is traversable, and it is impossible for any NPC to be trapped." The stout man, unfazed by the retort, expressed his bewilderment. "Then who else could it be?" The tall man rode the second camel, with 3 more camels trailing behind him, and the stout man followed suit. "Fool," the tall man muttered under his breath. The previously easygoing stout man seemed suddenly provoked. Erupting, "What do you mean, Garen?" His eyes, wide and innocent, turned fierce as he glared, his imposing stature appearing to grow larger. Garen, startled, quickly glanced at their mother, exclaiming, "Mother, look, my brother has lost his mind again." the woman, riding at the forefront of the caravan, gradually approached, intrigued by the human nearby. However, upon overhearing her son's bickering, she felt a surge of irritation. "Galu," she called out flatly, her tone lacking emphasis, yet Galu, who had been in a frenzy, instantly calmed as if sedated. "Mother, my brother called me foolish," he complained. The woman, aware of the situation, promptly chastised Garen. "Do not presume that your cleverness makes you superior. If not for your brother's presence, who would defend you when you are wronged?" Garen retorted defiantly, "I have items. Even without my brother, I could fight back. After all, they are merely a group of powerless humans." The woman did not turn back, but just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a fit of coughs, her body trembling despite her efforts to conceal it. Galu, wanting to dismount and check on her, was halted by her outstretched hand. "Cough, cough. No need, it's merely an old ailment." Straightening her posture, she continued, "Garen, do not underestimate humans. While they may indeed seem frail, their capacity for growth is astonishing. If you remain arrogant, you will inevitably face a downfall. Only when you comprehend this truth will I allow you to depart." With a weighty tone, she addressed her two sons. "Your brother may at times require your care, but you are far too shrewd. Such acumen will not sustain you in business. I find solace only in the fact that you two are together." Garen kept his head lowered, having accompanied his mother on her trading ventures for many years, traversing countless places, and he was wholly capable of striking out on his own. Yet, his mother had perpetually bound him with various excuses. "A brother is a brother. I am myself. Why must I be perpetually encumbered by him?" Yet, after all these years, he felt a bond with both his brother and mother, and had never summoned the resolve to leave. Observing his mother's declining health, Garen resolved to fulfill his filial duty for this final stretch. Without her, he would not be who he was today. Yes. Seeing her younger son's reluctant agreement, the woman refrained from pressing the issue. He had maintained this demeanor for many years, and no matter how often she admonished him, he remained skeptical, forever calculating. If only the strengths of both sons could be evenly distributed, she would find peace of mind. Yet both were extreme in their ways. As her thoughts raced, they had already arrived before Feng Chan. Overcome with emotion, Feng Chan nearly broke into tears, but as they drew closer, she gradually regained her composure. The desert was perilous. How had they managed to navigate it so effortlessly? Due to the earlier commotion, the woman was in a foul mood and, looking down from her elevated position, inquired, "Are you human? How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing the term human, Feng Chan sensed trouble. Who would refer to someone as human in a benevolent manner? Yet, this was her only chance to escape. She steeled herself and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Feng Chan. I awoke here after a slumber, and I have no idea how I arrived. Can you help me leave? I am willing to offer all that I possess." The woman furrowed her brow slightly upon hearing her words. This human appeared rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable traits. It seemed the game had glitched. "Your possessions are of no use to me, and I cannot take you with me. However, I can offer a piece of advice. In just over 3 weeks, your opportunity will arise. Seize it wisely, human." With that, she tugged on the reins of her camel, which began to saunter away. Feng Chan, bewildered, realized she could not remain trapped here. "Wait. Take me to a populated area, and I will work for you. Washing clothes, cooking, anything." The desert was unbearable. Each day was a monotonous and perilous existence. The woman did not look back. And Garen and Galu followed suit. In the face of Feng Chan's unyielding gaze, they appeared to take a single step, yet it covered a distance of hundreds of meters. Within half a minute, they had vanished completely. A flicker of disdainful malice crossed Garen's eyes as he turned to his mother. "Why not eliminate her? I sense she possesses 2 items of decent quality, while not treasures. They hold some value." The woman, not meeting his gaze, could discern his intentions through his voice alone. "The game has not yet commenced," Garen reiterated. "Indeed, the game has yet to begin. It is precisely because it has not started that we can engage in such matters. After all, no rules have been established." The woman sighed inwardly, her expression unchanged. Business is not solely about scheming and plundering. While that human may currently be destitute, should she endure until the game begins, she will surely thrive, and my single piece of advice today bears no loss to me, but may yield surprises in the future. Galu nodded in naive agreement from behind, while the woman hesitated, wishing to impart some cunning to him, but he had strayed from her intended lesson. "Enough, we must gather now." As her commanding voice resonated, the entire caravan accelerated. With the departure of the group, Feng Chan returned to the stone cave. Feeling dejected. 3 weeks? Was it a month? Their speed was uncanny, reminiscent of a teleportation in a game, unperturbed by the desert's quicksand. This was a wondrous place, and the best course of action now was to await the time the woman had mentioned. At that moment, a box appeared outside, and Feng Chan promptly retrieved her tools to unlock it. Her previously low spirits were instantly replaced by anticipation. After so long in this place, the highlight of her day was opening wooden chests like a blind box. She skillfully unlocked the box, revealing a full bag of toast, which she counted to total 12 slices, enough to last her 4 days if rationed. What a windfall! Returning to the stone cave, Feng Chan gleefully devoured the leftover mooncake from this morning. Her hunger overwhelming. Currently, her food supply could sustain her for 5 to 6 days, allowing her to indulge a little more. Otherwise, she would lack the strength to even practice her rope-tying skills, and feeling faint from hunger was utterly intolerable. Chapter 7. The creator time flowed as usual, and today fortune smiled upon her. She managed to unlock 6 boxes, all of which yielded rewards. Aside from the morning's toast, the subsequent 5 boxes contained a white camisole, a bottle of 500 milliliters water, a tube of lip balm, 4 scorpions, and a packet of spicy strips. The items were all quite useful. After a quick wash with a scarf dipped in water, she changed into the camisole. With no one around in the desert, she decided to forego wearing a bra, finding it too tedious to wash daily. The lip balm, though greasy in texture, worked wonders on her chapped lips that evening. She consumed only a slice of toast, saving the naan for later, intending to finish the toast first. On the 8th day, upon waking, Feng Chan first washed up and then used the somewhat dirty water from the wooden box to clean her discarded sweatshirt. 1 box of water allowed her to wash up twice and launder once. Even after using it all, the box was rather small, measuring only 20 centimeters in length, width, and height, and even less without the lid. As of now, she still had 9 boxes of water remaining, though it had slightly evaporated over the past few days, proving wasteful with prolonged disuse. After completing her tasks, she prepared to practice, knowing that practice makes perfect. Her accuracy had been steadily improving. On the 20th day, within a resplendent palace of platinum that seemed unreal, a myriad of beings gathered, creatures from the sea, beings from the sky, and even bizarre humanoids. Some towering 5 or 6 meters tall, made of bone, among others. Garen and his companions were notably present, albeit positioned toward the back. As they listened to the directives from above, most remained silent, though a few brave souls engaged in hushed conversations with their companions. After a lengthy address, they finally reached the blessing phase. The creator surveyed the assembly, their voice smooth yet indifferent. "Where are the elves?" The skeletal giant's mouth opened and closed a few times, and all that could be heard was the sound of bones clashing together. Only the creator, who had never manifested in physical form, understood. So be it, their absence is their own loss. Upon uttering these words, a golden light evenly cascaded upon every creature, instantly dissipating the fatigue accumulated from their travels, while bestowing upon them an invisible restraint yet granting them newfound strength. In 10 days, the game would commence. Everyone was to return and prepare accordingly. As the words faded, 5 portals of varying colors materialized on one side of the grand hall, and each creature entered the distinct portals in an orderly fashion. After a brief moment of transportation, the preordained program implanted in the minds of the returning beings intensified. Soon, all creatures vanished, leaving only Galen and 2 others behind. The voice of the creator echoed. "What is the matter?" In truth, the creator could have summoned everyone directly to this place, but in order to examine the anomalies in the map, they allowed the NPCs to arrive independently. Some matters were too minute and had not exhibited any threat, making them difficult for the system to detect. It would be far less troublesome to simply let the beings use the portals upon their return. Galen's mother lowered her head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact above. An ordinary human has appeared on the initial map, still at their birthplace. It may be a bug. After stating this, she provided a coordinate and awaited judgment from above. The creator immediately began to investigate. The brows of the figure above the mist furrowed momentarily, but soon relaxed. "I understand. You may return for now." "Yes," the woman replied, casting a glance at her 2 sons as she proceeded towards the first yellow portal. Garu followed his mother without distraction, while Galen, just before entering the portal, cast a quick glance upwards at the palace's apex. A chaotic mist obscured his view, rendering everything invisible. Once all NPCs departed, the voice of the creator resonated within the palace. "This individual entered a month early due to a system malfunction. What are your thoughts? Should we expel her now, or allow her to remain?" Although releasing her now would likely result in her divulging these events, who would believe her? She would probably be deemed insane by her peers. The departing NPCs were unaware that there was not just one creator, yet knowing wouldn't serve any purpose. This moment. Another soft male voice responded. With only 10 days until the game begins? Let her stay here. If she survives until the game's commencement, we shall offer her compensation. A very youthful, androgynous voice curiously inquired. What kind of compensation? The male voice pondered for a moment before deciding. A lottery? Perhaps we must be vigilant and prevent any disruptions. This time, having endured 20 days of survival in the desert, Feng Chan had grown increasingly tanned. Her weight significantly diminished, though she was uncertain of the exact amount as there was no scale. She only knew that she had hardly ever felt full. Fortunately, on the 15th day, it rained again. That time, she had over 50 boxes. Although each contained little water, collectively they amounted to nearly 20 boxes, allowing her to wash her hair every few days with the face-washing water. During this time, she had also managed to acquire several articles of clothing, and by scrubbing them with the face-washing water daily, she managed to maintain a semblance of cleanliness. Upon seeing the boxes appearing outside, Feng Chan promptly gathered her tools and set off. Lately, the distance between the boxes had been growing, and if she failed to discover a box within 30 minutes, the quicksand below would activate, swallowing the box whole. Her eyes narrowed under the blazing sun, her slender arms, now slightly muscular, vigorously shaking the lasso. Crack! A successful hit. A smile graced Feng Chan's lips as she returned to the stone cave with the box. Upon opening it, she was pleasantly surprised to find a length of rope identical to the one she wielded. Overjoyed, she realized that with the boxes becoming increasingly distant and the area of quicksand expanding, her 10-meter rope was becoming insufficient. With this new rope, she could reach even farther boxes. By now, her accumulated food supply was sufficient for more than 10 days, allowing her to eat until she was 6/10 full every day. Her gaze sharpened, observing the desert warped by the heat. In 10 days, hope would be within her grasp. On the 31st day, Feng Chan felt particularly motivated. Today marked 1 month, aligning perfectly with what that woman had mentioned about 3 weeks. Even if it wasn't today, it would be in the coming days. After completing her training, Feng Chan carefully counted her supplies, noting that the later boxes tended to yield better quality items. Since she needed to light a fire for warmth every night, she now had a total of 75 empty boxes, 12 of which still contained water. She had an entire barrel of drinkable water and 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water remaining. Most of her food consisted of various dried goods and packaged items, including 5 pounds of uncooked rice and a bottle of milk. Among her collected items were 21 stone pieces, 10 iron pieces, 1 level 1 stone house blueprint, 1 fish bait, 1 boat anchor model, 2 green beads, 1 red bead, and 1 white feather. She also had 2 short-sleeved shirts, 1 tank top, 1 sweater, 1 pair of shorts, 1 pair of 9-point jeans, and 1 pillow. The peculiar items she had found were scarce, mostly consisting of scorpions and food, along with some pebbles. Chapter 8. The game begins just as she finished counting. A box appeared outside, and to her astonishment, it was green. Other than the green and blue boxes she had caught in the first few days, she had not seen any colored boxes since. Naturally, she would not let this one slip away. Wielding her lengthened lasso with grace, she aimed and threw it with precision. A hit. After reeling it in, Feng Chan stood on her toes and surveyed her surroundings, confirming there were no other boxes before retreating to the stone cave. Cautiously, she opened the box to find a quaint, ancient key lying quietly inside. Its bronze hue with a hollow circular top and 3 copper plates attached to a single copper strip below. For now, it seemed of no use. She examined it for any peculiarities, and finding none, she placed it alongside her beads and other trinkets. As the day progressed, only 2 more boxes appeared, one containing sunglasses and the other a small cake the size of her palm. Feng Chan's eyes sparkled. Little could compare to her love for sweets, and the absence of desserts had greatly affected her mood. The cake looked fresh, but given the desert's heat, it wouldn't last long. She planned to indulge in it that very night. After training with her lasso for a while longer, Feng Chan washed up and waited for the temperature to drop, feeling it was time to don her sweater and retire for the night. Tomorrow would surely be an even better day. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled with 3 resounding blasts, jolting Feng Chan awake as a faint blue transparent screen materialized before her. Startled, she sat up. Having grown accustomed to remaining seated in this low space, she was surprised at the sudden movement. However, the blue screen moved with her, maintaining a consistent distance of an arm's length, measuring approximately 15 inches in size. The reverberations from the earlier blasts lingered in the air, and fearing the cave might collapse, Feng Chan scrambled out. The screen followed her, keeping the same distance as she emerged. Turning back to glance at the somewhat crumbled yet intact cave, she began to examine the screen. Similar to most applications on a phone, the navigation bar at the bottom was divided into 4 sections: Personal Center, Friends, Trading Marketplace, and Chat.at. The very top was a line displaying the date and time. The initial interface revealed her Personal Center, showcasing a rather dark image of Feng Chan, followed by a lengthy list of basic information. Name: Feng Chan. Gender: female. Age: 23. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 44. 5 kilograms. Health: 8100. Strength: 3.5. Speed: 3.5. Agility: 4.5. Intelligence: 5. Luck: 3. Charm: 6. Upon reviewing the attributes, Feng Chan was taken aback to discover that her charm was the highest of all. A stark reminder of her frailty. Her luck was disappointingly low, which explained her misfortunes. The Personal Center also contained a backpack, storage room, mail, and other minor functions, though they were all empty for the time being. The Friends interface was devoid of any entries, and upon entering the trading interface, she found it empty as well, with a search bar and a prompt indicating she could set prices for items. But with a note stating 05, refresh daily at 0000. This meant she could list 5 items each day. Aside from these 3 sections, the chat interface displayed a red dot notification that had escalated from 1 to an astounding 99. 999. The chat interface was divided into 3 segments: 1. World Chat, 2. Regional Chat, 3. Friends Chat. The world chat messages scrolled by at an astonishing pace, rendering them nearly illegible, yet she could discern various languages being spoken. The uppermost part of the world interface displayed a staggering population count of 3,000,000,000. Feng Chan counted carefully, 30 billion. Just as she finished counting, the number suddenly dropped by 1,000. Curious, she clicked into the regional chat section, first noticing the display for Xia Country, Zone 5001, with a population count of 99,994. Had they perished? Feng Chan wondered, recalling the quicksand that permeated the area, realizing that recklessness could indeed lead to a swift demise. The messages in the regional chat scrolled rapidly as well, but she managed to catch snippets of information. Wang Dashi. Where is this place? Do you know it's illegal to sell people? Sunjia. Help. I almost stepped into a pit just now. This desert has quicksand. Ning Qiao. Is this for real? Have I really been transported into a survival game? Fang Qingqing. The desert is filled with quicksand. Everyone, be cautious. Lin Hao. It's so hot. Is this the Sahara? Ning Qiao. My years of reading novels are finally paying off. Haha. I'm ready to show my skills. Lu Zishu. I've never encountered this type before. Let's add each other as friends for mutual assistance. Zhang Jinshan. I'm the mayor of Baiyang City. Someone come save me. Messages refreshed at a rapid pace, causing Feng Chan's eyes to ache. She clicked on the profile of Ning Qiao, who had mentioned the survival game. The girl appeared quite adorable, her hair tousled and dressed in cartoon pajamas. Feng Chan's eyes were drawn to her statistics. Noting that at 20 years old, her physical attributes were slightly lower than Feng Chan's, yet her luck was rated at 7. However, it was perilously easy for any individual to access their entire information profile. Feng Ch and navigated back to her personal center, and after much searching, she finally located the hidden settings, opting to conceal all her data. Ultimately, her name was replaced with the identifier WM2, A5000, and 1-000001, where 5001 presumably indicated her region, and 0001 might signify her as the first entrant in that area. Details she found perplexing. Her avatar transformed from a full-body photograph to an initial image of a blue sky over a desert. Just then, a small mail section within her personal center suddenly illuminated with a red dotted IN. The next moment, an email opened automatically, occupying the entire screen, accompanied by a mechanical voice that announced, "Warmly welcome all players to the survival game Lost Civilization. April 1, 2030, 8:00 a.m. The game officially commences, inviting half of the fortunate players from Blue Star to participate. Subsequent players will join in 10 days. This game adheres to the principle of fairness, treating all players equally, regardless of the wealth or power one possessed before entering. Here everyone begins with only basic items, a rope and 3 stones. The objective of the game is simple: survive. We look forward to your performance. Creator, April 1, 2030, 8:05 a.m. It was a straightforward announcement. After reading, Feng Chn noticed another red within the email. She dismissed the announcement and clicked on another email, at which point a mechanical voice echoed in her ears. Suitable host detected, binding in progress. Feng Chn quickly scanned her surroundings with caution, confirming she was alone, and realized this might be akin to the systems found in novels. The good luck system binding was successful. Daily luck points would be randomly allocated, with the direction of luck being unpredictable, refreshing at midnight. As the last sentence concluded, silence ensued. A system? The good luck system? Fingchn's voice echoed within the stone cave, yet the system offered no response. Just when she began to doubt its authenticity, she noticed her personal center's luck value had increased from 3 to 5, now accompanied by the word safe. Following that was a line of faint red text encircled in parentheses. Good luck system. Refresh countdown 1643. 12. It was indeed real. Her luck had increased by 2 points. Specifically in terms of safety, life suddenly seemed to hold more promise. Upon opening another email, she found a succinct message. We sincerely apologize for the game bug that caused your premature entry. As compensation, the creator offers you a chance to draw a lottery. Below was a button labeled draw. The lingering doubt within Fing dissipated entirely as she glanced back at her stone cave and clicked the button. A vibrant, colorful spinning wheel filled with densely packed text appeared before her, whirling wildly. After spinning for about 10 seconds, it gradually slowed down. The text on the wheel was too small to read, likely containing over 100 items, rendering it impossible to decipher with the naked EYE.AS, the pointer aligned upwards. The wheel came to a stop, and Fing squinted to discern the outcome. In the next moment, the wheel vanished, leaving behind a prominent line of text. Chapter 9 Partner Golden Bean. Congratulations, you have drawn a low-level designated wish card. Her backpack lit up with a red dot, prompting her to open it. The screen displayed 4 wooden tokens, alongside 4 small item slots, one of which contained a pale yellow card. Curiosity piqued, she clicked on it, revealing its description. Low-level designated wish card. You may designate a person or object from your original world with whom you share a close relationship to enter the game. Sharing the same birthplace, Fing had no true friends. Her familial ties were tenuous at best, and she had no one who treated her kindly. As for Fing, he regarded her merely as a blood bank. She would never allow that vampire to enter. Whether he was among the first or second group, in truth, she had no need for this card. It would undoubtedly be worth a considerable sum in a few days. Yet, one companion came to mind, Golden Bean. A yellow and white mixed breed dog. Before the advent of the good luck system, she might not have dared to hope for such a thing, considering her own dire circumstances. However, with the system's support, things could be different. Golden Bean was a stray dog her father had rescued during her high school years, with the intention of raising it to slaughter for meat. It was kept chained at the front gate. Exposed to the elements, often going hungry for days, Fing attended a boarding school, returning home only twice a month, so her time with Golden Bean was limited. Nevertheless, each time she returned, Golden Bean would remember her, wagging its tail and twisting its body in excitement. Golden Bean was a simple creature. A mere sausage from Fing would send it into a frenzy of joy. When she washed clothes by the river, Golden Bean would bark insistently to accompany her, prompting Fing to unchain it for a brief outing. It would sit beside her, quietly listening to the burdens she had long suppressed, occasionally nudging her arm with its paw in comfort. Even when Fing scolded her, Golden Bean would bravely retaliate, despite knowing it would face punishment. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fate that awaited it upon reaching adulthood. Still greeting Fing with joy despite its long confinement, Fing's life had already been tumultuous. She lacked the means to defy her father, but she used every penny she had saved during high school to buy Golden Bean's life. Those funds had been intended for her college fees, as she knew Fing would never pay for her education. 1,000 yuan for a dog. Her younger self might have deemed it a poor bargain. Yet her high school self felt an immense sense of relief to see Golden Bean alive and well, even if it meant suffering a beating for hiding her savings. Unfortunately, she still had to attend school and lacked the ability to keep Golden Bean by her side. After completing her college entrance exams, she took a summer job to earn tuition, only to return home to be told by Fing that Golden Bean had run away. Fing was engulfed in despair, suspecting that Fing had indeed killed her beloved dog. Using a flimsy excuse to cover his tracks, she had planned to rent a small room near her university to bring Golden Bean along. But all her dreams turned to dust. She searched tirelessly around her home, hoping to find some trace of Golden Bean, but there was nothing, save for a bloodstain at the kitchen door, which Fing claimed was from slaughtering a chicken. It was then that Fing confronted him for the first time, only to be met with a brutal beating. During that encounter, he had sneered, "You worthless brat, so what if I killed it? Both of you are mine to do with as I please." Although she could not ascertain the truth, the possibility that Golden Bean was still alive flickered within her. Yet, she never had the chance to reunite with her beloved companion. Staring at this card of hope, F. Ing clicked to use it, closing her eyes as she softly whispered, "I wish for my childhood dog, Golden Bean, to come to my side." She held her breath and slowly opened her eyes, only to find the wish card had vanished. Before her was but a cold screen. Had it failed? Woof, woof. A seemingly fierce bark erupted, and F. Ing turned around in disbelief. There it was, yet she could barely recognize Golden Bean. Compared to the relatively clean dog she remembered, the creature before her bore matted fur, dark stains clinging together, and its face and limbs were sparse with hair. Afflicted by severe skin disease, its emaciated frame revealed only bones and a thin layer of skin, shattering F. Ing's heart. Golden Bean did not yet recognize her. Having roamed the streets for 5 years, it was wary of unfamiliar environments and people. Even though it could barely stand, it emitted low growls, attempting to appear intimidating. F. Ing crouched down, extending her hands, her eyes already swollen with tears. "Golden Bean? It's me, Golden Bean, Golden Bean." As her familiar yet strange voice and name reached Golden Bean's ears, it froze, its wariness dissipating into innocence, and its tail began to wag involuntarily. "Golden Bean, it's me, I found you." With that final declaration, Golden Bean hurried toward her with all its might, its steps uneven, one hind leg limping. At that moment, F. Ing could no longer contain her tears, rushing forward to embrace Golden Bean. Disregarding its filthy, disheveled fur, whimper, Golden Bean seemed to express its grievances, nuzzling against F. Ing. She pressed her face against its head, one arm holding it close while the other gently stroked its back. Suddenly, her hand brushed against a damp, sticky spot. Turning her body, she discovered a large patch of flesh missing from its left hind leg. The wound was already rotten and foul-smelling. If left untreated, the leg would inevitably succumb to necrosis, and survival would become a grave concern. F. Ing struggled to steady her emotions, deciding to first take Golden Bean back home. She tore open a breakfast roll without hesitation, offering it entirely to Golden Bean, which devoured it voraciously, finishing it within moments. F. Ing then opened another roll and poured a bottle of 500 milliliters of drinkable water into an empty wooden crate for Golden Bean to drink. The dog seemed to have been starving and dehydrated for an eternity, drinking the entire 500 milliliters in one go. F. Ing poured more from the bottled water, and Golden Bean continued to drink until its belly slightly bulged. Perhaps fearing that its owner might disappear, it constantly glanced up to check if F. Ing was still by its side. Chapter 10. Positioning the anchor. The red dots on the chat interface continued to multiply, prompting F. Ing to find the option to mute notifications, which made the experience much more pleasant. In the upper right corner was an, and upon clicking it, the screen vanished, replaced by a time display the size of a watch on the back of her left wrist, appearing as if projected or perhaps integrated into her skin. She reached out to touch it, feeling no foreign sensation. The screen reappeared, clearly indicating options to turn it on and off, providing great convenience. Noticing there were no boxes outside, F. Ing began to organize the supplies she had accumulated over the past month, in addition to the 4 wooden tokens and 4 item slots in her backpack. She also had a storage space containing 10 wooden tokens and 5 item slots. Compared to her backpack, the storage had a 5-day preservation feature, but unfortunately, it could not be carried and could only be utilized within the stone cave. Gazing at the lowly stone cave, Feng Chan retrieved the level 1 blueprint for a stone house. She possessed ample stones. However, she lacked even a single unit of the 5 required bags of cement. As the marketplace had yet to feature any listings, Feng Chan could only stow her food in the warehouse, reserving a day's worth of provisions in her backpack. Once the items were placed inside, they vanished, but by simply accessing the system panel to open her backpack or warehouse and clicking use, they would materialize before her. An extraordinary and convenient mechanism. The grid layout of the warehouse and backpack was rather peculiar. The item slots could only accommodate items, excluding clothing, food, and other resources. Conversely, resource slots could store items. Each resource slot could not exceed a volume of 4 cubic meters or a weight of 100 gene per single item. Provided both criteria were met, identical items could be stacked without limitation on quantity. Consequently, the total volume and weight of her food did not surpass these specifications, yet due to the diversity of 6 or 7 types, they ultimately occupied 4 slots. She allocated all her drinking water into a single slot, and the game demonstrated some fairness by categorizing clothes, pants, and bedding as one type, which she also stored in a single slot. Upon placing the ship anchor model into the warehouse, a relevant description immediately appeared. Positioning ship anchor, green item, permanent. Once bound, it can be placed anywhere. The binder can locate the anchor's position regardless of their whereabouts. 1.3. Note: unless the binder voluntarily relinquishes the binding or meets their demise, the item cannot be confiscated. It seemed of little utility to Feng Chan at present, as it merely indicated her location without any technical means to traverse there. It was no wonder it was classified as a low-grade item. However, the notation 1.3 piqued her interest, suggesting there were additional components that might be merged. She decided to carry it in her backpack, just in case it proved useful one day, especially since her inventory was quite sparse at the moment. Next, she placed the white feather into the warehouse, which automatically returned to the item slots. The description read, weather feather, blue item, permanent. Using it once allows one to predict the weather for the next 12 hours, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. At present, the weather feather appeared more advantageous than the positioning anchor. Though she remained uncertain about the relative rarity of blue versus green items, Feng Chan promptly utilized the weather feather. Visions of day and night flickered before her, yet all remained dry with not a hint of change. Save for a slight fog during the early hours, indicating no rain for the day. After using it, the cooldown timer adjusted to 23:59:58. With a cooldown of 24 hours, it effectively meant she could use it once daily. After storing her items, she reached for the red and green gems, which promptly merged into the same item slot. The red gem was a strength gem, which would permanently increase her strength by 1 point upon use, while the green gem was a life gem, permanently enhancing her vitality by 1 point. What splendid treasures! Feng Chan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she hastily chose to use the strength gem, leaving the green one behind. The gem transformed into a beam of red light and 2 streams of green light, swirling around her before entering her body. Her personal panel immediately updated. Life: 82/102. Strength: 4.6. Clenching her fist, she noted that her initial strength was only 3.5. Thus, the increase should have brought it to 4.5. Why did it now read 4.6? Observing her augmented life points, she pondered, could this strength be influenced by my physical condition? The addition of 2 life points made her feel considerably more comfortable. When she checked her speed and agility, they rose from 3.5 and 4.5 to 3.6 and 4.6, respectively. After reviewing these changes, she surmised that her optimal values for strength, speed, and agility were likely 4, 4, and 5, albeit subject to fluctuations based on her physical condition. With 1 green gem remaining, Feng Chan contemplated using it on Jindo, who was exceedingly frail, her touch revealing nothing but bones. She possessed only some grain provisions, insufficient to nourish it adequately. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, she reluctantly used it on herself, raising her life points to 83/103. Lastly, she had a key, which upon placement in the space, automatically entered the item slot. Red treasure chest key. A red treasure chest? Thus far, Feng Chan had only opened wooden, green, and blue chests, with ordinary wooden chests being the lowest grade. The ranking of the blue-green chests remained uncertain, as she had yet to form a conclusive judgment based on the items retrieved. After all, ordinary chests could also yield valuable items, such as the life-enhancing gems she had obtained from a standard wooden chest. Superior chests might yield mundane items, but the probability of retrieving valuable treasures was certainly higher than with ordinary ones. She suspected there were indeed higher-tier chests yet to be discovered, but she hadn't anticipated the necessity of a key. Having organized her supplies, she placed the last packet of fish bait into the warehouse. Just then, Jindo began to bark excitedly at the entrance. Upon peering outside, she spotted a chest. After praising Jindo, Feng Chan grabbed her tools and ventured out. Jindo wished to follow, but Feng Chan quickly instructed, Jindo, sit. It's dangerous here. You must remain still. Jindo obediently tilted her head and sat. And after complimenting her, Feng Chan proceeded toward the chest, occasionally glancing back to ensure Jindo remained at the cave's mouth. After a long separation, she did not wish to lose her again. Fortunately, Jindo was well behaved, staying put. Once she was close enough, Feng Chan swung the lasso. What had previously been a cumbersome action now felt considerably easier, though she was still unaccustomed to the required strength and missed on her first attempt. The quicksand began to shift, causing the chest to slide downward. Jindo barked anxiously, yet remained obediently still. Furrowing her brow, Feng Chan cast the lasso once more. Success! A smile illuminated her face. All that practice had not been in vain. A mere luckster managed to procure only 5 pieces of stone and a single iron block. She exchanged the 5 stones for a 500 milliliters bottle of water. Those who shouted out prices were merely attempting to barter with the currency of the blue star. Meanwhile, Feng Chan opened the chat interface with the AI. What is the use of cement? I can trade it for another message. The AI understood that cement was likely related to construction. It sought a specific application 0.000001. How can I ascertain the value of your message against my own? The other party indicated they were typing, and after nearly half a minute they responded. I know how to manufacture a workbench. After pondering for a moment, Feng Chan relayed the use of cement. Level 1 stone house blueprint, stone 20, cement 5, acknowledging that without a blueprint, one could not construct this item. She realized it might take an individual quite some time to acquire it. However, with so many people around, it was possible that someone had already unearthed this item that very day. It wouldn't be long before the information became widely known. If this AI failed to disclose the crafting method for the workbench, she would simply regard it as eliminating an unsuitable trading partner, an outcome of little consequence. The AI responded swiftly. Thank you. The workbench requires a blueprint, iron block 20, wooden planks 5, and a clever core 1. 000001. Okay. After replying, she immediately navigated to the trading interface, where numerous items had already been listed. Feng Chan searched for clever cores, and to her surprise, they were available. The seller was named Xiang Huijia. The transaction did not specify the goods but rather suggested private discussions. Eagerly, she clicked on the seller's profile and selected temporary chat. How much for the clever core? Xiang Huijia, 2 bottles of water and 1 jin of food. Feng Chan was taken aback by his exorbitant demand. Both items were currently in short supply, and 1 jin of food was exorbitantly priced. Although the clever core would prove invaluable later, survival was paramount at present, rendering its worth significantly diminished. 0.000001. 1 bottle of 200 milliliters water and a 100g breakfast bread. Everyone is in need of supplies, and this is all I have. Anything more, and I am left with nothing. Xiang Huijia, you would trade all your possessions for something so insubstantial. I am no fool. Feng Chan sheepishly patted Jean Doa's head and quickly typed her reply. 500 milliliters of water and 1 breakfast bread. This is my final offer. Xiang Huijia hesitated. Indeed, her offer was the highest thus far, as 2 others had only been willing to offer 500 milliliters of water. With everyone short on supplies, he had initially intended to hold out, knowing that this item would fetch a good price later. Yet, he was both thirsty and hungry. Before entering the game, he had been working late into the night, having gone over 10 hours without food. Though he could still endure in the sweltering desert, he could vividly envision himself parched and desperate by afternoon. Xiang Huijia. All right then. Feng Chan raised an eyebrow. She had Jean Do to care for. And although she had entered the game a month early, her pockets were still somewhat empty. The other party quickly sent a trade request, and Feng Chan could see its description. Clever core, an essential component for the workbench. She placed the promised items onto the trading platform and clicked confirm. The clever core automatically transferred to her inventory, a palm-sized black rhombohedron with a surface that occasionally shimmered with blue light. Flowing along its patterns, she took a glance and resumed her search for cement and medicine. Only one seller had cement available, and he offered 2 packages in exchange for 200 milliliters of water. There was no need for private discussions. Feng Chan placed the water onto the trading platform, and upon system confirmation, the cement was dispatched to her. A pitiful soul hiding in a stone cave in the desert gazed at the regional messages. On the verge of tears, he had unwittingly found himself here, barely escaping starvation after stumbling upon a chest, only to find it contained 2 packages of cement, with no means to afford a meal. Who would want cement? Initially, he had shouted in the regional chat for a long time to sell it, only to be met with ridicule from others. Disheartened, he listed the cement in the marketplace, pricing it at the minimum quantity of water, while sitting in the cave, hugging his knees and weeping. To his surprise, a crisp notification sound broke the silence. He clicked to check. 000001 player has purchased your item. The transaction is complete. He retrieved the water, icy cold, and was astonished to find it was indeed water. Thank heavens, he was saved. Chapter 12. Do not let them off the hook. Feng Chan now possessed 3 packages of cement. Still needing 2 more, as no one was selling in the marketplace, she shouted in the regional chat requesting cement. Today, the second chest appeared, and within less than a minute, she had secured it. Perhaps due to the game just beginning, the chests were remarkably close together. Upon opening the chest, she discovered a snack chicken leg. Feng Chan gleefully waved the chicken leg before Jean Do. We can finally eat meat tonight. This was the first time in a month she had procured meat. Heaven knew how much she craved something seasoned with salt and oil. Jean Do paused, panting, and responded with a delighted call. Feng Chan affectionately patted its head, then opened the trading marketplace to search for scissors. Jin Do's fur was thick and filthy, and it suffered from skin ailments that necessitated a trim. Scissors were indeed available in the marketplace, yet they demanded 200 milliliters of water, which Feng Chan deemed excessive. While she understood the high price of the clever core, which had significant utility, scissors seemed rather trivial in the desert, only becoming necessary once everyone developed their daily lives later on, and the price would not be particularly high. After some haggling, she acquired the scissors for a milk candy. She also remembered to list her remaining 6 matches for trade, specifying any 2 of shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, or facial cleanser could be exchanged. She had found the lighter 10 days prior, which accounted for her remaining matches. Recalling that she still had 5 jin of uncooked rice, Feng Chan searched the marketplace for a pot, discovering over 10 sellers, one of whom even offered an electric rice cooker requiring a power source. She selected a small eye as the incessant barrage of messages continued. The 3 individuals who had just spoken dared not show their faces again, silently changing their nicknames. Although one could still discern the numbers by visiting their profiles, the sheer number of users meant that not everyone would be curious enough to investigate, and even those who did might not remember their own numbers. By around 9 o'clock, the box of water left outside by Feng Chan had reached a suitable temperature. She had washed her face with clean water, leaving her relatively fresh. She cut a corner from the sweatshirt she had originally worn and, after dampening it, gently wiped the body of Jin Do, carefully avoiding the area around its hind legs. Jin Do's back legs trembled incessantly. It had been far too long since its last bath, and it felt a twinge of fear, yet it remained obedient, neither crying out nor moving. After the wash, it stood at the entrance of the stone cave to enjoy the breeze, and within minutes, its fur had dried. Jin Do lay on the cool stone floor, shielded from the sun, panting to dissipate heat. Today marked the appearance of the 3rd box. Feng Chan set off with her belongings. The distance was not far, and she encountered not a single patch of quicksand along the way. Truly, adding a bit of direction ensured safety. On her journey to secure the boxes, she only encountered one instance of quicksand, a reminder of how fortunate one could be. She bent down to pick up a stone to scout the path ahead. The distance was sufficient, and it was time to begin securing the boxes. Chapter 13. Level 1 Stone House, a direct hit. Upon returning to the stone cave and opening the box, she discovered a bag of 500 g of yellow beans. This was excellent. By layering the ubiquitous sand within the box, watering it for a few days, and sealing it, she could soon enjoy it. This box was just right for her needs. She had dismantled the others, including a wooden box that had previously held water for Jin Do's bath, leaving her with a total of 66 wooden planks. Without hesitation, she took the wooden box outside, filled it with a 5-centimeter layer of yellow sand, and saturated it with rainwater before covering it with a layer of yellow beans. She then placed it at the innermost part of the stone cave. The high temperature was not conducive to the germination of the beans, and moisture evaporated rapidly, leading to significant consumption. Before long, the sun reached its zenith, and it was likely that many others had found new boxes. Feng Chan once again searched the trading mall for cement. There it was, though it was sold in small packets, with sellers insisting on water in exchange. With 4 empty 200 milliliters bottles remaining, it seemed unwise to spend them on just a packet of cement. After some contemplation, she mused, 200 milliliters of water for a packet of cement and a wooden box. The 2 parties quickly agreed to the trade, and after dismantling 2 wooden boxes, Feng Chan now possessed 68 wooden planks. Having gathered sufficient materials for the stone house, she accessed the Level 1 stone house blueprint in her warehouse and clicked to use it. A message appeared on the screen. Constructing a Level 1 stone house requires 20 stones and 5 cement. Proceed. After calling Jin Do out of the stone cave, she confirmed her choice. A soft white light enveloped her, and the diminutive stone cave transformed into a stone house identical to the blueprint. Spanning 16 square meters and standing 3 meters high, it was roughly the size of a single room, with a stone floor that was slightly uneven and riddled with gaps, but at least she could stand upright. Jin Do, peeking from behind Feng Chan, was utterly bewildered, its small head unable to comprehend the scene before it. Yet it felt an undeniable sense of a wit gazed up at Feng Chan, admiring her brilliance. Although only 20 stones had been spent, the house was constructed from a multitude of stones of varying sizes, combined with cement to create a dense structure. On the left side of the house's front, at Feng Chan's waist level, was a 1m x 1m window, while on the right was an empty doorway measuring 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Naturally, neither windows nor doors were provided. At the same time, a notification appeared. Level 1 stone house, A quicksand-free zone extends 2 meters around it. A flicker of excitement danced in Feng Chan's eyes. The more safe spaces, the better. However, she now wished to craft a bed, as the uneven ground would surely misalign her spine after a night's sleep. Searching the trading mall yielded no blueprints for beds or flooring, leaving her with no choice but to look for blueprints for a workbench. No one was selling them, so she opened the regional chat. Originally 100,000 players had joined, but just a few hours into the game, only 96,700 remained. A few individuals shared their insights in the chat. The area within 1 meter of the stone cave is safe. The remaining areas may contain quicksand. Always scout your path with stones before venturing out. If stones run out, an empty wooden box can be used for scouting. But remember that empty wooden boxes can be dismantled into planks, so try to save some for later use. Quicksand will always be beneath the boxes. While the diameter may vary, they must be triggered. The smallest can even be picked up by hand, but to be safe, always use a rope to secure them, even at short distances. Boxes may contain venomous scorpions, so always prioritize safety before opening them. Colored boxes have a higher probability of yielding valuable resources. Don't miss out. These messages were quite helpful, and many copied and spammed them to ensure everyone could see. Feng Chan considered adding her own note. If a box is not secured within half an hour, it will be swallowed by quicksand. Someone with keen eyes noticed this addition and began to circulate it, prompting a flurry of responses. While some extreme individuals mocked, saying, with such urgency, who would wait half an hour to secure a box? What audacity! Others defended her, stating, she is simply trying to help. Can you refrain from being so ostentatious? The rapid pace of the conversation soon sent their exchange to the bottom, and Feng Chan, seeing no new messages, decided to practice securing boxes. Such remarks were irrelevant to her. She had heard far worse since childhood. Enhancing her own strength was the true path forward. Feeling bored, she opened the mall, and to her astonishment, found someone selling a comforter, complete with a gray cover, weighing 5 pounds, in exchange for a mere 200 milliliters of water. Feng Chan immediately initiated the trade. With the fresh comforter in hand, she cherished it dearly. Now, she would no longer need to stoke a fire for warmth at night. As evening approached, she also retrieved 3 more wooden boxes, marking a stroke of good luck for the day. Among them was a green box, which yielded a fog net measuring 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, complete with a semicircular plastic pipe beneath it. Feng Chan merely needed to place a container at the end of the pipe to collect water. Thrilled by this discovery, she learned that the fog net, composed of a special fibrous material, featured a high surface area and excellent water absorption. When morning mist in the desert encountered this net, it would rapidly condense into droplets that flowed into the collection pipe below. She positioned the fog net beside the stone house. Covering an area of just 3 square meters, it could collect between 4 to 20 liters of water daily, depending on the weather. The other 2 boxes contained a fist-sized meat floss bun and a towel. While these items were delightful, Feng Chan was determined to cook her meal tonight. Initially torn between using rainwater or bottled water for cooking, the presence of the fog net made the choice clear. Bottled water it would be. She poured 2 handfuls of uncooked rice, totaling 5 pounds, into a small iron pot, adding just enough clean water to cover the rice slightly. After a quick rinse, she poured the rinsing water into the box where the green beans were sprouting. She then added water to a depth of 1 finger joint, using the iron triangle stand that had come from an earlier box opening as her stove. After retrieving a wooden plank from her warehouse, which displayed the option to dismantle, she clicked to do so, and the plank transformed into several pieces of timber, accompanied by some assorted wood shavings. Extremely convenient, no longer needing to hammer iron blocks. With her lighter, she quickly ignited the fire, tearing open the packaging of the chicken leg and tossing it directly into the pot in no time. Steam began to rise, filling the room with an enticing blend of rice and meat aromas. Jean Doe lay nearby, drooling with its limbs sprawled out on the ground. Soon, the meal was ready. Feng Chan fetched a spoon and chopsticks, shredding the chicken leg meat and mixing it evenly with the rice before serving half to Jean Doe. Lacking bowls, she fashioned a nest for Jean Doe using a summer quilt and the very clothes she had first donned, while she herself was tightly wrapped in a 5-pound cotton blanket, her head resting on a pillow. The following day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the alarm set on her gaming screen rang out, prompting Feng Chan to swiftly rise, clad in a sweater, and exit the stone house. It was the hour when the fog was at its thickest, and she worried that the wooden box might not suffice for her needs. Outside, the first light of dawn was already breaking. The fog was not particularly dense today, and would swiftly dissipate by 7 or 8 o'clock when the sun rose. That moment, the wooden box was already 9/10 full, and Feng Chan replaced one of the empty boxes she had used yesterday. She briefly washed her face with the water from the box before placing it outside the stone house to warm in the sun, intending to use it later for a thorough cleaning of Jindo. Having gone to bed early the night before, Feng Chan awoke feeling rather alert, opting not to return to sleep. She set up a pot and began to cook porridge. The water used to rinse the rice was poured over the yellow beans, which today showed signs of sprouting dye in the past. Without a pot, she had been too afraid to drink rainwater directly, using it only for washing. Now, with a pot and a fire, the water collected from the fog nets could be boiled and consumed. Seizing the moment, she opened the game system panel. Today, her luck had increased by a single point, with the subsequent message hinting at wishes coming true. Feng Chan silently recited 3 times her desires for high-quality resources, high-level boxes, tool station blueprints, and the ointment required by Jindo. She then glanced at the regional chat to see what others were discussing. Upon entering, she noted that the number of participants had dwindled to 099100. The total number of players worldwide had decreased by over 300,000, and the messages were scrolling by too quickly for her to keep up. She decided against reading further. The reduced number of players in the region, combined with the early morning hour, meant that the message frequency was comparatively slower, yet still amounted to several dozen messages per second. 0.000379. Wah, it's so cold, I couldn't sleep a wink all night. 092228. I managed to find a blanket, but I didn't expect it to be this cold at night. I had to switch to water during the day. E's mother. Jian, it's me. If you see this message, contact me immediately. Slippers. Oh God, why are you treating us like this? I have children and family. What will happen to them? Many were posting messages concerning their families, hoping to locate one another, yet the chances of finding someone were exceedingly slim, as the 10,000 people in a region had entered randomly. Moreover, the game did not offer any preferential treatment for the elderly or children, meaning that everyone was treated equally, including infants still in swaddling, and the elderly. It was no wonder that players in the region shared their experiences, noting the high mortality rate in such a short time. As Feng Chan pondered, another player perished in the region. Survival A Chong. I have never believed in ghosts or gods. Anything created by humans cannot be endless. The desert must have an end. We are all in this desert, and perhaps I won't have to walk far to see others. Just wait. I will lead you out. This declaration sparked hope in many. They did not wish to remain trapped. But the ever-present quicksand and their lack of resources and expertise left them fearful of perishing on the way. Now that someone was willing to take the lead, everyone was eager to support. 069286, great leader, please take me with you. If you find the way and bring me out, I will offer you 1,000,019,002. You are my savior, big brother. Do not forget there is a younger brother still in the desert. 073210, to the noble gentleman, wishing you smooth sailing. 044982, to the noble gentleman, wishing you smooth sailing. The chat exploded with this phrase. Feng Chan raised an eyebrow. Was 073210 not Wangdashi? She had just typed a few words to send when a rather inappropriate message interrupted the flood. Chi Chao Nyang Yang. Are you all truly foolish or merely pretending? With such miraculous methods, do you really believe you can escape? Don't you usually read novels? 073210. If you don't want to live, then die. Don't spread alarmist talk. We are 100% behind Brother Chong. Chi Chao Nyang Yang. I'm speechless. This game has managed to bring 30 billion people into it. Do you really think one person's strength can fight against that? Your good intentions are wasted on fools. I won't bother with you. Ning Qiao had intended to remind them not to make unnecessary sacrifices, having learned from novels that kindness can sometimes lead to ruin. However, in the current situation, a single phrase might save a life, and since it did not incur any loss to her, she felt compelled to offer her counsel. Perhaps she had overestimated the situation. Learning to respect others' destinies and letting go of her desire to help, she finally grasped the true meaning of it all. The chat continued to fill with praises for the noble gentleman until Survival A Chong spoke again. Survival A Chong, thank you all for your support. Once I escape, I will immediately come back to rescue everyone. 073210. Brother Chong, you are too kind. 083262. Brother Chong, our role model. Survival A Chong. However, at present, I do not have enough food to sustain me. It may take me as long as a month, or possibly just half a month if things go well. I would appreciate it if everyone could contribute. Upon hearing this, the previously lively chat suddenly fell silent, with not a single soul responding. Survival A Chong. If everyone could spare just a bit of food, I will remember each of your names in my heart. Once I escape, I will report back immediately and prioritize the rescue of those who supported me. After a day of scrolling, the screen finally fell silent, with no one daring to speak. It was Ning Qiao who finally broke the silence. Chi Chao Nyang Yang, 073210, didn't you just say you supported him? Why not give him your resources and show your sincerity? Feng Chan quickly typed a response. Chapter 15. Cooperation and Scheming 000001. Did you not say yesterday that you would share your resources with everyone? Now that your role model is in dire need of supplies, it's time for you to step up. Meanwhile, Survival A Chong, whose expression had not been particularly pleasant, felt a flicker of hope upon seeing this message and immediately added Wangdashi. Thank you, brother, for your support. No matter how little, it is the thought that counts. I will always remember your name. Survival A Chong was no fool. He recognized that he could not fight against the game's overwhelming tactics. This display was merely a ploy to extract supplies from the gullible. Compared to the steady opening of boxes each day, it was far easier to garner resources with a few well-placed words. And he certainly preferred the latter. Although truly foolish individuals were few, the sheer population meant there were bound to be a few dim-witted souls. Wang Dashi and those who praised Survival A Chong were not naive either. A few flattering comments would lead to someone exploring the path, allowing them to reap the benefits. However, asking them for resources was out of the question. Thus, when Survival A Chong suggested a fundraiser, the chat fell into a deep silence. Survival A Chong noticed this as well, his expression darkening considerably. Fortunately, two individuals hastened to support Wang Dashi, lifting his spirits. Wang Dashi recognized Feng Chan's number, feeling anger rise within him but refraining from expressing it, as he had indeed made those statements to deceive the gullible. 073210. All right, Brother Chong. I will add you as a friend and send you an invitation immediately. Survival A Chong quickly accepted the friend request but received not supplies, but a collaboration proposal. 073210. Brother Chong, I understand your intentions. A solo act is difficult to maintain. I can assist you, and we will split the resources 55 to 45. Survival A Chong. I genuinely wish to help everyone. I am not involved in such schemes. He was cautious, fearing that Wang Dashi was attempting to deceive him, intending to screenshot their conversation and publicly criticize him, thereby ruining his reputation for trickery. 073210. I am serious, Brother Chong. This is not the time to be virtuous. We both know the reality. I can't pretend to send you some resources and screenshot it for the group, creating a buzz for you. But we will split it 55 to 45 afterward. Survival A Chong now felt a glimmer of belief that Wang Dashi was sincere. Really? 073210. If not, I will die along with my family. Survival A Chong. That's quite a risk, but I bear the greatest risk. I propose a 70-30 split. Naturally, Wang Dashi disagreed, and after much negotiation, they settled on 60 for Survival A Chong and 40 for Wang Dashi. While they conversed, the regional chat had already shifted to other topics. Suddenly, Wang Dashi shared a screenshot, a half bottle of water he had offered to Survival A Chong, though he had not yet confirmed the transfer. 073210. Survival A Chong, this is all I have to offer. It is a small token of appreciation for your efforts for our homeland and for District 5001. Survival A Chong readily expressed his gratitude. I have received it. Several comrades' contributions have arrived. Though small, I will cherish the sentiment. I have already determined the direction. As soon as I have sufficient supplies, I will set off and prioritize the rescue of you all. 073210. All right, the two engaged in a duet, creating an impression that Survival A Chong was on the verge of escaping, and that failure to provide him with resources would result in their being last in line. Each day was a torment, with over 90,000 people remaining. If he could truly rescue them, when would it be their turn? What if they were the ones to starve while waiting at the back of the line? Gradually, more voices joined in support, as the large population inevitably included a few who were not particularly astute. Feng Chan silently sent a message. Fool. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. Fool. Ning Qiao also abandoned her role as the Good Samaritan. Recognizing some individuals could not be swayed, she simply vented her frustrations. Some were unfamiliar with the term, but upon reflection, they understood and a few even joined in the insults. Wang Dashi promptly added Feng Chan and Ning Qiao. What do you mean? Brother Chong is working for everyone. If you don't want to help, at least don't deride him. Are you not a citizen of our homeland? A few sycophants chimed in to berate Feng Chan and Ning Qiao. Feng Chan replied, let us see the screenshot you sent. Don't try to fool us with this. Since the screenshot had not even been sent yet, she concluded that these two were not well acquainted and lacked trust in each other. Individuals like Wang Dashi and Survival A Chong, even when cooperating, could not fully trust one another, as they were both aware that betrayal could come at any moment. Wang Dashi's temper flared. Yet he hesitated to provide resources to Survival A Chong. If the other party had not deceived him to obtain supplies, he would certainly not return the water to himself. Seeking justice within the area, The other party would either reveal screenshots, with both parties being treated as outcasts, or stubbornly refuse to exchange, for after all, others could only utter a few words within the area, which would be utterly inconsequential to a person of his ilk. He was all too aware of the risks involved in such actions. At that moment, Qiusheng Chong sent a message to Wang Dashi. Send me the items. I will take a screenshot to slap them in the face. And then I will return it to you. Seeing that Wang Dashi did not reply, he continued, we are already partners. Once we earn the supplies, will we have to endure such hardships again? 073210. I think everyone is still lacking extra supplies. Why don't we wait a while before taking action? Qiusheng Chong, what do you mean? You don't want to continue, just because of half a bottle of water? 073210. Today we were indeed too impulsive. Everyone is still hungry. How could we possibly give out supplies? Have you received anything from others? Qiusheng Chong, dozens of people have already added me. 073210. Not a single one has shared. Right? They all want to take advantage without giving anything in return. Qiusheng Chong, all right, it has come to this. If you prevent me from obtaining the supplies, I will post the screenshots of our conversation right now. If I cannot benefit, neither shall you. 073210. You? 073210. That's not what I meant. I just think that after a period of time, we can obtain more supplies. Since we have already partnered, I will certainly not betray you. However, if you insist on proceeding today, I will accompany you. Qiusheng Chong, I indeed did not misjudge you, brother. You are the one who keeps promises. The moment he sent that message, he received Wang Dashi's water. Albeit it was half of what he expected. Grateful for the items, Chong expressed his thanks, yet a triumphant smile crept onto his face. Although it was a bit less, he was not at a loss at all. After taking the screenshot, Qiusheng Chong immediately posted it in the area chat. However, he did not unfriend Feng Chan, as previous messages had already scrolled too far up, and he could not tag her. He could only state, I did not see the messages earlier. 073210 supplies have already been sent, along with items from several other brothers. Chong, thanks you here. 073210. You're welcome. I am thinking of everyone. It is better than those few women who can only talk the talk. Chapter 16. Hoarding supplies. Feng Chan had originally stopped checking messages, but Qi Qiaonyang, recognizing Feng Chan's ID number, sent a private message. Number 1. Wang Dashi's supplies have indeed been given to Qiusheng Chong, but the water is half less than the previous screenshot. Feng Chan replied with OK, and immediately went to the area to send a message. After all, the boxes would not appear until after 8 o'clock, and the only entertainment now was to check the trading mall and observe the area chat. 0.000001. Oh, the water is half less. A seemingly casual remark, yet Wang Dashi was filled with rage. Qiusheng Chong was the first to respond. I did not want him to spend too much. He is truly foolish to have given me all the remaining water initially, and I returned half of it. Although he intended to help everyone, he could not harm them either. Those who wished to support him should not be like him, giving all their supplies foolishly. This speech resonated with some, and Wang Dashi felt much relieved, silently reverting to his real name, beginning to speak in a sarcastic tone. Wang Dashi. Hi, my abilities are humble. I can only exert this little effort. Wang Dashi. I have always been one to keep my word. If I have any surplus supplies, I will certainly share with everyone. Unfortunately, I just finished my water. Friends in need can add me as a friend, and I will prioritize sharing any excess with you. Upon hearing this, the area chat erupted with excitement, countless individuals showering Wang Dashi with compliments, and his friend requests surged into the thousands. Feng Chan, that's wonderful. I look forward to your daily free distribution of supplies. Although Wang Dashi was once again irritated, he cast aside his displeasure upon witnessing the flood of friend requests. He began selecting visually appealing young women to accept as friends, or those with charming conversation styles, until he reached the system limit of 100 friends. Enjoying the admiration of so many, he felt euphoric and for the first time believed he had made a name for himself. Replying to each beauty with flirtatious remarks. Unfortunately, all these individuals were only there to request supplies. Not a single one came to offer him any. Initially, he had optimistically thought that perhaps some would see his righteousness and pity, and might even offer him supplies. Yet reality proved to be harsh. He could only pin his hopes on Qiusheng Chong. Simultaneously, he began bombarding Chong with messages, demanding the return of his water. However, Chong merely replied to remain calm and did not respond further, showing no intention of returning it, which left Wang Dashi frantic. In a fit of rage, he stood up and cursed at the screen, forgetting he was in a stone cave, and ended up hitting his head, resulting in a large bump. Dazed, he nearly fainted, before collapsing back onto the ground, now in pain both above and below. Meanwhile, Qiu Shengacheng indeed had some gains, but they were merely empty plastic bottles, with the best item being a couple of stones. That moment, Feng Chan's porridge was nearly ready. She removed the pot and set it aside to cool. Considering selling water after an entire day yesterday, many individuals might not have had a single drop to drink, making it a perfect time to sell at a good price. Rainwater 300 milliliters, recommended to be boiled before consumption. If boiling is required, please contact me. Bring your own container. Iron block 1 can be exchanged. Stock 2020. Iron blocks are rarer than stones and thus command a higher price. Aside from a box of water for bathing Jindo, Feng Chan had 8 boxes left and decided to sell 5. A box, when emptied of its lid and filled, could hold approximately 6 liters of water, equating to 3,200 milliliters bottles or 2,300 milliliters bottles. Immediately, the box of rainwater was sold out. Many individuals contacted Feng Chan seeking boiled rainwater. She offered a price of 1 iron block for 200 milliliters of boiled water, and most agreed, though some cursed her for being greedy. She simply blocked them, as she did not need those customers. The porridge had cooled slightly, and Feng Chan recalled someone saying they had no iron block but had a stone and a set of bowls and chopsticks, hoping to exchange for 200 milliliters of boiled water, so she agreed. However, since she needed to finish her meal before boiling the water, she directly provided the buyer with drinking water. The buyer happily accepted, stating that any drinkable water would suffice. Receiving the bowls and chopsticks, she acquired 6 pure white bowls, 2 rice bowls, 3 plates, and 1 soup bowl, with the chopsticks being a natural wood color. Feng Chan chose the deepest soup bowl for Jindo. Pouring half the porridge into the bowl, she began eating directly from the pot, and after finishing, she washed it out and started boiling water. She boiled the remaining 4 boxes of water, using several pieces of wood in the process, leaving her with only 61 pieces of wood. Once the boiled water had cooled slightly, she began contacting those interested in purchasing. Some lacked containers, so Feng Chan instructed them to send over empty wooden boxes or the like so she could transfer the water for them. Some cautious individuals hesitated to take the risk, but before they knew it, the 1 box of water she had newly released was already sold out. She acquired 30 iron blocks, now accumulating a total of 61 iron blocks, which was a sufficient quantity. With 3 boxes left, she planned to exchange for the tool station blueprint in the mall. She directly listed 1 liter of water for the tool station blueprint and also shouted out in the area. Many people came to add her, some inquiring about the tool station, others begging for supplies. Feng Chan, feeling disappointed, rejected them all and instead browsed them all for any useful items. As the clock struck 8, and the cooldown for the weather feather passed, Feng Chan immediately made use of it. A vivid scene flashed through her mind of the sky accelerating, the sun transitioning from its current position to the horizon, followed by the stars twinkling in the sky, all as usual. With just the right amount of mist, it seemed there would be no rain today, but at least it was a peaceful day. At this moment, the bucket of water for Jindo was warm enough. Feng Chan wet Jindo's body with the water, applying a small amount of shampoo. Having washed him simply yesterday, today's cleaning was relatively easy. Though she avoided touching his hind legs. After thoroughly scrubbing Jindo, she scooped out a bowl of water to rinse away the foam, and the water from 1 box was just enough. Feng Chan let Jindo bask in the sun at the entrance of the stone house while she went to collect water from the fog net. Today's harvest was plentiful, with 2 boxes nearly full, yielding approximately 8 liters of water, meaning she now had 4 boxes of raw water remaining with 2 liters left over. Outside, the sun blazed, making it nearly impossible to collect fog water during the day. So Feng Chan took down the fog net, considering it was made of plastic and could easily degrade. Just then, the first box of the day appeared, and Feng Chan swiftly retrieved it, uncovering a packet of cabbage seeds. Since they could not be grown in the desert, Feng Chan stored them in her warehouse for the time being. Meanwhile, Wang Dashi was still searching for Qiu Shengacheng to obtain supplies, particularly his water. With the sun now high in the sky, his thirst grew stronger, and without water at hand, he felt increasingly anxious. Qiu Shengacheng. Ah, my good brother, those people are all tight-fisted. I only managed to get these for you. Wang Dashi's heart lifted, as he quickly opened his warehouse to find 3 plastic bottles and 1 wooden plank. Nothing more. Chapter 17. Life Gem. Wang Dashi. What do you mean by this? Is this a joke? Qiu Shengacheng. Brother, this is already a fair share. Those people are all broke. This is all the supplies I have. Wang Dashi. But what about my water? Qiu Shengacheng. I was too thirsty just now. I couldn't help but take a sip, and there wasn't much left. My good brother, please understand. Wang Dashi was unwilling to accept this, bombarding Chong with messages filled with various curses until, in exasperation, Sheng Chong had no choice but to give him another stone. Wang Dashi had to concede, receiving a wooden plank and a stone, which barely prevented him from being at a loss. Suppressing her anger, he sent a message. Brother, I trust you, let's divide the supplies later this evening. Chong, eager for survival, quickly agreed, but in his heart, he felt nothing but disdain. He contemplated deleting the message altogether. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that more supplies might be at stake in the future. By noon, the second box appeared. Feng Chan adeptly retrieved it, perhaps still protected by the novice shield, as the boxes were within close proximity. Not exceeding 15 meters apart, she pried open the box with a wooden stick, and to her relief, no scorpion sprang out. Instead, a white-green ointment lay quietly inside. The size of her fingers, Feng Chan picked it up for a closer inspection and was thrilled to discover it was a remedy for skin diseases. What a stroke of good fortune. If only it could heal wounds as well. She looked at Jean Do with excitement. Although Jean Do did not comprehend, he saw his owner's joy and barked twice in response. Feng Chan immediately opened the ointment with great care and applied it to Jean Do's skin condition. The remedy bore no description aside from its name, leaving it unclear whether it was meant for humans or animals. Drawing from her month-long experience in this place, she reasoned that anything malevolent would present itself openly. Like the scorpions in the boxes, while food and water remained safe. With only a single point added to her good fortune, she was astonished to have unearthed this ointment. She could scarcely fathom what treasures might emerge if her luck were at its peak. However, she couldn't help but recall Ning Qiao, whose initial luck was a staggering 7, more than double her own. Even though Ning Qiao had since changed her username, Feng Chan recognized her from her previous remarks, and they had added each other as friends due to their trading. With nothing else to occupy her time, Feng Chan first practiced her lasso technique, then taught Jean Do where he could and could not venture. Currently, Jean Do was obedient, but he could not remain inside the stone house forever, especially since dogs have a natural instinct to mark their territory. Eventually, he would venture outside. Jean Do wagged his tail excitedly, following Feng Chan closely, occasionally marking the ground. If he ever got too carried away, she would promptly intervene. Initially, Jean Do struggled to understand, but being naturally obedient, he adjusted quickly after a few gentle corrections. Adhering to the path Feng Chan had laid out, after leading him in circles, she returned to the stone cave, as the heat outside was becoming unbearable. She planned to practice later that evening. At 3 in the afternoon, the third box appeared, which Feng Chan retrieved effortlessly. Inside were 5 pounds of flour. By 6 o'clock, the final box yielded 2 eggs. With her current luck only at 1 point, she was already quite satisfied with her haul. As for the advanced boxes she yearned for, she knew they would not come easily. As soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, Feng Chan took out the fog-catching net from the stone house and set down a box to collect water. She then started a fire to prepare dinner, remembering to water her mung bean sprouts, which she tended to 3 or 4 times a day. Setting up the pot, she poured a bit of vegetable oil. And once it heated up, she cracked in 2 eggs. Tonight's dinner consisted of dry naan and eggs. The vegetable oil was something she had discovered earlier, but unfortunately, she had no pot to use it with until now. Recalling that she lacked salt, Feng Chan quickly exchanged 100 milliliters of water for a complete set of seasonings, conveniently packaged with a small spoon. Quite useful. She sprinkled a thin layer of salt over the eggs, flipped them, and added drinking water to bring it to a boil, finally tossing in half of the dry naan, broken into pieces. Once the naan softened slightly, she served half into Jean Do's bowl. Jean Do sat beside her, drooling, and Feng Chan felt equally tempted. This was indeed food rich in flavor. Dig in, she said, waiting for it to cool slightly before speaking. Woof! Jean Do happily responded, diving into his bowl and devouring the food voraciously. Feng Chan affectionately patted his head before picking up her chopsticks to eat. Although she hesitated to consume the eggs, considering Jean Do's frailty, she knew she needed nourishment as well, so she steeled herself and fried both. While she generally did not enjoy biscuits and similar snacks, today they tasted exceptionally delightful when soaked in the egg broth. After dinner, she practiced her lasso technique once more, familiarizing Jean Do with the surroundings. And after a quick wash-up, it was only 8:30. Unable to sleep, Feng Chan began to browse the regional messages. The number of players had dwindled to 98, 944. The atmosphere in the area was dismal. Yet many continued to post messages seeking friends and family. Ning Qiao also posted, calling grapefruit, please respond if you receive this. Grapefruit, grapefruit, grapefruit. Another user, Mama, wrote, Ajian, if you are here and see this message, Please contact me immediately, 078277. Son? After scanning through the messages without finding anything useful, Feng Chan posted a request for tool schematics and healing potions before turning her attention to the trading mall. Just as fatigue began to set in, she noticed someone offering a life gem for sale. 1 piece, price negotiable. Feng Chan immediately sent a private message. 1 liter of water plus 1 loaf of bread. The game had begun, and players were no longer like herself from earlier, lacking a system panel and unaware of the significance of these items. Aside from the immediate threat to her life due to the scarcity of food, it was unlikely anyone would part with such a precious item. After all, various gems would only grow more valuable in the future, not easily exchanged for mere water and bread. The seller, Lazy Yang, quickly replied to Feng Chan. After all, the game had just begun, and few could afford such a price. Lazy Yang, let me see the actual bread. Feng Chan promptly uploaded a picture of the bread for the other party to view but did not confirm the transaction, allowing him to see and smell it, but not touch. The moment Lazy Yang caught sight of it, he was overcome with desire. Yet he was torn between trading with this 0000001 or another player who had offered what appeared to be a valuable schematic and a bottle of 200 milliliters of water. Lazy Yang, 1 liter of water plus 5 loaves of bread. 0000001. I only have 2 loaves of bread. I need to save one for tomorrow. Feng Chan lied without hesitation, feeling no guilt, as she knew the items she was offering could save a life. As long as the other party felt the value was balanced, they would proceed with the trade. Otherwise, it would not happen. When she had entered early, there had been no option for trading supplies. She had to rely solely on herself. After a while, Lazy Yang finally responded. Do you have any extra water? Feng Chan, I can spare up to 200 milliliters. Several more minutes passed before Lazy Yang ultimately agreed to the trade with Feng Chan. Had he known she had just sold 2 wooden crates of water today, he would likely have demanded more. But alas, he was unaware. Both parties placed their items on the table and clicked to agree, completing the exchange. As Feng Chan gazed at the life gem in her possession, she immediately used it. Chapter 18. Luck and high drop rates. A green light surged into Feng Chan's body, and her personal panel data changed once again. Life, 95 104 strength, 4.9 speed, 3.9 agility, 4.9. The other statistics remained unchanged, but Feng Chan had already confirmed that strength, speed, and agility were influenced by her life points. Over the past couple of days, her diet had improved significantly, leading to a substantial recovery in her life points, which in turn had boosted her attributes. If her life points reached maximum capacity, the corresponding maximum values for these 3 attributes should be 5, 4, and 5. Having acquired such a remarkable item, Feng Chan felt content and drifted off to sleep. On the 3rd day of the game, the morning fog seemed denser than the previous day. Feng Chan replaced the nearly overflowing wooden box with a new one. She then applied another layer of ointment to Jin Do. The ointment was too small, while Jin Do's skin condition covered a large area. 1 more application would not suffice, especially since the effects were mediocre. 3 applications would surely be inadequate for his ailment. She used some of the water she had prepared for washing to water her mung bean sprouts and saved the rest for laundry. For breakfast, she consumed the remaining half of yesterday's naan and 1 loaf of bread. As she ate, she opened her game panel. Luck, 6 high drop rate. Feng Chan raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised to find an increase of 3 points, particularly regarding drop rates. The prospect was thrilling. However, it was only 5 o'clock, and the wooden boxes had yet to appear. After finishing her meal, Feng Chan followed her routine of practicing her lasso technique before leading Jin Do to familiarize him with the environment. At 8 o'clock, she retrieved the fog-catching net. The water was nearly full, and the wooden box could hold 6 liters. Today, she had roughly collected 10 liters. Subtracting the water used yesterday and this morning, she still had 5 boxes of raw water remaining. Since she used the drinkable water for cooking, the consumption of raw water was minimal, although she had used up 1/3 of her bottled water. Feng Chan eagerly anticipated the first box of the day, but it was not until 1 in the afternoon that she finally spotted one. It was so close that she could easily retrieve it from the edge of the stone house. After taking a deep breath, she opened it. The familiar spout of bottled water greeted her. In the past 30 days, she had only found it twice among over 100 boxes. Excitedly, she reached out with both hands to gently lift it. Placing it on the ground, to her astonishment, the bucket of water instantly replicated itself, transforming into 5 buckets. Jin Do, nervously excited, stomped his paws on the ground, barking in delight. Unable to contain herself, Feng Chan affectionately ruffled his little head. What an incredible stroke of luck. At least for the next month, aside from the inconvenience of washing, she would have no issues with drinking and cooking. If only she could find more food as well. However, today's luck proved perplexing, as it was not until 5 o'clock that she finally spotted the second box. With excitement, she pried it open with her wooden stick, only for 7 or 8 scorpions to spring out. Feng Chan's reflexes kicked in before her thoughts could catch up. Armed with her stick, she swiftly struck down the scorpions one by one. She was unsure of the typical speed of scorpions, but here, they would sting her if she let her guard down for even a moment. Jin Do barked, eager to rush in and assist, but Feng Chan called out urgently, "Sit, Jin Do." The dog skidded to a halt mid-charge. Obediently sitting back down, though concern was evident in his eyes, with deft movements, Feng Chan crushed one beneath her foot, wielding her stick with precision to dispatch all 8 scorpions, leaving them either dead or severely injured. Seeing the writhing scorpions still on the ground, she delivered 2 final blows to ensure they were truly vanquished. Only then did she allow herself to relax, realizing she had struck with maximum speed and strength. Her right hand's webbing slightly torn from the impact. Gazing at her injury with a dazed expression, she noted that it was not deep and had not bled at a T this moment. She profoundly realized the significance of luck. It is impossible for everything to possess only a positive aspect. This experience served as a reminder for her to remain vigilant in the future. "Woof. It's all right now, you may move," she said, turning to Jin Do. Fortunately, Jin Do had been asleep earlier. Otherwise, if it had been guarding the box beside her from the outset, it would have been exceedingly difficult to evade the scorpion's attack. In addition to teaching Jin Do the way, she needed to instruct it on many more commands. Jin Do approached with a concerned demeanor, its tail no longer wagging, and it barked 3 times at the scorpion on the ground. Feng Chan gently pushed Jin Do away, ensuring it kept a distance from the box. Then, using a stick, she methodically collected the scorpions, scattering them in a designated area of quicksand. She had a premonition that there would be no boxes today. The adverse effects of the high drop rate were evident, as there were usually at least 3 boxes, but today there were only 2. Suddenly, Feng Chan smacked her forehead in frustration, realizing that she could collect unopened boxes. After all, she would be the one to open them, and surely the drop rate would apply. As she accessed the trading mall, she promptly listed a request for unopened boxes. Most individuals would immediately open boxes upon acquiring them. But with time still remaining today, many must have only just obtained their boxes. Her supplies were limited, and the boxes available for exchange were few. Thus, purchasing boxes was not too late. However, to be prudent, she decided to collect 3 to test the waters. After posting her request in the trading mall, Feng Chan began to call out within the area. "Ear Dongjian, number 01. Once again, it's you. What news have you acquired? Everyone is struggling. If you share your insights, we will certainly remember your kindness." Upon seeing him, Feng Chan immediately recognized this was Qian Jian, who had previously urged her to contribute. Having changed his name to a number today, he now sported a new nickname. Feng Chan quickly sent out a screenshot from that day, asking, "What happened to the contribution you promised everyone? Produce it." Those who wished to join in the uproar, seeing Feng Chan's tenacity, turned their attention toward Chunjian, knowing that he had previously vowed to contribute. "Chigua. Chunjian, do you still have the audacity to demand items from others? You must have quite a stockpile, for I am starving. We are all compatriots. You cannot stand idly by as we suffer." Chigua 73. "Indeed, great benefactor. Please lend us your assistance." Chigua 957. "Chunjian, if you could provide me with a bottle of water, I would eternally remember your generosity." Noticing the uniformity of the nicknames among the crowd, Feng Chan surmised that a certain trend had emerged within the area. After all, the time spent acquiring boxes each day barely amounted to an hour, leaving ample time for everyone to chat. Chunjian, confronted by the crowd, dared not speak further. Observing this, Feng Chan called out once more for unopened boxes in the area. The notifications on her friend interface increased rapidly. Upon verifying her messages, she found that 20 friend requests had been accepted. If the drop rate applied to others' boxes as well, she could collect a bit more. The standard exchange rate was 200 milliliters of water for 1 box. Many customers flocked to the mall, inquiring, and Feng Chan found herself rather overwhelmed. Currently, the materials obtained from boxes, with 200 milliliters of water being a moderate price, were not particularly exceptional, as the worst outcomes yielded items such as pins, nail polish, and playing cards, items of little utility. Conversely, a stroke of luck could result in 500 milliliters of water. Thus, this price was neither excellent nor poor. Everyone hesitated, fearing their boxes might yield superior goods. Chapter 19. Collecting boxes. The first transaction Feng Chan conducted was with a person named Bai Yun, who claimed to have been exceptionally unlucky. Having opened only a 200 milliliters bottle of water and a single fruit candy in 3 days of gameplay, She earnestly inquired, "Are you truly going to collect my box? The contents may not be worthwhile." Feng Chan had not encountered someone so candid in quite some time. Others would typically conceal unfavorable news, yet she openly expressed her thoughts. Feng Chan opted to proceed with the transaction, and Bai Yun immediately expressed her gratitude profusely. Feng Chan did not respond, as she was busy haggling with others. Simultaneously, she opened Bai Yun's box, revealing 2 white short-sleeved shirts, indicating that the drop rate indeed applied to other boxes. Engaging more vigorously with others' messages, she was surprised to find that many seeking trades were not interested in water but rather in food. Upon reflection, it made sense. In the preceding 2 days, they likely prioritized purchasing water and, having gone nearly 3 days without food, could not survive solely on water, especially since they could not even drink enough to feel satiated. Feng Chan's own food supply had dwindled. With Jin Do now by her side, she barely had enough for 8 or 9 days. Reluctant to trade food, she believed that today's high drop rate would allow her to recoup her losses if she successfully opened food items. Ultimately, she reserved only 2 pieces of bread for herself, trading away everything else: rice, flour, seasonings, and unprocessed soybeans, yielding 10 wooden boxes in return. Given that they lacked complete supplies without pots or means to cook, they would be unable to prepare meals. She also exchanged water for 3 additional wooden boxes, bringing her total to 14. The demand for water was exceedingly low today. Feng Chan instructed Jin Do to maintain a safe distance as she began prying open the boxes one by one. First wooden box, fake bone toy 2 second wooden box, false eyelashes 3 third wooden box, nail polish 2 fourth wooden box, mochi 4 fifth wooden box, potatoes 12 sixth wooden box, women's underwear 3 seventh wooden box, scorpions 5 eighth wooden box, iron blocks 4 ninth wooden box, toast 2 10th wooden box, toilet paper 2 11th wooden box, 500 milliliters bottled water 6 12th wooden box, kitchen knife 2 13th wooden box, konjac jelly 8. The items obtained were numerous and varied. All scorpions were eradicated. The edible supplies nearly equaled what she had traded away, yet she had amassed many additional items. Overall, it was a modest profit. With her newfound materials, Feng Chan chose to continue trading, seizing the opportunity while it lasted. Indeed, the demand for food remained high. With resources scarce, Feng Chan faced difficulties in acquiring trades unless she offered high prices. However, based on her recent box opening experiences, the assortment of items was too diverse, and a high price would not be cost-effective. Thus, after negotiations that extended until 8 in the evening, she had only managed to collect 9 boxes. Among the contents were 5 pounds of bedding 1, pet water bed 2, toothpaste 3, apples 4, cooking oil 1 liter 2, hand fans 3, egg yolk pie 5, cigarettes 2, and healing potions, green grade 3. Most items remained within the expected range, but the healing potion was a first-time acquisition for her. Considering its potential value, Feng Chan carefully applied a portion to Jin Do's rear leg injury and a bit on the skin condition, leaving it for approximately 5 minutes. When she lifted her gaze, she noticed the area where she had applied the potion had developed a layer of white skin. She touched the layer with her medicated hand, and upon contact, it shattered, revealing beneath it a new, faintly pink skin that bore no trace of the previous condition. The wound on Jin Do's rear leg appeared less inflamed and seemed to be forming a scab. The results were indeed impressive. With a smile gracing her lips, Feng Chan felt a weight lift from her heart as she witnessed Jin Do's recovery. Jin Do seemed to sense its own healing and wagged its tail joyfully. Feng Chan began organizing the items. Given the limited space in her backpack and storage area, she could not accommodate everything. Except for food, water, and iron blocks, she neatly arranged the rest in empty wooden boxes and placed them in a corner of the room. The bedding was laid directly on the wooden planks, allowing her to sleep without needing to wrap herself up. Toothpaste and toothbrushes were stored together, while clothes were placed outside to free up space in the storage. Despite this, she still had 15 empty wooden boxes remaining. Feng Chan clicked to decompose them, resulting in 19 wooden planks. Stunned for a moment, her eyes brightened as she began collecting empty wooden boxes in the area, offering a price significantly lower than that for unopened ones. Unfortunately, most individuals had disassembled their boxes upon acquiring them, with only a few remaining unopened today. Ultimately, Feng Chan collected 54 empty boxes, decomposing half for a total of 48 planks. Coupled with her previous stock, she now had over 100. She decided to keep the remaining boxes for future rainwater collection. With too many friends, and having completed her trades, she silently clicked to delete the excess requests. After training and freshening up, Feng Chan slept soundly, hoping for another day of high drop rates. She realized she had not been clever enough, recalling too late that she could collect others' unopened boxes. Regrettably, no one in the mall was selling intelligence-enhancing beads. With 2 beds at her disposal, Feng Chan enjoyed a restful night's sleep on the 4th day of the game, at 7 in the morning. Feng Chan awoke, yawning. The box for capturing mist had already been replaced once. Extending her hands from beneath the covers, she noticed the outside temperature was still quite cool and accessed her personal game center. Luck 5, dangerous but safe. This notification jolted her awake. Danger was imminent today. Swiftly, she extricated herself from her cozy bed. Jin Do, seeing Feng Chan awake, promptly emerged from its own nest. Peering through the window, she observed the faint mist flowing gently outside. But it would soon dissipate. The game indicated that a 2-meter radius around the stone house was safe, suggesting that danger lurked beyond. What would transpire today? With no boxes in sight and prompted by the luck system's warning, Feng Chan decided against venturing outside for the time being. Kneeling down, she checked Jin Do's recovery. The wounds on its rear leg had completely scabbed over, and the previously decayed flesh had begun to heal. Everything was progressing positively. After washing up, Feng Chan first watered her soybean sprouts, most of which had sprouted to the height of a fingernail. For breakfast, she cooked a potato, mashing it and mixing it with flour before frying it in a small amount of oil, resulting in delicious potato pancakes. Both she and Jin Do savored their meal, and after eating, Feng Chan began teaching Jin Do commands, including but not limited to running, jumping, moving left and right, staying quiet, and stopping, among others. Before 8 o'clock, the temperature surged rapidly, and the thin mist outside had completely dissipated, leaving the sun to dominate the world. Feng Chan retrieved the fog-catching net, having collected nearly 2 boxes of water today. After tidying up the stone house, 8 o'clock arrived. Feng Chan had intended to use the weather feather, but the game panel popped up unbidden, displaying, "The 3-day beginner protection period has ended. Strive to survive." Players, indeed, there was a beginner protection period. Feng Chan remarked seriously that the boxes had been very close together in the past few days, and her earlier musings had unwittingly become prophetic. That moment. Boxes appeared outside. Chapter 20. Group Chat, Tool Station Blueprint. Feng Chan observed for a few minutes, seeing no obvious anomalies, before stepping outside with a rope. If there were dangerous boxes, it was prudent to ensnare them. One could evade the initial threat, but eventually, one must confront it. The box was situated over 20 meters away from the stone house, and Feng Chan began hurling stones from a distance of 2 meters from the house. Who could tell if the ground's quicksand would change once the beginner protection period expired? The sun was scorching, and as the stones struck the ground, they emitted a dull thud accompanied by a faint rustling sound. It was safe, however. She did not let her guard down, throwing a stone with each step. As long as there was no quicksand, she could retrieve them without waste. Having navigated over 10 meters along her carefully explored path without encountering new quicksand, Feng Chan pondered. It seemed that this danger was not closely related to the quicksand. Successfully ensnaring the first box, Feng Chan opened it with utmost caution. Inside lay a knife, quietly revealing a segment of its hilt and blade. As she grasped it and pulled, the knife gradually displayed its full form. The hilt was pure black with a textured surface and a cross pattern. The blade measured 1 meter in length and was exceptionally sharp. Weighing around 2 pounds, a fine weapon indeed. Feng Chan alternated between wielding it with one hand and two, and the speed was such that she could hear the blade slicing through the air. She promptly stowed it in her backpack for convenience. Next, she retrieved the weather feather from her inventory and activated it. The forecast for the next 12 hours played out in her mind, appearing quite normal, with stars still visible in the evening sky. After returning the feather to the storage, Feng Chan rummaged through the corner to find the pet waterbed and bone toy she had opened yesterday. She had 1 waterbed each for herself and Jin Do, while she decided not to play with the toy. Jin Do cautiously extended a front leg onto the waterbed, wobbling as it felt the cool sensation for the first time. After a moment's hesitation, it looked at Feng Chan with disbelief. Encouraged by her, it successfully settled onto the bed. Although the bone toy was plush, Jin Do played with great joy, occasionally coming over to nuzzle Feng Chan in gratitude. Feng Chan sat cross-legged on the waterbed, which was now fully occupied by her pet, and opened the game system's regional chat to Zhuang. What does this game mean? Haven't we suffered enough? 086281. What can a desert offer? It's either insects or sandstorms. How Tian Chue 180 centimeters. Have you all upgraded your houses yet? Chi Gua 99. Houses can be upgraded. How? How Tian Chue 180 centimeters if there are truly sandstorms. The current stone caves wouldn't withstand even a slight gust. Private message me if you want to know how to upgrade your house. Chi Gua 20. Sure, let us be friends. Chi Gua 675. Same here. 000001. Seeking tool station blueprints. Chigua team. Upgrading the stone cave requires blueprints. I happen to have an extra one. Private message me if interested. Due to the game's peculiarities, messages were being exchanged at an unusually rapid pace today. After a while, Feng Chan's eyes began to hurt from reading, so she ceased her perusal and turned to the marketplace to search for tool station blueprints. Still none to be found. However, there were blueprints for wooden doors, windows, and more, a surprising amount. Just yesterday, there had been none. Today, they sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain. Seeing the reasonable prices, Feng Chan acquired blueprints for a wooden bed, flooring, glass windows, wooden doors, and wooden tables and chairs. Spending only 500 milliliters of water. Unfortunately, these could only be crafted after obtaining a tool station, so she stored them away for the time being. After resting for a moment, she picked up the long knife she had just acquired to practice. An hour later, Feng Chan opened the chat window with Ning Qiao, realizing she knew too little. If her daily routine consisted solely of ensnaring boxes, it would suffice. But today's game notifications indicated that future tranquility was unlikely. She needed to know more. 0.000001. You've read many novels. What are survival games generally like? I'll exchange 200 milliliters of water for your insights. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. I've read quite a bit. But real survival games can't possibly mirror novels. If you genuinely wish to know, trade me a stone. Feng Chan replied affirmatively and sent a stone her way. Shortly after, she received a voice message, her tone lively yet somewhat fatigued. I've read a variety of survival scenarios, including oceanic, icy, and aerial settings. Once the beginner protection period ends, the dangers vary according to the map. In oceanic settings, you're likely to face aggressive creatures like sharks, or endure storms and heavy rain. Beyond the initial map, survival games usually feature additional maps in the later stages, akin to dungeons, but accessing them typically requires keys or passes. Ning Qiao spoke extensively, and Feng Chan took diligent notes, saving the voice message separately. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. Do you need tool station blueprints? 000001. Yes, do you have any? Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. A friend of a friend has some. The price is negotiable, but the brokerage fee is 2 stones. If you're interested, I can add you to the group. 0.000001. All right. Just as Feng Chan completed her reply, Ning Qiao sent an invitation. After accepting, she found herself in a small group of 3 named wealthy sisters. With few friends and limited exploration of the friend interface, she was surprised to discover the option to create groups. She clicked on member information, but all details were hidden. Ning Qiao's avatar was a heart drawn in yellow sand, while the other 2 members had one with a default avatar and a string of numbers instead of a nickname. And the other featured a silver sword cleaving the heavens, set against the familiar desert landscape and blue sky. Her nickname was Yuzi. Feng Chan raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ning Qiao's good fortune. Her friend had indeed found someone in the same area. Yuzi. The other person has the blueprint, asking for 5 liters of water and 5 pounds of food. 0.000001. Surely no one can amass such resources in 4 days. Let's negotiate a better price. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. Exactly, that's excessive. Let us haggle. 0.033211. How much do you have in resources? Yuzi. This blueprint is still quite rare. It certainly holds value. 0.000001. I have some wooden planks, but only 2 days' worth of food. I can offer you 3 liters of water. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. 3 liters is quite substantial. 0.033211. I have wooden planks. Can we settle at 5 liters of water and at least 4 pounds of food? The conversation was succinct, yet Feng Chan sensed that the other party seemed inexperienced in price negotiations. It was no wonder they hadn't listed it in the marketplace, but sought a broker instead. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. No one can afford that price. Yuzi, I'm not trying to be difficult, but this is indeed excessive. Even combined, the resources I have with Chi Qiao Nyang Yang don't amount to half of that. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. Yes, this blueprint is scarce and can indeed be traded for resources. Rarity commands value, and in a few days, it will be hard to sell at a good price. 0.033211. Then let us settle for 3 pounds of food. Feng Chan. I can add another liter of water, but I can only offer 1 pound of food. Chapter 21. The monster in the box with Ning Qiao and Yuzi engaging in back-and-forth banter. The tool station blueprint was ultimately secured for 8 liters of water and 1 pound of food. At first, Yuzi appeared to advocate for the seller, but in reality, she aimed to win the seller's favor for better negotiations. More importantly, they genuinely believed Feng Chan lacked substantial resources, yet Ning Qiao knew that Feng Chan had previously sold over 10 liters of water, so water should not be a concern. Thus, she endeavored to negotiate the food price down. Compensating with water. Feng Chan had wished to trade entirely with water, but one cannot expect others to continuously consume water. Her food stock was indeed limited. Aside from the initial raw rice, flour, and 2 potatoes that remained unsold, she had exchanged all other food, including the items acquired yesterday, for resources. She had consumed a few meals of raw rice, leaving over 3 pounds, and had 4.5 pounds of flour left after giving 1 pound to the seller of the blueprint. Together, one person and one dog could sustain themselves for about 5 days. However, she had managed to conserve quite a bit of water. She had originally budgeted for 3 wooden boxes of water, equating to 18 liters, but only utilized 8 liters. Once the transaction was completed, the seller promptly exited the group. Feng Chan had only 2 stones left. Having spent one to ask a question, she was left with 1. She typed a brief message in the group to indicate her departure, then exited and headed to the marketplace to procure stones. I in the group, Yuzi expressed concern. Chower, she won't default on the deal. Will she? Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Surely not. I've always had smooth transactions with her. Before they could exchange a third sentence, Feng Chan transferred the items to Ning Xiao. She traded 150 milliliters of water for 1 stone, which was swiftly purchased. Initially, there were individuals willing to trade at 100 ml, but today, due to the game notifications, many were eager to upgrade their stone caves, causing the price of stones to rise. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang, thank you. If you have anything to buy or sell in the future, feel free to reach out to us. We don't charge brokerage fees unless a deal is made. Fair and square. 0.000001. Okay. After concluding the conversation, Ning Xiao immediately passed one of the stones to Yuzi. See, I told you she wasn't that kind of person. Yuzi, yes, I was just a bit worried. She seems quite trustworthy and could develop into a regular customer. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang, rest assured, I've already spread the word. With the tool station blueprint in hand, Feng Chan sat on the waterbed, clicking to use the blueprint in her inventory. A prompt appeared on the screen. To craft the tool station, you need to consume 20 iron blocks, 5 wooden planks, and 1 crafty core. Would you like to proceed? 2 buttons appeared below. Yes and no. Without hesitation, Feng Chan clicked yes, eagerly anticipating this moment. A gentle white light flickered, causing the warehouse's iron blocks to diminish from 68 to 48, while the remaining wooden planks numbered 145, and the clever mechanism vanished altogether. In its place appeared a perfectly square silver object. As Feng Chan clicked to use it, the item materialized before her in an instant, standing at a height of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, with a width of 1 meter and a length of 2 meters. It was a standard rectangular prism. The base was solid, and its surface was adorned with simple patterns and inscriptions, which Feng Chan could not decipher as they were not in Chinese. At the center, a black clever mechanism was embedded, with blue light flowing along the engravings, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. The top, 3 wooden trays, each engraved with the same design, were affixed. Upon closer inspection, these patterns varied slightly from those below. As Feng Chan reached out, the 3 wooden trays displayed blue text that read, Blueprints, Materials, and Finished Product. She retrieved the blueprint for a wooden bed from the warehouse and placed it on the first tray. Instantly, the text on the second tray transformed into detailed instructions. Wooden planks 10, iron block 1 or iron nails 10, production time 0:30. 00. Feng Chan placed 10 wooden planks and 1 iron block on the tray. A prompt then appeared on the workstation. Would you like to craft the wooden bed? Feng Chan clicked confirm, and the timer began its countdown. 0:29:59. The crafting time of half an hour was surprisingly swift. She exerted herself to move the heavy workstation to a corner by the window. Turning, she commenced training with ropes, long knives, and golden beans. According to Ning Xiao's experience, it was highly likely that future instances would involve multiple players. She needed to enhance her skills, at the very least for self-defense. During the long-awaited midday, 2 treasure chests appeared simultaneously. Feng Chan skillfully ensnared them, due to a warning of danger from her stroke of luck. She approached the chests with heightened caution, wielding a staff in her left hand and a knife in her right. As she lifted the lid of the first wooden box with the tip of her knife, its contents were revealed. A bag of N95 medical masks. Seeing no immediate threat, she proceeded to open the second box. The lid only opened a couple of inches, and while the outside was brightly lit, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Feng Chan's heart raced. She had just taken a step back when, in the next moment, the lid of the wooden box was violently thrust open, and a shadow erupted from within. It darted out so swiftly that she could not make out its form, only that it was roughly the size of a house cat. With her lips pressed together, Feng Chan brandished her long knife, attempting to intercept the shadow. To her astonishment, Golden Bean sprang from the right, sinking its teeth into the shadow and thrashing its head in a frenzy. trying to slam it against the ground. Golden Bean emitted a menacing growl, and as Feng Chan shouted for it to stop, she rushed forward with her knife in hand. Golden Bean obediently ceased its movements but did not release its grip. In the next instant, the knife sliced through flesh, and a thick, foul-smelling black liquid oozed out. Feng Chan summoned all her strength. The creature convulsed twice and then fell still, fearing it might be poisonous. Feng Chan commanded Golden Bean to spit it out. To prevent the monster from exploding, she hacked at its corpse twice more, severing its body into 4 pieces. Woof, woof, woof. Golden Bean celebrated nearby, with a gentle smile. Feng Chan affectionately patted its head. Well done. After soothing Golden Bean, she used the tip of her knife to lift the severed head. The small monster moved like a cat or dog, yet it bore no fur. Its skin was a dark brown resembling that of a catfish, covered in a slimy, mucus-like substance. It had no tail, and its face was unlike any creature on Blue Star. It appeared to be a fusion, reminiscent of grotesque amalgamations of human and animal features seen in movies. Its head resembled a human's, but its eyes were completely black, devoid of whites. Its nose was flat against its skin with only 2 closable nostrils, and its mouth resembled that of a dog, though not as pronounced. Feng Chan attempted to store it in her backpack, and soon its information was displayed. Night monster, green quality. Feng Chan frowned deeply upon reading it. Noticing an additional warning, never open chests at night. Although presented as a caution, the tone bore a mocking quality towards players. After a brief moment, she relaxed her brow. There was little use in overthinking at this point. The game's creator possessed the power to mock or tease, and her discontent would not alter that fact. She was reluctant to discard the creature outside for fear of attracting other animals. Yet keeping it in her backpack felt unsettling. After some contemplation, Feng Chan decided to incinerate it outside, but not before snapping a few photographs. Chapter 22. Reselling weapons. The flames from the burning would swiftly consume the night monster's body, producing a crackling sound as an unbearable stench permeated the air. Feng Chan wrinkled her nose in response. The creature burned remarkably well. In just over 10 minutes, all that remained was a lump of charred remains. Using the previous packaging from the baguette, she collected the ashes and tossed them into one of the quicksand pits. The weight was sufficient, and the quicksand quickly began to flow, swallowing the monster's remains in no time. Returning to her stone house, the wooden bed had been completed. Feng Chan placed it in her backpack, adjusted her position, and set it against the wall directly opposite the window. With the bed finished, she proceeded to craft a wooden door. After placing 6 wooden planks, 1 iron block, and the blueprint on the workstation, she clicked confirm, and the crafting process commenced, taking only 20 minutes. Feng Chan transferred 2 blankets from the crude wooden boards to the bed. Although she had never liked making the bed before, doing so today filled her with immense happiness. Golden Bean curiously sniffed around, prompting Feng Chan to move its nest to the head of the bed. Lying down, she found that although the single blanket was not particularly soft, it was far more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. Joyfully, she opened the trading mall and began acquiring glass, alongside various weapons. Currently, glass pieces were not in high demand, and she managed to acquire 3 pieces for 200 milliliters of water. Feng Chan exchanged water for over 100 types of weapons. Opening the regional chat, she shared the photographs she had taken. 0.000001. Night monster, green quality, probability of appearing from chests, exercise caution. A simple sentence that left many astonished. Eating melon 028. Wait, this thing can come from chests? Eating melon 000. Oh no? I'm left with no decent weapons. Big pot. This terrible game. You XXXX, dog XXXX, sinful. Who would dare open chests now? Messages flooded in quickly. Feng Chan silently relisted the weapons she had just retrieved, albeit at a higher price. Even so, demand still exceeded supply. Aside from a few players unaware of the night monster's existence who were selling weapons at normal prices, others who were in the know offered double the price. Feng Chan's prices were still relatively cheap. If others had encountered a night monster and survived, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would follow suit. She merely had the luck to be the first. Feng Chan primarily exchanged water for weapons, having depleted her stock of mist water and boiled water. The food she gathered could easily sustain her and Golden Bean for over 20 days. And she even had a 500g raw steak. As for water, she possessed 5.5 18-liter barrels. Tomorrow, there would be more mist water, so she had no need to worry about hydration. Currently, selling weapons primarily yielded food and various daily necessities, and she even managed to acquire an item and 2 gemstones, a blue speed gemstone and a yellow agility gemstone. Feng Chan clicked to use them, and two beams of light emerged from the game panel, merging into her body, altering her personal data. Health: 104 strength, 5 speed, 5 agility, 6 intelligence, 5 luck, 5 charm. 6 thanks to the quality of the food she had consumed in recent days. Her body data had returned to its optimal state. The other item was a speed card, green quality, effective for 10 minutes. Feng Chan placed it in her backpack's item slot and then attempted to run around the safe perimeter of the stone house. While her weight remained unchanged, her body felt more agile and powerful, with noticeable improvements in speed and reflexes. Upon returning inside, the wooden door had been completed. Feng Chan retrieved it and clicked to use it on the door frame. In an instant, the door was securely installed, complete with a lock positioned at waist height, which held 2 keys. As the warehouse had reached its capacity, Feng Chan placed one key under the bed and stored the other in her backpack. For her third crafting choice, she opted for a glass window, as she had no idea what peculiarities might arise in the future, and she wanted to ensure a good night's sleep. With the blueprint and materials set, the crafting commenced immediately, although this time it would take 2 hours. She returned to her bed, which was now adorned with a pet water bed. It was the hottest part of the day, and she planned to wait until the afternoon when the temperature dropped to train. As there was no hospital here, and overheating herself would be counterproductive. At 5 p.m., the sun began its descent, and the temperature finally showed signs of decreasing. Feng Chan was drenched in sweat. Even though the stone house was a degree or two cooler than outside, it was still sweltering. Golden Bean was hesitant to venture out, only swiftly using the restroom on the outer edge of the stone house before returning, as the sand outside was too hot for its paws. The glass window had already been installed, but unfortunately, the workstation could only produce 3 items per day, and it was only after the glass window was completed that a refresh countdown was displayed for the workstation, resetting promptly at midnight. Thankfully, she had prioritized the most urgent crafting tasks, allowing her to sleep soundly that night. At that moment, another chest appeared outside. Feng Chan took her snares and other tools and stepped out, with Golden Bean cheering her on at the door. The chest was easily ensnared, and upon returning to the stone house, she carefully opened it to find a large bottle of shower gel inside. Delighted, she stowed it away in the corner of her room. At 7 p.m., with only half the sun remaining, Feng Chan began stretching her limbs and preparing for training, while Golden Bean waited eagerly by her side. By 8 p.m., with her hair resembling a barcode, Feng Chan commenced cooking, also watering the yellow bean sprouts. The staple was rice accompanied by 200 g of pan-fried beef. Feng Chan took out her knife, chopped the beef into small pieces, and mixed it thoroughly with the rice. Then set aside half for Golden Bean. A solitary figure and a dog savored their meal, as the days passed seemingly without much hardship. The fog-catching net had already been set outside, but today the water had run dry. She washed herself with drinking water and then donned a fresh set of clothes. When she sold weapons, many were short on food, so she allowed them to barter with other items, such as new clothing, empty boxes, and iron scraps. Anything that could be of use to her. Now, her modest stone dwelling had accumulated a considerable amount of supplies, with nearly everything she needed at hand. Beneath the fog-catching net, a large bucket had replaced the need for constant exchanges of boxes during the night. Attention all players, wanderers and desert merchants have emerged. Guard your wallets. The game panel automatically popped up. Announcing this news, she paused for a moment, recalling the 3 individuals she had encountered before the game commenced. They were laden with supplies on their camels, truly resembling merchants. Gazing out the window, she noticed the moonlight gently illuminating the yellow sands, devoid of any signs of life. Settling back onto her bed, she opened the regional chat. The conversation was rife with discussions about the game's announcement. After observing for a while, it seemed no one had encountered the merchants yet, prompting her to consider checking the marketplace for any worthwhile items. However, just as she was about to leave, a sudden uproar erupted in the region. Eating Melons 488. Wang Dashi Survival A Chong. Have you set off yet? It's been days. Chapter 23. The winds of sand are coming. Fortune, come quickly. Survival A Chong. I've provided you with supplies twice already. Why is there still no movement? Wang Dashi hastily distanced himself from the situation. I never said I was going. I merely support Brother Chong, don't get it twisted. Survival A Chong. Sigh. I didn't wish to let everyone down or worry you. But now I have no choice. He then sent an image, a grimy foot with a barely visible small wound. Survival A Chong. I was stung by a scorpion, and with the meager supplies everyone contributed, it might take me a few more days to set out. I truly apologize. Eating Melon 001. While the scorpion S venom in the game isn't fatal, how come your wound shows no signs of swelling? Survival A Chong. I was bitten a couple of days ago, and only today has the swelling diminished enough to appear better. In truth, several others, like Survival A Chong, had also expressed a desire to venture out. Some were stockpiling supplies like him, while others had genuinely set off and subsequently vanished without a trace. Those who had added each other as friends could see that his profile had turned completely gray, with a new line stating, "Deceased." After these days, many had come to terms with reality and recognized the significance of supplies, demanding explanations from those who had hoarded resources while claiming they would venture out. If they truly intended to depart, the community would support them without hesitation. If they were merely stockpiling, they would need to reconsider their standing in Zone 5001. Regarding Survival A Chong's claims, skepticism reigned among the players. Some began to share their own experiences of scorpion stings, showcasing swollen body parts, some grotesquely festering, unlike Survival A Chong's seemingly minor injury. Faced with the doubts, he could only retort, "I killed the scorpion the moment it stung me. Perhaps that's why the venom entered me less. Regardless, this is the state of my body. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Fortune, come quickly. I've given you half a bottle of water. I'll be watching you closely until you make a move." Aside from a few who still held on to hope, most spectators had begun to fan the flames. Eating Melon 778, people like this are frauds. I can't believe you all trust them. Corn, I suggest a ban. Let us make sure to scorn them every time they appear. Eating Melon 008. Everyone remember his ID. Check before trading in the marketplace. Either avoid him or trade at inflated prices, so he knows the consequences of profiting from disaster. Lover of carrots. I recall another person who was complicit with him. They must be in cahoots. Fortune, come quickly. I know. It's him. Wang Daxi. Wang Dashi read the escalating accusations. He grew increasingly anxious, fearing the spotlight on him. He had merely wished to take advantage of the chaos and believed he had gained no benefit from the scraps Survival A Chong had given him. With more and more people calling him out, he concocted a new narrative. Wang Dashi, I merely supported and trusted Brother Chong. Do not pin unfounded accusations on me. There are others profiting from disaster. Eating Melon 2. Who? Wang Dashi. That number 1000001. She released the news about the night beasts but had already hoarded many weapons beforehand, later reselling them at a handsome profit. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. I was merely observing. If you keep spouting nonsense, we'll have to settle this. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Have you compared how much her prices have risen against others with weapons? Her pricing is already reasonable. Even if she doesn't resell, the emergence of the night beasts would have driven prices up regardless. Her actions merely kept the rises from being too severe. Yuzu. Exactly. She kindly informed us about the beasts. We should be grateful. Not accuse her. Don't think we're fools who can't see the collusion between you and Survival A Chong to hoard resources. Eating Melon 008. Let us not let them off the hook. Attack. Eating Melon 029. Wang Dashi, IXXX, you all XXXX, not XXX, sweet potato. Survival A Chong. The regional chat was flooded with expletives, but unfortunately for her, Feng Chan did not witness it. Had she seen it, she would have added her own remarks. 89 in the evening. Having found nothing of value, Feng Chan secured her doors and windows, quickly burrowing into bed and tucking in the covers. The scabs on Jean Doe's hind legs had fallen off, revealing fresh, pale skin, a testament to the wounds he had endured, and his mobility was fully restored. Most individuals gradually drifted into slumber, yet danger loomed ominously, approaching without forewarning. The numbers in both regional and world chats dwindled rapidly, nearly a third of the population having suffered attacks from sandstorms or the night beasts. Yet, many others remained blissfully unaware, already deep in sleep. Woof swoosh woof, woof. Feng Chan was jolted awake by the sound of howling wolves outside. Glancing at the anxious Jean Doe, she hurried to the window to peer outside. The moon was obscured by clouds, and darkness enveloped the area, save for the increasingly ominous noises. With effort, she squinted to discern what lay beyond. A sandstorm. Oh no, the fog-catching net. Feng Chan burst through the door. The wind carried grains of sand that stung her eyes. Fortunately, she had noticed in time, successfully retrieving the now precariously balanced fog-catching net. The bucket, fixed beneath the net, remained intact, though the water at the bottom was now covered with a layer of sand. Upon returning inside, she exerted considerable effort to close the door behind her. The howling wind whipped the sand against the stone walls, particularly the windows, which rattled as if countless pebbles were being hurled against them. The doors and windows creaked under the pressure, occasionally producing sounds as they collided with the stone walls. Feng Chan shook her body, dislodging the grains of sand that had infiltrated her clothing and lodged in her ears and nose. After sneezing several times, she began to feel more at ease. The ferocity of the sandstorm worried her. She feared the windows and doors might not hold. Rummaging through the clutter, she retrieved heavy objects to barricade the door, while she precariously nailed wooden sticks to secure the windows. After completing these tasks, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the regional chat. In stark contrast to the rapidly accumulating messages, the number of participants was visibly dwindling in a mere 5 seconds. 6 or 7 individuals had perished. At that moment, the population in the region had dwindled to 091221. Aside from a few who had died days prior, it was only 1 a.m., yet over 5,000 had already met their demise. A red dot illuminated her friend's interface, and just as she was about to check, a call from Ning Qiao interrupted her. Feng Chan answered, and Ning Qiao's anxious voice came through. Number 1. Sandstorms and night beasts are prowling. Do not sleep yet. Chapter 24. The blue quality bow and arrow. Yes, I'm awake now, thank you. Feng Chan's voice rang clear, like a refreshing spring. This momentarily stunned Ning Qiao, who then replied, that's good. You should have upgraded your stone or wooden house by now. The sandstorm isn't a major concern, but you must be wary of the night beasts, as most of the fatalities in the region have been due to their attacks. After briefly relaying this information, Ning Qiao hung up, promptly notifying her other friends. Saving one person is better than none. Even if her friends were unharmed, this would strengthen her ties for future dealings. In reality, she was socially anxious, but online, she transformed into a completely different persona. The sandstorm outside intensified, making sleep elusive for Feng Chan. She opened her warehouse and backpack to take stock of her supplies, her gaze ultimately resting on the weather feather. After tonight's ordeal, she resolved to reserve the weather feather for nighttime use. She rarely slept during the day, allowing her to remain vigilant. As the clock struck midnight, the good luck system refreshed. Luck. 7 smooth sailing today seems to be quite favorable, Feng Chan mused. Though it paled in comparison to high explosion rates and wishes coming true, a day spent safely was still quite satisfactory. The tool station also refreshed at this time, prompting her to immediately place 20 wooden boards to begin crafting. The sandstorm persisted for about an hour before it subsided, though occasional gusts still carried a few grains of sand. The moon re-emerged, and Feng Chan looked down from her window. The yellow sand had engulfed her stone house, reaching a depth of nearly a meter. Fortunately, the incline of the ground meant it hadn't risen too high, making cleanup manageable. She certainly did not wish for her newly crafted home to become permanently buried in sand, leaving her to leap to get outside. Upon noticing the lack of activity outside, Feng Chan donned the mask she had just crafted the previous day and, with a wooden board in hand, prepared to venture out for some cleaning. After exerting considerable effort, she managed to pry the door open just enough to squeeze through. At that very moment, Jean Doe slipped out alongside her. Concerned that Jean Doe might run amok, she was about to call it back when she observed it vigorously digging into the yellow sand at the doorstep, its front legs blurring in motion as the grains flew high, settling a meter away from the door. Well done, Jean Doe. Feng Chan smiled down at it, offering praise before beginning to push the sand away with her board. The stone cottage was modest in size, yet it took the pair, a person and a dog, an entire hour to clear the surrounding sand to a reasonable distance from the house. Once this task was completed, Feng Chan retrieved the flooring she had prepared some time ago, aligned it with the ground, and clicked to use it. The flooring measured 10-10, larger than the stone cottage, leaving ample space in the warehouse afterward. It even thoughtfully left a square meter clear for her cooking area, where the original stone floor remained, alleviating any concerns about igniting the flooring. The clean, flat surface helped dissipate the gloom within her heart, and she contentedly settled down to sleep. On the 5th day of the game, Feng Chan rose promptly at 8, completing her morning routine of washing, watering, and cooking in one seamless flow. With provisions on hand, she was bold in her culinary choices, managing to eat until she was about 80 full at each meal. Today's breakfast consisted of beef shreds and white rice porridge, with 100 grams of meat. And both she and Jean Doe relished the meal. Before she could check the box, a message from Ning Qiao arrived first. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. Number 1. Have you completed your tool station? Ready to accept orders? 000001. Yes, but I can only craft 3 items per day, with 2 chances remaining today. How is the payment calculated? Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. The buyers will cover the cost of all crafted items. Several buyers have already placed bids. You can select what you deem appropriate. Following this, she received a list of items to be crafted along with their respective payments. 1. Wooden door, 500 milliliters water. 2. Aluminum alloy glass window, 1 bread weighing 50 g, 3. Wooden door, 18 centimeters small knife, 4. Blue grade bow and 20 arrows, 1 green grade strength card, doubling strength for 10 minutes, 5. Wooden door, 200 g flour or 300 milliliters oil. After perusing the list, Feng Chan chose the strength card and the order for the small knife. Ning Qiao and her friend proved to be quite skilled, having received so many orders. Notably, most of the orders involved doors and windows, a clear sign that the recent sandstorm had left many quite shaken. Soon enough, Ning Qiao sent over all the materials for the wooden door. The blue-grade bow and arrows were of such high value that she hesitated to send them all at once, opting to wait until number 1 completed the previous order before dispatching them. Feng Chan had no intention of taking advantage of this minor delay, as it would jeopardize her long-term business relationship. She organized the materials and clicked to craft, only to glance up and notice a newly appeared box outside. Now more cautious than before, she equipped herself with not only stones and rope tools, but also a long knife. Although monsters only emerged upon her opening a box, she pondered the possibility of a higher-level creature breaking free on its own. Successfully ensnaring the box, Feng Chan decided to open it right at the door of her stone cottage. Inside lay a calm yellow card. As she reached out to touch it, a thought immediately transported it to her warehouse, automatically slotting it into her items. Agility card, green grade. When used, doubles agility for 10 minutes. This marked her first encounter with an ability card, as the previous speed and strength cards had been acquired from others. With 5 item slots in total, her warehouse was nearly full, filled with a positioning anchor, weather feather, and 3 green grade cards. She transferred the 2 cards to her backpack's item slots, leaving only 2 remaining. It became evident that both her backpack and warehouse were insufficient. With this in mind, she inquired of Ning Qiao, "Is there anything that can increase the size of the backpack or warehouse, including items?" "Qi Qiao Nyang. You've hit the nail on the head, since we are friends. This one S on the house." Following this, she received a screenshot introducing a space stone. Space stone, used to expand backpack or warehouse space, a somewhat irregular, cheese-like gray stone riddled with holes. Qi Qiao Nyang. The space stone only expands material space. To expand item space, a different stone called Xian stone is required. Feng Chan, thank you. Not long after, the wooden door was crafted, and Feng Chan promptly sent it to Ning Qiao in return. Ning Qiao quickly transmitted the payment, a small knife, measuring 18 centimeters in total length, including the handle, which was convenient to carry. Following closely, she received the materials and blueprints for the blue-grade bow. The materials for the bow included 1 fine iron, 1 rough wood, 1 blue-grade beast tendon. The materials for the arrows required fine iron, rough wood, and beast feathers. 1 piece of fine iron could yield 10 arrows, while 1 piece of rough wood could only produce 5, making the quantities rather complex. However, for someone like Feng Chan, who had a tool station, this posed no problem. She merely needed to place the materials there, and the tool station would handle the precise usage. With the materials deposited, the crafting time for the bow was set at 8 hours, while 20 arrows would take 4 hours. Such was the nature of quality items, requiring significantly more time to create. Tio reassured Ning Qiao. Feng Chan snapped a photo of the time and sent it over. Qi Qiao Nyang. Received. Ning Qiao's prompt response indicated her trust in Feng Chan's actions, leading her to share a piece of information. Chapter 25. Are you wandering, or am I? Items and weapons possess grades. Those without labels are level 0, also known as common items. The hierarchy ascends from green grade, blue grade, to red grade, and beyond that, little is known. This news hasn't spread widely yet, but it won't be long before everyone is aware. Now is an excellent time to sell at a good price. As anticipated, Feng Chan sent another message. Thank you. Along with this, she included a package of masks, roughly estimated to contain 90 pieces. 00001. Set your price? You take 2, I take 8. These masks are of little use to me, but for most people still residing in stone caves, during a sandstorm, having a mask becomes essential. As a merchant, Ning Qiao aimed to maximize her profits, thus she would only raise the price. Feng Chan had her own baseline price in mind. If Ning Qiao offered insufficient value, it would indicate she was pocketing the excess, prompting Feng Chan to terminate their collaboration. Although not particularly adept in trading, Feng Chan realized that with 90 masks, each person could only purchase 1 or 2 at most, leading to a day spent bargaining with others, simply too troublesome. She preferred to focus on training and experimenting with other items instead. Ning Qiao, good goods. I assure you they will all sell out. After their brief exchange, Feng Chan glanced at the number of people in the regional chat, 86. 931. Astonishingly, the count had dropped by nearly 12,000 to 13,000 overnight. She couldn't help but gasp. Upon reflection, it was evident that most individuals had remained in a state of hunger, and 4 days was enough to leave someone completely drained. Coupled with the sandstorm and nocturnal monsters, it was only logical that so many had perished. At that moment, she felt a surge of relief for having entered a month early, as otherwise, survival would have been exceedingly difficult. Seizing the opportunity before the heat became unbearable, Feng Chan resumed her training. 18 noon. 3 boxes appeared simultaneously, 2 wooden ones and 1 green box. The distance was manageable, and she easily approached them. The first wooden box yielded 3 scorpions. Having taken precautions, Feng Chan swiftly dispatched them. The second wooden box contained a pack of red oil sticks, roughly the size of her palm. The third green box, the one she had anticipated the most, was carefully pried open with her long knife, revealing nothing at first. She felt at ease and fully opened it. Inside lay an old-fashioned pair of oval-shaped golden wire glasses, which she promptly stored in her warehouse. Automatically placing it in her item slot, full-size glasses, blue grade, permanent when worn, they allow the wearer to inspect the items and resources carried by a target whose strength does not exceed double their own. No one but the wearer can discern them, with a cooldown time of 24 hours. Feng Chan immediately put them on, randomly selecting a lucky individual from the regional chat to test them, only to find she was unable to use the ability. Turning to click on Ning Qiao's avatar yielded the same result, confirming that the glasses were ineffective through an electronic screen. However, with no one else around, she pondered the definition of target. It did not specify that it must be a person. With a thought, she opted to use the glasses, and indeed, they worked, although Jin Do possessed nothing at all. Ultimately, she placed full-size glasses into her backpack slot, reasoning that it would be convenient to have on hand should she encounter someone in the future. She left the spicy sticks outside, intending to indulge in them whenever she felt like it. The sun blazed fiercely at noon, with temperatures reaching an astonishing 45 degrees. Simply sitting still made her sweat profusely, prompting her to postpone further training until evening and instead browse the marketplace for desirable items. After half an hour of refreshing, she found various commodities such as water, bread, wooden boards, stones, and some scrap items before finally spotting a noteworthy item. Running copper statue, blue grade, permanent when used, it increases speed by 20 for 30 minutes. With a cooldown of 3 hours. Upon reading the description, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was an excellent item, boasting a longer duration than cards and a quick cooldown, not to mention its permanence. Just as she was about to contact the seller, she discovered the product was already sold out, leaving her with no choice but to continue browsing the marketplace. Not finding anything else of interest, she shifted back to the regional chat to catch up on the latest news. NPC. Oh my goodness, just now, 2 men and a woman passed by on camels. Eat Melon King, do tell more. Is there truly a way back to the city? NPC 001. Count me in. Amidst the crowd's urging, the NPC sent a voice message. I initially thought they were real people. They ignored me completely. The tall, thin man left with a remark about poor fools and walked away. Upon reflection, they had an abundance of items on their camels, likely the desert merchants mentioned in the game. Eat Melon 110. You missed such a golden opportunity? You might be the first person in our region to encounter them. NPC. At first, I was unaware, but he called me a miser. Even if I wished to trade, the other party might not value my offerings. Eating Melon King. That indeed seems plausible. Feng Chan has likely deduced that the desert merchants are the 3 individuals she encountered earlier. After observing for a while, she noted that most people had accepted their fate. Some were either lamenting their plight and begging for charity, while others were ostentatiously flaunting their wealth, boasting about their latest acquisitions. With nothing of urgency at hand, she decided to keep the regional chat open. By the heat of the afternoon, Wang Dashi and Survival A Chong were once again being besieged, and the two dared not utter a sound. After watching the entire spectacle, Feng Chan was just about to close her screen when Jin Do suddenly began barking at the outside. Thump, thump. Feng Chan quietly secured her small knife at her waist, slung her long sword behind her, and cautiously stepped to the window to gaze outside. A tall figure clad in a Central Asian white robe, adorned with a red and white checkered cap and holding a golden bowl, was knocking at her door. Are there several merchants? As this thought sprang to her mind, the bearded man's eyes lit up as he joyfully waved at the window. Buddy, I'm so hungry. Could you spare some food? A vagabond? Feng Chan found this hard to believe. Upon closer inspection, she noticed he wore 2 strands of turquoise necklaces and numerous rings, including but not limited to imperial green, opal, and ruby. The bearded man nodded in agreement. Indeed, my friend Feng Chan. He certainly does not appear to be impoverished enough to resort to wandering. His attire is remarkably clean, and she herself seems far more destitute. Noticing the look in Feng Chan's eyes, the vagabond explained with sudden realization. These, all from human friends, were given to me. He struggled to articulate in Mandarin, his pronunciation somewhat halting yet comprehensible. Feng Chan. Another player like me? The bearded man. Yes, 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 they are quite pleased. While saying this, his eyes darted around, seemingly searching for valuable items. Observing the bearded man's furtive demeanor, Feng Chan doubted that anyone from whom he might take would feel elated. I don't have much at home. Perhaps you should seek others. The bearded man was incredulous. Surely your home is overflowing with goods, and having a quickly repaired house must mean you have food. I only need a morsel. Chapter 26. Yellow bean sprouts. Feng Chan instinctively tightened her grip on the knife. Would he remain here if she refused him? She pondered the potential repercussions of harming an NPC. Are they mere data or sentient beings? Would they respawn infinitely upon death? Countless concerns flitted through her mind, but weighing her options, she ultimately decided against violence. Should the NPC possess formidable combat capabilities, she might face dire consequences. However, she did not wish to be a fool. You appear quite refined. Perhaps your status as a vagabond is unintentional. Even as a wanderer, you must still possess noble qualities. Upon hearing this, the bearded man straightened his back. You are quite perceptive. I am indeed noble. Feng Chan. Yes, I recognized it at first glance. The bearded man nodded vigorously, casting her admiring glances. Thus, I trust you would not be the type to take from me the vital resources upon which I depend. After Feng Chan uttered this, the bearded man's gaze fell, a hint of guilt flickering in his eyes as he stared at his toes. Feng Chan. Let us make a deal. Present me with anything that might be of use, and I shall share a portion of my precious food with you, though it means I shall endure hunger for a few more days. The bearded man scratched his chin, which was adorned with gems. All right? All right. He then pointed at the rings on his fingers. Would these suffice? Feng Chan regretfully shook her head. I constantly remind myself not to be beguiled by such material possessions, aspiring instead to cultivate a character as noble as yours. The bearded man, who had not even broken a sweat, suddenly wiped his forehead and took a deep breath. Oh no. What could he offer? After much deliberation, he retrieved a wholly green card from seemingly nowhere. How about this? Feng Chan scrutinized it closely, realizing it was a green-grade power card. This was somewhat useful, though not significantly. Did he have anything better or more? The bearded man rummaged again, eventually producing a pair of yellow gemstone pendant earrings. These would be of use to you. I have no ear piercings, so you may have them. Feng Chan hesitated momentarily, then opened the window a crack to accept the card and earrings. Upon placing them in her storage, the item information immediately displayed. Earrings, blue grade, permanent, which, when worn, would increase agility by 1 point. To her delight, it was a permanent item. The other card was a green grade, single-use power card, identical to one she already possessed. Wait a moment, I'll fetch something for you. After retrieving her offering, she remained committed to her promise. Before long, she presented a breakfast roll and a 200 milliliters bottle of water through the window. It's hot outside. Consider this bottle of water a gift. Make sure to take care of yourself. The bearded man solemnly accepted. You are a good person. Feng Chan quietly secured the window. Safe travels. The bearded man, touched, waved goodbye. Farewell. With that, he departed, vanishing into the vast desert within moments. After confirming his departure through a wave, Feng Chan relaxed. He was surprisingly easy to deceive. She retrieved the earrings from her storage and promptly adorned herself with them. Originally, her agility was 6 points, but upon wearing them, it surged to 7, as long as she kept them on. It was akin to possessing a permanent point. Moving about the stone house, she felt a sense of wonder. Even though she had previously experienced it, it was astounding how a single point in an attribute could enhance her physical capabilities without the addition of muscle or other attributes. After perusing the marketplace for a while, she finally completed the crafting of her blue-grade BOW.IT, boasted a 10 hit rate and an additional 50m in vision when aiming. This meant that regardless of her archery skills, firing 10 arrows would guarantee at least 1 hit. And with the visual enhancement, it could serve as a formidable weapon if utilized wisely. After reviewing it, she sent a message to Ning Xiao. Beggar Queen, received. The response arrived swiftly, accompanied by a reward, a green card adorned with faint red patterns, similar to the others, though with slight variations in design and color. Now, she possessed 4 cards, 2 for strength, 1 for speed, and 1 for agility. Before she knew it, it was 6 in the evening. And outside, yet another box had appeared. After retrieving it, she opened it to find a bag of 5 pounds of rice, sufficient for several days of sustenance. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Feng Chan opened the box containing yellow bean sprouts, which had grown longer than her finger after days of watering. She pulled them all out, shaking off the root soil. While bean sprouts thrive on minimal nutrients, the sandy soil was insufficient for full cultivation. She had nurtured them to this point adequately. She had already begun cooking rice, using the water from washing the bean sprouts, which was also the water used for rinsing the rice. Tonight, she planned a feast, beef stir-fried with bean sprouts. The preservation function of her storage was limited to 5 days, and the beef could not be kept indefinitely, so she resolved to consume it all today. The yellow beans weighed in at over half a pound. A considerable amount. She decided to stir-fry only half, placing the rest into storage for tomorrow or the day after, as fresh vegetables were currently a rare commodity. However, with everyone lacking supplies, she knew she wouldn't be able to sell them for a high price, so she opted to keep them for herself. As the beef reached a perfect medium doneness, she added the bean sprouts, tossing them together with a sprinkle of pepper and a suitable amount of salt, finishing with a dash of soy sauce. Voila! The meal was prepared, and Feng Chan divided it into 2 portions, pouring the fragrant, soupy beef stir-fried bean sprouts into her bowl and Jean Do's. Jean Do sat beside her, drooling, yet remained obediently still, awaiting Feng Chan's command. Using its designated spoon, she stirred the food slightly to cool it down before granting permission to eat. Woof! Jean Do joyfully barked at Feng Chan before burying its head into the bowl. Devouring its meal heartily, Feng Chan, too, picked up her chopsticks and sat on the edge of the bed, savoring her own bowl. Delicious. After finishing her meal, Feng Chan commenced her training, as the temperature had finally decreased. The duo trained for nearly 2 hours before Feng Chan paused, wiping her entire body with a damp cloth cut from discarded clothing, brushing her teeth and washing her face. Feeling refreshed, she noted that it was now 8 in the evening. She retrieved the weather feather and chose to use it in her mind's eye. She envisioned the moon rising and setting. There was no wind, sand, or rain, though the fog was quite thick, confirming that the evening was safe. She took out the fog-catching net and placed it outside the stone house, connecting it to a large barrel. Earlier that afternoon, she had tested the waters with 3 boxes. Her luck had not been particularly high yesterday, so she had refrained from collecting them. Today, however, the 3 boxes yielded a bottle cap, a picture frame, and 3 pebbles. Only the pebbles proved useful. It seemed that a high luck value did not guarantee quality finds. Thankfully, she had not collected too many, or she would have faced significant losses. In the future, she would wait for a higher drop rate before gathering again. Tucking herself under the covers, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Game day 7. Upon waking, Feng Chan immediately checked her personal panel to see her luck for the day. Luck? 4. An ordinary day. Noticing that only 1 point had been added, she surmised that today was likely devoid of surprises. Closing the panel, she had a simple breakfast of bread and dry rations. Jean Do also feasted contentedly. In just a few days, it had gained some weight, its protruding spine no longer as alarming, though it would take more time to return to a normal weight. She also stored the fog-catching net, having collected a substantial amount overnight. The barrel, nearly knee-high, was filled to about half, roughly estimating around 15 liters. Ding-dong. Feng Chan had set a notification sound for messages. Even without opening her panel, she knew someone had messaged her. Chapter 27. Good fortune arrives as anticipated. It was a message from Ning Qiao, containing various crafting lists requiring a workstation, along with earnings from mask sales. Masks are not an absolute necessity, yet they hold some importance. The prices remain stable, and a total of 90 masks have been exchanged for 20 empty wooden boxes, 2 liters of water, 8 iron blocks, and a total of 500 grams of food, including bread. Ning Qiao sent all the items over, fearing an unequal distribution, so she let Feng Chan divide them herself. The fact that 90 masks could be traded for such an array of goods is quite remarkable, especially since there was no dust storm today. As per their agreement, Feng Chan provided Ning Qiao with 4 wooden boxes, 400 ml of water, 1 iron block, and 100 grams of food. Had she been the one to negotiate, she might not have secured such a bounty. After distributing the items, Feng Chan received 3 orders for wooden doors. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about survival games, she understood that as time passes, initially scarce resources often become commonplace. Taking advantage of the opportunity to earn, she aimed to maximize her profits. The orders for the 3 wooden doors consisted of everyday necessities such as towels, tissues, iron buckets, and fans. Most props and food items were relatively expensive, but for these daily essentials, she could obtain several items in a single transaction, making it a worthwhile endeavor for Feng Chan. The first wooden door was completed swiftly, and after delivering it, she placed new materials on the workbench. The first box of the day appeared, and upon opening it, a scorpion emerged. Fengchan, unfazed, dispatched it and marked the area as quicksand, seizing the opportunity while it was still moderately cool. She exercised for an hour. Lying on the relatively clean floor, Fengchan opened the regional chat, while Jindo lay beside her, resting his head on her left hand. Bystander A. Aw, that cursed wanderer stole my lighter. NPC Xiaojiu. Oh no, the wanderer steals too. Please, let me not encounter him. Gossip Squad. Thankfully, when he asked me for food, I saw he was an NPC and didn't want to offend him, so I gave him a ring to send him on his way. King. Oh no, after reading your message, I checked my belongings and found a stone missing. That damned wanderer. I hope I don't cross paths with him again. I am not a coward. So it means that when encountering the wanderer, one must give him something, or he will randomly steal an item, correct? Just as this conclusion was reached, someone in the region shared a photo of the wanderer sitting at the entrance of his stone cave. Human Machine 77. No way. Is this how the wanderer looks? He appears much cleaner and wealthier than me. He's south at my place asking for food, but I only have a little left. And if I give it to him, I'll starve. I'm not a coward. Try giving him a wooden plank or a stone to send him away. Human Machine 77. All right, I'll give it a shot. Just as Human Machine 77 was about to try, a barrage of complaints about the wanderer erupted in the chat. Gossip 001. This game is so thoughtless. Who designed a wanderer NPC to look like a wealthy Middle Eastern man? The jewelry he wears is almost blinding. Bystander 9. Thanks. Game. We're in this plight. And you still imply we are paupers? Human Machine 77. I got scolded. I'm not a coward. Please elaborate. Human Machine 77. I gave him an empty box. He played the pity card for a long time before finally agreeing to leave. However, before he left, he looked at me with disdain and called me a pauper. Crying face, I'm not a coward. As long as he left, that's what matters. Did you check your belongings for anything else missing? Human Machine 77. No, nothing else is missing. I'm not a coward. It seems that as long as one gives the wanderer something, he will leave. If not, he is likely to steal an item. Everyone should hold on to items they typically don't need for now, just in case they need to offer them to him. Just as Big Beard was selecting his next target, he suddenly sneezed, sensing something amiss. Upon seeing these messages, Fengchan unconsciously touched her nose, wondering if the earrings she wore were pilfered from someone else by the wanderer. However, even if she didn't accept them, he had already taken them from someone, and there was no way to return them. With that thought, Fengchan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nevertheless, that wanderer was quite industrious. It wasn't long before someone else reported encountering him. Half an hour passed, and 5 or 6 individuals in the chat had been forced to part with their belongings. Fengchan harbored a small doubt. She was in Zone 5001, yet it seemed the wanderer remained in this zone. Did other zones have different wanderers, or had the wanderer simply chosen this zone, intending to explore others once he grew weary of it? Unable to discern the answer, she decided not to dwell on it. As long as it posed no threat to her, it was fine. Sitting on the floor with a fan to cool herself, Fengchan gazed outside, feeling a sense of unease as only 3 days remained until half the remaining players entered. At the end of the day, Fengchan opened 3 more boxes, revealing honey bread, a spatula, and a stone. As the temperature dropped, she followed her usual routine of dining and training. By 8 in the evening, Fengchan used a weather feather, noting there was no danger. Just slightly less fog than the previous night. After placing the fog net, Fengchan retrieved most of the water she had collected the day before, taking advantage of the still warm water to wash herself and giving her dirty clothes a light scrubbing. Compared to Fengchan's restful sleep, others were not so fortunate. Once again, the wind and sand descended unexpectedly, causing considerable distress among many players. On the 8th day of the game, Fengchan sleepily opened the system panel. And in an instant, her high luck value jolted her awake. Elated, she sprang from her bed and enveloped Jindo, who was vigilantly guarding her side, in a big hug. After storing the fog net in her warehouse and bringing the water inside, she freshened up and had her meal, completing these tasks just as Ningqiao sent over today's orders. Fengchan selected 3 tasks with rewards that would be useful to her and began crafting after clicking on them. Before long, the first box of the day appeared. 2 boxes, in fact. The one on the right appeared to be coated in a faint red paint, glimmering under the scorching sun. Gripping her rope tighter, Fengchan realized she was witnessing a red box for the first time. Despite the considerable distance between the 2 boxes, she had accumulated enough stones to make the journey worthwhile. Successfully retrieving both boxes, she opened the first ordinary wooden box slightly, only for a shadow to dart out. Her heart raced. With an agility of 7 granted by her earrings, she instinctively swung her arm and severed the shadow, which fell with a thud, an entity known as the night monster, resembling the previous one she had encountered. With her arm gradually lowering, Fengchan recognized that her training had not been in vain over these past days. After slicing the night monster into multiple pieces, she disposed of it in the quicksand. According to recent information from the regional chat, the night monster would not respawn, alleviating the need to waste materials on burning it. Letting the quicksand consume it sufficed. Having completed this task, she turned her attention to the red box, which bore a lock embedded within it, impervious to external force. Chapter 28, Danger in the Thicket. She retrieved an old red treasure chest key from her warehouse and inserted it effortlessly, turning it to the left with a satisfying click as the lock opened. Fengchan did not underestimate this opportunity. If wooden boxes could yield monsters, treasure chests might unveil even more formidable beasts. She maintained a safe distance, cautiously lifting the lid of the treasure chest with the tip of her long knife. Inside, it resembled the exterior, constructed from planks that appeared to be painted red. Nestled within was a single leaf, with a deep green stem and slender leaves sprouting symmetrically on either side. The leaves appeared reminiscent of palm fronds, albeit only the size of a palm. Fengchan promptly stored it in her warehouse. Oasis Pass, which upon use would randomly transport her to an oasis for 1 hour, after which she would return to her original location. This revelation overwhelmed Fengchan with a delightful surprise, leaving her slightly dizzy. There truly was a dungeon. Regaining her composure, she captured a screenshot, then searched the marketplace for similar items, followed by a thorough scan of the regional chat, where it appeared no one had yet discovered this treasure, or perhaps someone had but was wise enough not to disclose it publicly. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to set out today. Her luck was favorable, and it might not be so tomorrow. Moreover, if the dungeon allowed multiple players, the sooner she arrived, the more resources would remain. Before embarking, Fengchan meticulously organized her backpack. She packed 1 speed card, 1 agility card, and 2 strength cards, which occupied 3 slots due to their stackable nature. Additionally, she included 3 unwashed outfits and an empty wooden box, taking up 2 slots, along with a small knife. A long knife, a bottle of shower gel, some rope, stones, and a healing potion she carried on her person. Should she reap substantial rewards in the oasis, she could retrieve items from her backpack, freeing up space. Logically, the oasis should not contain quicksand, but who knows if the game would adhere to such logic. Furthermore, the desert surrounding the oasis might harbor useful items. With these preparations complete, Fengchan clicked on the palm leaf in her warehouse to use it. A 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide oval-shaped portal emanating a yellow-green mist materialized before her. Gripping her long knife tightly and ensuring the small knife at her waist was secure, she lifted her leg and stepped through the misty gateway. Jindo attempted to follow, but Fengchan, concerned he might not return, instructed him to stay home. In the next moment, a haze of gray-white enveloped her, but within 2 seconds, the world gradually came into focus, revealing a refreshing expanse of green. Even knowing there would be trees, after a month and a week of gazing at yellow sands, she found herself momentarily enchanted. She scanned her surroundings for potential dangers. The oasis was modest in size, covering no more than 600 square meters, encircled by palm trees standing 4 to 5 meters tall, spaced about 5 to 6 meters apart, 18 palm trees in total. The oasis took on a crescent shape, with a clear crescent lake at its center, though calling it a lake might be a stretch. It resembled a large drainage ditch, occupying 1/6 of the oasis. The water appeared clean, with the deepest spot not exceeding 2 meters, where small fish of finger size swam aimlessly. She knew bringing the empty box was a wise decision. However, what astonished the entire oasis the most was the vast expanse of shrubs, some towering to thigh height. Laden with fruit, though the majority remained unripe, displaying a sour, green hue. Fengchan appeared by the crescent moon lake, and to ensure her safety, she refrained from immediately filling her water containers or gathering berries. Instead, she picked up stones and hurled them into the thicket. The first stone landed silently. The second stone fell without a sound, until she had tossed a stone at the last patch, where it struck the ground, causing the bushes to tremble violently. The rustling of fur brushing against the leaves gradually drew nearer to Fengchan, indicating a considerable number. She gripped her long knife tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, while silently activating a strength card. Mere moments later, a horde of brown rodents, the size of domestic cats and sporting a pair of yellow, elongated fangs, erupted from the underbrush, moving faster than their counterparts. Feng Chan felt an immediate sense of foreboding. There were at least 20 of them. As the first one charged towards her, she cleaved it in two with a single stroke and swiftly repositioned herself to evade the second wave of rodents. Her hands moved with astonishing speed as she accessed her backpack to use an agility card. The agility points granted by her earrings could not be enhanced by the card's use. They merely doubled her existing fixed attributes, raising her agility to 13 points. At that moment, her speed had effectively doubled, and the formerly swift movements of the rodents appeared sluggish to her keen eyes. She effortlessly navigated through the swarm, slicing the creatures apart with precision. Despite her overwhelming strength, Feng Chan remained vigilant, knowing the card's effectiveness lasted only 10 minutes. 7 minutes later, only one rodent remained. She leaped behind it, poised to strike, when her acute hearing detected something rapidly approaching from behind. The frightened rodent had little chance of retaliation, prompting Feng Chan to abandon her target, pivoting to deliver a horizontal slash into the air. Her head tilted slightly to avoid potential attacks. The tip of her blade met with slight resistance as a crimson figure zipped past her, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, indicating its formidable force. Even as it landed, the creature remained undeterred and charged at her once more. Feng Chan immediately turned back, channeling all her strength into a downward strike. With a splatter of blood, her blade cleaved through the creature's torso, sending a jolt of pain through her hands. She swiftly dispatched the final rodent. Ensuring the area was silent, she took a moment to catch her breath, glancing at the sneaky rodent before delivering a final blow, crouching down for a closer inspection. Her initial strike had only severed one of its legs, with the second blow ensuring its demise. Its fur was a reddish-brown, the bristles as hard as needles, and its teeth were significantly whiter than those of other rodents, with faint crimson threads visible. She stowed it in her backpack, prompting an immediate description. Ivory mouse, red. Omnivorous, highly aggressive, with tough fur, often found in groups. Its teeth can be fashioned into weapons, and its flesh is mildly toxic. Recommended consumption not to exceed 500 g at a time. Tio discovered it was of red tier, and still edible left Feng Chan momentarily astonished. She quickly added another brown-furred ivory mouse to her collection, which was of green tier, also suitable for weapon crafting. Seemed the strength card had proven its worth. Otherwise, cleaving it in two would have been quite the challenge. Feng Chan retrieved her small knife and meticulously placed all the ivory mouse carcasses into her backpack, totaling 19 pairs of green tier teeth, 2 pairs of blue tier teeth, and 1 pair of red tier teeth. Despite the ease of the slaughter, her long knife bore 2 or 3 small nicks, and upon checking her backpack, its durability had diminished from 97 to 48. If she continued to engage in combat like this, her long knife would soon be rendered useless. Chapter 29. The anomalous red sunberries having completed her tasks, Feng Chan noted that 15 minutes had passed since her arrival. She promptly retrieved an empty wooden box to begin collecting water. Each compartment could hold 4 cubic meters, accommodating dozens of wooden boxes without issue, but the maximum weight limit per compartment was 100 pounds. A single box could contain 6 liters of water. Weighing 2 pounds per liter, thus each box could hold 12 pounds of water, including the box's weight itself. Consequently, she brought along 16 boxes, enough to fill 2 compartments. After successfully placing 7 filled boxes into each compartment, she managed to squeeze in the 8th box with just under a liter of water. 20 minutes elapsed as Feng Chan began gathering berries, simultaneously retrieving the stones she had previously discarded. Red sunberries, non-toxic and edible, a simple description. She glanced at it briefly before continuing her collection. As she picked and ate, she felt invigorated with each bite, savoring even the half-ripe, tangy ones. After circling the area, she arrived at the ivory mouse's former dwelling, parting the top layer of bushes to reveal the succulent, glistening red sunberries within. In a wonder the ivory mice lingered here. This was clearly where the ripest berries thrived. Bent over, the scorching sun could not deter her fervor for foraging. Her hands moving so swiftly they seemed to leave afterimages. Once she finished one round, she meticulously checked for any missed spots. It was then that she spotted an anomalous berry, identical in shape to the others, yet almost transparent, growing on the red sun bushes. Without hesitation, she plucked it, astonished to find it could be stacked with the other red sunberries in the same compartment, accompanied by an additional description. Anomalous red sunberry. Transformed by absorbing a hint of red sun energy, consuming it grants a permanent increase of 1 strength point. What a treasure! Feng Chan immediately consumed it, feeling a warm surge coursing through her limbs. Externally, she exhibited no discernible changes, yet she distinctly sensed her strength had increased. reflected in her game panel where her strength points rose from 5 to 6. The surprise came so suddenly that she combed through the bushes again, regrettably finding no second berry. With 20 minutes remaining, Feng Chan pulled out some shower gel and washed herself from head to toe, including her clothing, at the water's edge. The arid desert heat ensured she would dry in no time. Once she had cleaned herself sufficiently and rinsed off the gel, she finally submerged herself in the water, swimming joyfully. The fish were too small and agile to catch, leading her to abandon the pursuit. She had initially considered chopping down a few palm trees, believing they might yield timber, but reconsidered, as without an axe, wielding her long knife would quickly render it unusable. Besides, she had plenty of wooden planks and had no immediate need for excess timber. Most importantly, it seemed the palm trees were guardians of this oasis. Their removal could lead to gradual desertification. Though this was a game, everyone involved was real, and there was a possibility that others might arrive here. Before time expired, Feng Chan collected a fallen palm frond, its size akin to a fan and a deep green hue, with gnaw marks at the base indicating rodent activity rather than natural decay. As time ran out, Feng Chan found herself enveloped in gray-white once more, her body seeming to float without support. Yet, in mere moments, she returned to the stone house. Woof woof. After waiting anxiously, Jean Doe, her faithful companion, joyfully barked upon her return. Feng Chan produced the palm frond for him. He sniffed it excitedly as if it were a new toy. Each item she extracted elicited delight from Jean Doe, whose keen sense of smell interpreted the diverse aromas as if watching an unfamiliar animated film. After he had sniffed everything, Feng Chan stored the berries in the warehouse, which was nearly full with 10 compartments of various foods. Flour-based items occupied one compartment, while rice and rice-based foods occupied another. Water, wooden planks, and other items required several compartments, and with the addition of berries, only 2 compartments remained available. Although she could store wooden planks and iron blocks outside, this would quickly fill the warehouse, making the expansion of compartments imperative. She also discovered a minor bug. Every item placed in the warehouse remained fresh for 5 days. If she stored her barrel of water overnight, allowing the temperature to drop to just a few degrees, it would emerge as ice-cold water. 5 days would certainly be more than enough time to consume a barrel of water, and as it gradually returned to room temperature, she could simply transfer it to a new container and add a bit more water to refresh its 5-day shelf life. However, this method was only applicable to water. Other foods would not benefit. After addressing these matters, Feng Chan retrieved the wooden door from the workbench and handed it to Ning Qiao, placing new materials on the workbench for crafting another door. She laid her freshly washed clothes on the yellow sand outside the stone house, using a stone to weigh down one corner. In less than half an hour, they would be dry. The sand merely contained some dust, and once dried, a quick shake would render them usable, unlike the sweat and oils from her body. The wooden door's crafting time was short, and Feng Chan quickly delivered the remaining 2 wooden doors, receiving her payment in return. After resting for a brief moment, Jean Doe began barking excitedly at something outside. Feng Chan looked out to see a chest had appeared. Jean Doe's keen hearing always alerted him to such arrivals. The wooden chest was swiftly retrieved, revealing a pack of tissues inside, which Feng Chan set aside in a corner of the stone house. With some leisure time, she opened the shop to browse. With 3 pounds of berries, she could exchange them along with her excess water for something useful. After an hour of searching, she indeed located space stones and mysterious stones, albeit only 2 of each. Most players were low on resources, and her warehouse and backpack still had ample space, making these items non-essential, thus setting their prices at a middling level. Space stones for 2 liters of water and mysterious stones for 1.5 liters. Feng Chan offered the water she had collected from the oasis. Both sellers preferred to keep their supplies for fire starting, rather than reduce their quantity by boiling it. Upon acquiring the items, their usage was straightforward, requiring no processing on the workbench. Clicking to use them prompted an option to add them to either the backpack or the warehouse, and Feng Chan opted to place them all in her backpack. The qualifications for the backpack and item slots have both increased from 4 to 5. While items can be placed within the material slots, the reverse is not true, rendering space stones slightly more expensive than mysterious stones. The marketplace offers a meager selection of items. Feng Chan has only managed to find a few, and upon clicking, she is met with the disheartening message that they are sold out. One such item, referred to as a friend card, has the potential to increase her friend capacity by 100. However, just as she finishes reading its description, it is swiftly purchased by an anonymous buyer. Feng Chan estimates that it will be challenging for her to utilize this item, as she currently only has Ning Qiao and a friend named Ranji, whom she added during a previous transaction. In resignation, she turns to the regional chat and announces, looking to trade for items. Food and water are also acceptable. Tools can be crafted. She then sends a message to Ning Qiao. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. All right, I will keep an eye out for you. Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. By the way, if my friend Yuzi doesn't mind, may I add her as a friend? I might be a bit busy at times and may respond slowly, but feel free to reach out to either of us. As noon approaches, the sweltering heat renders Feng Chan lethargic, prompting her to periodically check the regional chat for items. The number of people adding her quickly surpasses 99, but upon communicating, she discovers that the majority are either advertising or begging, with only a handful genuinely looking to sell items. Mostly everyday necessities. After 3 exhausting hours of chatting, she manages to trade 500 milliliters of water for a perfect charm card, an item that is rendered useless through a screen and can only be utilized face-to-face. Given that there are currently no dungeons or updates available, many believe they will be confined to the stone cave, surviving solely by opening chests each day. This situation has rendered the charm cards somewhat redundant, allowing Feng Chan to seize the opportunity. Just as she closes her screen, preparing to rest her weary eyes, Jean Do begins to call out excitedly from outside. As expected, it is another chest, which yields a packet of 500 g of white sugar. Remembering that she has rice cakes among her traded food items, Feng Chan promptly decides to prepare roasted rice cakes with sugar for dinner. Ding dong. A message from Ning Qiao arrives, listing several items. Green grade strength card, negotiable. Food water, green grade weather prediction card, a one-time use item that forecasts the weather for 24 hours, 500 milliliters water. Green grade machete, negotiable. Dry food, blue grade dual crescent knives, incomplete, negotiable. Important messages or red treasure chest keys or food. Green grade speed card, negotiable. Water, green grade strength card, negotiable. Food, water. The items are accompanied by images and detailed descriptions, demonstrating a commendable level of care. Feng Chan first examines the blue grade dual crescent knives, which, despite being labeled as dual crescent, only consists of a single silver-white crescent-shaped knife due to its incomplete state. The blade is adorned with intricate purple patterns. This item captures her interest, as while long knives are beneficial, they possess wear durability, making them less effective against certain scorpions and nocturnal creatures as danger escalates. Considering her observations of the game, she realizes that since she has already visited the oasis once, it is likely that others will soon follow suit. In a few days, news may spread, leading to high-priced sales of passes, which would make these items highly sought after. Thus, she resolves to negotiate for all but the weather prediction card. The pass previously indicated that it allows random entry into an oasis, suggesting that there is more than one. Securing a pass would be optimal, but even if she does not obtain one, she could potentially resell it at a premium. Ning Qiao is taken aback by the extent of Feng Chan's acquisitions. Realizing that a wealthy individual is indeed within her vicinity, Chi Qiao Nyang Yang. All right, I will promptly create a group. Given that Feng Chan's resources position her as one of the wealthiest in Zone 5001. She directly acquires 2 strength cards and 1 speed card, spending 20 liters of water and a day's worth of food. The green grade machete costs her half a kilogram of red sun fruit and 10 liters of water. The rarity of fruit drops means that most consist of either apples or bananas, and upon hearing about the red sun fruit being a game specialty, the seller expresses keen interest, leading to the transaction's approval. Though the machete also possesses wear durability, it is considered a permanent item compared to the one-time use strength cards, which justifies its higher price. Negotiating for the blue dual crescent knives proves more challenging, as the seller does not particularly lack food or water. To exchange food or water for the knives would require an extensive quantity. I can offer information about a small dungeon in exchange. Ilu Xiangbei, have you already been there? How does this number 1 know? 000001. I will disclose the information upon agreeing to the exchange. We can have Chi Qiao Nyang Yang act as a witness to ascertain the value of this information, and part of it could offset your service fee. Upon hearing about the dungeon, Ning Qiao's ears perk up, and she immediately agrees. All right, Ilu Xiangbei, does the dungeon require any specific medium for entry? If that's the case, and you tell me the information without having a medium, that would be quite unworthy. Considering the situation, Ilu Xiangbei indeed seems to be at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Chan responds, I can add some food or wooden boards. Ilu Xiangbei, I need speed, strength, or agility cards. Any of them will do. One is a green grade one-time use item, while the other is a blue grade permanent item. After unsuccessful negotiations, Feng Chan decides to give him a strength card. Naturally, the items will temporarily remain with Ning Qiao, and both parties will only exchange them once an agreement is reached. She shares a screenshot of the Oasis Pass in the group chat, cropping out other items from the warehouse, leaving only the palm leaves and the introduction. Ilu Xiangbei expresses excitement for a while before messaging in the group. Is the service fee sufficient now? Ning Qiao remains silent, wishing to listen a bit longer, but the service fee can only be 5, which indeed suffices. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. All right, I will exit the group now. A gentle reminder, the seller has received part of the buyer's payment. So even if the parties do not finalize the deal, the seller must still provide the corresponding compensation. Having said this, she exits the group, unperturbed by Ilu Xiangbei potentially reneging, as the blue dual crescent knives are securely in her possession. Should he refuse to pay, they would be withheld. Chi Chiao Nyang promotes that sellers need not relinquish items, but given that this transaction involves an invaluable piece of information, Ning Qiao, through reason and emotion, had specifically acquired the dual crescent knives before forming the group. Truth be told, Feng Chan holds considerable admiration for Ning Qiao and Yuzi. Their eloquence is undoubtedly exceptional. Ilu Xiangbei, can you now answer my questions? 000001. Certainly, I have already visited the oasis. Ilu Xiangbei feels a moment of disappointment, having fantasized about purchasing the pass directly if the buyer was unable to utilize it. Ilu Xiangbei, tell me about the situation there. 000001. Yes, I can share the dangers I encountered and the plans present, but the transaction will conclude after that. Ilu Xiangbei. All right. 0.000001. The oasis I visited spans around 600 square meters, with a 100 square meter water bay in the center. There are fish, though they are quite small, and a ring of palm trees surrounds the outer edge, with some useless weeds and a bush known as the red sun shrub, whose berries are edible. Ilu Xiangbei. Continue. 0.000001. There exists a creature that is different from the blue star. Chapter 31. Rice cakes with sugar and pork bean sprout soup. As she speaks, Feng Chan sends him a screenshot detailing the ivory mouse. A green-grade creature. However, she adds a caution. There are blue-grade and even red-grade variants, so it's best to prepare ample items before venturing there. Of course, there are likely multiple oases, and I cannot guarantee the conditions of others. But everything I have mentioned is truthful. Ilu Xiangbei. Anything else? 000001. That's all I have to say. After a moment's thought, she adds, the fish are only the size of a finger and quite agile. So it's best to bring a fishing net. As for the mutated red sunberries, I prefer to keep that information under wraps. The fewer who know about such treasures, the better. Not everyone will be diligent enough to verify everything. And perhaps I will have another opportunity to find them. After all, for a flawed blue-grade weapon, exchanging it for this exclusive information and a green-grade skill card is more than adequate. Ilu Xiangbei agreed. Seeing this response, Feng Chan reinvites Ning Qiao back into the group. 0.000001. The deal is finalized. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Is the seller certain? Ilu Xiangbei. Absolutely. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. All right. With that, Ning Qiao transfers the blue dual crescent knives to Feng Chan and gives a strength card to Ilu Xiangbei. Upon completion of the trade, Feng Chan exits the group, and Ilu Xiangbei follows suit shortly after. Ning Qiao observes as the group automatically disbands, shrugging her shoulders nonchalantly, relieved that it saves her trouble. The news of the Oasis Pass seems somewhat superfluous. It feels as though it places one at a disadvantage. Knowing about it but lacking the necessary items feels equally futile. Should someone acquire this item and examine the introduction in the warehouse, they would readily understand its purpose, leaving no opportunity for others to benefit. This information still has potential for maneuvering. She must find a way to trade for some resources, ideally securing a pass for herself and Yuzi as well. The blue dual crescent knives, blue grade, incomplete, possess a wear durability of 80 and can slice through wood effortlessly, with the capability to bind. She contemplates the description of their ability to slice through wood with ease. Feng Chan remains silent for a moment, considering the veracity of the claim. Binding is straightforward. No bloodletting is required. By simply clicking on the dual crescent knives in her warehouse. Options such as bind, withdraw, and gift appear. Feng Chan selects bind, and a wisp of purple light emerges from the warehouse, swiftly merging into her right earlobe. However, after binding, the introduction changed. The twin moon flying dagger, blue, incomplete, effortlessly slices through wood as if it were mere clay. Following the binding, it possesses an automatic retrieval function with a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Witnessing this newfound capability, she could hardly contain her astonishment. Had the seller been aware of this feature, the price would have been substantially higher. She was genuinely fond of the automatic retrieval function, for when others presumed she had thrown it astray, the dagger would return, potentially enabling a surprise attack from behind, catching her foes off guard. If only the cooldown period were not a limitation. The mark on her earlobe elicited no particular sensation. Feng Chan activated the in-game camera feature, aimed it at her earlobe, and noticed a faintly colored purple crescent moon mark on the back, no larger than a grain of rice, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. when she turned her gaze to the storage. The twin moon flying dagger had vanished. She gently touched her earlobe, pondering whether it might be concealed there, and if it could be retrieved. In the next moment, the dagger soared forth from the mark. Hovering above the palm of her right hand, the dagger, though modest in size, merely half a finger longer than Feng Chan's hand, revealed its flawlessly smooth blade, adorned with a subtle lavender pattern that glimmered like fleeting light when held in reality. Feng Chan could distinctly sense a connection between herself and the twin moon flying dagger. With mere thought, it would respond to her movements. Upon opening the stone house's door, she hurled the hovering dagger toward a nearby small sand dune, where it instantly vanished into the sand, albeit having veered significantly from her intended target. While there existed a bond between the dagger and Feng Chan, it was not entirely under her command. For instance, it was impossible for it to change direction mid-flight. The trajectory of its flight was dictated solely by the force and angle of her throw. With a mere thought, the dagger that had embedded itself in the yellow sand returned along a straight path. To Feng Chan, this was already an impressive feat, far surpassing the capabilities of most cold weapons from Blue Star. She could hardly fathom the prowess of red-tier or even higher-grade weapons. Practicing with the flying dagger proved to be less arduous than wielding a cleaver. Even in hot weather, she could train without much discomfort. Retrieving the dagger was as simple as placing it behind her ear, where it would automatically shrink and return. A remarkable convenience that saved her an inventory slot. Had the seller been aware of this dagger's utility, it's likely it would never have been put up for sale. Feng Chan had truly stumbled upon a treasure, blissfully unaware of its advantages prior to binding. In the afternoon, another crate appeared, yielding a level 1 stone house blueprint, an item that still held some value. Feng Chan promptly listed it in the marketplace, and it sold swiftly, allowing her to exchange it for 1.5 pounds of pork, along with a dried naan and a loaf of bread. The latter two items had little worth. The true treasure lay in the 1.5 pounds of pork, which could sometimes be traded for a one-time attribute enhancement card. However, prices fluctuated daily in the bustling 50001 district, now home to over 70,000 inhabitants. For instance, on days when many people acquired bread, its market price would inevitably drop. Sandstorms continued to appear over the past few days, though their occurrence was significantly reduced compared to the initial onset. Still, many lives were lost. Consequently, despite 2/5 of the populace having obtained stone house blueprints, demand remained robust, and stone supplies were scarce. Additionally, 2/5 had acquired wooden house blueprints. But rumors circulated of one individual whose wooden house had been toppled by a sandstorm, leaving him with a broken leg, thus diminishing the allure of wooden house blueprints. As the sun set behind the mountains, Feng Chan prepared pork soup while roasting glutinous rice cakes. She diced 1/2 pound of pork into small pieces, heated oil in the pot, and sauteed the pork until it was thoroughly cooked before adding water. A pinch of salt, and the last of her bean sprouts. It wasn't long before the soup began to bubble, releasing an aroma that made both her and her dog, Jindo, salivate. Watching Jindo drool beside her, Feng Chan smiled as she flipped the glutinous rice cakes, their edges turning a perfect golden brown, having timed them impeccably. Once both dishes were ready, Feng Chan poured herself a bowl of meat soup, adjusting the salt to perfection. After breaking a small piece of dry naan into the soup, allowing it to soften, she finally poured the remaining broth into Jindo's bowl. Jindo whined softly, awaiting his master's command. "Eat up," she instructed, and with that, Jindo eagerly buried his head into the bowl, wagging his tail in delight. Seated on the floor, Feng Chan poured a small amount of white sugar, tearing off a piece of glutinous rice cake to dip into the sugar before savoring it. The delicate, soft texture of the cake, combined with the distinct sweetness of the sugar, created a satisfying crunch that echoed throughout the stone house. A few bites later, she enjoyed another spoonful of the pork and bean sprout soup, finishing with some sunberry fruit, feeling utterly content as she dined. A smile graced her face. If she could enjoy food, drink, and bathing without impediment, life here seemed far from unbearable. She was free from the judgment of outsiders, no longer subject to her father's beatings or threats, and Jindo remained faithfully by her side. Chapter 32. The Fena family. After washing the dishes, it was time for her daily training. She retrieved her green tier cleaver and diligently practiced chopping and stance techniques, followed by the twin moon flying dagger and rope techniques. At 8 o'clock, she utilized a weather feather. The evening mist was minimal, but as the sun began to rise, a sandstorm erupted that lasted about half an hour. Fortunately, it was not particularly severe, and sealing the doors and windows posed little issue. Having completed her training routine, the clock soon approached 9 from her backpack, She extracted the water she had gathered that day, 14 wooden boxes totaling 2 liters, after accounting for the 30 liters she had traded. Along with the 10 liters collected viaduct her fog net, she had 66 liters remaining. After sweating profusely from her practice, Feng Chan wiped herself down with a damp towel, changed into clean clothing, and set the fog net back out, programming a 5 o'clock alarm to ensure timely retrieval. Having accomplished these tasks, she lay down on her bed, browsing the marketplace, and when that became tedious, she turned to the regional chat. A fulfilling day swiftly passed. On the 9th day of the game, Feng Chan was awakened at 6 o'clock by the sound of wind and sand battering the glass. She had already retrieved the fog net. Due to the brief duration and reduced mist, she had collected only 4 liters of water today, which contained quite a bit of sand but could be settled and used. Opening the game panel, she noted her luck, 3, with no bonuses. Feng Chan paused for a moment, surprised to discover the absence of bonuses. Nevertheless, she had reaped numerous benefits in recent days. Despite her dissatisfaction, she could not alter the luck system. So she accepted it with composure. While washing up, she observed the regional chat, where discussions revolved largely around the impending arrival of the remaining 30 billion players in 2 days. Many expressed anticipation at reuniting with family and friends, while others worried about how they would manage. For every household contained the elderly and children, the arrival of infants would likely result in immediate death. After a light breakfast, she set out to clear the surrounding yellow sand from her stone house. Training commenced at 7:30 and continued until 9, when the heat became unbearable, prompting her to take a break. During this time, she finally utilized the seating blueprints she had yet to implement. Now, her home boasted a square table. She had only crafted 1 stool thus far. Today, she completed 2 more orders for a wooden door and a glass window. As Ning Qiao had no other orders available, the first crate appeared at 10 o'clock, and Feng Chan successfully retrieved it, finding 5 stones inside, ordinary supplies. She felt no disappointment, as her low luck meant such findings were to be expected. Prior to binding the luck system, acquiring valuable items had indeed felt like a stroke of fortune. Ding ding, ding ding. As Feng Chan faintly heard the sound of bells, Jean Do began barking excitedly at the door. She set the stones aside and strode purposefully to the window to peer outside. There stood the 3 desert merchants. A tall, slender man was speaking animatedly, while a shorter, stockier man bowed his head, being scolded. A woman rode at the front on a camel, her brow furrowed in apparent exasperation. As soon as they halted about 10 meters from her stone house, Feng Chan opened the door and donned her earthy glasses. They were merchants, known for their tendency to swindle others into purchasing all manner of oddities. They were not likely to cause harm. According to others in the region who had encountered them, the worst one could expect was to be insulted as a poor fool, unlike the vagabonds who might steal. Upon seeing Feng Chan, the woman resumed her impassive demeanor. Interested in buying something, young lady? The tall brother, Galuan, fell silent at the sight of an outsider. The short, stout brother, Galu, raised his head, suddenly realizing, "You are that unfortunate one." Feng Chan replied, "I am no longer unfortunate." "How do you charge?" With that, her eyes scanned the 6 camels. Those carrying passengers bore less cargo, while the other 3 camels were laden with large, vividly red exotic fabric bags. Yet, she found herself unable to discern their contents or those of the merchants themselves. Galuan sneered, disdain evident in his tone. "Tiohim, these players appeared utterly impoverished. Naturally, we trade goods for goods," he was, of course, withholding the fact that the game currency would soon be officially deposited into crates. The Ursi glasses were described as such. When worn, they allow the user to inspect the items and tools carried by a target whose strength does not exceed their own by more than double. Except for the wearer, no one else can perceive this ability, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. This meant that all 3 merchants possessed strength surpassing her own by at least double. If not more, it was no wonder the tall one had such an arrogant demeanor. Feng Chan quickly contemplated what she desired. "An oasis pass, or perhaps items from other dungeons," Galuf candidly replied. "That item is quite expensive at present." The white-haired woman surveyed Feng Chan from head to toe. "The oasis pass is acceptable. I'll trade it for your twin moon flying dagger." Feng Chan's heart raced in shock. How could she possibly know about that? Could she somehow see into her storage? Panic surged briefly before she regained her composure. After all, they were merchants, likely possessing a plethora of items, and their strength surpassed her own, making it plausible that they could see through her belongings. Her only concern was whether the luck system could be detected. Nevertheless, it was a system. Surely it could evade scrutiny, right? The other party was amenable to most exchanges. Yet she could not part with the twin moon flying daggers. Even if she were to obtain a passage permit and, by some stroke of luck, discover a red sunberry, the prospect of a permanent attribute point paled in comparison to the significance of a permanent weapon for her present circumstances. Feng Chan remarked, "This is unacceptable." The woman replied, "I have no interest in anything else." Feng Chan then inquired, "Very well, do you possess any item skill cards?" The woman confirmed, "I do, but neither of us would engage in a disadvantageous trade. Let us wait until something worthwhile arises for our next transaction." With that, she tugged on the reins, directing her camel to turn away. However, before departing, she glanced back, her slightly wrinkled eyes deep with meaning. "The daggers and leaves are commendable. Take good care of them." With that, she began to fade into the desert, reminiscent of times gone by. Having been reminded twice, Feng Chan felt compelled to speak up, calling out to the retreating figure. "May I ask your name?" Regrettably, their silhouettes had already vanished. Then, a voice approached from afar, "Fina." Shortly thereafter, a hearty voice chimed in, "Garu, Garin, Garin." Feng Chan silently noted this, softly murmuring, "Leaves? Could it be the palm leaves I brought back yesterday?" With a glance at the leaves, now flattened by Jean Do's slumber, she quietly stowed them in her backpack. Jean Do watched nearby, remaining silent, as it had its bone toy as compensation. Feng Chan dismantled another brand new bone toy for it. After passing through the barrier, Garin expressed his discontent. "Mother, why are you so kind to that human?" Fina countered. "Did you not notice the item she possesses?" Garin muttered. "You have the item. Surely, you can see through it?" "But I cannot." Fina remained silent. "Is the item that reveals attributes of no use to you?" Garin scratched his nose. "Last time, I did not check." Chapter 33. Global Game. Previously, he had deemed that human too frail. Certain she would perish within a short time, hence he had not bothered to examine Feng Chan's attributes. Now, however, he observed that her statistics seemed quite normal, not warranting further concern. Meanwhile, Garu pondered deeply before stating, "She lives better than others." Fina nodded in agreement, acknowledging Garu's perceptiveness. Within a mere 9 days, Feng Chan had seen her attribute points rise by 4, one of which was acquired through an item. Achieving such progress in a short span, despite possessing only 3 points in luck, was commendable. She had also amassed a considerable number of items. As long as she continued to survive, becoming a leading player seemed a feasible goal. Yet, to reach the pinnacle of success, her luck required enhancement. On the 9th day, Feng Chan concluded her endeavors amidst a pile of gravel and a stack of plastic bags. She and her dog feasted on half a green quality ivory rat. Crafted 2 glass windows and 1 wooden door, earning 6 life supplies as a reward. Her newly planted yellow bean sprouts were also on the agenda, with the size of 1 wooden box. She still had enough yellow beans left for 2 more plantings. The 10th day of the game dawned. Upon awakening, Feng Chan discovered her luck had yet to increase. Among the basic supplies and training weapons she opened, she and her dog consumed the remaining half of the ivory rat, crafted 3 wooden doors, and received 2 snacks and 3 life items. Finally, the 11th day arrived. That night, everyone stayed up, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their families. However, after midnight, there was still no change. Feng Chan slept soundly through the night and rose at 7 in the morning, only to find her luck still unenhanced. She began to doubt the functionality of the luck system. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the system feared being discovered? The previous day, an NPC had approached, and today, there were remaining players joining the game. Perhaps the game was under stricter scrutiny these days? It was hesitant to reveal itself. After all, it had bound to her on the very first day of the game, when the fear of being discovered was at its peak. Feng Chan remained uncertain about the situation, merely hoping the luck system would restore itself by the following day. Messages within the area were refreshing rapidly, with discussions revolving around why others had not yet arrived, while a few knowledgeable individuals suggested they might need to wait until 8 o'clock, only to be drowned out by the swiftly scrolling messages. Feng Chan had no genuine friends, and she had no desire to see her father again, thus she was indifferent to the influx of new players. Her thoughts were solely focused on how to earn more money. After breakfast, she trained diligently until 8 o'clock. The game panel announced a region-wide notification consisting of 2 messages. The game system is currently updating. The remaining players on Blue Star, 300, 622, 2567 have officially joined the game, bringing the total count to 30,062 new regions. Many in District 5001 were bewildered, as they were unaware of the merger announcement, eagerly hoping for the arrival of their own family members, only to find it was all new entrants. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the presence of 2 newcomers in the area, although a few had perished shortly after. The recent increase in numbers was no deception. With 30062 districts, each accommodating 100,000 individuals, and 22,567 unable to form a complete district, they were likely allocated by nationality, with District 5001 precisely accommodating 2 individuals. The 2 newcomers were likely still in a daze and would take some time to find their footing before conversing here. Feng Chan felt a twinge of disappointment upon learning of no merger. A larger population would mean a greater yield of valuable items, leading to a temporary surge in demand for supplies, which was unfortunate. As the weather grew warmer, Feng Chan paused her training only when the first box appeared, revealing a handheld fan. Reclining on her bed, she relished the moment, sipping ice water while oscillating the fan, hoping for further valuable finds. The area chat exploded with messages as everyone reminisced about their compatriots, inundating the chat with summaries of a beginner's guide to help the newcomers navigate their journey more smoothly. Xiaoji, are you all real people? NPC CD. Found the newcomers. Chi Chao Nyang Yang. Welcome to the newcomers. Read the beginner's guide carefully to survive longer. Yuzu. Originally, District 5001 had 100,000 people. Now only over 70,000 remain. Do not underestimate this place. Feng Chan also kindly reminded, personal information can be hidden. Both the game and the people here are real. However, before this, she had clicked on Xiaoji's profile, observing her appearance. Black hair like ink, cascading partially over her shoulders, clad in a flowing white dress, exuding the grace of a gentle artist at merely 22 years of age. Yet, a gaping wound extended from her elbow to her wrist, staining half her hand crimson, and her delicate face appeared ashen. With the hem of her dress marred by deliberate small holes, as if pierced by bullets. Life, 3100 strength, 7.1 speed, 7.3 agility, 7.2 intelligence, 6 luck, 5 charisma, 9. The statistics were alarmingly high. Had her life points been full, the first 3 attributes would surely be at least 8. Feng Chan could not help but wonder what line of work she hailed from, if she were a laborer. It would be normal for her strength to reach 8, yet achieving comparable levels in speed and strength is considerably challenging, and Xiaoji's muscle tone suggested she was not a manual laborer. After posting her reminder, she glanced back, only to find her avatar replaced by a default sky and desert scene, numbered 10000001, which was rapidly supplanted by the moniker Wood Mouse. During the day, everyone busied themselves with opening boxes, leaving little else to do, while Feng Chan mostly observed as a spectator, only occasionally participating in discussions, primarily for the purpose of acquiring items. The messages flowed too quickly for Xiao Ji to keep up, ultimately selecting a few well-meaning individuals to add as friends. Surprised by the red, indicating Feng Chan had accepted her friend request, Xiaoji thought to herself, with a vacant friend slot, she might as well accept. She had never been fond of socializing, perhaps due to her past experiences. She always felt she would never have genuine friends. After escaping her father, she had hoped to begin anew in a place where no one recognized her, to cultivate a more optimistic and affable demeanor. Yet, her plans were interrupted by the game. In some ways, it allowed her to avoid face-to-face interactions, as no one knew her. The best opportunity for change was precisely when one decided to change. And that moment was now. In fact, she had been inspired by Ning Qiao and Yuzu, realizing that while the game was currently a solo endeavor, resources, items, and the transmission of information were of paramount importance. Some vital information was not typically shouted about in the area chat. Most were exchanged among friends or sold privately, and Feng Chan could not afford to monitor the area chat 24 hours a day. Furthermore, Xiaoji was no ordinary person. Establishing a good rapport with her would be advantageous. With this thought in mind, Feng Chan privately messaged her about something not included in the beginner's guide. 000001. It would be best to upgrade your stone house quickly. Sandstorms can appear at random. Various tools can be procured, and as long as you have the blueprints, you can craft using the workbench. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. The prices are negotiable. Simultaneously, Xiaoji added Ning Qiao and Yuzu, though their first words were merely self-promotional. Chapter 34. Would Mouse Xiaoji? After expending a stone to return to her stone cave, Xiaoji sat down, exhausted, her mind grappling with the harsh reality. Just a day ago, half the global population had vanished, plunging the world into chaos. And the authorities struggled to maintain order. That moment, she had been on a mission, nearing her target, when this unforeseen event had thrown her off balance. The target had become wary. She requested to cancel the operation, but the organization denied her plea. Reluctantly, she had to proceed with the risky endeavor, and just moments ago, she had inflicted a fatal wound on her target's neck. In her haste to survive, she had not checked whether the target was truly dead before fleeing. resulting in her injuries during the skirmish with the bodyguards. Having just escaped, she found herself transported here, reading the email sent by the game, which indicated that all remaining individuals had been brought over. Yet, she still struggled to believe it, suspecting that the organization might have devised a new training regimen for her. However, upon observing the messages in District 5001, it became apparent that they had entered 10 days prior. Time does not align. If it truly is the work of an organization, then training should be conducted without such elaborate fuss. Although it seems utterly absurd, all the evidence points to the authenticity of the game. The capability to ensnare everyone within a solitary desert under such formidable powers could easily clarify the discrepancies in time. Originally, she had no intention of exposing herself in an unfamiliar environment, yet her current predicament is dire. Without timely treatment, she would succumb to blood loss within the hour, for the wound is grievously large. Sweat beading on her forehead, she utilized her teeth to tear a strip of fabric from her skirt, struggling to wrap it around her left forearm, as blood quickly stained the once pristine material crimson. After reviewing the several friends she had added and the 99 friend requests displayed, Xiaoji chose to seek assistance from 000001 first. Hello. I believe I understand the rules here. Do you possess any healing potions? I have nothing on me, and I realize my words may seem empty, but if you save me, you may demand any condition you desire. Be it unopened boxes or resources obtained, even a month's worth would suffice, as long as I am left with enough to survive. She knew Feng Chan had likely perused her information prior to reminding her to conceal personal details. Aware of her severe injury, simultaneously, Xiaoji understood that verbal agreements are unreliable. If she were to encounter someone in her situation seeking help, she would certainly refuse. Yet, fully aware of the likelihood of rejection, she felt compelled to try, for life outweighs pride. After sending her message to Feng Chan, she also reached out to several others, including Xiaoyu. In her plea for help, the notification read, Game System 2.0 update completed. Beneath the striking announcement lay a line of smaller text. Report game bugs. Rewards vary based on severity. Creator. Initially intending to decline, upon discovering this new feature, Feng Chan reconsidered. Various interfaces now boasted an array of functions, including a contract feature within the friend's interface. Without this or a similar function, she would not have truly relied on a verbal agreement to provide a potion. 000001. Agreed, but I require all your boxes for 1 month. I won't take the food or water, but I will select some daily necessities to return to you. All items, skills, and cards will belong to me. The other party had a luck value of 5, significantly better than her own. She promptly sent a contract request, though the content remained unfilled for the moment. Xiaoji pondered deeply for a moment, feeling her body grow colder in the sun, and ultimately consented. The promise to relinquish her food and water was already quite generous. Feng Chan swiftly detailed the terms in the contract, including a healing potion among the transaction items before sending it for confirmation. She believed the game could accurately adjudicate, or else this feature would not exist. Xiaoji quickly reviewed the agreement, confirming it aligned with their initial discussion, also verifying the potion's authenticity. She clicked to agree and pressed her handprint against the screen. With the contract's activation, a faint white light enveloped it before reverting to its normal appearance, now stored within the friend's contract function. Concurrently, a green-grade healing potion appeared in her inventory. Surprised by the ease of the acquisition, she swiftly retrieved it, unwrapping the damp fabric she had just applied, struggling to steady her trembling hand, determined not to waste any. Carefully, she poured the potion into the gory wound. The potion felt cool to the touch. She had anticipated a peculiar sensation upon application, yet it was soothing, akin to her own flesh. The pain alleviated significantly in an instant, and within half a minute, the bleeding ceased. The wound would not heal immediately, but as the blood stopped, hope for survival flickered within her. Others may have yet to discover the new feature or doubted verbal contracts, leading them to decline her plea for assistance. Those who did propose terms, however, were all motivated by the newly visible contract function. Merchants Ning Qiao and Yuzi had also noticed, albeit a moment too late, and their demands were slightly more stringent than Feng Chan's. They sought a month's worth of wooden boxes, with only half of the food obtained offered back to her, claiming all other items. While their terms were harsh, had Feng Chan not agreed in advance, Xiaoji would have acquiesced to their conditions. As she had initially proposed a month's worth of resources, without potions, she would not survive long enough to open boxes. In a typical transaction, a single potion would certainly not exchange for such a plethora of goods. But the value of a bottle of water differs vastly between the real world and a survival game set in a desert. Both parties felt they had gained an advantage. Xiaoji had exchanged the unknown for a life-saving potion, while Feng Chan had received resources far exceeding the normal value in return for a potion. Feng Chan recognized that she could further press for more, yet she saw no need to be overly difficult. The items were already sufficient, and she wished to cultivate a friendship. Given Xiaoji's attributes and luck value, she anticipated promising developments in the future at Mu Shu. Thank you. 0.000001. Standard transaction. Xiaoji did not forget to respond to several others who had made offers. As she found herself needing to consult others with questions after her arrival at Mu Shu. Thank you. I have received the potion. Upon seeing the message, Ning Qiao engaged in discussion with Yuzi. Did we perhaps set our price too high? I wish we had offered less, Yuzi. It seems Xiaoji was exceptionally fortunate. I wonder who the benefactor was. The benefactor Feng Chan had just returned from retrieving boxes, having opened a scorpion within one. She sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. After experiencing high luck, returning to square one was rather disheartening. Woof! Jean Do suddenly began barking vigorously at Feng Chan's back. She quickly placed her hand on her ear and spun around, only to find a box had mysteriously appeared in the middle of the room. Feng Chan paused momentarily, then realized it must be Xiaoji's box. Her inventory was full, causing the box to materialize in the room. Xiaoji, witnessing her box vanish moments after it had been retrieved, expressed mild surprise before turning back to the stone cave. The contents of the contract stipulated that the box would go to Feng Chan for her to open, and Xiaoji accepted this arrangement readily, marveling at the game's ingenuity and intelligence. Chapter 35. New features. Your luck today exceeds yesterday. Meanwhile, in the stone house, Feng Chan slowly pried open the wooden box's lid with a knife. Inside lay something resembling a transparent fishing line, coiled into loops similar in size to ordinary black sewing thread. Feng Chan retrieved an item from her backpack and stowed the line away. Guiding line, blue grade. When used on a target, allows the user to sense the last 3 locations visited by that target. It can connect a maximum of 2 targets at a time, with a cooldown period of 30 days. 1-2. Her luck was astonishing. Feng Chan marveled briefly. Her first box yielded such valuable items. The 1-2 hint suggested it could be used in conjunction with a certain item for even more extraordinary effects. Though this line bore similarities to a positioning anchor, having obtained the item, Feng Chan returned the empty box to Xiaoji. This single item far surpassed the value of the healing potion, and she had ample wooden planks in stock without any use for this small quantity. Since it was a unilateral gift rather than a trade, Xiaoji's consent was unnecessary. The item was simply transferred to her inventory. Upon noticing the red illuminating her inventory, Feng Chan was momentarily taken aback to find it was a wooden box. She felt a surge of goodwill towards Xiaoji, as the contract had stated she wanted all wooden boxes. And Xiaoji had implicitly agreed that the box itself belonged to her, unexpectedly leaving the first one unclaimed. Xiaoji opened her friend's interface and sent a message to Feng Chan. Thank you. 3 days had passed. With her ivory mouse in the inventory, it would spoil if left for another 2 days. Taking advantage of the daylight, Feng Chan began boiling water to remove the fur, carefully skinning it and washing it along with the meat and entrails. By midday, Feng Chan had retrieved another box, containing a stone block. Having processed half of the ivory mouse, she was fatigued. After washing her hands, she leaned against the bed, one hand operating a manual fan while the other perused the regional chat. By this time, many had discovered the contract feature. The previously timid survivalist A Chong and Wang Dashi were once again brought to light. Good luck, come quickly. Survival A Chong, have you not ventured out yet? Don't make excuses claiming we wronged you. Sign a contract to prove your innocence, and I will absolutely believe you. Lone Wolf, yes? Be a man and don't hide like a turtle. My friend has previously provided you with resources. How can you betray his trust now? Seaweed, friend? I see it was your own generosity. Girl in, and what about Wang Dashi? You were so eager to help Survival A Chong promote. Surely you are in cahoots. My grandfather was deceived out of a bottle of water by you. Don't think hiding will absolve you. Lone Wolf, Seaweed, Wang Dashi. I also gave A Chong many things. I genuinely believe he will venture out. The implication was that he too had been deceived, yet he feared that Survival A Chong would jump out and declare them conspirators, thus opting for a more indirect expression. Seaweed, 2 frauds and a bunch of fools. People were already saying you were scammers, yet you still gave. I find it utterly baffling. 0.082657. I agree. All those who gave items are dimwits. Lone Wolf, watch your mouth. I don't need your interference in my affairs. Girl in, Wang Dashi, were you deceived? Sign a contract and I will believe you. Wang Dashi, if you don't believe, then so be it. I am at a loss for words. Good luck. Come quickly. Wang Dashi, still pretending. Meanwhile, the previously reticent survival Chong wiped his brow as he observed the increasing number of friends. In this game, there was only the option to block. The feature to disable friend requests was absent. As he clicked to block, he had to endure a glance at the myriad insults directed at him and found the volume overwhelming, making it impossible to block them all. Wang Dashi, equally mortified, did not forget to post on social media about his wrongful accusation. This feature had not existed previously and was introduced with this update. Shortly after posting, his feed was besieged by comments from friends. These companions were meticulously chosen by him, yet now they have all turned against him. Faced with a barrage of insults, he could no longer bear the burden and had to delete them all. Feng Chan found the situation amusing. At this moment, they could indeed be likened to street rats. Just as she was about to deal with the remaining ivory mice after taking a well-deserved break, a box from Xiaoji arrived. Inside was a 200 milliliters bottle of water, which disappeared the moment she recognized it. Feng Chan nodded discreetly. The contract was proving effective. This box was not within the mandatory range, so she handed it over to Xiaoji separately. "Thank you," said the wooden mouse. The day has passed. Feng Chan opened her own box and Xiaoji's, retrieving only food, water, and daily necessities. She did not take anything from Xiaoji, keeping her own items instead. By daylight, she had already dealt with the remaining 21 ivory mice. Now all that remained was to dry them. Although the desert's arid heat was suitable for making jerky, Feng Chan preferred to dry them herself. For this purpose, she specially acquired a barbecue grill from the shop, using just 100 milliliters of cool boiled water to complete the task. While she cut the meat, Jin Do watched with watering mouth. Concerned about parasites, Feng Chan refrained from feeding him raw meat. Once the meat was cut and seasoned with salt and Sichuan pepper, she placed the clean ivory mouse skins on the grill. This was quite the undertaking. She picked up her cleaver to practice, pausing occasionally to turn the mouse skins. The first batch was ready, having shrunk considerably in moisture, albeit with an irregular shape, each piece measuring roughly 2 palms in size. Once the skins cooled slightly, she offered Jin Do a piece, the dried skins being exceptionally tough and suitable for him to gnaw on. With plenty of mouse skins, Feng Chan worked from 7 to 8:30, and the mouse meat took even longer, keeping her busy until 10 p.m. Yet, the work was not quite finished. There remained a large pile of entrails, which she did not particularly fancy, but would surely delight Jin Do. Approaching midnight, Feng Chan finally completed the roasting of all edible items. She did not prepare dinner, instead chewing on the jerky as a makeshift meal. The flavor was surprisingly comparable to that of snacks sold in stores, and it was firm and chewy. The night was clear, and after using a weather feather and pausing for a moment, Feng Chan confirmed to Chapter 37. Enchantment patterns, however, the majority of individuals lacked beast bones, at most possessing the bones of nocturnal monsters, which could be charred within 10 minutes, clearly not something of good quality. Consequently, few placed bids this time. Feng Chan adeptly secured her acquisitions using 10 instances of weather foresight and 3 instances of tool crafting. She showed no interest in the beast bone hammer, primarily because the ivory mouse's teeth were too small to serve as a proper hammer. Thus she refrained from bidding, and it was swiftly claimed by another at a similar price. The blueprint for the beast bone umbrella, a defensive item, attracted even fewer bidders, only 3 in total. Feng Chan successfully acquired it using 6 instances of tool crafting, 20 liters of water, and 3 instances of weather foresight. At this juncture, only 2 items remained. The red treasure chest key, which had garnered a fair number of bids, though it was not urgently needed by most, and thus it was secured at a price slightly above the usual. The main highlight of the auction followed: the Oasis Pass, the Desolate Heart, 2 green speed cards, 1 green agility card, and a blueprint for a green bow. Yuzi, okay. The first bidder offered a sum surpassing most previous lots. Yet bidding continued unabated. The soft-hearted angel, a permanent jade bracelet, which, when worn, could increase life value by 10, accompanied by 2 green healing potions. This price was also considerable, causing Feng Chan to feel somewhat apprehensive. Were there truly so many wealthy individuals? Feng Chan understood the situation regarding the oasis. Perhaps other oases were larger, or conversely, smaller. With good fortune, one might discover an addition of 1, 2, or even 3 permanent attributes. But with ill fortune, one might find nothing at all, returning only with water and assorted trifles. She was reluctant to expend such resources. As she ventured northward, there were a few bids, but she was quickly dissuaded by the exorbitant offers from others. Observing the eager bidders, Feng Chan believed he had not sold the information to them, who would engage in a losing transaction knowingly. What Feng Chan did not realize was that while these individuals appeared generous with their bids, many had staked their fortunes on this auction. As the bidding progressed, the prices escalated, leading Feng Chan to feel envious yet quietly abandon her desire to bid. Ultimately, the Oasis Pass was claimed by Hot Thumbs, who offered a blue weapon blueprint, 2 green item cards, 2 green weapons, 10 instances of tool crafting, and 2 green healing potions. Feng Chan could not help but admire his audacity. Once the auction concluded, Ning Xiao silently muted the group chat, allowing for continued use in future auctions, but rendering free communication with customers, such as Yuzi, pointless. Afterward, Ning Xiao created a small group for Feng Chan, as both the Beast Bone Dagger and Umbrella originated from the same seller. Nicknamed Xiao Jujio. Under Ning Xiao's witness, the rights to 13 uses of weather feathers and 9 instances of tool crafting were swiftly inscribed in the contract, alongside a clause stipulating that if the weather feather's usage time exceeded 5 minutes, it would automatically retract. This was to prevent the other party from hoarding it without utilization, as not everyone possessed the patience for such endeavors. Feng Chan then handed over 20 liters of water to Ning Xiao, who subsequently forwarded the blueprints for the Beast Bone Dagger and Umbrella to her. Ning Xiao transferred the water to the seller, Xiao Jujio, and declared the transaction complete. After both parties added each other as friends, the group disbanded. If she had to create a group for every transaction, her eyes would surely suffer. As soon as Xiao Jujio added her as a friend, a message promptly arrived. Xiao Jujio, hello? May I use a weather feather now? 000001. The cooldown period has not yet elapsed. Please return at 8 o'clock tonight, and you can find the usage in your contract. The item will be transmitted to you. Xiao Jujio, alright, thank you. 000001. You're welcome, it's my duty. Xiao Jujio's excessive politeness made Feng Chan somewhat uncomfortable. Civilized society aside, what she often witnessed in regional chats were curses directed at the heavens, the earth, and the game itself. Xiaoji also exhibited politeness, but that was due to Feng Chan's inability to enforce a contract on the boxes. Her interaction with Xiao Juju was entirely transactional. Reminiscent of a courteous student, Feng Chan retrieved the blueprints for the Beast Bone Dagger and Umbrella from her storage. The requirements for the Umbrella were rather stringent. The Beast Bone needed to be at least 20 centimeters long, while the Ivory Mouse's teeth were predominantly around 10 cm, rendering them unsuitable, especially given the necessity for additional components. Beast Bone Dagger, Beast Bone, length over 8 centimeters, 2, refined iron 1, enchantment pattern, optional. Feng Chan was aware that 5 ordinary iron blocks could be synthesized into 1 refined iron without requiring a blueprint. As for the enchantment patterns, it was her first encounter with the term. Though not compulsory, having one was certainly better than none. She conducted a search in the trading mall and indeed found items for sale, categorized by attributes akin to skill cards. Currently available were green charm enchantment patterns, green speed enchantment patterns, and green sharpness enchantment patterns. If she were to craft, Feng Chan would undoubtedly opt for the red quality Ivory Mouse's teeth. If possible, she desired a blue enchantment pattern. Inquiring with 3 sellers revealed the absence of blue options, prompting her to consult Ning Xiao. Xiao, okay. Approximately half an hour passed, during which Ning Xiao posted a procurement list within the group of 400, detailing items customers desired to buy and sell. The product list was still quite sparse, far from the value seen during the auction. If anyone wished to sell or buy, they could privately message to list their items. Currently lacking the Oasis Pass, Feng Chan felt no significant danger within the stone house, thus she patiently awaited further developments. Suddenly, Jin Do called out again, prompting Feng Chan to glance aside, where Xiaoji's wooden box had arrived. It was an ordinary wooden box. As Feng Chan grasped her knife, Jin Do, who had been fervently sniffing the box, instinctively stepped back, aware of the potential danger. After training, Jin Do had learned to maintain a safe distance when the owner was opening a box. With the knife's tip pried open, she discovered a can of orange soda inside. Inspecting it closely, she noticed it was labeled energy soda. After freeing a slot in her backpack, she placed it inside, immediately revealing a detailed description. Orange-flavored energy soda, green quality, consuming it replenishes 5 of physical condition. A splendid find. Feng Chan decided to keep it in her backpack, returning the wooden box to Xiao Ji, who, as per usual, expressed her gratitude. 18 noon, Feng Chan finally opened her first box of the day, unexpectedly uncovering a spatial stone. Without hesitation, she added it to her backpack, expanding her storage capacity to 6 slots. In the afternoon, her 2 personal boxes yielded 2 iron blocks and 1 stone block. Xiaoji's 3 delivered boxes contained only food and water, which were automatically transmitted. She returned the 3 wooden boxes simultaneously. By 6 in the evening, Feng Chan began preparing dinner. With a bountiful supply of meat, she stir-fried half a kilogram of pork, crafting a delectable pork fried rice, which both she and Jean Doe savored with greasy delight. After the meal, she indulged in a few red sunberries for dessert. As she gazed at the dimming, cloudless sky, a sense of unease washed over her. After dinner, she dedicated another 2 hours to practice. Xiao Jujio. Hello. Has the cooldown period elapsed? May I use it now? 000001. Certainly. Chapter 38. The kind-hearted Xiao Juju. Upon checking her storage, Feng Chan noticed the weather feathers had vanished. Within a minute, a message accompanied the return of the weather feather. Xiao Jujio. Not good, there's a hailstorm tonight, and it's going to be severe. Feng Chan was taken aback, first, by the uncanny timing of her having just transferred the usage rights of the weather feathers, only to learn of an impending hailstorm, and secondly, by how naturally the other party conveyed this information. Such honesty was indeed rare. 0.000001. How severe is it, and approximately when will it occur? Xiao Jujio. It should be around midnight. It's my first time using it, and the system indicates it will appear early to mid-phase, with many hailstones reaching the size of fists. Feng Chan furrowed her brows, contemplating the implications. This could pose a significant problem. She wondered if the stone house would withstand such conditions. As for others, she would never expose herself during such a calamity, but trading was a different matter entirely. 0.000001. Understood. Thank you. I plan to sell this information to Xiao Yu, allowing her to take action. How about a profit split of 2 for you and 8 for me? Feng Chan decided to sell the usage rights this time. Logically, the proceeds should belong entirely to her. However, given that the other party had voluntarily disclosed the information, she felt a twinge of conscience. Though minimal, if she refused this division, they could each sell their information separately, and Feng Chan was unwilling to miss out on a lucrative opportunity. Xiao Jujio. That doesn't seem right. The hailstorm could cause many casualties. Upon reading this message, Feng Chan attempted to comprehend the situation, ultimately typing, "So you mean to inform others for free?" Xiao Jujio. No, is that not acceptable? Feng Chan felt puzzled. While she could understand helping fellow compatriots, this was a survival game fraught with challenges. Human nature was ever-changing. She might earn fleeting praise and gratitude. Yet such sentiments were often superficial. The favor today could breed resentment tomorrow. Over time, circumstances could shift unfavorably. Yet, setting aside the urge to assist, respecting the fate of others, regardless of outcomes, good or bad, was the path she chose to follow. 0.000001. Are you certain? You purchased the usage rights, granting you the authority to decide. Xiao Jujio. I want to save everyone. 0.000001. Fine, as long as you've made your decision. With that, Feng Chan silently closed the chat interface with her. Switching to the regional chat to observe, if she was giving away information for free, it was clear she would be unable to sell it herself. Indeed, within half a minute, Xiao Jujio's message appeared in the regional chat. Xiao Jujio. There will be a severe hailstorm tonight. Everyone must take safety precautions. By 1. Is that for real? Clown. Does that mean I'll finally have water to drink? Eating melon 66. We have water now. Xiao Jujio. No, it's not like that. The hail will be very large and dangerous. Robot 2. I should be safe inside the stone cave, right? After all, there's a thick layer of sand above. Smooth sailing. Ha 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 ha. I'm in a stone house. I'll be fine. You poor folks, the more hail, the better for me. I'll never run out of water to drink. Zhong Cheng. Does anyone have extra stones? I am still short of materials for the stone house. I will borrow a little and repay you once I have enough. Wishing you smooth sailing. Signing the contract with a 10 interest rate. Zhong Cheng. Xiao Zhou. Xiao Jujio. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Juju. Hee, it's nothing. We are all compatriots. It's only right. Zhong Cheng. Xiao Jujio. Do you have any extra stone blocks? Wooden planks would do as well. I need them for some temporary capital. Renji 111. 1. Xiao Jujio. You were so kind. Lend me a bit. I promise to return it once I get through this tough time. Xiao Jujio. But my stone house also lacks a bit of material. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm sorry. Xiao Zhou. Don't pay attention to these beggars. They just want to eat for free. Zhong Cheng. Who are you cursing? Damn. Xiao Jujio. Everyone stop cursing. Although Xiao Zhou appreciates you speaking up for me, it's not nice to insult others. Xiao Zhou. Huh? I'm leaving. I want to talk to foolish people. NPC 7. Thank you, Xiao Jio. We will remember your kindness. I might have the materials you need. Let us be friends. The price is negotiable. Feng Chan looked on, dumbfounded. It was her first time struggling to evaluate someone. Xiao Jujio was indeed very kind, but when others spoke up for her, she sighed. The world has not yet reached such a level of beauty. The qualities of people are uneven. I hope she can see this. After watching the chaotic regional chat for a while, Feng Chan chose to turn off the screen, respecting the destinies of others. Gazing at the starry sky, she felt a twinge of concern about whether the stone house could withstand the coming storm, yet there was still no blueprint for a level 2 house available. Surely, the game would not be so merciless. If people were gone, what would be the purpose of continuing the game? Before the hail arrived, worrying did little good. Feng Chan continued her training, occasionally glancing at the regional chat. Based on her experience with the sandstorm, not everyone would face the same calamity at once. Many were waiting for the first person to encounter the hail to send a warning. However, as the clock approached 11:50, no one had yet seen it. How strange. Feng Chan looked outside. The sky, which had just been filled with stars and a bright moon, suddenly turned dark, as if ominous clouds were gathering with great force. An inexplicable anxiety took hold of her as she moved the crafted square table to the corner, hugging Jean Do to take refuge. As time ticked away, many began to feel that perhaps nothing would happen today and prepared to sleep. Soon, midnight arrived. Tick-tock, tick-tock, is it raining? Wasn't it supposed to hail? Confusion echoed in everyone's hearts. Lua Chow. Wasn't it said that hail would fall? Milu. Rain is even better. I finally have water to drink. Thankfully, I saved a lot of boxes without dismantling them. I can use them to collect water. Family, I'm going first. Eating melon 007. No more talk. I'm going to catch the rainwater too. I am not a coward. Wait, don't you think there is something wrong? Why do I feel like everyone is getting rained on? The sandstorm doesn't work like this. Indeed, it was raining outside. And it even lasted for about 3 minutes. Many rushed out to wash off their greasy sweat. Zhong Chung. I've already washed up. The rain isn't small, but it's a bit cold. Me Lu. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. The brave enjoy the world first. I'm not a coward. The eager cannot eat hot tofu. The brave might just die first. Pat, pat. The raindrops striking the roof grew clearer and crisper, becoming increasingly dense in no time. It sounded as if heavy objects were crashing down, echoing like thunder within the house. Jean Do curled up and made whimpering sounds, and Feng Chan gently stroked its back to provide comfort. Dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. The more Feng Chan listened, the more anxious she became. The weight of the hail was evidently extraordinary. Remembering that it was already past midnight, she opened her personal panel. Luck, 9. Those who survive great calamities will surely have future blessings. Upon seeing this prompt, half of Feng Chan's anxious heart eased. Such a high luck value meant she could find money as soon as she stepped outside. Right, however, the relentless banging from above continued to make her nerves twitch. Opening the regional chat, it was already in disarray. Many who had just rushed out to enjoy the rain. A few slightly less intelligent individuals mistook the small hail for mere sleet. And instead of seeking shelter, they shouted in excitement. They soon returned, crying and crawling back, battered. Lu. What should I do? It feels like my leg is broken. Someone help me. Zhong Cheng. I'm bleeding from my head. Who has a healing potion? I'll trade water for it. Chapter 39. Calamitous hail the sky and fish. I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Well, now you're getting your lesson. I'm not a coward. No. It just started hailing. Are you all still outside? You're dumber than a foolish deer. Zhong Chung. Xiao Jujio. Why didn't you warn us about the hail being this severe? You owe me money. No, compensate me with potions, Milu. Compensate with money and potions, Xiao Juju. But I already warned you that it was very dangerous. It was you who didn't listen. Zhong Cheng, shut your mouth. If you had warned us, would I be in this situation? Milu. You released the information, so you should take responsibility. Attached was a gruesome image of his left leg, bloodied and mangled. Those who enjoyed the spectacle jumped in, hoping to gain something from this mess. After all, this person was so kind. Handsome Yin Zhu. Exactly. Whoever spreads the news must take responsibility. How Tian Chue, 180 centimeters miss, we live in a society governed by law. One must be accountable for their words and actions. 0.086287. Exactly. I'm injured too. Xiao Jujio stared incredulously at the flood of messages demanding compensation, her hands trembling as she typed. I kindly informed everyone. Why must you treat me like this? Some could not bear to watch this group of scoundrels and stepped in to defend her. I'm not a coward. You foolish excess, how can you say such heartless things? Didn't I already warn you that something was off? Did you have to go outside? What? Am I responsible for every car accident that happens on the street? Qing Quan, Xiao Jujio. Don't mind those fools. You've done wonderfully. Most people still held a sense of conscience, but due to the sudden and fierce hail, they were preoccupied with finding shelter and had no time to monitor the regional chat. As they became numb, they began to seek solace online. Seeing others lash out at Xiao Juju, they directed their pent-up anger toward those foolish individuals. As more and more people retaliated, the few who had been acting like scoundrels fell silent, no longer daring to speak. However, Zhongcheng and Mi Lu continued to insist on compensation since they had no potions, and their injuries were severe. If not treated promptly, they would truly die, especially Zhongcheng, who was already offering all he had for a single potion in the group. But what could he offer? Every day he struggled to have enough food and water, and aside from that, he had only trivial items like nail polish and chopsticks, which were now worthless. Zhongcheng sent several pictures of his bloodied head in the regional chat. Zhongcheng, I'm really at my limit. Just a potion? I'll give you all I have, even sign a contract. After collecting the items from the stone house, which weighed approximately 100 jin, she was certain there was still plenty more outside. With a sense of unease, she cast a glance upwards at the sky once more before lifting the table and heading outside. A layer of hail, about 10 centimeters thick, covered the ground, making it impossible to collect everything. She could only set out all the supplies that could be left outside and gather as much hail as possible. With the warehouse overflowing, she placed a batch of items in wooden boxes, planning to make another collection later. This exhausting process continued repeatedly, with her right arm, which held the table, growing stronger by the day. Approximately 30 minutes passed. Tap, tap. The small hailstones struck the square table, startling Feng Chan, who quickly grabbed Jin Do while still holding the table and dashed back. Just as she crouched in a corner, the hail intensified. Although it was significantly smaller than before, at least the stone house remained standing. The hail persisted intermittently for nearly 2 hours, while the unfortunate souls outside endured it for 3 to 4 hours. Seizing the moment when the hail paused, Feng Chan brought over her blanket and Jin Do's blanket, wrapping them around themselves as they huddled together, both shaken by the weather. Exhaustion had taken hold of everyone in the vicinity, leading them to curl up in corners and doze off. Before long, dawn began to break, and Feng Chan jolted awake as her head bumped against the table. The beams of light, reminiscent of the Tyndall effect, streamed through the shattered skylight. While beautiful, Feng Chan felt a pang of sorrow for her home. The windows were broken, but thankfully, the door remained intact. Wait. Chapter 40. The water god Liu what lay outside, those individual sand dunes and that long, water-like entity. Feng Chan pressed against the wall and strode purposefully to the door. Pulling it open with force, a gust of cool wind rushed in, laden with moisture, reminding her that it was no illusion. Had a desert lake formed right in front of her home? The once relatively flat desert was now dotted with various sand dunes, encasing her house in a valley, leaving her with only a glimpse of nearby areas, as the largest dune obstructed her view ahead. Approximately 100 meters from her home, a pool of blue-green water shimmered, rippling gently in the breeze. She first opened the regional chat. Those who had toiled all night were still asleep, with only a few scattered conversations occurring, none of which mentioned the lake. She retrieved the ice she had collected the previous day from her backpack, organized her equipment cards, and used her machete to split the wooden planks into smaller sticks. The system had provided too few sticks, resulting in a lot of wood shavings, which were fine for starting a fire. But for marking purposes, she preferred to create her own. With everything prepared, Feng Chan took some stones, a water bucket, a lasso, and her machete, ready to investigate the authenticity of the lake. Jin Do, uneasy about the drastic changes outside, whined anxiously. No matter how much Feng Chan urged it to stay inside, it refused, leaving her no choice but to take it along. After so many days of training, it was indeed time to put its skills to the test. To ensure she could call Jin Do back at a crucial moment, Feng Chan discreetly tucked some dried ivory mouse heads into her pocket. Fortunately, Jin Do remained obedient, sticking close to her side, never straying more than 10 centimeters away. With the environment outside altered so drastically, the previous positions of the quicksand were no longer reliable. Feng Chan possessed over 40 stones. Each time she tossed one, it was swallowed by the quicksand, causing her great distress. She ventured forward while tossing stones, inserting a stick every 2 meters. Along the way, she encountered a quicksand area approximately 20 meters wide, suffering a significant loss of stones before arriving 3 meters from the lake's edge. With just one more stone to throw, she could touch the water. With this much water, selling it could yield a substantial profit. Holding her last 3 stones, she lifted her right hand, and in that moment, one gray stone arced gracefully through the AIR.AT. Such a close range, Feng Chan could achieve nearly 95 accuracy. Indeed, the stone landed precisely where she intended. However, a wave of transparent ripples danced atop the lake surface. Woof, woof. Jean Doe was the first to sense something amiss, barking as a warning. With her left hand clutching the green machete, Feng Chan's right hand instinctively reached for her ear, prepared for danger. The ripples subsided after a single oscillation, gradually dissolving from the center top like a layer of transparent gauze. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, "Dong dong, sit tight." A soft animal whimper followed, though it seemed somewhat excessive. Feng Chan remained vigilant, peering into the transparent expanse, seeing nothing at all. No targets, no creatures. Yet, as the ripples faded, she first glimpsed a pair of yellow-white beast ears. In mere seconds, she discerned what creature it was, a golden leopard. A woo! It opened its massive mouth, growling threateningly, yet its body sat obediently on the ground, motionless. Jean Doe's hind legs trembled, but it stood resolutely before Feng Chan, bravely growling back at the golden leopard. Feng Chan maintained her grip on the crescent moon flying dagger, her gaze fixed on the leopard's movements. That moment, a water column, 1 meter wide, rose from the lake, reaching a height that towered half a head above Feng Chan. A fair-skinned, round-faced girl materialized atop the water column, her hair a Q version of flowing blue, shifting in shades from dark to light. She wore no clothing. The water was her attire, adapting to her whims. Willingly supporting her. "Human, what is that furry creature?" the girl asked, tilting her chin slightly, her icy blue eyes reflecting a keen interest in Jean Doe. Jean Doe, still trying to appear unafraid, stood by Feng Chan, who reassured it, "It's all right, Jean Doe." However, her right hand remained poised for any potential threat. As she spoke, she gently pushed Jean Doe behind her. Jean Doe trusted its owner's words, but it possessed its own judgment. The threat from the golden leopard was too great. Nevertheless, under Feng Chan's insistence, Jean Doe retreated beside her, pressing against her leg, its usually lively tail now tucked between its hindquarters, in the animal kingdom. Direct eye contact was considered a provocative challenge, yet Jean Doe, concerned for Feng Chan's safety, fixed its gaze on the golden leopard. Humph! The golden leopard snorted, expressing its disdain. The opponent appeared formidable. Feng Chan felt she was likely no match for the golden leopard. Opting instead for a friendly response to its inquiry. "Jean Doe is a dog. Who are you?" The girl murmured to herself, "A dog? Quite adorable indeed. Perhaps even cuter than Dong Dong." The golden leopard, initially indifferent, shot a glare at the girl, its furry tail thumping the ground in irritation. Who was it that once claimed it was cute, beautiful, after all this time, to have a creature a mere fraction of its worth steal its affection? Jean Doe, admittedly not at its most attractive, had recently undergone a haircut to treat its skin condition, leaving its fur somewhat disheveled. However, the girl, having never seen it before, found it rather novel. She noticed Dong Dong seemed to hear her thoughts. Quickly extending her small round hands and swaying them side to side, "Dong Dong, you are the prettiest. I swear I'm not lying." Dogs were cute, but Dong Dong was undeniably cool. The girl reassured herself that she hadn't deceived the leopard. The sound of Dong Dong's tail thumping against the ground grew louder, and the girl realized she couldn't brush it off. Raising her right hand, a 10-pound fish appeared out of thin air in the lake, propelled out of the water. Before it could land, Dong Dong turned and leaped, its graceful form fully displayed in the air, and in the next moment, it clamped its jaws around the fish. The fish struggled for a moment, but soon fell still. Dong Dong took a couple of steps and lay down beneath the girl, elegantly savoring its meal. "Can I touch it?" the girl asked, her voice bright and cheerful, completely forgetting Feng Chan's previous question. Feng Chan's expression remained stoic. "No, I only allow those who genuinely like it to touch it, and you still haven't answered my question." The girl was likely an NPC in the game. Her demeanor suggested innocence. However, games were never designed to offer players unearned benefits. What if she was an innocent being who would cheerfully applaud even if humans perished? The girl pouted, crossing her arms, but did not become angry. She simply turned her head away. "I am the water god." This declaration, however, sounded somewhat uncertain. Feng Chan pressed on, "Is that for real?" Faced with such a provocative question, the girl, rather than becoming upset, bit her finger in contemplation. The freshwater god, also the water god. Chapter 41. Speedboat sail. As she spoke, it seemed she had convinced herself, standing tall and proud. "Yes, I am the water god." The revelation startled Feng Chan, though she concealed her surprise. She hadn't expected to meet the water god, albeit merely the freshwater variant, but still impressive nonetheless. "Is the hail related to you?" Feng Chan inquired, pulling a piece of ivory mouse jerky from her pocket to ease Jean Doe's tension. Observing her conversing amiably with the peculiar being, Jean Dou's initial fear began to dissipate. With the meat now in its mouth, it was eager to eat. The golden leopard, having been enjoying its fish, suddenly lifted its head to glance at Jean Dou, taking a small sniff before returning to its meal, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. The girl noticed this too, stretching her neck and sniffing the air like an animal. "What are you feeding it? Let me have a taste, and I'll answer your question." Feng Chan tossed a piece of jerky, the size of a finger, toward the girl. The girl made no move. A small stream from the water column caught the jerky and delivered it into her hand. The golden leopard, displeased, thumped its tail against the ground. While the girl was about to ask for a piece for Dong Dong when Feng Chan had already tossed the jerky landed before Dong Dong. It cautiously swatted at it with its paw, ensuring it posed no threat before sniffing it seriously. Though it longed to appear aloof, it had lost track of how long it had feasted on fish. Continuing to eat might lead to a loss of appetite. However, seeing that silly dog enjoy its meal so heartily, it decided it could partake as well. Dong Dong extended its tongue, eagerly devouring the jerky along with some sand, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. Seemingly unable to discern any flavor, the young girl exerted herself to take a bite of the jerky, diligently chewing as she savored the peculiar flavor. It was not entirely unpalatable to her. Feng Chan produced another piece and handed it to Jean Dou, ensuring that her companions were well supplied. Jean Dou wagged his tail joyfully, accepting the second piece of jerky, mimicking the posture of a leopard as he gnawed at it. Holding it in his mouth without swallowing, seemingly displaying it with pride, he emitted a soft sound, yet did not take any further action. After consuming half of her piece, the girl discarded the remainder to Dong Dong. Finding it too tough for her teeth, she cleared her throat and remarked, "The hail was caused by something above, but it is of no concern to me. It merely made it convenient for me to appear in this desert now that there is water." Feng Chan understood that even if this girl had orchestrated the event, it was likely a mere directive of the game. "I am called Feng Chan. May I ask your name?" The girl blinked her large eyes and replied, "Your name is quite strange. Mine is Liu. The lovely name," Feng Chan complimented as a matter of course. Liu proudly tilted her head. "Of course, my name sounds far more melodious than that of that woman." "Ophina." Feng Chan's ears perked up at the mention of that name, and she inquired, "Who is Ophina?" Shu. Just as Liu spoke, she quickly placed her finger to her lips, signaling Feng Chan to remain silent. "Hurry, be quiet. She is very clever and rather stingy. Do not casually utter her name." As she spoke, Liu glanced around, but seemed to realize something and relaxed. There was no seawater here, so Ophina could not come. Yet names should not be carelessly invoked. Noticing Liu's serious demeanor, Feng Chan surmised that Ophina was not an ordinary individual. "Is she formidable? More so than you?" Liu hesitated, wanting to say no, but unwilling to lie. "Let us change the subject. One piece of jerky in exchange for one answer." Dong Dong enjoyed eating, and she wanted to share with him, keeping a bit for herself to taste should boredom strike. Feng Chan withdrew the last 2 pieces of jerky from her pocket, but did not hand them over immediately. "Is there any way to leave this place? To exit the game?" After asking, she tossed 1 piece to Liu, who caught it and responded with resolute finality, "No, very well." Feng Chan sighed, resigning herself to a life here. She quickly accepted this answer, knowing there was a 99 probability it was true, which now felt confirmed at 100. Yet, the next moment, Liu stroked her chin and added, "However, if you can win the competition, there might be a chance of returning." "How does one win?" Feng Chan inquired. "I am not certain. At the very least, you must surpass everyone in all aspects. But since everyone else cannot leave, even if you are first, returning to your original planet would likely be quite dull." "That does make sense. I have no further questions. But I only have 1 piece of jerky left." Liu fixated on the last piece of jerky in Feng Chan's hand, contemplating whether to seize it. Feng Chan smiled slightly. "However, I propose a trade with you. Jerky and other food items are negotiable. My home is just behind. Would you care to take a look?" Liu glanced at the shabby little house. Initially disinterested, but considering the prospect of acquiring snacks for Dong Dong, she decided it would not be a bad idea. "Let us go." Feng Chan called for Jean Dou and swiftly followed the path marked by wooden sticks to her home. Liu climbed onto Dong Dong's back, jumping down as they reached the doorstep. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, her fair feet touched the already somewhat dirty floor, spotting a large pile of food in the corner. She was about to ask to sample the yellow item when Feng Chan promptly handed her a condensed milk breakfast bun. "Try this, it's a gift for you." Liu looked up at Feng Chan. Realizing this human was not as stingy as she had presumed, she eagerly bit into the unwrapped bun. "What? I can't bite through it." As she struggled to chew, her words became garbled. Feng Chan quickly intervened. Surprised that Lu Yu did not know this, but upon reflection, it made sense, as it was her first encounter with a dog. The slightly transparent plastic needed to be removed first. Demonstrating, Feng Chan took the bun from Lu Yu's mouth and peeled off the plastic. A laugh, quite human-like, echoed from behind. Dong Dong was stifling a giggle. Lu Yu, infuriated, bit down hard on a large piece of the bun, then promptly stuffed the remainder into Dong Dong's mouth. Chew, you glutton. Dong Dong disdainfully smacked his lips, as he only enjoyed meat, yet he still swallowed it. Lu Yu felt a tinge of regret after finishing. Realizing this was even tastier than jerky, she then gazed at Feng Chan with wide eyes. Full of expectation, ahem. Feng Chan suppressed her amusement. Do you have any items or tools I could use? Everything here can be exchanged. With that, Feng Chan picked up a wooden box containing sunberry fruits and encouraged Lu Yu to take some for herself. You've been to the Red Sun Oasis, huh? I didn't realize these were ripe. I haven't visited in quite some time. Lu Yu said, unceremoniously grabbing a handful and sharing half with Dong Dong. Although her small hands could not grasp much, these are of little use to me, but if you eat more, it will benefit your body, albeit not noticeably. Chapter 42. The intelligence gem. Feng Chan paused momentarily before asking. I once picked a mutated sunberry there, which enhances strength. These non-mutated ones also boost strength. Indeed, the sunberries absorb the power of the red sun. The mutation occurs when they absorb enough of that energy, granting a permanent attribute boost. The non-mutated ones are too few in quantity to provide a direct enhancement. It all depends on the amount. Lu Yu was enjoying the sunberries, completely unaware that her previous intention was to exchange answers for food. So, it is as I thought. The description of sunberries did not mention this. Feng Chan continued. Aside from the Red Sun Oasis, what other oases are there? And is there a way to enter them? Lu Yu paused her consumption of sunberries, squinting her eyes. That's a secret. I want to tell you. Feng Chan produced a milk candy, unwrapped it, and earnestly offered, Dear Lu Yu, goddess of water, please share your knowledge with me. Lu Yu huffed in delight at the flattery. Very well then, besides the red sun, there are the green sun and yellow. Just then, a gentle female voice echoed from an unknown source, startling Lu Yu into silence. Feng Chan heard nothing and assumed Lu Yu had been reprimanded by the game, but from the incomplete sentence, she deduced that the oases were named after the colors of the sun representing attributes, and that mutated sunberries could grant strength. It seemed other oases might also possess corresponding plants that, when mutated, could enhance attributes. You will discover all that in due time. Lu Yu evaded the topic. Feng Chan realized she could not press the matter further and reiterated her previous question. Lu Yu chewed on her milk candy, her brow relaxing. Greedy human, isn't once enough for you? Just when Feng Chan thought she was being dismissed, Lu Yu added, I could assist you in visiting once more, since you have the medium here. Feng Chan glanced at the palm fronds that had been taken out, realizing why Fana had advised her to keep them safe. They could serve as a medium. However, greedy humans wouldn't be satisfied with just 2 visits. Was there a permanent way to go? She had a positioning anchor and a tether that seemed applicable. If possible, she wished to establish a passage for convenient travel. Such a tool exists, but I do not possess one. If you wish, I can use this medium to take you there once more. But the medium will vanish after use, and you will only have one opportunity to obtain it. This meant that if she allowed Lu Yu to take her now, even if she later acquired the tool, she would not be able to return to the Red Sun Oasis. However, Lu Yu added, oh, and this once refers to all oases combined. You only get one chance. She wouldn't divulge to Feng Chan that visiting the same oasis twice would allow one to claim it. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Feng Chan, who had been hesitant, promptly resolved to wait for a while to find the tool instead. Do you have any other items, or such? I can trade food for them. Lu Yu chuckled, realizing that humans were indeed greedy. They would never settle for a single visit to a place they could go multiple times. After a moment's thought, she produced a model sail for a ship. I want all of your jerky. Observing the delicate white fabric and wooden sail, Feng Chan requested to see it first, placing her agility card upon it. Speed sail, red quality reduces item cooldown by 10 upon use. Cooldown time is 1 hour. After use, it cannot be stacked before the target's cooldown is complete. 2-3. Why is it 2-3? Feng Chan pondered, recalling the positioning anchor, noticing its number change from 1-3 to 2-3. It was indeed a set, and now she only needed the ship's body, and the sail was of red quality. This was the first time she had encountered such a high-grade item. Lu Yu remarked, Isn't it a fine item? Had I not seen you already possess something akin to it, I would not part with it. She, Ofina? Feng Chan mused silently, realizing it was indeed hers. taking note of this capable individual who could craft items. Very well, she agreed without hesitation, recognizing the value of the item. Lu Yu only demanded jerky. She could keep the dried meat skins and entrails for Jin Do to chew on his snacks. It took 4 pounds of meat to produce 1 pound of jerky, and after removing skins, innards, and bones, the over 100 pounds of ivory rat yielded only 60 pounds of meat, which, when dried, resulted in 15 pounds of jerky. Though reluctant, the opportunity to exchange for a red-quality item was rare. The jerky, which Feng Chan had originally stored in a wooden box, vanished with a mere gesture from Lu Yu, leaving only a few empty boxes on the table. Do you have any other items? Feel free to choose from the food here. Lu Yu approached Jin Do with gentle steps, saying, "You are too impoverished. I shall return once you have amassed enough gold coins." Feng Chan interjected, "Gold coins? Indeed, starting today, I possess some." As Lu Yu spoke, she drew forth a handful of jerky from the recently acquired provisions and offered it to Jin Do, who stood at her waist height. "Your name is Jin Do, is it not? Feast upon this, a gift from your water deity." Jin Do's eyes gleamed as it fixated on Lu Yu. It recognized that the morsel had been pilfered from its own abode and was undoubtedly edible. Yet, it was aware that consuming offerings from others without permission would incite the wrath of its master. With a look of helplessness, it gazed towards Feng Chan, who, with a soft smile, encouraged, "Go ahead, express your gratitude to the esteemed water deity." At last, Jin Do began to devour the jerky voraciously, though it was excessively dry, causing its cheeks to pucker in discomfort. "Chew faster, you glutton." Lu Yu cautiously extended her hand, gently resting it atop Jin Do's head. As Jin Do continued to munch eagerly, it cast a curious glance at Lu Yu but did not shy away. "Wow, its fur is softer than Dong Dong's," Lu Yu whispered in admiration, her fingers tenderly stroking its head and back. Dong Dong, however, flicked its tail side to side, clearly displeased. During this time, it was unclear what Lu Yu had done, but the fury in Dong Dong's eyes seemed palpable. After 5 long minutes of petting, Dong Dong could no longer bear it. It seized Lu Yu's hand as if it were a cub and attempted to pull her away. "What of the other items?" Feng Chan attempted to salvage the situation. Lu Yu pouted in dissatisfaction, then, with a flourish, conjured a mass of black-red substance that gracefully descended into a wooden box. "This is for you." It was a sizable piece of jerky, weighing nearly a pound, albeit tinged with an unusual hue. Feng Chan glanced outward to find Lu Yu, unbeknownst to her, had mounted Dong Dong's back eye in the blink of an eye. They had reached the water's edge, where both human and beast vanished into the depths. Leaving behind a faint reminder, the lake will disappear in a day's time. Feng Chan silently noted this and rummaged through the jerky, discovering a small blue orb comparable in size to a power gem. Intelligence gem. Grants a permanent enhancement to intelligence upon USE. To her surprise, she thought, as she clicked to utilize it, a stream of blue light surged into her body. While she did not experience an immediate surge of intellect, nor did she suddenly grasp previously elusive mathematical problems, she felt her mind clear and her focus sharpen. Other items bore levels, yet only the attribute gems remained unranked, making this particular gem more unique than the rest. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Gathering all the household linens and bedding, she prepared to wash them at the lake. Just as she approached, Jin Do let out a loud cry, prompting Feng Chan to drop the clothes and summon her twin crescent blades. The desert surrounding the lake appeared to shift. No, something was emerging. Chapter 43. The clever Jin Do from ahead. A black head broke the surface. Feng Chan instantly recognized it as a night beast. Without hesitation, she launched her blade, swiftly dispatching it. As the knife returned, more night beasts began to surface from the ground. She drew her green-grade machete for defense. When the 10-second cooldown on her blade concluded, most of the night beasts had already emerged. While retreating, she hurled her knife once more, eliminating 3 densely packed creatures, then repositioned herself to strike down another as the blade returned. Retreating to the stone hut, she had slain over 10 night beasts, yet nearly 20 remained. The night beasts, devoid of venom, led her to halt at the entrance for close combat. The green machete was notably sharper than ordinary knives. With each strike wielded with 80% of her strength, she could cleave the beasts in twain without issue. Confronted by a sizable number, just as she dispatched one leaping night beast, 4 or 5 more charged towards her. She adeptly dodged their attacks, but as she awaited an opportunity, more night beasts encircled her. Fully concentrated, she immersed herself in the battle, swiftly slaying the quickest night beast before breaking free from the encirclement and rolling across the sand to dissipate the impact. Had the outside environment remained unchanged, Feng Chan would not have felt so constrained. She had yet to explore the nearby quicksand, and now she could only navigate along the path marked by the wooden stakes she had set earlier that morning. Feeling hindered, just as she found herself surrounded once more and was about to be bitten on the calf by one of the night beasts, Jean Doe leapt in from its ambush. Sinking its teeth into the creature's neck with lethal precision, the beast emitted a wailing cry akin to an infant, thrashing in desperation. Yet Jean Doe remained unfazed, intensifying its grip. Feng Chan barely had time to commend Jean Doe. As she continuously shifted positions and swung her machete, the battle raged for approximately 20 minutes, culminating in the demise of 34 night beasts. Jean Doe had slain 4, while Feng Chan accounted for 30. However, she had sustained a bite on her left calf. Fortunately, she retaliated swiftly, and aside from 4 bleeding bite marks, her skin remained intact. She discarded the carcasses of the night beasts into a nearby quicksand pit where they would be consumed. Upon returning to her abode, she located the last of her healing potions. With utmost care, she poured half onto her wound, swiftly alleviating the pain and halting the bleeding. The remaining potion would serve her for future needs. Observing Jean Doe, who lay nearby with drooping eyelids, she felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed to have grown a touch wiser. Earlier, during a critical moment when she was outmatched, Jean Doe had bravely leapt to her aid, dispatching 4 night beasts. Had it acted as it once would have, charging heedlessly into the fray, it would have surely sustained injuries. You are remarkable. Next time, ensure your own safety before coming to my assistance, Feng Chan said, settling into a chair as she affectionately stroked its head, rewarding it with a piece of jerky. Jean Doe grunted in delight, happily consuming the treat. It had indeed become more astute, as Lu Yu had fed it a specially crafted intelligence gem. Attribute gems are inapplicable to animals, yet Lu Yu, having her own dong dong, had created one for Jean Doe's consumption. After a brief respite, Feng Chan set off again to the lake to wash her clothes, this time finding no night beasts present. By the time she leisurely finished washing and had thoroughly cleansed herself, it was already 8 in the morning. The sun had risen, and much of the ice had melted away. The regional chat buzzed with activity, though the population had dwindled to 62,000. The prices of stone and stone hut blueprints surged, with 10 liters of water fetching scarcely a single piece of candy. Almost everyone had collected a substantial amount of ice, causing water prices to plummet, now reduced by over 10-fold. Seeing no useful information within the chat, Feng Chan browsed the marketplace and was astonished to find someone selling level 2 house blueprints. However, as soon as she attempted to view the details, it indicated that the item was already sold out. Fortunately, she could still access the blueprint's description. Level 2 cement house. Standard size of 50 square meters, featuring 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom, and 1 living room, with walls and floors made of pure cement. Feng Chan admitted to feeling envious. She did not even know how to repair her stone hut. Clicking on the stone yielded no repair options. Would she need to acquire another blueprint to reconstruct it? Currently, the stone hut blueprint was beyond her reach. The first chest of the day materialized, revealing a wooden bathing tub, a splendid item. Its ample capacity prompted Feng Chan to fill it with water and transport it back to her home. She filled every container capable of holding water, leaving some boxes containing ice outside. These had now melted into water, albeit tainted with debris. Nevertheless, as they could preserve freshness for 5 days, she refrained from discarding them, opting instead to empty all the ice from the boxes outside and refill them with lake water. While Feng Chan had the luxury to be picky, others were less fortunate. Those with means boiled their water before drinking, while many who had gathered a surplus indulged in much-awaited baths. Yet, those without options drank directly, risking bouts of diarrhea, with a few succumbing to mild cases of gastroenteritis. Although the ice was not entirely clean, individuals with normal constitutions would not perish from drinking it. Soon, the first chest of the day for Qiao Ji was teleported over, containing a small pot. As Feng Chan already possessed 2 pots. She opted to return it to Qiao Ji, yet the chest did not arrive. Thank you, Qiao Ji expressed. After a day filled with despair, receiving the pot lifted her spirits somewhat. The previous night's hail had been severe, resulting in the collapse of her stone cave, but she had managed to escape thanks to a large iron spoon. As an agent, she had endured great hardships during her training, but after just 3 days in this place, she found herself questioning her will to live. Yet, holding the pot in her hands gave her renewed strength to persevere. Although the chest had not been sent over, Qiao Ji harbored no complaints. Nor did she inquire about Feng Chan's intentions, as she could have taken all the items herself. In the next moment, however, her storage suddenly contained a heavy wooden chest. Upon opening it, she discovered it was filled with clean water. "A gift for you. I have plenty of water here," came the message. Since water was now virtually worthless, she could easily procure it by walking a mere 100 meters. It was merely a gesture of goodwill. Xiaoji stood in stunned silence for a moment. Each day, she had to either deconstruct boxes for firewood or save them to trade for a bit of food or water. Having only arrived 3 days prior, her supplies were nearly non-existent, especially as the cold nights made sleep elusive. With the absence of hail or rain for the past 10 days, she had not planned to empty her boxes. At long last, after the hail ceased, she escaped from the sand, gathering ample ice to fill her backpack. However, her house had been buried, leaving her storage inaccessible. The game backpack and storage could not contain pure liquids. Requiring containers, the ice, now solid, could be directly stored. But once the 5-day preservation period elapsed, it would melt and spill from her backpack. With no long sleeves to keep her warm at night, she had to make a fire for warmth, lest the frigid floor damage her legs. Ultimately, she found herself lacking a box to store water, and her situation appeared hopeless. Yet, thanks to the small pot and the water gifted by Feng Chan, she felt a flicker of hope once more. Chapter 44. The refrigerator magnet in the lake. In a situation where everyone had access to water, Feng Chan felt that her act of delivering water was somewhat superfluous, even unnecessary. Yet, she decided to do it, for after all, the newcomers had nothing at all. Who knew if they might need it? Mushu, thank you, I truly appreciate it. Xiaoji was at a loss for words to adequately express her gratitude and could only repeatedly say thank you. 00001. It's nothing, as long as you find it useful. Has your home collapsed? Mushu, yes, it has, and the warehouse is also unusable. 0.000001. That's quite serious. Please take care. I'm Mushu. Alright. After a brief assessment of the situation, Feng Chan suddenly felt fortunate for having arrived a month early. Otherwise, with her luck at a mere 3 points, she might still have been residing in a stone cave, possibly buried alive by now. Gazing at the vast expanse of lake water outside, she felt utterly powerless. Relying on her stored hail, she knew that water prices would not return to normal for at least half a month. If not a month, that it was likely that everyone's containers were already filled to capacity, and purchasing water was out of the question. Even empty wooden boxes and buckets had increased in price. Before long, Xiaoji sent another wooden box, which contained a pillow. Feng Chan declined it, requesting that the box be filled with water first. Just as the box was sent away, Xiaoji transmitted 2 more boxes in quick succession, leaving Feng Chan stunned. Her luck today was extraordinary, receiving so many boxes at once. She couldn't help but wonder who was truly blessed after surviving a calamity. The 2 boxes yielded a ham and 5 pounds of wheat. Feng Chan was once again taken aback. Before she could even savor the aroma, the food was automatically transferred to her according to the contract. Yet, in the next moment, the entire ham was sent back to her. As both her warehouse and backpack were full of water, causing the ham to materialize directly beneath the skylight of her stone house. Mushu, that is quite a lot. I can't finish it, so I'll share half with you, but I don't have a knife. Though Xiaoji said this, she felt a twinge of concern. A whole ham would last her quite a while. Nevertheless, in gratitude for Feng Chan's consistent adherence to promises and her provision of wooden boxes and other essentials, she would keep most of it. Expressing thanks merely through the game felt too insipid. So this ham was her genuine gesture of appreciation. Feng Chan understood the difficulty of her situation and was pleasantly surprised that Xiaoji would share her limited food. Her spirits lifted considerably, affirming her judgment of character. Grasping a green knife, Feng Chan swiftly sliced the ham into chunks the size of a baby's fist, transferring most of it to Xiaoji while keeping just enough for 2 meals for herself. Xiaoji observed that only a third of the ham was gone and contemplated expressing her thanks but felt it inappropriate given the circumstances, so she refrained from further disturbing Feng Chan. In the preceding days, she had acquired a lighter, making cooking much easier, though she still needed wooden planks. She poured half a box of water into a small pot, reserving the rest for cleaning, then added a bit of millet along with 3 pieces of ham. After finishing a box of water, she clicked to decompose it, transforming it into unevenly sized wooden sticks, which she ignited with the lighter. Lacking a rack, she held the pot by its handle. Soon, a fragrant ham and millet soup was ready. While she was dining, Feng Chan enjoyed some bread. Earlier that morning, Lu Yu had given her Jin Do quite a bit of jerky, and it was still not hungry. Just after finishing, the second box of the day appeared, conveniently positioned on the path to the lake, allowing her to retrieve it without expending other resources. Upon opening it, She found it brimming with pebbles, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. She had never seen such an abundance of pebbles before, not even during high explosion rates. She emptied the contents in a corner of her stone house. Delighting in the prospect of using the empty box to collect water, 18 noon, in the regional chat, 009. Goodness, a massive lake suddenly appeared next to my house. Attached was an image, and Feng Chan, passing the time, also noticed it. The lake looked remarkably similar to the one outside her own dwelling. Xiaoji, lucky you. Let us add each other as friends. It'll be easier to negotiate business. Yuzi, go take a look and see what's inside. Be careful on your way, I'm not a coward. So, doesn't that mean you'll have an endless supply of water from now on? Many onlookers were already envious. This was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Such a vast lake could potentially make one the wealthiest in Zone 5001 simply by selling water. Haotian Shui, 180 centimeters, who knows how long something that appeared out of nowhere can last. You all are flattering him for nothing. Messages continued to flood in the regional chat, and half an hour later, he re-emerged in the group. 009. There's not even a fish in there. But I found a refrigerator magnet. Following was another image, taken from a considerable distance. Feng Chan immediately recognized it as the Oasis Pass. Many were unaware of this item, leading 009 to mistakenly believe it was merely a refrigerator magnet. Xiaoji, that item is quite unique. I like it, and if you fish it out, I'll take it. 009. But I can't swim. I'm really afraid of water. The lake was at least 3 to 4 meters deep. Indeed, swimming would pose a significant challenge. Haotian Chue, 180 centimeters, what if it's something valuable? You're already trying to get it before it's even been retrieved. Ning Qiao did not reply, but instead added 009 as a friend, preparing for a private chat. Including Yuzi, the two might be able to secure it together. Besides them, many others who recognized this item also added 009. Seeing over 300 friend requests flood in, 009 was bewildered. Didn't everyone already have hail? Why were they adding him? But then he realized, hail wasn't a daily occurrence, and perhaps in a few days, everyone would be in need of water again, while he would have an abundance. With that thought, 009 accepted over 90 of the requests that caught his eye. Each person sent him a message, and his inbox quickly swelled to 99. To his surprise, most messages were not inquiries about water, but rather questions regarding the refrigerator magnet, each offering different prices, with the highest bid reaching a permanent green item, and that was just the opening offer. Ning Xiao, noticing that he had not responded to her, realized that many people were now interested in him and quickly revealed the item's purpose. Sure enough, 009 replied to her. 009. Is this for real? This item is that impressive. Xiaoji, absolutely. I've already helped someone auction one off and am quite familiar with its value. If you're worried about being scammed or find it troublesome, I am willing to set up a private auction for you. Chapter 45. The Cement King 009 was both bewildered and elated. He had unexpectedly found himself in a stroke of good fortune. 009. But I can't swim. Xiaoji, I've already thought of 2 plans to help you acquire the pass. I can provide you with free usage as long as you place the item with me for auction. As she spoke, she shared screenshots from a previous group auction. 009 watched as the messages began to flood in, the noise overwhelming him. After a moment's thought, he decided to agree, reassured by the current contract that prevented anyone from stealing his item. Seeing his consent, Ning Qiao immediately pulled him into the previous group and announced that the auction would take place at 5 p.m. The group was muted, preventing any chatter, but the messages were scarce. So most people had not muted the notifications and quickly saw the news. 009. Witnessing the genuine nature of this group and its historical messages, felt a growing trust in this so-called Xiaoyu message exchange group. Feng Chan also saw it and added 009, but her friend request was not approved. She hadn't expected Ning Qiao to act so swiftly. Noticing that Ning Qiao was quite busy, Feng Chan chose to privately message Yuzi. 00001. Has the person who previously acquired the Oasis Pass found anything? I can exchange information regarding the lake water. This information was quite crucial for Feng Chan. If that person had discovered items that could permanently enhance attributes, or if there was only a single piece, it would limit her bidding price for the pass. In just 2 seconds, Yuzi replied. What aspect of the lake water are you referring to? Information about the oasis is currently in high demand. 00001. Concerning whether you will successfully obtain the pass this time. Actually, they had already resold information regarding the Spicy Thumb's journey to the oasis several times, breaking even. Now, they were purely profiting from it. Given that Feng Chan was a significant client, Yuzi, uncertain of the specific value of the information, still agreed to the exchange. The person who went to the oasis found water and something called yellow sun chili, along with a few small fish. Upon returning, she had scolded them both profusely, as she had invested so much yet only obtained that little in return, though she did not disclose the specifics of the oasis situation during her tirade. Later, persuaded by Xiao Ji, she sold the oasis information to the two of them to recoup some of her losses. However, Feng Chan had actually visited the oasis. She suspected that the spicy thumb might have found the mutated yellow sun chili and possibly brought back the medium for the yellow sun oasis. Just as she had. There were a total of 7 attributes in the personal center. If the pattern held true, it was likely that 2 mediums had already been obtained, leaving 5 oases and 5 attributes remaining. These could enhance permanent attribute points, and Feng Chan did not want to miss out, but she had already secured the red sun oasis medium and could not claim any others unless a trustworthy individual retrieved them. Unfortunately, none were available. Human nature is inherently greedy. Her closest relationships were with Qiao Ji and Ning Qiao, but trust was limited to mere appearances, at most, just collaboration. Indeed, having a truly reliable friend would be ideal. Yet she lamented that even her superficial friendships were painfully few. 0.000001. When approaching the lake water within 2 to 3 meters, dark night monsters will appear, numbering possibly 20 to 30. Yuzi was taken aback. Thankfully, number 1 had arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have been preparing to send 009 to the lakeshore soon. Although they had equipped him with a defensive item, if the danger consisted of so many dark night monsters, it would be insufficient. Yuzi, all right, thank you very much. Yuzu harbored no doubts regarding Feng Chan's words. The latter's unwavering certainty suggested that either she had suffered an attack, or her acquaintances were facing such circumstances. With ample time remaining before the auction, Feng Chan occasionally practiced the dual crescent blades while intermittently engaging in regional chat. To her surprise, numerous individuals had unveiled second-level house blueprints that afternoon, with over 10 emerging in just a few hours. Regrettably, most were unwilling to sell, or had already sold at exorbitant prices. Their announcements in the region primarily served as a means of boasting. In the afternoon, Feng Chan opened her third chest, revealing a dark night monster, and just before 5 o'clock, a fourth chest appeared. Emitting a faint glow, it turned out to be a green treasure chest. Although it lay about 50 meters away, somewhat distant, she felt undaunted by the minor expenditure, having collected so many stones that day, and decided to explore the vicinity as well. Successfully retrieving the chest, she discovered a green blueprint within. Holding her breath, she examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed a level 2 house blueprint. Required materials included cement 25, stones 40, iron blocks 20, water 200 L. The quantities of these materials exceeded double the standard amount, and the significant demand for water, particularly after today's hailstorm, suggested that even those who obtained the blueprint might struggle to construct a house. Feng Chan couldn't help but lament. She still possessed over 50 iron blocks, which was sufficient, but she only had a few stones and not a single packet of cement. It seemed she had a peculiar relationship with cement, as she had yet to uncover any since starting the game. Opening the marketplace, Feng Chan searched for cement. The marketplace indeed had a sales ranking, and the top seller of cement had a sales figure of 104, with a stock of 40 packets remaining. Goodness, this individual had evidently procured all the cement. One might even call them the Cement King. Upon checking the seller's name, she discovered that was indeed their nickname. She initiated a private message to inquire about the price. Hello, I'd like to purchase 25 packets of cement. What is the price? Cement King. Ah, it's you. You were the first to buy my cement. The 200 milliliters of water you provided helped me survive my first day. I am currently accepting food and iron blocks, though item cards would be preferable. What would you like to exchange? Cement King. Food at 50 G per packet of cement, 1 iron block for 2 packets. Or a green quality power card can be exchanged for 30 packets, food. Feng Chan quickly gathered her supplies, possessing both raw rice and bread, totaling 1250 G. Upon confirming the exchange, 25 packets of cement were swiftly transferred to her. However, the next moment, an additional packet of cement appeared. Cement King, thank you for the water you provided earlier. Without it, I might have lost my confidence to continue. Feng Chan was momentarily taken aback, but accepted it graciously. Thank you, Cement King. Haha, no need for formalities. Should you need more cement in the future, come to me for a 9.5 discount. The cement was soon collected, though the price of stones had risen significantly due to the hailstorm. Still, with the house in disrepair, she had to spend the necessary resources. Acquiring 37 stones cost her 5 iron blocks and 4 pounds of food. As for water, there was no need to mention it. Her home's supply was sufficient, and she could replenish it immediately at the lake after use. Opening her storage, she clicked on the blueprint and selected to use it, prompting a notification. Materials for the level 1 stone house can be recycled for continued use. Would you like to recycle? Since it was indeed recyclable, Feng Chan readily confirmed, eager to save resources. She recycled 5 stones, 1 wooden door, and 5 wooden planks. Though it was a modest amount, it was better than nothing. Clicking on the crafting option again, she found all the materials required for the level 2 house were now clear. The blueprint vanished from sight, and she had 1 packet of cement remaining, along with the 5 stones gained from recycling and 28 iron blocks still at her disposal. The house showed no immediate changes, and the storage automatically closed, indicating a half-hour countdown. It seemed the greater the difficulty of constructing a house, the longer the required time. The initial level 1 stone house had required almost no time at all. Taking advantage of the cooldown, she filled empty bathing buckets and other containers with lake water. Meanwhile, 5 o'clock had arrived, prompting Feng Chan to monitor the auction for the Oasis Pass. To her astonishment, the number of participants in the group had nearly reached 500. Although this auction featured only a single item, the enthusiasm for bidding remained undiminished. Nearly half the participants engaged in the bidding process, but observing the escalating prices, Feng Chan refrained from joining in. After all, the item she had offered could not secure the pass. Ultimately, the pass was acquired at a high price by another player. While Feng Chan felt a twinge of envy, she focused on her newly constructed house. A beam of white light flashed, transforming the stone house into a cement structure. With all materials previously stored in the stone house now neatly arranged in the living room, she remained seated on her bed, with Jean Doe sleeping beneath her. Filled with excitement, she stood up, while Jean Doe, sensing the sudden change in their home, cautiously followed her side. The smooth cement floor required no wooden planks to be functional. She eagerly approached the kitchen connected to the living room, where a built-in cement stove with 2 cooking pots awaited her. Nodding in satisfaction, she turned to the restroom, which featured only a dirt pit and a cement floor, devoid of any toilet fixtures. Well, it appeared she would still have to venture outside for such needs. The bedroom was rather simple, equipped only with a window, yet every room boasted iron bars for security, including the front door, which was a half-inch thick iron door. No wonder the level 2 house required so many iron blocks. However, the other rooms lacked doors, prompting Feng Chan to click on the wooden door she had stored, choosing to use it, ultimately placing it in the bedroom. Today, she deliberately refrained from accepting the tool crafting list, saving it for later use. The glass windows were flimsy, and while everyone was pondering repairs to their houses, the increasing number of individuals unveiling materials meant that the price of blueprints had neither risen nor fallen. Adding materials for each room, she managed to secure 4 items for 5 iron blocks and some basic living supplies, along with 300 g of food. That evening, she crafted 3 windows with screens, leaving the restroom window for tomorrow's installation. The safety perimeter around the level 2 house had expanded to 5 meters, making daily activities considerably more convenient. Her storage was filled with hailstones and 9 slots, while most of the remaining resources were left outside, as only half a pound of pork required immediate attention. As night fell, she lit a fire on her new stove, relishing the comfort of not having to squat while cooking. To conserve resources, she refrained from igniting both pots, swiftly pouring the washed rice into one, which soon began to emit a fragrant aroma. Once the rice was cooked, she switched to a new pot, adding golden cooking oil in the sliced pork, frying it until it was faintly crispy before removing half and adding it to boiling water with a pinch of salt. This was for Jean Doe, while she intended to return to her portion, adding a dash of Sichuan pepper powder, salt, MSG, and a rich sauce over the rice that made her salivate incessantly. Jean Doe, enjoying his pork soup over rice, appeared thoroughly satisfied. While they dined, Xiaoji sent over 2 boxes. Upon opening them, she found a blanket and a standard fruit knife, which she promptly returned. Having finished her meal, it was time for her daily training. She continued practicing until 8 o'clock, when another wooden box appeared, prompting her to cease her efforts. It was a typical box, positioned at a moderate distance. As per her usual practice, she deftly pried it open with the tip of her knife. With a luck value of 9 today, she had indeed uncovered the coveted level 2 house blueprint. Yet no items had materialized. To be frank, she felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, in previous days when her luck value hadn't been this high, she had procured even better resources. Outside, the light dimmed, and squinting her eyes, she discerned a hint of yellow. When she reached out to touch it, a coin, the same size as a 1 yuan coin from Blue Star, came into view. She squeezed it firmly. It was no chocolate. Ding dong. The game panel automatically opened, revealing a new message. Familiar sensations washed over her, but to her astonishment, it wasn't a notification, but rather a choice. Congratulations! You have uncovered the first gold coin issued in this game. The game currency function is now live, and an announcement will be made across the region. Would you like to remain anonymous? Feng Chan was momentarily dazed, yet her hand instinctively clicked on anonymous. Just as she completed the action, another message arrived. Congratulations to the player in Zone A 5001 for discovering the first gold coin, earning one lottery draw. The game currency function is officially online. As billions of players engaged in discussions surrounding this explosive news, a lottery interface akin to the one provided on the first day of the game appeared before Feng Chan today, marked the highest luck value she had experienced in over 10 days. And after a brief moment of hesitation, she opted to draw now. The spinning wheel whirled, with various colored triangles merging into a vibrant blur. Meanwhile, Zone 5001 erupted in excitement. I'm Shu Shu. Who is this lucky soul? What an incredible stroke of fortune, Watermelon King. Our Zone 5001 has struck gold. I wonder who it was. Can someone post a photo for us to admire? Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. While I too wish to see. Wouldn't he that just make them a target? Yuzu. Agreed. Wang Dashi. I'm more curious about what treasures the lottery might hold. Good luck. Do you think the lottery could offer a way back? Chunhua. Perhaps. When will such good fortune come my way? Become a tree. Alas, with billions of people and 70,000 zones, we're fortunate enough to have something land in our area, amidst the fervent discussions. The spinning wheel before Feng Chan gradually came to a halt on its black backdrop. The white text read, Yellow Earth 1. Just as she had an empty slot in her storage, the yellow earth automatically filled it. The wheel disappeared, leaving Feng Chan feeling somewhat bewildered. The entire sequence from obtaining the gold coin to the lottery had taken scarcely 10 seconds. Jean Doe whimpered beside her, rousing her from her stupor. At that moment, a notification popped up on the game panel. Gold coin detected. Would you like to deposit it into your account? Without hesitation, Feng Chan selected yes, and her personal center now displayed an asset, 1 gold coin. However, with personal information concealed, others cannot view the specific values, as everyone uniformly sees 3 asterisks. The newly introduced currency system is present across various sectors, and transactions can occur within the Friends interface. If one is wealthy, they may even throw money in the regional chat. Chapter 47. The Yellow Earth Reward. Having secured her funds, Feng Chan stepped outside her residence and clicked to place the yellow earth. The interface intelligently emitted a laser prompt, and after a moment of adjustment, Feng Chan chose a spot to the left of the front of the house. The area of the yellow earth was modest. Measuring 5 meters by 2 meters, totaling 10 square meters, slightly smaller than the previous stone house, with a thickness of approximately 50 centimeters. The soil was hard and clumpy, its pale yellow hue appearing both parched and malnourished. Cultivating it would likely require considerable effort. Ding dong. Xiao Jujio. Hello. I would like to use the weather feather. Feng Chan's planting plans were interrupted, and she patiently typed, Sure, you can take it directly from the contract. Xiao Jujio. Thank you. She remained polite, and after replying, Feng Chan retrieved a small hoe from the marketplace, which cost merely 2 fruit candies. Since everyone lacked land, had it not been for the defensive utility of the hoe, it might have been attainable for just 1 fruit candy. With the item in hand, Feng Chan squatted at the edge of the ground and began to break apart the clumpy yellow earth. Having grown up in the countryside, she was quite adept at agricultural tasks. Turning the soil before planting was essential. The clumps of yellow earth were best broken entirely, though if she had more land, she might have been less meticulous about the larger pieces. However, given the small size of her plot, she possessed ample patience and time to tend to it. Xiao Jujio soon returned the weather feather. Thanks. There will be no hail or dust storms tonight. Feng Chan glanced at the message and politely replied with an okay, then returned to her work on the yellow earth. After messaging Feng Chan, Xiao Jujio sent a group message to her friends about the day's weather, and after doing so, she repeated it in the regional chat. Receiving numerous expressions of gratitude, she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and joy. Realizing she was someone whom others relied upon, at that moment, a friend reminded her that performing good deeds could sometimes backfire, especially since this was not Blue Star. She merely glanced at it, replied with a thank you, and chose not to elaborate further. An hour later, the yellow earth outside the house had become fluffy and delicate. Feng Chan retrieved cabbage seeds and dug small holes, placing 4 seeds in each. Although 2 seeds would suffice per hole, she thought of wanting to harvest small seedlings, so she scattered a few extra, reserving a maximum of 2 seeds for the larger holes. Finally, watering was indispensable. The desert's daytime temperatures soared while nighttime temperatures plummeted, leaving her apprehensive about whether the plants would survive. Yet, this was a game mechanic, and surely it couldn't be so unforgiving. Otherwise, what purpose would the soil serve? After completing these tasks, Feng Chan took her toiletries to the lakeside, knowing it would vanish by morning. Seizing the moment, she made sure to wash thoroughly, also refilling the wooden box that had been emptied of water for irrigation. Though the outside temperature had grown quite chilly, the lake water remained pleasantly warm, akin to soaking in a hot spring. After finishing her tasks, Feng Chan returned to her bed, enjoying a restful night's sleep. On the 14th day of the game, Feng Chan rose early at 4 a.m. Her luck reading, 6, good fortune was at her door. After fitting the last window, she exercised vigorously for 2 hours. Then took advantage of the lake's final hour to bathe both herself and Jean Doe. She also washed her blankets and various previously neglected clothing, replenished the cooking water, and watered the yellow earth and the yellow bean sprouts in the wooden box anew. The lake had appeared yesterday at 7 a.m. and would vanish today at the same time. Opening the regional chat, it wasn't long before she spotted 009 lamenting the disappearance of their lake. Those who had previously been envious now seized the opportunity to mock, while many others speculated about the patterns. Compared to 009, a total of 10 individuals in the 5001 district had lakes near their homes. Yet most refrained from boasting loudly, and today they all disappeared simultaneously. Some even came forward to share their own experiences. However, with 10 lakes vanished, new ones appeared for a few others, leaving uncertainty about how many days such occurrences would persist. Regarding the water deity, there was no news whatsoever. It seemed that only Feng Chan had witnessed anything in the entire 5001 district. Meanwhile, Luyu was darting around various regions, revealing herself only when she found something or someone of interest. But those individuals were too dull for her liking, and she longed to return to see her dog, Jean Doe. Sensing the palpable resentment beneath her feet, Luyu silently abandoned that notion. As the morning wore on, Feng Chan opened 2 of her own boxes and 2 belonging to Qiao Ji, extracting from them a piece of plastic, a piece of floral cloth, 1 copper coin, and 1 silver coin. She returned the copper coin but accepted the silver coin. The conversion was straightforward. 100 copper coins equated to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equated to 1 gold coin. Today, many in the regional chat mentioned opening currency, though most had only copper coins. With silver coins being rare and gold coins non-existent, perhaps those with gold coins simply chose to remain silent. The midday heat rendered Feng Chan lethargic, leaving her sprawled on her bed, feebly waving a fan. Suddenly, the familiar game screen opened. Congratulations to the player from B1990 district for capturing the Qingri Oasis and earning the title of Oasis Pioneer, along with a lottery draw as a reward. Feng Chan was momentarily taken aback. Her concern wasn't the title itself, but the realization that there could not be over 6 billion people sharing just 7 oases. She had always believed that in the best-case scenario, the 5001 district shared 7 oases, and in the worst-case scenario, the entire Summer Kingdom, a district, did. Yet, reality revealed to her that all of Blue Star shared these 7 oases. Her previous assumptions had been fundamentally flawed. She had thought that NPCs and instances could be replicated, at least that the instances between major districts were similar but not identical. However, this message struck her like a heavy blow. If she did not act quickly, there would soon be no oases left. She spent at least an hour every day browsing the marketplace, yet had seen no items that could be utilized there. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from outside the door, prompting Feng Chan to immediately rise from her bed. Peering out the nearby window, she saw the scruffy figure of a wanderer. The bearded man waved cheerfully. Bowl of oil, I'm back. His pure white long robe was torn in several places, showing signs of having been burned, now appearing quite tattered and disheveled, resembling a true vagabond. Good fortune is knocking at the door, Feng Chan mused, opening the iron door with a polite smile. It's been a while. I forgot to ask your name last time. The bearded man looked genuinely touched. You can call me Charlie. How should I refer to you? Feng Chan contemplated providing a false name but was uncertain of this NPC's capabilities, ultimately deciding to reveal her true name. Upon hearing it, Charlie's smile grew even more sincere, and he remarked, a rare surname. I've met many people in a district, but it's my first encounter with this one. Feng Chan played along, then inquired, are you still looking for food today? I have plenty of water, and I can offer you a bottle at a discounted price. Charlie's face beamed with gratitude. If it's not too much trouble, I would be extremely grateful. I've faced considerable hostility during my travels, and only you, my bowl of oil, have been so sincere with me. Chapter 48. Charlie's wish. Feng Chan partially opened the door and quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from a corner of the living room, handing it to him. Charlie accepted the water as if it were a great blessing, kissing it before raising his hands to the heavens. Oh, my creator, thank you for allowing me to meet such a wonderful person. Though exaggerated, Feng Chan took the opportunity to ask, would you like any other food? I can offer you a special price. Charlie, undeterred by the interruption, began rummaging through his tattered white robe, despite it having no pockets, and soon produced an astonishing array of items that piled up to form a small mountain, surpassing the height of the house. Friend, please help me choose. There are too many items for me to carry. And after you pick, you can select whatever you like. Wiping away non-existent sweat, Feng Chan could already smell something foul. A portion of the items was undoubtedly spoiled. However, considering the possibility of valuable items among them, she agreed that it appeared that the NPC's backpack preservation function was not as effective as she had presumed. With a sigh, Feng Chan set up a table and chairs at the door for Charlie to sit, providing him with a piece of ivory rat skin to gnaw on. Knowing it would take him at least half an hour to finish, she opted not to let him inside, fearing he might steal something. Currently, her warehouse and backpack were filled with hail, and apart from a few items that could not be stored, everything else was outside. Although she believed giving him something would deter theft, one could never be sure of his intentions. Wearing the mask she had previously left behind, Feng Chan took a stick and began to poke through the refuse. She understood that many had given him various unwanted items or garbage and wanted to caution Charlie. But revealing this would likely lead him to request more from others, which seemed rather unfair to his fellow beings. Thus, she chose to remain silent, merely separating the trash into a different pile. Charlie sat on the chair, gnawing on the dry skin, pulling with both hands in a fierce effort, his face straining, yet he could not manage to tear it. Ultimately, his teeth slipped and his head jerked back, causing a dull thud against the heavy iron door. Feng Chan recognized the situation but feigned concern, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Charlie awkwardly shifted his gaze elsewhere. "I'm fine. You can continue," suppressing her laughter. Feng Chan returned to sorting through the trash. After half an hour, she had only managed to clear less than a third of it but discovered two noteworthy items. A full-value luck card, valid for 1 hour, and a pair of 40-sized snow boots that could enhance speed by 1 point. The sun blazed down with relentless intensity, causing Feng Chan to pause and rest for an extended period, quenching her thirst before resuming her tasks. During her break, she managed to discover several useful items. Casting a glance back at Charlie, who was struggling to stay awake while gnawing on some dry rations, she contemplated the possibility of clearing out space in her backpack to discreetly transfer the items into her pockets, hoping that he would remain oblivious to her actions. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she dismissed the thought. He had already promised to let her choose one item, and perhaps she could later barter with food for another. Uncertain of Charlie's capabilities, she decided against acting impulsively. Consistently benefiting from opportunities was preferable to engaging in one-off transactions. Feng Chan's decision proved wise, as the wanderer valued his supplies highly. Although he claimed he intended to discard some unnecessary items, he did not permit anyone to take anything without his consent. In his travels between numerous human settlements, there had been attempts on his life for the sake of his resources, all of which had ended in unfortunate failure for the assailants. After 2 hours, she had thoroughly sorted through the clutter, discarding the refuse into the quicksand, which eagerly consumed it. The remaining items and supplies were plentiful. Aside from a few edible provisions, she found a full-value luck card, green rarity, 1. Acceleration snow boots, green rarity, 1. Strength cards, green rarity, 2. Agility card, green rarity, 1. Water repellent pearl, blue rarity, 1. Silver coin, 1. Defense vest, blue rarity, 1. And invisibility card, blue rarity, 1. There were also some green rarity knives that she had no intention of claiming. Charlie examined the now tidy collection of items, nodding in satisfaction. "My friend, I am immensely grateful. You may select one of these as your reward." While sorting, Feng Chan had placed several unfamiliar items into storage to ascertain their utility, and she had drawn her conclusions. The blue rarity water repellent pearl could sustain underwater for an hour with a cooldown of 5 hours, classifying it as a permanent item. The blue rarity defense vest could absorb 20 of damage, not exceeding double her health points, categorizing it as a consumable item. However, if the opponent were sufficiently strong, the vest would soon be rendered useless. The invisibility card, on the other hand, was a one-time use item. Ultimately, she chose the water repellent pearl. Although the surrounding landscape was predominantly desert, after witnessing the flowing jade, Feng Chan was convinced that future quests would undoubtedly involve water. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of introducing such an item into the game? Weighing all factors, she settled on the water repellent pearl. "Very well, this is your well-earned reward, my friend. Take it, Charlie said, showing no objections to her choice as he gathered the items into his backpack. Recalling the oasis, she inquired, "Do you have any other items? I may exchange for something else." Charlie paused in his actions, and after placing the final item back into his backpack, he returned to his chair with an expression that shifted from silly to serious. His tone became calm yet resolute. "I possess something you desire." Feng Chan lowered her gaze in discomfort. His sudden change in demeanor made her feel as though he could see through her backpack and storage. "What do you wish to exchange for?" Charlie chuckled, reverting to his previous demeanor, 1 gold coin. Feng Chan sensed that he had not finished speaking and remained silent, waiting for his next words, "And a wish." "A wish? For me?" Feng Chan was bewildered. She considered herself quite weak. Charlie then produced 2 gray coins from his white coat and tossed them to her. The coins were the size of ordinary 1 yuan coins. With intricate raised patterns on the front and a grand doorway depicted on the back. As she placed them in her backpack, their descriptions instantly appeared. Teleportation coin, red rarity, a legendary accessory linked to the Door of Destiny, possessing the power to traverse space, with a cooldown of 30 days. Red rarity was already exceedingly rare, and the ability to traverse space was remarkable. Apart from the extended cooldown, it bore no discernible drawbacks. Seeing Feng Chan's uncontainable astonishment, Charlie understood that she would agree. After placing the coin into her backpack, she did not retrieve it again but asked, "Why me?" She did not consider herself capable of earning a permanent red rarity item. "Because you are special, I cannot predict what the future holds, but you will undoubtedly progress faster than others," Charlie replied, stroking his beard while nodding. Feng Chan's heart raced. Could he perceive that she possessed another system? Chapter 49. Seizing the Red Sun Oasis. Charlie seemed to sense Feng Chan's thoughts and explained, "Rest assured, I cannot discern what exactly you possess. I can only see that something obscures it. 99% of NPCs cannot see through it. In truth, there were numerous items in the game that could conceal information and materials from being inspected by others. Yet the aura surrounding Feng Chan felt distinctly different to Charlie. Although Feng Chan felt anything but relaxed, she ultimately acquiesced to his request, but they agreed that the wish could not infringe upon her boundaries. With the transaction completed, Charlie's expression transformed once more into a silly grin, leaving Feng Chan uncertain whether he was feigning or genuinely naive. "Are your other items still for sale? If so, I would still like the invisibility card and defense vest." Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. "My friend, those must be reserved for my other friends. Come back another time, and I shall bring you gifts." With that, he rose and strode away, quickly vanishing into the desert expanse. Despite not acquiring those 2 items, Feng Chan remained undeterred. She turned her attention to the teleportation coins, which were straightforward in their function. One would serve as the starting point, the other as the destination. The starting point could be placed anywhere within the cement house, but the destination had specific requirements. It could not be positioned based solely on a name or intent, or else, given its extraordinary capabilities, it would not be merely red rarity. Fortunately, Feng Chan had the necessary conditions. First, there was the palm leaf as a medium, and secondly, the guiding thread. After retrieving both, she employed the guiding thread on the palm leaf, which conjured up 2 locations in her mind, the oasis and her own home. After locking the oasis with the guiding thread, she directed it towards her bedroom once more, establishing an invisible connection that ran from the Red Sun Oasis through the palm leaf to her bedroom. Next, she used one of the teleportation coins on the palm leaf. The coin vanished as it was successfully placed. There was indeed a more convenient method for placement, manual placement, but Feng Chan lacked the necessary pass. So she had to rely on this method. Even if she no longer needed it, she could retrieve it via the guiding thread. Transferring one of the hailstones from her backpack to a newly opened chest, she equipped herself with a machete and some stones. Afterward, she activated the other coin, and immediately a gray-white cloud gate appeared before her, 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. As the user, Feng Chan could sense the location of the exit. Golden Bean emitted a few soft whines nearby, but she had chosen not to bring it along. She would take it once she confirmed the area was safe. Stepping through the cloud gate, the ground beneath her feet transformed into something soft within a second, and the air became slightly moist, infused with a faint scent of vegetation. It was indeed the Red Sun Oasis, unchanged. However, the fruits had diminished considerably, and 3 palm trees were missing. The area where the trees had been was already beginning to wither, indicating that others had visited recently. She pondered the implications of the game's occupation mechanic. Did it require special items? Or could one freely enter and exit as she did? If others occupied it, could they still gain access with a pass? Many questions flooded her mind, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as a red gemstone floated down from above the lake. It resembled a power gem, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared different, as if the red within it was flowing. As she grasped the gemstone, before she could stow it in her backpack, the game interface popped up. Congratulations! You have successfully occupied the Red Sun Oasis. Would you like to close the external passage? The external passage was straightforward. It concerned whether others could teleport here using the Oasis Pass. Naturally, it would be best for her to keep this place exclusively for herself. Just as she was about to confirm, her hand inadvertently clicked no. The opening and closing of the external passage could be adjusted at any time. After occupying the Oasis, she felt a connection to the area. She could visualize its entirety in her mind and enter and exit freely without needing the teleportation coins. With this advantage, setting a trap at the passage could serve as an excellent strategy for accumulating supplies. In District 5001, no one sold red sun fruits, so it was likely that visitors from other districts would arrive. Nevertheless, even if individuals from District 5001 came, she would show no mercy, as for the red gemstone. It was known as the Red Sun Stone, inedible, and served as a medium for freely traversing between the Red Sun Oasis and her starting point. After completing these tasks, Feng Chan inspected the red sunberries. None were ripe or mutated, and no ivory mice had respawned. After surveying the area, finding nothing else to take, and ensuring her water supply was sufficient, she finally paused at the sight of the 3 felled palm trees. Indeed, the palm trees served the purpose she had previously suspected. They were meant to combat desertification. Although they stood tall, their bare trunks offered little protection against the sand below. Yet, this was merely a game. And she could understand some of its deviations from reality, given the numerous fantastical elements and items that had already appeared, in an effort to prevent the desertification of the Red Sun Oasis. Feng Chan searched and ultimately discovered a somewhat decayed seed beneath the largest palm tree. It was similar in size and shape to a betel nut. If it were fresh, it would still contain edible flesh. But now it was clearly inedible. With the seed in hand, Feng Chan proceeded to plant it in the spots where the 3 palm trees had once stood, not forgetting to water it with some of the lake water in the center. Unfortunately, most of the land was taken up by the red sunberry trees, leaving little space that was both small and scattered. She attempted to dig a small patch, but the soil was too sandy for most crops to thrive. After completing these tasks, she returned to the cloud gate and stepped back into her bedroom. The teleportation coins and guiding thread entered a cool-down phase after use, automatically returning to her inventory. She retrieved an unused speed sail and utilized it on the teleportation coin once, successfully reducing its cooldown time of 30 days by 10, bringing it down to 27 days. Alas, the speed sail cannot be employed multiple times in succession. It may only be used again after the next utilization of the teleportation coin. Once the cooldown of the speed sail expired after an hour, Feng Chan again applied it to the tether line, similarly shortening the cooldown from 30 days to 27 days. She originally intended to use the speed sail on the weather feather, but given that Xiao Jujio would likely need it in the coming days, she decided against it, allowing Xiao Jujio to determine the timing of its USE.in the afternoon. Xiaoji delivered 3 boxes, all filled with food and supplies, but Feng Chan returned them all. The tether line she had previously opened from her own boxes had proven to be quite beneficial, and she also received a substantial number of paper towels from her own boxes in the afternoon, which were quite practical. With the Red Sun Oasis at her disposal, Feng Chan no longer had to worry about water usage. She could use it as she pleased. However, she was not one to squander resources. She would use it judiciously without extravagance. It was a pity that she could not bring golden beans over to the oasis. Currently, after occupying it, she could only transport herself and a few inanimate objects. Regrettably, she had been too concerned about potential dangers to bring the golden beans along. The golden beans, oblivious to Feng Chan's thoughts, joyfully wagged their tails nearby, especially after being rewarded with dried ivory mouse entrails, which only made their tail wag even faster. As dusk approached, Feng Chan prepared dinner, watering the soybean and cabbage seeds in the soil, and trained for 2 hours. In the interim, Xiao Juju utilized the weather feather once more, reassuring Feng Chan and the others in the area that it would be a safe night. Chapter 50. 7 Oases. By 9 o'clock in the evening, after teleporting to the Red Sun Oasis for a bath, Feng Chan had enjoyed a delightful day. The game had begun 15 days ago. Today's luck. 3. Once again, there were no bonuses, but as long as the system was functioning, Feng Chan had long since come to terms with it and continued living her life as usual. Throughout the day, she opened her boxes and found an assortment of junk for the first time, along with window blueprints, furniture blueprints, and a night monster. Xiaoji's box contained 10 pebbles, a 5-pound quilt, a piece of dry flatbread, a folding fan, and a pair of trousers, all of which Feng Chan returned to her without hesitation. After training and bathing, she lay back in bed, engaging in regional chat while the top announcements in both regional and world chats suddenly appeared. Congratulations to the 7 anonymous players from B1990. A5001, D0455, C6529, A0006, B0847, F0148 regions for occupying all the oases. The regional and world chats erupted in chaos. Feng Chan stared at the news, momentarily stunned. Indeed, 7 oases had been claimed. She hadn't anticipated that others would be so swift. A mixture of anxiety and relief washed over her. Had she not encountered Charlie yesterday, the Red Sun Oasis would likely have fallen into someone else's hands. I'm not a coward. My dear mother. 7 oases? With a population of 7 billion, 1 oasis has actually been claimed by our region's players. Quite impressive. Bubblefish. Just to clarify, there are now only 5.4 billion people. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. That's still quite remarkable. I wonder which big shot managed to claim it. According to the announcement, our region was the second to occupy 1. I truly wish I could meet this big shot. Yuzi, count me in. Haotian Hammer, 180 centimeters. What exactly is an oasis? Tofu, it's overt. I might as well be a passerby in Blue Star, but to be a passerby in the game too. I haven't even heard of oases and they've already been claimed? Passerby A, who called me? NPC, thanks for the reminder. I really am quite similar to an NPC now. Yuzi, don't belittle yourself, NPC. Thank you. Yuzi, NPC wanderers are living better than we are. We don't even deserve to be called NPCs. NPC, eating melon 007. Passerby A, that's a cold joke, haha. Everyone chatted and laughed, seemingly forgetting the difficulties of recent days. Finding joy amidst hardship was far better than remaining in a state of despondency. Flower blooming prosperity. What exactly is this oasis you all speak of? Why hasn't anyone come forth to explain? Haotian Hammer, 180 centimeters indeed. These people are quite selfish, not even willing to provide an explanation. Xiao Jujio. An oasis is similar to the definition of an oasis in Blue Star, but I haven't been there, so I don't know the specifics. At the very least, there should be water and trees. 072877. Since this is being treated so seriously, it should have more than just those things. There might even be high-level treasure chest items. Xiao Jujio. Perhaps. Haotian Hammer, 180 centimeters water? Then our region shouldn't lack water in the future. The Man in Black. Yes, the oasis should have a considerable amount of water. Since it can form an oasis, there might be springs below or occasional rain. If the big shot sells water, they could become fabulously wealthy, and we wouldn't have to haggle for water daily. Feng Chan silently absorbed the messages. She had no intention of engaging in such plans, setting aside whether the water was truly endless. She would not risk her safety for it. Many in the region joined the discussion, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a big shot. Perhaps tomorrow they would start selling water? Ning Qiao, having finished reading, was too apathetic to argue with the group and turned to privately chat with Yuzi. I don't think the big shot will sell water. Yuzi, I agree. Who wouldn't covet an oasis? Unless they are truly in need of resources, anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't sell water. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Exactly. Just look at the faces of those in the region. If you dared to sell today, they'd demand it for free the next moment and hound you with insults. Yuzi. Precisely. I can easily predict what excuses they would concoct. Fellow countrymen, water is boundless, and they would stand on their moral high ground to criticize others. There are far too many such people. The game had entered its 16th day. BY 8 o'clock in the morning. Feng Chan had already trained for 2 hours. Today's luck. For there was no further annotation, indicating no specific bonuses had been assigned. After training, Feng Chan prepared breakfast while browsing regional messages. In a mere morning, about 10 people in the region were selling level 1 stone house blueprints. And the marketplace had also listed numerous level 1 stone house and wooden house blueprints. Were the box supplies about to be upgraded? Feng Chan mused to herself. Breakfast was quickly prepared, porridge paired with fried bread, followed by some red sunberries for dessert. Half an hour later, the first box of the day appeared, nearly 50 meters away. Feng Chan approached the box while scouting the area, ensuring she was aware of the position of the quicksand nearby. Upon returning to the house, she opened the box to find a packet of hot pot base ingredients. Just as she placed the items in the living room, Xiaoji's box appeared, and simultaneously, Xiao Juju delivered materials for 2 wooden doors and 1 glass window. Feng Chan first opened Xiaoji's box, which contained a level 1 wooden house blueprint. It seemed as though these items were being distributed in bulk today. And with her house already at level 2, she had no interest in the level 1 blueprint and passed it to Xiaoji. She then turned her attention to Xiao Juju's order. This was the condition under which she had exchanged the beast bone dagger and umbrella, totaling 13 uses of weather prediction, of which she had already employed 3, leaving 9 instances for tool crafting, which she was using for the first time today. After replying with an OK, Feng Chan placed the wooden door materials and blueprints inside. The 3 items were completed in under 2 hours and sent back to her. Many were eager to build houses today, causing a slight increase in the prices of stone and wooden boards. Feng Chan sold a portion of her stockpile and exchanged it for some food. It was an utterly mundane day, with supplies like food and stones being opened. After another bath at the Red Sun Oasis in the afternoon, the day was soon coming to an end. Xiao Juju used the weather feather again, and with a sandstorm approaching her side, panic ensued in the region. Green grass cake? Ah, not again. I just acquired a level 1 stone house blueprint. But I'm still short on materials. I'll be ready by tomorrow. Can't it just wait another day? Eating melon 66. I'm in a similar predicament. How can we endure without a home for another few days? Supporting Roll20. In this day and age, there's even a sandstorm for online bullying. I've learned something new. Some individuals had already completed their houses today, showcasing pictures of their homes in the region. Watching this was enough to make Feng Chan drowsy. The daily discussions in the region were almost identical, until someone suddenly shared a slightly crumpled note, printed in Microsoft Yahoo font, stating, "In books? There are golden houses. I'm not a coward. Did you find this in a box? It shouldn't have been printed out by a printer, right? De Huang. Yes, I was wondering if any of you have ever found something like this? While some may have terrible luck and find junk, it's usually just empty plastic bottles, rusty knives, or food wrappers. There have been paper balls, but never anything with writing. Haotian hammer, 180 centimeters, looks like junk to me. Just throw it away." Chapter 51. Blue Item Enchantment Patterns by Yun. It should be useful, right? It doesn't take up space, so you might as well keep it for now. Code 0. Could it be a hint from the game? Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Has anyone found a book? I'll collect it. Yuzi. I'll collect it too. Passerby Ding. I have a copy of 100 Family Surnames. Do you want it? I'm not a coward. Have you read it? If it's empty inside, it's likely useless. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Indeed. I only collect new, unopened ones. Feng Chan observed the messages and quietly searched the marketplace for books. No1 had listed any, and after a while of seeing no other useful information, she decided to sleep. This time, she was fortunate. The sandstorm did not descend upon her. The game had entered its 17th day. Today's luck. 6. A double blessing. Feng Chan's heart fluttered at the text notification. Perhaps it functions similarly to a high drop rate, where the open supplies would automatically duplicate. However, it was still only 6 o'clock, not yet the time for boxes to appear. Just as she was midway through her training, Ning Xiao sent a message. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. Someone has released blue item enchantment patterns. Are you awake? I'll add you to the group. Feng Chan immediately replied with an affirmative, and in the next moment, she found herself in a group of 4, including herself. Yuzi was the first to share a screenshot. Speed enchantment rune, blue quality. When applied to items or weapons, it has a chance to permanently increase speed by 1 point. Yuzu. Here, we sell it for 1 green quality card of strength, speed, or agility, or any gem that can enhance permanent attributes. Along with food, I can understand the exchange for a green quality item. But this enchantment rune only has a chance to increase a permanent attribute by 1 point. It is not guaranteed. Trading it for a gem that guarantees a 100 increase in attributes would be unwise. However, we can negotiate, as initial offers tend to be on the higher side. Feng Chan. I can offer 1 green quality speed card and a pound of bread along with half a pound of yellow bean sprouts. A pound of bread is not much, but in a time when vegetables are exceedingly scarce, the value of half a pound of yellow bean sprouts is quite significant. However, this is something that most people wouldn't buy or afford. Only those with ample resources would be willing to acquire it. Feng. Yellow bean sprouts? Let me take a look. Feng Chan immediately initiated a trade, placing the yellow bean sprouts on the table. Without clicking confirm, the other party could not take them. Ning Qiao and Yuzu took the opportunity to nostalgically admire the vegetables, the unique aroma of the plants lingering in their memories. Feng. Boss. You didn't happen to win some land in the lottery, did you? You've grown them so quickly. Ning Qiao and the others were intrigued. The boss was unexpectedly close. With no one having previously opened soil from boxes, it became much more reasonable to suspect a lottery win. Although the yellow bean sprouts were indeed grown by Feng Chan, she would certainly not admit it, instead posting a photo of the wooden crate she used for planting them in the group chat. 000001. If only I had that luck. Yellow bean sprouts are relatively easy to cultivate, requiring only sand. I spent quite a bit of water in the first few days. Feng felt a brief moment of disappointment. Initially thinking she could establish a connection with the boss, Upon closer inspection, the roots of the yellow bean sprouts were indeed covered in sand rather than soil, mirroring the sentiments of Ning Qiao and the others. Feng, I didn't know it could be done this way. I thought only soil could be used for planting. Feng, that's too little. I want another pound of seeds that way. She could plant them herself. And with hail in the warehouse, watering them wouldn't be a concern. Seeing that the other party was not one to throw out random prices, Feng Chan pulled out the remaining half-pound of yellow bean sprouts, took a picture, and posted it in the group. 0.000001. I only managed to grow a pound of yellow bean sprouts, having planted them twice already, so this is all that remains. However, it's enough for 2 more plantings, which could yield 2 to 3 pounds. Coupled with a pound of bread, I have plenty of hail. I can give you as much as you can carry. What do you think? Chi Chao Nyang Yang. If it can yield 2 to 3 pounds? That's worth quite a bit. Water is cheap now, unlike before, so watering isn't a problem. The price of vegetables is indeed quite high. A pound can at least be exchanged for 2 pounds of food. And with those who have ample supplies, it could even multiply by 3 or 4 times. Feng was not specifically in the business of trading for profit. As long as the value was roughly equivalent, he was satisfied. At present, he had no tools or blueprints to utilize the blue quality enchantment rune, so it was better to exchange it for something usable. Most importantly, he genuinely desired to eat vegetables. Just the scent was enough to alleviate the discomfort from his prolonged constipation. Feng, add half a pound of food, and we'll make a deal. 0.000001. All right. The transaction was swiftly completed, with hail provided in exchange for the blue quality speed enchantment rune, which was remarkably soft and adorned with peculiar dark brown patterns. She immediately retrieved the blueprint for the blue quality beast bone dagger and a pair of red quality ivory mouse teeth, placing them together with the enchantment rune on the tool bench. The crafting time took longer than she expected, a full 12 hours. When Ning Qiao first started crafting, buyers also charged a commission fee. But due to the poor outcomes, after discussing with Yuzu, they decided to only charge the seller's commission. Life gradually improved. Just as Feng Chan picked up the machete to continue training, Feng sent a friend request. Upon acceptance, the other party quickly messaged, I sense you have a good understanding of planting. Let us be friends and exchange information in the future. 0.000001. Okay. Time swiftly passed to 8 in the morning. After finishing breakfast, Feng Chan remembered to water the soil. After attending to her chores, she cleared half of the hail from her warehouse to sell in the market, organizing the disheveled supplies in her living room before returning them to the warehouse. Initially, she was quite worried about being unable to freely access the Red Sun Oasis, but after experimenting over the past few days, she confirmed its stability before daring to clear the hail and list it in the market without occupying warehouse space. She worried that listing too many items might raise suspicion, so she only listed half. No inquiries came in, but Feng Chan was indifferent and left them up. The first box appeared, and Feng Chan happily unwrapped it to find 2 night beasts. Her lips twitched as she approached the market to collect boxes, pricing them similarly to before, still attracting many inquiries, though few were willing to trade. 9 o'clock, Xiaoji's boxes were delivered. Upon opening, she discovered 2 packages of sanitary pads, the first time she had opened such an item. Last month, she had gone without food during her period, and calculating the time, it was nearly time for her to need them again. She accepted the items and returned the box to Xiaoji. Today seemed to be her lucky day. Within the morning, the two had opened 5 boxes. Apart from the initial night beasts, the rest were all sanitary pads. Both day and night use, in pairs. A total of 8 packages, sufficient for her needs, and knowing Xiaoji would also require some, she decided not to take them all, giving her 2 packages of day use and 1 of night use, successfully earning Xiaoji's heartfelt gratitude. Xiaoji felt moved upon receiving the items. Through their conversations over the past few days, she was fairly certain that the other party was most likely a girl. Even if she didn't need them, she could sell them in the market, yet she was willing to share with her. Compared to her life on Blue Star, she felt warmth from people in the game. She placed the items away, her movements with the kitchen knife growing increasingly vigorous, maintaining high-intensity training even in this sunless desert. After a whole morning, Feng Chan collected 5 boxes from the market, yielding 2 pebbles, 2 spoons, 2 bottles of 200 milliliters water, 2 pairs of socks, and 2 pounds of flour. Although she opened double of each item, they were not particularly valuable, barely breaking even. At noon, as Feng Chan lay on her bed fanning herself, she suddenly sat up. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man had appeared in the Red Sun Oasis, poised to swing an axe at a palm tree. Chapter 52. Merging the oasis. This cannot stand. She quickly instructed Jean Do not to run around. Even though the main gate was closed, with a thought, she silently appeared by the oasis lake. This morning, she had already organized her warehouse and backpack, ensuring all necessary items were packed. The other party dared to come to the oasis, suggesting they possessed considerable strength. If he willingly surrendered all his belongings without resistance, she would let him go. Otherwise, he would be killed. However, she was well aware that the latter was far more likely. Human nature is fickle. Just as she wrestled with whether to attack or kill, the other party would also be torn between genuine surrender or seizing the moment to retaliate against her. For her, directly killing someone felt heavy. After living in the desert for a month and a half, she had not taken a life aside from some beasts or animals. For a law-abiding citizen from Blue Star, crossing the line to commit murder was not an easy feat. The game was destined not to remain monotonous forever. One must eventually take the first step. Feng Chan lightly touched her ear tip, raising her arm to strike. The spinning flying knife swiftly severed half of his ear, with enough force to embed itself in the yellow sand outside the oasis. Feng did not immediately recall the flying knife. The white man screamed, clamping his hand over his ear, abruptly turning around, exposing his unguarded back to the outside. With his other hand, he tossed aside the axe, raising both hands above his head. He rambled on in a language she did not understand. As it was not English, with the teleportation card in hand, Feng Chan realized that eliminating him might not be as straightforward as anticipated. However, bolstered by the shield, he felt emboldened, convinced that with a weapon at his disposal, he would surely succeed in mounting a counterattack. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Feng Chan's flying daggers possessed the ability to return automatically. Feng Chan crouched down to search him, suspecting that he could not possibly have only this meager equipment. Methodically, she examined him from head to toe, eventually unearthing a blueprint adorned with designs reminiscent of an enchantment rune, along with a crescent-shaped purple gemstone, roughly the size of a thumb. The blueprint was inscribed with numerous words that resembled English yet were distinctly different. Within 3 seconds of holding the paper, the inscriptions began to transform, morphing into Chinese. Green tier enchantment rune blueprint, tools. Green tier beast blood, beast hide, beast bone pin. The higher the material grade, the greater the likelihood of success. What was once a plethora of text had condensed into a single line in Chinese, while the accompanying patterns remained unchanged. After scrutinizing the blueprint, Feng Chan stowed it away in her backpack. Having found no additional items, upon placing the shield inside, its functionality was immediately revealed. Wooden shield, green tier, capable of absorbing attacks that do not exceed 80 health points. 210.it appeared that he had already utilized it twice. Had he engaged in combat with other Oasis conquerors? Was it merely that the Red Sun Oasis was now in her grasp? Before long, her initial confusion was replaced by elation as a notification surfaced on her game panel. Eliminated player C6529 in Zone 088217. Inheriting Purple Moon Oasis. Do you wish to merge? After a brief moment of contemplation, she opted for the merger. The purple gemstone that had yet to be stored in her backpack levitated, emanating a gentle glow. So, he was the conqueror of Purple Moon Oasis, fully aware that the oasis harbored resources that could bestow permanent attributes, and had ventured here despite the risks. To the left of the oasis, space twisted, revealing an oasis that resembled a mirage, its shape and color gradually solidifying. Its area twice that of the Red Sun Oasis, surrounded by towering palm trees akin to those of the latter. Yet at its center lay a perfectly circular lake. Initially, it seemed that merging would conclude here. However, the palm trees encircling both oases began to vanish, allowing the two lands to inch closer together. With the ground's underbrush shifting as well, Feng Chan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and suddenly, the entire oasis transformed dramatically. The oasis now resembled a singular circular landmass, its area unchanged from the combined territories, bordered by a ring of palm trees. Remarkably, the 3 palm trees that had been absent from the Red Sun Oasis had sprouted anew, standing at a modest height, although a gap remained. The Purple Moon Oasis also boasted underbrush, strikingly similar to that of the Red Sun Oasis, yet the 2 types of foliage clearly occupied their respective halves, distinctly separated. At the center, 2 small lakes, a round one and a crescent-shaped one, sat side by side, their waters uncolored and puzzlingly unmerged. Feng Chan chose not to rush back, but instead ventured into the underbrush that belonged to the Purple Moon Oasis in search of fruit. She had always assumed that other oases bore names akin to Yellow Sun or Pink Sun, only to discover the existence of a moon. According to Liu Yu's previous remarks, the anomalous red sunberries had absorbed the power of the red sun. She had also heard mention of the green sun, alongside the yellow sun chili of the Yellow Sun Oasis that she was familiar with. Chapter 53. Biological Evolution Potion. The colors corresponded to specific powers: strength, speed, agility, derived from their respective suns. Now, with the emergence of the purple moon, symbolizing luck, it implied that luck stemmed from the moon, specifically a purple moon. Furthermore, there were pink shades representing charm, blue for intelligence, and green for life, though it remained unclear whether these were associated with the sun or the moon. Feng Chan found herself intrigued by what the amalgamation of these 7 oases might yield. In her musings, she discovered 2 ripe purple moonberries, their shapes akin to raspberries. As for how she knew their name, it was simply because she placed them in her backpack. While they did not directly enhance her luck, prolonged consumption could yield benefits, which was certainly advantageous. After securing the possessions of the white man and an empty box, Feng Chan watered the 3 small palm trees before returning to her dwelling, not forgetting to dispose of the white man's corpse in the quicksand outside the oasis. If circumstances allowed, she would have genuinely wished to relocate her home there. For how blissful it would be to breathe in less arid air, though alas, there were no boxes here. Jean Do, curious about the fresh scent clinging to Feng Chan, sniffed excitedly. She merely smiled, turning to retrieve 2 branches of the oasis's native shrubs from her backpack, a red sunberry tree and a purple moonberry tree. Taking only 1 branch from each would not hinder their growth. Sensing her affection, Jean Do's tail wagged joyfully, and it let out soft whines while nuzzling against her. Just then, a box appeared outside. Featuring a faint green pattern down the center, it was a green box. Feng Chan hurriedly gathered her tools and ventured out, with Jean Do following suit, as she prepared to open the box. Jean Do took a moment to relieve itself outside, conveniently burying it in the yellow sand. Upon returning to her abode with the box, she pried it open to reveal 2 white cards adorned with intricate designs, which Feng Chan could not decipher, so she promptly stored them in her warehouse. Pet contract card, low tier, can contract creatures with a strength not exceeding its own as pets. There is a chance of failure if the contracted party resists strongly. Feng Chan's eyes lit up. She had not anticipated such an item. If she contracted it, would she be able to understand Jean Do's words, akin to the novel she had read? She took out 1 card and, crouching down, earnestly explained it to Jean Do. However, the tilt of its head indicated it had not comprehended. Feng Chan clicked to use one of the cards, realizing it did not require blood. The default assumption was that the user would be the master, and the contracted creature could intelligently choose. Pointing the screen at Jean Do, its information instantly appeared. Jean Do, 2 Song Dog, no rank, contract success rate 99.9. Do you wish to contract? After clicking yes, the contract card transformed into 2 beams of white light, merging into the bodies of both the girl and the dog. The low-tier pet contract card was not as miraculous. Feng Chan still could not understand Jean Do's speech, but she could distinctly sense its emotions. Effectively grasping half of its language, that moment, Jean Do tilted its head left and right, even pawing at Feng Chan, sensing something new had entered their bond. Overjoyed, Feng Chan embraced it tightly, a new idea blossoming in her mind. With a mere thought, she found herself back in the oasis, the weight in her hands confirming the success of her idea. Now, with the bond of the contract, Jean Do could accompany her, and after the contract, it possessed a pet space. However, as it was a low-tier card, the pet space was merely a dark, empty 5 cubic meter area. Upon entering the new environment, Jean Do was initially flustered but quickly regained composure. Detecting its master's scent, this was its territory. Its master had finally acknowledged it and was willing to bring it here. Jean Do's joy was unrestrained. As soon as Feng Chan set it down, it rolled on the ground in glee, then rubbed against her pant leg before exploring the area. With nothing else to do, Feng Chan followed closely, ensuring it did not wander beyond the oasis, as the quicksand outside was denser than that beyond her house. After half an hour of play, they returned to the cement house, where another box awaited. Upon opening it, 2 vials of light green potion emerged. Biological evolution potion, green tier. Using it may enhance a certain function or physical ability. What a splendid find! The attribute gemstone was unusable for Jean Do, but this surely would be beneficial. Having witnessed the game's wonders, Feng Chan hoped to enhance Jean Do, enabling it to fight alongside her, or at the very least, to possess the ability to defend itself in her absence. Jean Do, woof, do you wish to use it? Woof. Feng Chan sensed its eagerness. She uncapped one of the evolution potions, and Jean Do tilted its head back, opening its mouth wide. The potion bore a faint herbal fragrance, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Once poured down, Jean Do eagerly licked its lips. Feng Chan observed it intently for half an hour, reassured only when it exhibited no adverse reactions. The remaining vial would be reserved for when Jean Do stabilized. The pet contract card could be saved for exchanging resources. At that moment, Xiaoji's box arrived. Upon prying it open, she discovered a book. Feng Chan could not help but recall the note about a golden house within a book, yet today was not a day for double fortunes. Why was there only one book? Just as she reached to retrieve it, the book slowly split into a second volume, appearing rather laborious. The two books were identical, the Analects. Feng Chan diligently flipped through both, page by page, finding nothing particularly noteworthy within. She was aware of some of the content, but remained uncertain if the entirety of the Analects had been altered. Both volumes were stored in her warehouse. After the hail had cleared, she organized the items in her living room before returning them to the warehouse. As the sun began to set, Feng Chan watered the yellow earth, finishing her ham soup and rice. Finally, the blue-tier beast bone dagger was completed. Although crafted from beast bone, its surface was remarkably smooth, the off-white blade etched with faint blue patterns, and the silver-black metallic handle gave it an overall length of 25 centimeters. The blade was sharp, and it felt slightly heavier than an ordinary dagger. Upon placing it in her warehouse, its description immediately appeared. Ivory mouse dagger, blue tier. Increases speed by 1 point and strength by 2 points when used. 2 points? Feng Chan exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. It was indeed a remarkable item crafted from the teeth of a red-tier creature. How she wished for a red-tier blueprint. Alas, she had scoured the marketplace countless times without success. She stowed the ivory mouse dagger in her backpack alongside her two weapons, a handgun and a shield, bolstering her confidence. As night fell, she secured the passage to the oasis, readying herself for rest. From afternoon until evening, she collected a total of 14 boxes, only to discover they contained various daily necessities, half of which were of little use to her, leaving her to conclude that she had not incurred a loss. She couldn't shake the feeling that the good luck system had been sanctioned. Her boxes yielded decent supplies, while the boxes of others seemed rather mediocre. As night fell, she utilized a weather feather once more and crafted an item at the tool station, leaving her with 8 uses of the weather feather and 5 uses of the tool station. Chapter 54, Dungeon Pass. She informed Feng Chan of her safety today and reiterated it within the area. After 5 consecutive days of notifications, many speculated that she possessed an item capable of predicting the weather. She did not refute this notion, and when Ning Qiao noticed her reluctance to explain, she decided not to pry further. The game had commenced 18 days prior. Today's luck. 3. Once again, there were no bonuses. The frequency of non-bonus outcomes in the good luck system had increased significantly compared to the beginning. Feng Chan stretched lazily and glanced under the bed at Jin Do, whose uneven fur had grown uniformly overnight. Its silky, smooth coat had already regained the charming and dapper appearance from her memories. And had its size increased considerably? Jin Do? Feng Chan inquired hesitantly. Woof. Jin Do immediately stood up, wagging its tail and nudging its head towards Feng Chan's hand. Realizing it was the result of yesterday's evolution potion, she threw off the covers and hopped out of bed to give Jin Do a hearty embrace. Oh my, Jin Do looks so handsome. Jin Do basked in the compliment, its tail and rear wagging like a helicopter rotor. In the morning, Feng Chan decided to forego her knife training and instead examine Jin Do. Its overall physique had improved, and although there were no apparent enhancements in any specific area, it was still quite satisfactory. A typical day swiftly passed, and on the 19th day of the game, Feng Chan administered the second evolution potion to Jin Do. By evening, noticeable changes had appeared in Jin Do's teeth and claws, which could now extend and retract at will. Its claws no longer retracted into its flesh. Instead, they could grow instantaneously, rivaling the strength of an adult wolf. Furthermore, since the contract was established, Jin Do's information could now be accessed in her personal center. Pet, Jin Do, green, life. 100 strength, 7 speed, 7 agility, 7 intelligence, 2 luck, 5 charm. 6th, although she was reluctant to admit it, Jin Do's luck indeed surpassed her own. Aside from slightly lower intelligence, its attributes were all significantly higher. Moreover, after consuming the potion, Jin Do's level had successfully escalated to green. 25 days into the game, today's luck. 7, favored by fortune. Feng Chan rubbed her eyes in astonishment. Her luck had either been without bonuses or added only a single point these past few days. Not even a single item had emerged from the boxes sent by Xiaoji, let alone gold coins. She hadn't even found a silver coin, only a few useless copper coins and books, from which she crafted 2 ordinary axes. The only bright spot was the cabbage she had planted in the yellow earth, which had sprouted vigorously despite the drastic day-night temperature fluctuations. She was uncertain whether it was due to the yellow earth or the oasis water she watered it with daily, to prevent the wind from carrying the yellow earth away. Feng Chan surrounded it with a circle of wooden boards taller than the soil level, but the effect was less than ideal. The occasional wind still swept away considerable amounts. She had attempted to keep it indoors, but the game prohibited such actions. Just then, Xiaoji's box arrived, containing stones, which Feng Chan chose to return. After a simple breakfast, she received her first wooden box of the day, only to find a silver coin inside upon opening it. Woof woof! Jean Doe's bark resonated at the door, and Feng Chan looked outside, surprised to see another new box so soon. Upon reaching the door, she discovered that the box was purple. That was purple. Good heavens, red treasure chests were already scarce, and only a few days prior had someone managed to find a purple one. Although others might have found some without mentioning it, the numbers were surely fewer than those of red treasure chests. As she approached, she took a handful of stones and a lasso, setting off with Jean Doe obediently following, marking its territory occasionally. The handful of stones was quickly depleted, and Feng Chan finally arrived at the purple chest. Though it was still about 15 meters away, this was merely the radius. The quicksand area spanned at least 30 meters. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her hand, preparing to launch the lasso. She could not afford to make a mistake with the purple chest. With a soft thud, she realized she had only ensnared a corner. The aim was off, and she could not retrieve it. Swiftly retracting the lasso, Feng Chan focused on remaining calm, gathering her strength for another throw. She succeeded. Only when she finally secured the chest did she exhale in relief, stowing it in her backpack and returning to her room with light steps. The chest was labeled as a purple epic treasure chest, and fortunately, it did not require a key. Truly a stroke of luck, as red chests had been appearing intermittently these days, with only a 20% chance of not requiring a key. Given that purple chests were of a higher caliber than red ones, the likelihood of them not needing a key should have been even lower. A stroke of fortune indeed for Feng Chan. She took a deep breath and slowly opened the chest, revealing a triangular metal piece. It appeared unremarkable, so she placed it in her inventory for further examination. Pyramid Pass, Desert Palace Showdown, a new dungeon? Feng Chan murmured to herself, pondering whether victory might grant her a return to the real world. A myriad of questions flooded her mind as she clicked on the Pyramid Pass, but there was no option to use it just yet. After setting the pass aside, she contemplated asking someone for information, but found no one available. Xiaoji's boxes must first pass through her hands, and she was well aware of what supply she had. Among her 5 friends, only the NPCs, Feng, Xiao Jujio, and Xiao Yu remained. Just as Feng Chan hesitated, the NPC sent a long-awaited message. NPC. Are you selling the pass? A chill ran down Feng Chan's spine as she silently typed a question mark. How did the other party know? 000001. 000001. I do not possess the Oasis Pass. Currently, only the Oasis Pass is widely known, and Feng Chan certainly would not disclose her possession of the Pyramid Pass. NPC. I was referring to another one. The showdown is perilous. Sell it to me, and you need not participate. The resources obtained will be split 70-30, and we can draft a contract. Feng Chan furrowed her brow, glancing around her room. Could the other party see her, or had they used some special item? 000001. How do you know? NPC. Item. The Pyramid Dungeon will open in 30 days, and it won't be long. At that time, 500 players will participate. Are you certain you wish to join? The NPC did not mind sharing some information with Feng Chan. Understanding that to secure the item, one must express sincerity. 000001. 500 from all districts? NPC. No, 500 slots across 10 districts will be available for the same dungeon. Other districts will participate in parallel dungeons. 000001. So, roughly 50 individuals from each district can join, and only 4 or 5 days remain until it opens. Many will undoubtedly acquire passes. Why do you insist on mine? NPC. Because you possess 2. 000001. 000001. How would I know I have 2? NPC. Soon, you will find out. 000001. NPC. I could deceive you, but I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. All I know about you is that you will have 2 pyramid passes. Chapter 55. Key to the Purple Epic Treasure Chest. Hearing this, Feng Chan's frown eased slightly, though her expression remained serious. NPC. While this pass may fetch a high price, a 30% share is certainly not a loss for you. We can collaborate. There are already 2 individuals on this side, and with your addition, we will form a team of 4.000001. You might need to learn how to negotiate collaboration. NPC. What do you mean? Are you still unwilling? Feng Chan chose not to respond to him. The blatant invasion of privacy left her with a strong aversion. Realizing he had been rejected, The NPC turned to another group of 3. NPC. Rejected. B. I told you not to let him negotiate. With his emotional intelligence, it's easy to see the outcome. Spicy thumb. I knew it would be a waste. I thought since he had been friends with her for a while, we could add her and chat, but her guard would undoubtedly be higher. NPC. Am I really that inept at conversation? When I first added her, our initial exchange was quite smooth. B. Can this time be compared to the last? Forget it. With 50 passes per district, there will surely be more opportunities. Keep a close watch these days. You're the only one who has lost theirs. Number 1 is quite capable, and since we are in the same district, as long as we don't turn against each other, we'll certainly unite against external threats. Spicy thumb. Understood. B. Also, when will you change your nickname? It's quite an eyesore. Spicy thumb. Don't you find it amusing? NPC. I'll try talking to her again in a couple of days. The others from different districts likely aren't simple either. Our district has a greater chance of success if we stand united against outsiders. B. Have you found out about the other woman? She is quite skilled and could be recruited. NPC. No. Spicy thumb. None. B. You too? Sigh. Never mind. I couldn't find her either. Standing in her room, Feng Chan tapped her toes restlessly, keeping a keen eye on the marketplace and regional chat to avoid falling behind on various news. She had encountered numerous items, both useful and trivial. Currently, none of the items she knew of could confer the ability to ascertain information about individuals without face-to-face interaction. Nor could they predict future resources, abilities akin to foresight. Even in her attempts to safeguard herself, she lacked any available items for defense. After browsing the marketplace once more, she found nothing akin to what she sought, and thus turned to Ning Qiao for assistance. However, she did notice someone selling keys for the purple treasure chest. Feng Chan immediately inquired about the price. Item abundance, blue grade item .000001. I can offer a green grade card. 20 liters of water. Props galore. Water. Although there is less water now than before, the price has yet to rise to a level that would allow for the exchange of a key for a purple treasure chest. 000001. I can use water whenever needed. Props galore. Are you the owner of the oasis? Prices are negotiable, very negotiable. Aside from the oasis owner having a fixed water source, I can't think of any alternatives. 000001. I wish I could, but sadly, I only possess an item that allows me to collect water, yielding a few liters each day. You may not be lacking in water at the moment. But what about in the future? Props galore. What item is it? I seem to be unaware. .000001. A fog net. It's just a name that Feng Chan doesn't mind revealing. Hearing this name, Props galore probably has an inkling of what it is and can tell it isn't a fabrication. Props galore. I need 100 liters of water, readily available, along with 2 green item cards. A key for a purple treasure chest is indeed worth something, and while Feng Chan can afford plenty of water, she is reluctant to part with the item cards. .000001. That's too much. I don't have a purple chest. I merely wish to stock up a bit. If you're not sincere in the trade, then so be it. Seeing Feng Chan about to leave, Props galore quickly attempts to salvage the situation. Wait, we can still negotiate. .000001. I also require water daily, although I have a fixed supply of a few liters. It is insufficient. I would need to save up for at least a month or two to accumulate that 100 liters. It truly is excessive. Props galore. Then 90 liters will suffice. Props galore. 80 liters is my final bottom line. Props galore. Where did everyone go? No, 75 liters. That's the absolute lowest price. .000001. I can conserve water. Just 1 item card will do. Props galore. You are quite the negotiator. 150 liters of water plus 1 item card. .000001. 110 liters. Props galore. 140 liters. After a back-and-forth negotiation, they ultimately settled on 130 liters of water plus 1 green item card, with the details of the transaction meticulously recorded in a contract to protect both parties' interests. At that moment, a green chest was delivered to Qiao Ji, containing a blueprint, green item speed enchantment blueprint, requiring tools such as green beast blood, beast skin, and beast bone pin. The higher the material level, the easier the success. Below it were detailed patterns, akin to the power enchantment blueprint acquired from the white man. Regrettably, Feng Chan had already turned the ivory rat into jerky, leaving no skin or blood. And while she had bones, without the other materials, she could do nothing with them. The shop had none of these items either. She could only practice tracing the enchantment patterns by hand during her spare time. She was already quite familiar with the green item power enchantment pattern, and now with the addition of speed, Feng Chan began to trace the patterns with her fingers, taking her time as she had ample hours during the day. The chest was routinely sent to Qiao Ji. Immersed in practice, she lost track of time until the sun set die in between. She opened a few chests, finding some everyday supplies. After dinner, Feng Chan commenced her training. At 8 o'clock, Xiao Juju arrived punctually to inquire if Feng Chan could utilize the weather feather .000001. Of course, today is the last opportunity for usage. Xiao Juju, yes, I know. Today has also been a safe day. 000001. Okay. After ensuring the weather feather was intact, Feng Chan returned it to her warehouse without further comment. Instead, she used it to activate a speed sail, reducing the cooldown by 1.2 hours, meaning she could use it herself around 6 o'clock the next day. The feeling of finally settling the debt was delightful, lifting Feng Chan's spirits. Old debts settled, new ones arise, with props galore representing a long-term account. Just as Feng Chan crouched down to get close to Jin Do, her eyes widened in surprise. The oasis had turned purple. She quickly stored Jin Do in her pet space and clicked on the purple moonstone in her backpack to teleport to the oasis. The stars above dimmed, and the moon cast a gentle glow tinged with a hint of purple. Could it be the purple moon that symbolizes luck? Feng Chan released Jin Do, and after absorbing the power of the purple moon, the plants mutated, gaining permanent attributes. Could humans and animals also absorb this power? Jin Do curiously followed Feng Chan's gaze upwards. Having visited the oasis daily, it had lost the initial excitement of its first visit. Chapter 56. Luck +1. As the moon was shrouded in purple, it cast a layer of violet gauze over the oasis. Feng Chan concentrated on her surroundings, aside from the refreshing evening breeze. Nothing particularly stood out, although numerous half-ripe purple moonberries began to mature rapidly. That moment, Jin Do sniffed the air and suddenly darted towards the edge of the oasis. Moonlight can be found everywhere. So Feng Chan curiously followed, mindful to tread lightly in the outermost circle of yellow sand surrounding the oasis. Several fist-sized sand mounds rose in a seemingly orderly fashion, a sight unfamiliar from before. Even the wind would typically leave a long, wave-like trail. Jin Do stretched its neck to sniff diligently at the oasis, and just as Feng Chan prepared to toss a stone to test the waters, the nearest sand mound seemed unable to withstand the pressure, swiftly moving as Feng Chan caught sight of a small tail, no larger than a bean sprout, burrowing deeper into the desert. Not a scorpion. Feng Chan threw the stone anyway. One stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Hundreds of sand mounds stirred simultaneously, retreating deeper into the desert, their skilled tails remaining hidden. Jin Do, startled, quickly retracted its head and crouched beside Feng Chan. Lizards? The purple moonlight was significantly dimmer than the white light, and she couldn't quite discern what they were. However, none dared to enter the oasis, suggesting it wasn't dangerous. Feng Chan turned and called for Jin Do to head to the lake. After walking a few steps, both Jin Do and Feng Chan couldn't help but glance back, noticing that some of the boulder lizards seemed tempted to emerge, though they remained outside the oasis. After all, the purple moon wasn't an everyday occurrence. A smile crept across Feng Chan's face. These lizards were rather charming, weren't they? Jin Do wanted to play with them but was firmly led to the lakeside by Feng Chan. As Feng Chan entered the oasis, Xiao Jujiu continued to announce the weather conditions in the area, garnering a wave of gratitude. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a fierce storm was brewing, but not everyone would encounter it. For instance, Xiao Jujiu's weather feather could only reveal the weather on her side, not predict conditions for all. The purple moon over the oasis did not last long, only half an hour. Feng Chan quickly checked her and Jin Do's luck. Neither had changed, leaving her a bit disappointed. It seems absorbing the power of the purple moon isn't so simple after all. Jin Do felt nothing, content simply to be by its owner's side. With a substantial number of purple moon berries ripening, Feng Chan immediately began foraging. These would serve as food. After searching thoroughly, she discovered about a pound of ripe purple moonberries, and both she and Jin Do indulged, their mouths stained as though poisoned. Most importantly, she unearthed a mutated purple moonberry, similar to the mutated red sunberry, but this one could increase luck by 1 point upon consumption. Joyfully, Feng Chan ate it, raising her initial luck from 3 to 4, and her daily luck from 7 to 8. Luck was indeed a peculiar thing. Within a single day, the rewards of luck 8 did not necessarily surpass those of luck 7. However, to gain a point of luck was already a stroke of fortune. Compared to the occasional appearance of permanent attributes for strength, speed, and agility in the shop, luck, intelligence, and charm had never once appeared. And even the one-time green card was less frequent than the physical attributes. She looked outside. Initially, the lizards had been hesitant to show themselves, but now more than half of them had emerged. all gazing skyward, seemingly attempting to absorb the power of the purple moon, adhering strictly to the boundaries of the oasis. Feng Chan walked slowly towards them, but as she covered just a few meters, the lizards were startled and all dove back beneath the sand. She waited long for their return, but as time grew late, she decided to head back to her dwelling. It was only 9 o'clock. Most were chatting and boasting within the area. By 11:30, people gradually fell asleep. After finishing her training with various weapons and taking a bath in the oasis, Feng Chan prepared for bed when a familiar sound reached her ears. It was a sandstorm. Feng Chan lifted the quilt and approached the window, with a drowsy Jin Do following closely behind. Sand grains pelted the glass through the gaps in the security window, crackling like small firecrackers on New Year's Eve. She was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Xiao Jujio had said everything was normal today, but she quickly realized the reason. This storm appeared even fiercer than the last. She grabbed a board to seal the window. Generally, sand grains wouldn't shatter glass, but with enough speed and duration, it could be a different matter. With all the windows sealed, Feng Chan finally had time to check her messages. 6 friends had reached out, including Props Galore, who had messaged her earlier to fulfill their contract. Out of courtesy, Feng Chan replied with a thank you but also inquired about Xiao Ji.0000001. How's it going over there? Mu Shu. No sandstorm here. I noticed many in the area were affected, so I came to remind you. 0.000001. That's good to hear. I'm fine over here, Mu Shu. Okay. After the last hailstorm damaged Xiaoji's cave, she had hastily dug a sand cave nearby, but it was fragile, collapsing every couple of days, sometimes even twice a day. Previously, Feng Chan had opened a level 1 stone house blueprint from her chest but had not taken it. Not every stone was collected by her, so she managed to build a stone house with the materials she had saved, making life a bit more bearable. Xiaoji was well aware of human nature's flaws and didn't assume that Feng Chan, having opened so many chests for herself, would have found something good and should help her. Rather, she felt truly grateful for Feng Chan's continuous assistance. Had she chosen to collaborate with others from the outset, she would have found herself with surplus materials for constructing shelters, and merely surviving without succumbing to starvation would have been a considerable achievement. Furthermore, even if the other party had no immediate need for certain stones and similar items, they could have easily been sold in exchange for other resources. Yet, she simply allocated everything to herself. Xiao Ji vowed that should she ever encounter the other party again, she would express her gratitude. Although she had been unable to join the Oasis instance, she remained optimistic that other opportunities would arise. She firmly believed that as long as she did not give up, a brighter future awaited her. At that moment, Xiao Juju sent a message to Feng Chan. Is there a sandstorm on your side? I apologize, but I did not foresee today's sandstorm. Feng Chan sighed silently. While she possessed a certain kindness, she was unfortunately oblivious to the harshness of reality. It's all right, as long as everyone takes responsibility for themselves, she replied. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Juju responded, The cacophony of the sandstorm outside was too overwhelming for Feng Chan to sleep. Prompting her to open the regional chat. As soon as she entered, she noticed a considerable number of individuals berating Xiao Jujio for providing inaccurate information. The Blue Star NPC exclaimed, Did you not say there was no danger today? Why is the sandstorm so fierce? Guoping added, Indeed, we placed our trust in you. Sanheng Yishu questioned, What benefit do you gain from our demise? Why do you wish to harm us? Amidst the clamor for retribution, there were also those who defended Xiao Jujio, but the majority of the participants were consumed by anger, desperately seeking an outlet for their frustrations. Rational individuals were primarily concerned about whether their homes would succumb to the sandstorm, rather than venting in the chat. Naturally, some who had not encountered the sandstorm joined in to exacerbate the situation. Some could not tolerate seeing others fare better than themselves, especially in such dire conditions, where many had already begun to lose their grip on sanity. Xiao Juju protested, but I genuinely did not see anything. She continued, Not everyone experienced the last sandstorm. I am truly without a sandstorm here. These people are ungrateful, someone remarked. Do not let their words bother you. Don't dwell on it. Xiao Juju responded, I'm not a coward, thank you for speaking up for me. In such conditions, it is naive to expect anything different. In the future, only share information you know or sell it. Giving it for free leads them to take it for granted. If anything goes wrong, they will blame you, came the reply. I merely wish to assist everyone. Xiao Juju argued, I do not hold you responsible. It is simply that given the current situation, one must prioritize oneself, was the response. All right then, she conceded. Apologies for the interruption, came the final remark. In a group chat, a user named Mifeng commented, Is this person not thinking clearly? What does replying okay mean? Is she unwilling? Renji added. I do not know. It is difficult to assess her. However, her weather prediction tool was acquired through a beast bone blueprint, and if calculated carefully, it should have reached its limit today, remarked another. Mi Feng speculated, perhaps. I can hardly imagine the scene tomorrow when others inquire about the weather. I hope she doesn't involve the one who traded the blueprint. As Feng Chan observed the unfolding drama, she suddenly sneezed and promptly wrapped herself tighter in her blanket. The sandstorm fluctuated in intensity, and by midnight, she could no longer withstand the fatigue and fell asleep. Placing her trust in her level 2 shelter, however, not long after, Jin Do urgently roused her. Knowing that Jin Do would only call out in dire situations, she instantly awoke, summoning her twin crescent daggers. Outside, the sandstorm had diminished somewhat, yet the sound of grains battering against the window persisted, intermingled with peculiar, rapid breaths that were not human. Feng Chan's thoughts turned to the dark night monsters, which could occasionally be discovered in treasure chests. But the game had once playfully warned against opening chests at night. Judging by the name Dark Night Monsters, one could surmise that their combat prowess would be heightened during the night. She stood by her bedroom window, peering through the gaps in the wooden boards. In the dim light, she could faintly discern shadows moving, at this height, the window being slightly over a meter above the ground. Most Dark Night monsters were about the size of domestic cats, with the largest being no bigger than an ordinary dog. How could these creatures possibly reach above the window? Was the accumulation of yellow sand so substantial? As she squinted to discern the figures outside, the wind and sand obscured the moonlight, rendering her vision nearly impossible. Just as she slowed her breathing to take a closer look, something outside lunged forward, crashing against the iron security window with a loud bang, momentarily halting her heartbeat. Fortunately, the window was sturdy, preventing the monster from entering. However, this single creature incited a frenzy among the others, who began to slam against the walls and security window, emitting discordant roars. Jin Do crouched low within the house, responding with an equally fierce growl. Based on the sounds of their collisions, Feng Chan estimated there were over 10 of them. The impact against the bedroom window grew increasingly violent, while other monsters began to converge on this location. The bedroom could not sustain damage. Thus, Feng Chan swiftly retreated to the living room, and the monsters, noticing her movement, immediately followed suit. However, due to their lack of intelligence, some of them collided against the concrete walls, causing Feng Chan to wince at the sound. She was not worried about the walls, but rather feared the glass windows might shatter, which would sadden her. As for the iron security window, she believed it could withstand the onslaught. Feng Chan removed the wooden boards covering the living room windows. For the monsters to gain entry, they would first have to break through the security window. If they could manage that, the wooden boards would be utterly ineffective. Initially, the boards had only been intended to shield against the wind and sand that could shatter the glass. With the obstruction removed, Feng Chan managed to gain a clearer view of the creatures outside. They stood upright on 2 legs, barely resembling the Dark Night monsters that crawled on all 4s during the day. Their forms were now closer to that of humans, albeit only about 1 meter tall, with short arms and large mouths capable of opening 180 degrees, exuding a foul stench. Even through the window, the odor seeped in through the cracks. Feng Chan reached for the window, recalling the beast bones, blood, and hides she had collected. Jin Do remained behind, guarding the house as she cautioned, "Do not move around." Fearing Jin Do might leap outside, Feng Chan instructed him to stay put before she opened the glass window and hurled her twin crescent daggers directly into the head of the creature before her. The creature let out a couple of desperate cries, staggering back before collapsing, never to rise again. The others, now alerted by the commotion, turned toward the source of the sound. Just as her daggers returned from cooldown, Feng Chan skillfully repositioned herself, summoning the daggers back to pierce another creature's head, allowing them to float back into her hand. Observing the dark red liquid splattered on her daggers, she threw them once more, but this time the creature had learned to evade. Utilizing the cooldown, Feng Chan did not remain idle. She seized a green-grade cleaver and decisively struck at the claws of the creatures attempting to reach through the security window. Without the assistance of strength-enhancing cards, it was somewhat challenging for her to sever their bones, but fortunately, the creatures could not enter, only threatening her from outside. As the cooldown timer reached 10 seconds, Feng Chan continued her assault. At this rate, she would likely eliminate all of them in under a minute. The increasingly potent stench of blood caused some of the creatures to cease their advance toward the window, opting instead to crouch down and gnaw at the remains of their fallen comrades. Feng Chan furrowed her brow. While she was indifferent to the flesh, which was inedible, she still desired the blood and would not allow them to consume it all. She tapped on the window. successfully attracting 2 more creatures back. Within a mere 5 minutes, apart from 2 that had scurried away with their companion's corpse, all others lay dead. The sandstorm outside had lessened significantly, allowing Feng Chan to close the window and exit through the front door to retrieve the relatively intact monster carcasses. Thankfully, her superior weaponry had made the task manageable. Had she relied on inferior equipment, it would have proven far more arduous. Dark Night Monster, green, night form, carnivorous dual-form creature, highly aggressive at night, prefers darkness, group attack, daytime form level decreases, inedible. Upon reading the description, Feng Chan was momentarily taken aback. It turned out they were indeed the same type as the Dark Night monsters encountered during the day. Though the differences were considerable, observing the ongoing sandstorm outside, she waited until 2 o'clock in the morning for it to dissipate before taking the green-grade Dark Night monster and Jean Do with her to the oasis. She brought a plastic bucket, previously used for capturing mist water, and, suppressing her disgust, bled each Dark Night monster by puncturing holes in their bodies. Afterward, she had to skin them. The Dark Night monsters were coated in a difficult-to-clean slime. So Feng Chan carefully left flat areas while extracting approximately 20 sheets of skin, each about the size of A4 paper. Everything appeared normal at the oasis, whether it was due to luck in avoiding the sandstorm or some form of protection. The storm had not reached this place. After completing the skinning, she scraped off excess flesh. 3 hours later, Feng Chan had successfully obtained 24 sheets of skin and retained a few bones suitable for crafting pins. The remaining flesh was discarded outside the oasis, and she returned to the lakeside to wash off the remnants of meat and blood with the icy lake water before heading back to her home to boil water for a bath. The temperature at the oasis was consistent with that of the desert, unlike the lake water, which maintained a stable temperature. Once cleaned, Feng Chan felt utterly exhausted but recalled the Dark Night monster flesh she had carelessly discarded earlier, which had fortuitously landed in a spot free of quicksand. Thus, she resolved to make another trip, as it would be unfortunate if any creatures were attracted by the scent and damaged the oasis. Feng Chan took out the red sunstone and, with a thought, transported herself back to the previous location. She turned her head to find that the once abundant pile of meat had shrunk by half, with a few palm-sized yellow lizards still gnawing at the remains. However, those few were so engrossed in their meal that they failed to notice her approach. Among the yellow sands, a few creatures emerged, emitting elongated cries that roused the lizards resting upon the meat from their culinary slumber. In a flash, they leapt off the pile of flesh and disappeared into the golden grains. They were rather endearing in appearance. Feng Chan observed the lizards closely, reassured that they would not venture into the oasis, posing no threat to her. She refrained from tossing the remaining meat back into the quicksand, as their appetites suggested it would be consumed by the following day. After she departed, the lizards emerged from the sands after a considerable time, encircling the carcass of the Dark Night beast as if engaged in a peculiar celebratory ritual. The satiated lizards burrowed back into the surrounding sands, while those still hungry climbed back up to continue their feast. Just as Feng Chan, who had been about to rest after her tasks, suddenly remembered a day had passed, prompting her luck to refresh. Luck, 5, with an added point, though lacking any clear indication. After a brief glance, she confirmed it was indeed favorable, allowing her to sleep soundly. The new day dawned, and it was not until 9 o'clock that Jean Do reminded her of a box awaiting her. To her delight, she opened it to find a green-grade healing potion. In the midst of her breakfast, Xiaoji delivered the first box of the day, containing a piece of spatial stone. Feng Chan decided to add it to her backpack, bringing the total number of items in her inventory to 7. With 2 consecutive strokes of good fortune, she welcomed her second box, which contained a bag of cement, an encouraging find. When she opened the regional chat, she discovered the population had dwindled to 59,000, although this number was significantly lower than the casualties from the recent sandstorm. A considerable portion had already constructed wooden houses and stone dwellings. Many ordinary weapon and item card holders had also emerged, yet the death toll remained staggering. The speed of information dissemination within the region had noticeably slowed. As she perused the chat, Wang Daxi suddenly shared a screenshot. Ha ha ha. The pyramid pass. I told you, heaven won't let down a good person like me. LV. Heaven is quite difficult to judge. Good luck, come quickly. How is it that the Dark Night beast hasn't harmed someone like you? Wang Daxi, apologies, I'm the chosen one, you all are as selfish as can be. The oasis quietly takes its share. If I had told everyone that our region occupied more, none would worry about having water in the future. UZ, the price is negotiable. Are you selling? UZ remained diligent, unconcerned with the man's character, as long as she could profit. Wang Daxi, aren't you a friend of that certain goddess? I won't sell to you. Yuzi shrugged nonchalantly, having faced rejection numerous times. Yesterday, someone had revealed the Pyramid Pass. With the experience of the Oasis and the introduction to the final battle at the Desert Palace, it felt as if winning would lead them back to reality. The prices were exorbitant. 2 permanent red-grade items were even being called out, but no fool would willingly pay such high prices. This news circulated only among a select few players, and it was Wang Daxi flaunting it in the group chat that alerted others to the new instance. Everyone began to fantasize about whether arriving early would allow them to seize the opportunity like the Oasis had. The master of the Pyramid Desert Palace sounded incredibly cool, and most importantly, it was presumed to hold considerable resources. Wang Daxi. Once I conquer the pyramid, those who have insulted me shall have no peace. Qi Qiaonyang. That's quite an optimistic thought. I am not a coward. Even if you were to use a lifetime of luck to conquer the pyramid, you would merely possess its contents. You cannot traverse it willed. Don't delude yourself. Wang Daxi. You, just wait, when I return, your time will come. Gossiping number 1. With the pass, you are feeling quite proud, but once you arrive at the pyramid, life and death are uncertain. Feng, well said. After enduring a long stretch of hardship, Wang Daxi seemed to believe that acquiring the pass would lead to instant wealth. Growing frustrated at the lack of flattery, he had initially intended to sell it for a high price, but, feeling provoked, resolved to venture there himself. As Feng Chan watched the unfolding drama, another box from Xiaoji arrived. Spotting the familiar triangular shape, she halted midway in her reach. Indeed, there were 2 passes. Grasping the passes, Feng Chan stowed them in her backpack, still undecided whether to sell or seek assistance. She returned the box and retrieved the cleaned animal hides she had prepared yesterday, laying them out to dry in the sun. The beast bone pin required fur, resembling the traditional pins of Xia country, yet alas, the Dark Knight beast lacked any. She needed to ponder where to procure the fur. Woof! While Feng Chan arranged the hides, she placed stones to weigh down a corner to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. Noticing Jean Do approaching excitedly, she did not look up and said, I'll play with you in a moment, just wait. Woof, wait. She sensed Jean Do's emotions, and realizing her oversight, she chastised herself. Jean Do was now a green-grade creature. She could simply take a small tuft of its fur without needing to search elsewhere. Indeed, it was true that one often overlooks the obvious. Without Jean Do's reminder, it might have taken her a while to recall. Understanding her intentions, Jean Do nodded with a human-like expression, as if to say, Go ahead, I have plenty of fur. Feng Chan turned and enveloped Jean Do in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Jean Do, you are simply wonderful. In less than 2 hours, the hides had dried outside. She had not used any special potion in their preparation. They were quite tough. Simultaneously, she fashioned a simple beast bone pin, binding the neatly arranged Jean Do's fur to the bone with thread. Although it appeared somewhat unsightly, it should suffice for use. With everything in place, she was ready to take action. Chapter 59. The value of living. Feng Chan filled a spare bowl with a small amount of beast blood, dipping the bone pin into it and applying it to the hide. She recalled the strength patterns vividly. Despite their complexity, she completed the drawing in under a minute. Elated, she placed the finished hide into her backpack, only to be met with a harsh reality. Poorly made failure. Staring at the unrelenting assessment, Feng Chan fell silent. Her skills with the brush were lacking. Despite her interest in having practiced for 2 months during university, it had been a long time since she had last touched a brush due to work commitments. She acknowledged her craftsmanship was subpar, with each line of the pattern varying in size. The hides were limited. Such waste was unacceptable. Standing up, she sought out a blank notebook from the corner of the living room. Then, she browsed the shop to acquire ink, embarking on her journey of practice. An afternoon slipped by in the blink of an eye. Feng Chan exhibited noticeable improvement in her control of the pen. Once more, she painted the strength pattern onto the hide with beast blood. Excellent. The game's evaluation remained consistent with the previous one. Once again, Feng Chan immersed herself in rigorous practice. Mastering this enchanting pattern would lead to a lucrative business, and she could not afford to miss out. Whenever she grew weary from practicing the strength pattern, she switched to experimenting with speed. Evening cooking became more casual. After washing the dishes, Feng Chan habitually went to the earthen edge to water her cabbage seedlings. Observing the cabbages growing to the size of her palm filled her with a sense of accomplishment. They were still too small. Harvesting them now would be wasteful, so she decided to wait until they grew a bit larger. After watering, it was time for her daily training. Meanwhile, at 8 o'clock, many awaited Xiao Jujia's updates in the region. Although many criticized her, her accuracy remained high, and everyone anticipated her daily reports as if tuning into the weather forecast. However, 10 minutes passed without a word from Xiao Jujio, leading some to grow impatient and start questioning. Passerby ding. Why hasn't the goddess Jujio come out to report the weather today? Mu Zili. Did the goddess become upset from those brainless comments? I defended you, goddess. Our survival rate in the region relies on you. Mata Fei Yin. Ah, it's unfortunate I missed it. I only learn later. Should I encounter that group of fools again, I will scold them. Xiao Jujio, don't be upset. Gossiping number 5. Xiao Jujio, goddess, are you too busy to use the item today? As time passed with no response from Xiao Jujio, the initially patient crowd began to grow restless, and more unpleasant remarks surfaced. While some remained rational, it was exhausting to engage with a crowd of fools. And even the reasonable ones gradually lost their patience. In truth, there weren't that many lacking intelligence. Rather, it was just a few frustrated individuals finding an outlet for their grievances. Once they vented their frustrations, they felt relief, particularly within the game, where they had no qualms about driving someone to despair. After all, many had already perished. What was one more? Watching the stream of mentions and profanities, Xiao Jujio covered her head in anguish. How? Could it be like this? Hadn't she merely done good deeds? She had taken nothing from anyone, consistently providing free weather updates. Were the lessons learned in school all wrong? Confused, she could only shut down the distressing game interface, curling up to soothe her inner turmoil and uncertainty. Yet, after a brief respite, she could not resist reopening the game panel. Public interest is fleeting. At this moment, the crowd had shifted topics. However, Xiao Jujio felt compelled to sift through the records. Ding dong, Xiao Jujio. Number 1, you should be using weather feathers daily, right? Upon seeing the message, though she had yet to finish her thought, Feng Chan felt as if she were being placed on a pedestal. Xiao Jujio. What I'm about to say may seem selfish, but since you... The message was retracted. Although the message had been withdrawn, Feng Chan clearly understood its essence, surmising that it was likely about her predicting the weather daily and suggesting she share it for free in the region. Xiao Jujio. I apologize. I'm uncertain if you saw my earlier message. Did I think too narrowly? Can I trade materials for weather predictions? Feng Chan's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting her to ask for free information. Was this a moment of realization? Yet, expecting her to provide information for free was out of the question. If it was a trade, then everything could be discussed. 0.000001. Sure, but it depends on your offer. Xiao Jujio, how about 1 box a day? Whatever you open belongs to you. I just need you to inform me of the weather after you use it. 0.000001. Are you contemplating freely sharing information with others once you acquire it? Xiao Jujio. No. Is that not permissible? 0.000001. No deal. Seek out others instead. If she were to engage in a transaction with her, there might come a day when a situation akin to yesterday's arises again. She possesses a modicum of conscience and would refrain from revealing herself, but should she do so, the ire of the crowd would undoubtedly shift onto her. She has no desire to be the unfortunate one. Xiao Jujio. Is it that the price is too low? Would it be acceptable if I added another box? She gazed at the screen for an extended period, realizing that the unresponsive number 1 had declined her offer. Biting her lip, she was unsure whether to feel disheartened or relieved. After all, receiving 2 boxes daily weighed heavily upon her, amounting to nearly half of her supplies. Yet without the acknowledgement of others, her existence seemed devoid of value. The game had commenced for 27 days, today's fortune. 4. Still no additions. Feng Chan, grumbling, rose from her bed. After finishing her meal, she spent the morning engaged in various training exercises and box collections, all yielding ordinary supplies, the sole highlight being a silver coin. Life was gradually becoming more fulfilling. During cooler moments, she practiced weaponry, and in the heat, she honed her skills in enchantment patterns. Feeling a sense of improvement in her drawing abilities, she decided to test her skills on some beast's skin, but it remained unsatisfactory, compelling her to continue her diligent practice. Just as she believed the day would pass in its usual ordinariness. Unexpectedly, Ning Qiao and her companion acquired 2 pyramid passes, set for auction at 5 o'clock. Days passed, and the group originally consisting of over 400 members had swelled to nearly 500. The chat was now muted. Although she could not see others' messages, given Wang Daxi's previous revelations, it was evident that the members were eager to participate. Just before the auction began, Xiaoji sent a message. Mu Shu. Number 1. May I borrow some supplies? I assure you I will repay you with interest upon signing a contract. 0.000001. Are you intending to bid on the pyramid pass? Mu Shu. Indeed. I currently lack sufficient supplies. Feng Chan mused. It isn't merely insufficient. She was well aware of Mu Shu's resources, which consisted solely of a few food items and some stones and iron, It would take her over 10 days to repay her previous debt for potions. Mushu. Should I win the pass, any supplies I acquire within the pyramid will be split 50-50. If that 50% does not cover the cost of the supplies, I can supplement it. I will ensure that you receive the materials at the earliest opportunity. Mushu. Would a 30% interest suffice? You may propose another rate. Chapter 60. Signing the contract once more. Feng Chan retrieved a pass. Rubbing it in her palm. Xiao Ji seems quite sincere. Jin Do, should I grant or deny her request? Jin Do, oblivious to the unfolding events, tilted its head, gazing at her with eyes resembling black grapes. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Chan responded, I can provide you with one. Xiao Ji's eyes widened in surprise as she quickly typed, do you wish to offer fixed supplies, a share, or a box? 0000001. I require a 70-30 split, with the stipulation that the 70 must encompass a permanent red grade item. If it falls short, I will require an additional supplement. You are prohibited from transferring any materials obtained in the instance to others. And should you perish within the instance, all materials will belong to me. Xiaoji promptly agreed. The auction had yet to commence, and the price remained undisclosed, but it would undoubtedly be substantial, especially considering her current lack of resources. Acquiring a pass from Feng Chan under such uncertain circumstances was a stroke of immense fortune for her. Should she fail to discover any valuable supplies and meet her demise, her entire wealth would consist of some low-value food items, resulting in significant losses for her counterpart. Conversely, if she were to uncover valuable supplies, the 70 could vastly exceed the value of the pass. Anything was possible. Feng Chan promptly drafted the contract, adding a clause forbidding Xiao Ji from taking action against her. Everything seemed satisfactory until she inscribed the final clause, which declared that upon Xiao Ji's death, her materials would revert to Feng Chan, only for the system to indicate that this stipulation was invalid. Upon reflection, if this clause were to be validated, players would inevitably sign such contracts with trusted allies before entering the instance, rendering the efforts of those who fought against others futile, diminishing their motivation. Most players were reluctant to harm one another, yet a survival game was destined to instigate conflict. As Feng Chan composed the contract, Xiao Ji could view it in real time and, seeing the terms, promptly transferred all her resources to Feng Chan, retaining only food for today and tomorrow, along with a kitchen knife. Mushu. Your risk is considerable. Although these items are scant, please hold on to them for now. Very well, the other party's actions were indeed reassuring. Feng Chan finalized the contract, dismissing the invalid clause as a mere investment. All endeavors carry inherent risks. Both parties confirmed their agreement, and the pass automatically transferred to Xiao Ji's inventory. Mushu, I vow to return alive, not to betray your trust. Xiao Ji silently swore. 0.000001. According to reports, starting on the 30th, there will be one instance across 10 districts, totaling 500 participants. The specifics of that location remain unclear, but a fierce battle is inevitable. The teleportation points will likely not coincide. We shall reconnect then. Upon seeing the message, Xiao Ji was bewildered. Number 1 was also participating, meaning she possessed 2 passes. However, she wisely refrained from inquiring about such an obvious matter. Mushu. All right, I have decent skills. Feel free to call upon me if needed. The auction commenced swiftly, with participants fervently bidding, including Ning Xiao herself, though her offer was swiftly outbid by others. Just one pass took half an hour to auction off, ultimately secured by a player named Shizi for a red-grade longsword named Changhong. 2 green-grade disposable cards, a blue-grade blueprint, and 20 crafting opportunities. Truly extravagant, Feng Chan couldn't help but marvel at the display of wealth, unaware that Shizi had borrowed extensively to amass such an array. After witnessing the excitement, a new box appeared, prompting Feng Chan to claim it. Inside lay an exceptionally clean large bone, resembling a standard leg bone, measuring 50 centimeters in length and weighing significantly at first glance. She mistook it for a toy, but after weighing it in her hands, she confirmed its authenticity. Jin Do, come fetch your chew toy. With that, Feng Chan tossed the bone to Jin Do, who was already drooling. This bone was sizable. Had it been in Jin Do's earlier days, it may have posed some difficulty to chew. But now, having grown significantly, it had transitioned from a medium-sized dog to a large breed, rendering the bone merely a toy for it. Jin Do, having seized the bone, did not forget to nuzzle Feng Chan in gratitude before settling in the living room to gnaw on it leisurely. Although devoid of meat, it possessed a delightful flavor, leaving Jin Do unable to resist the temptation. The box delivered by Xiao Ji in the afternoon yielded a green-grade curved sword. Feng Chan signed a new contract to lend the sword to Xiao Ji. As she lacked weaponry, even with exceptional physical prowess, it would be challenging to contend with others. Additionally, there were two night creatures in their daytime forms, which were easily dealt with. Feng Chan initially intended to slash them a few times before discarding them into the quicksand. But recalling the lizards that feasted on meat in the oasis, she retrieved the sunstone to teleport to the oasis, discarding the remains of the two night creatures at the previous location. The previous meat had been entirely consumed, leaving only bones behind. After waiting for a while without the lizards emerging, she returned home. Shortly after her departure, the lizards from beneath the ground emerged to enjoy their feast. Among them was a slightly differently colored yellow lizard that, having eaten its fill, mechanically rotated its eyes as if pondering something. The game had now entered its 28th day fortune. Forgot upon reading this. Feng Chan promptly accepted and proceeded to wash up in one seamless motion. Dodo, have you prepared the water? I require 10 liters. 0.000001. All right, it will be ready in a minute. Feng Chan, who had been exercising, immediately paused to prepare the water, filling 2 wooden boxes and placing them in the storage. After the other party clicked to use the contract, as Feng Chan had kept a reserve of water in storage to guard against any potential issues in the oasis. The system was unsure which supply to allocate, and if Feng Chan did not make a selection, the system would randomly distribute the water once the time elapsed. Naturally, she opted for the freshly prepared water. The water was promptly transported away, leaving the boxes in storage. It appeared that the contract did not specify the provision of containers. Just as Feng Chan finished speaking, a message from Dodo arrived. I was startled when the water suddenly appeared. It prompted me to prepare a container within 10 seconds, or I would be drenched. 0.000001. I was unaware of that. The system merely took the water. Dodo, do you have enough in stock? I will need 10 liters daily from now on. 0.000001. For the next few days, there will be no issue. I utilize the fog nets daily. Should I run low, I will inform you. Dodo, okay. The repayment of 130 liters of water debt can now commence, and Feng Chan felt quite pleased, invigorating her workouts. After finishing a meal and resting, Xiao Yu announced that the auction group had received more goods. Another pyramid pass, which would commence bidding in an hour. Xiao Yu had acquired this information from Yifeng, knowing that approximately 50 passes were available, having already privately purchased one. They were merely one pass short of their meeting. After a month of diligent trading, they had accumulated a substantial amount of supplies. Although purchasing the pass would likely deplete the majority, they were unwilling to miss out on this instance. Chapter 61. The instance opens. Today's pass was priced not lower than the previous day but had risen slightly, as everyone was eager to secure a spot in the instance. In the afternoon, Xiao Yu procured another pass for auction. And compared to the previous two, the price finally dipped slightly. With 1 or 2 passes available each day, it seemed there were still plenty to go around. Those who had initially regretted missing out now entertained the idea of waiting. Considering the instance had yet to commence, Ning Qiao provided no extensive introduction regarding the pass. She merely shared a screenshot from the storage, as everyone was aware that the passes were not yet usable. But the specific opening time remained uncertain. What if it took a long while? The daily auction yielded 2 passes, indicating a greater quantity available privately. Indeed, on the 29th day, Xiao Yu managed to secure 2 more passes for auction. Most were merely observing, yet a player named Hot Thumb successfully acquired one for a price significantly lower than the previous 3 auctions, roughly equivalent to a red grade item. Feng Chan received a message from the AI once again. The AI proposed, shall we create a group? We already have over 10 here. Even if you prefer to remain solitary, at the very least, we should familiarize ourselves to avoid unnecessary conflict. After some contemplation, Feng Chan agreed, recognizing that a larger group would yield more information. Upon entering, she discovered that there were already 13 members, making her the 14th. She wished to invite Xiao Ji into the group. But similar to Xiao Yu's group, only the group leader and administrators had the authority to add members. A glance at the group members revealed that Xiao Yu was present, yet Wang Dashi, who had been boasting in the region, was notably absent. Feng Chan privately messaged the AI. I have a friend who is also interested. The AI replied, understood. I will set you as an administrator. Feel free to invite her. After briefly explaining to Xiao Ji, Feng Chan added her to the group, though her administrator status remained unchanged. In the triad of the AI, Fiery Thumb commented, she must be utterly enchanted by our trust. The AI responded, is that so? Honeybee added, there should be some fondness, but she might also find us rather perplexing. The AI acquiesced, nevertheless, her luck is astonishing. Fiery Thumb remarked, she possesses considerable strength, does she not? We cannot hope to defeat her. Cultivating a good rapport is paramount. The AI lamented, it is unfortunate that foresight is not her forte. We have yet to ascertain the specifics of her wealth ranking within our district. Honeybee sighed, at least we have some information. Who knows who ranks first? If all else fails, mingling with her could secure us some advantages. Within the pyramid group, members were getting to know one another, discussing the need to share photos to distinguish allies from adversaries. The AI trio had already mentioned that 10 districts would participate, and everyone understood that uniting forces would allow them to acquire more resources by vanquishing those from other districts. The other 9 districts might not be aware of the involvement of players from different areas, and most likely would not band together, thereby granting District 5001 an inherent advantage. Feng Chan took note of the appearances, names, and speaking styles of the group members, discerning reliability through their chatting habits. While monitoring the group's activity, she also prepared supplies for the upcoming dungeon expedition: 2 strength cards, 1 speed card, 1 agility card, a charm maximum card, a pet contract card, a bottle of energy soda, 1.5 bottles of healing potion, a green-grade machete, a blue-grade ivory mouse dagger, a green-grade teleportation card, a shield usable 8 times, and a handgun. The handgun originally contained 4 bullets, supplemented by an additional 6, totaling 10. Furthermore, she had a positioning anchor, weather feather, Ulxie's glasses, speed sail, water repellent bead, pulling line, teleportation coin, 2 days' worth of food, a cotton coat, and several pebbles, along with 50 liters of water. Given that the pyramid was situated in a desert, where water scarcity was a significant issue, her supplies might prove invaluable. In summary, she packed everything possible. Although her backpack had limited inventory slots, she could carry cards and items on her person, fitting them into a single pocket while exercising caution to avoid loss. Most weapons were also portable. However, she decided to store some essential items in her backpack for later, intending to free up space when acquiring additional resources. Most crucial were the Red Sun Stone and Purple Moon Stone. Should she encounter dire peril, she could teleport to the oasis at any moment. She recalled having only the Red Sun Stone. With her preparations complete, she received a new chest that yielded some ordinary supplies, until the afternoon when she opened a mysterious stone, which she immediately applied to her backpack. Increasing her inventory slots from 5 to 6, everything was in readiness, awaiting the dungeon's commencement. 30 days into the game, her luck stood at 8, blessed by fortune. Upon awakening, Feng Chan felt instantly alert. She had grown accustomed to the absence of bonuses over the past few days, but feared the same would apply in the dungeon. A luck value of 4 would cause her considerable anxiety. To her relief, it was 8. She felt secure that she would at least return alive. The previous day had seen a surge in participants, with over 40 individuals from District 5001 having acquired resources. Now, at 7 in the morning, Feng Chan watered the soil, plucking a handful of fresh bok choy to prepare a hearty meal, while not forgetting to send 10 liters of water as her daily contribution. The only dilemma she faced was whether to bring Jin Do along. Jin Do understood that its master was leaving but could not grasp the reasons behind it. Expressing a desire to accompany her, Feng Chan crouched down, gazing earnestly at Jin Do. "The place I am going is perilous. If you wish to come, you will likely have to spend most of your time in the pet space, the dark area. Is that acceptable?" If she were to perish, Jin Do, too, would face starvation. Thus, bringing it along would be feasible, albeit a bit distressing for the creature. Wang, Jin Do responded earnestly, nudging Feng Chan's hand with its nose. "All right, then we shall go together." Afterward, she prepared 2 days' worth of food for Jin Do. At 8 o'clock, the moment of commencement arrived. As Feng Chan anxiously awaited, a yellow-white mist portal appeared before her, and the pyramid pass in her backpack vanished. She stored Jin Do in the pet space, took a deep breath, and firmly gripped the green-grade machete before stepping forward. Concurrently, the last few passes lay scattered within certain sand-laden chests, awaiting players to discover them. Dazed by the light for a few seconds, Feng Chan found herself in an unfamiliar desert, the terrain surprisingly flat, devoid of dunes. Beyond the endless expanse of desert and the blue sky adorned with white clouds, a towering pyramid loomed just 100 meters away, immense in size. Although Feng Chan had never seen a pyramid in person, she had gleaned some understanding from online images. Yet this one was so tall that she had to strain her neck to catch a glimpse of its golden apex. It appeared to touch the clouds, standing like a colossal beast firmly planted in the desert, its footprint comparable to that of a small county. The pressing question was how to gain entry. As there were no visible doors, Feng Chan released Jin Do, instructing it not to wander off, and opened the game panel. Everyone in the pyramid group had already entered the dungeon, yet none had spotted an entrance. Nor were there any signs of other players. With a capacity of 500 players per dungeon, even the largest pyramid should have revealed some presence amidst the flat surroundings, unless they were not in the same space. "Is anyone else finding the entrance?" Dodgy Dolly inquired, I'm attempting to circle the pyramid, and it's sweltering, Yuzu. I've walked several hundred meters and found no quicksand or door. Meow meow. It shouldn't require a full circle. It is so vast it would take hours to traverse. Chi Chiao Nyang Yang. I'm feeling the stones to see if there are any mechanisms. These stones are quite substantial. While the group discussed and probed, the AI trio successfully located the entrance and ventured inside. Feng Chan received a private message from Qiao Ji. Wood Mouse. The entrance should be within the stones directly ahead. I'll check the second layer of stones. You probe the first layer and touch 30 of them. 0.000001. Understood. Feng Chan was of the same mind and began to feel around, simultaneously returning Jean Do to the pet space to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Each stone measured approximately 150 centimeters in height, width, and length, making it impossible to move them by sheer strength. Surprisingly, upon touching the first stone, a powerful suction drew her in. After a brief moment of dizziness, she found herself within a dimly lit stone passage, surrounded by neatly cut yellow-gray stones. The passage was barely wide enough for a single person, measuring 50 centimeters across and 2 meters high, with glass above, creating an unusually constricted and eerie atmosphere. After all, a typical pyramid would not contain mirrors. Above her, vintage oil lamps illuminated the way at intervals, barely sufficient to reveal the ground beneath her feet. With a thin layer of dust settled on the surface, as if the stones had weathered over time. Feng Chan opened the game panel to notify Qiao Ji, only to discover that her messages could not be sent. Meanwhile, Qiao Ji, having quickly examined the second layer, sent Feng Chan a message but received no reply, inferring that Feng Chan had likely entered the dungeon. She was not one to leave messages unanswered, especially not when it came to the crucial details of entry. The more she obtained, the more Feng Chan could acquire. The speed at which she had entered indicated that the key lay within the first layer, prompting Qiao Ji to leap down and begin exploring from below. However, after examining 50 stones, she had yet to find an entrance. Pausing to contemplate, she realized that entrances might differ among players. Were they random or discernible? Player number 1 must have touched only a few stones to gain access. Did she possess anything similar to the stones? As she pondered, Qiao Ji returned to the starting point, scanning the stones from all angles until she noticed a tiny number nestled between the stones. 0000001.it was a number. Player 1's number was 1. Qiao Ji grasped the pattern and immediately sought 0100001. Of course, she was not foolish enough to search in circles. Instead, she swiftly ascended to the third layer. The nearest stone bore the number 0099620, and she quickly turned to the left stone, 0099621. With the correct direction in mind, Qiao Ji hurried to the left, silently counting the stones until she arrived at the stone corresponding to the designated number. Reaching out to touch it, an immense force of suction pulled her in without resistance. Meanwhile, Feng Chan had begun traversing the stone passage, the silence so profound she could hear her own heartbeat. The echo of her footsteps reverberated within the passage, and in a moment of absent-mindedness, she glanced up to see shadows flickering. Although she recognized them as her own, the darkness rendered them unconvincing, and the constricted surroundings heightened her anxiety. Having walked approximately 200 meters, the temperature rose, leading her to a fork in the path. Both sides appeared identical, with even the seams of the stones mirroring each other. To choose left or right, unable to discern any differences, Feng Chan released Jean Do, whose heightened sense of smell might detect nuances she could not. Jean Do emerged quietly, and upon sensing its master's intent, diligently sniffed both passages before finally sitting in front of the right entrance. Wang, is there a different scent? Feng Chan, wielding her machete, etched a mark on the right entrance of the stone path. After stowing away the golden bean in her pet space, she proceeded down the right corridor. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, she arrived at a fork in the road, still faced with the choice of left or right. Releasing the golden bean, she watched as it opted for the right once more. This ritual repeated itself, and after half an hour, she had encountered 10 junctions, each time the golden bean choosing the right path. Ultimately, Feng Chan inhaled a breath of air that was less stifling. She had successfully exited the pyramid. Remarkably, she returned to her original point, where her previous footprints remained etched in the sand. Quickly, she felt around for the stone she had used earlier and re-entered the labyrinthine stone passage. Although apprehensive about potentially retracing her steps, this time she chose the left path at every fork, moving with greater swiftness than before, all the while remaining vigilant for any signs of danger. 20 minutes later, she finally emerged from the oppressive corridor, her short sleeves and long pants drenched in sweat. Fortunately, she had prepared water. or she might have succumbed to thirst, in stark contrast to Feng Chan's fortuitous journey. The majority of others remained trapped within the passage, still searching for an exit out of forest. Feng Chan squinted her eyes in disbelief. The interior of the pyramid was, in fact, a verdant grove, teeming with life. Rivaling any oasis, the space was vast, with heights soaring 20 to 30 meters, creating a sense of openness. Everything appeared normal, save for the conspicuous absence of animals. She retrieved a stone and tentatively tossed it into the underbrush, expecting a flurry of wildlife, but all that ensued was the sound of the stone rustling through the grass and leaves. Attempting to send a message to Qiao Ji, it successfully went through. Yet she received no reply, likely because Qiao had not yet emerged. Gripping her machete tightly, Feng Chan stepped into the forest, where the foliage was dense and varied in height, making normal traversal quite challenging. Meanwhile, in another zone, 9 others had also found the correct path. Guided by instinct, Qiaoji had traversed the area several times, only to find herself back at the start each time. Ultimately, she resolved to take the left path throughout. The trio of humans and machines understood that entering the pyramid required locating a stone corresponding to their assigned numbers, yet they had no knowledge of how to navigate the maze and, like most who had already entered, were growing increasingly exasperated. A portion of them fared even worse, having yet to discover how to gain entry to the pyramid. After wandering for an extensive period, Feng Chan had yet to encounter anything of value until, in the distance, she spotted a towering, curved tree that reached the ceiling. Upon reaching its base, she discovered several colorful beads, each roughly the size of a bottle cap. Nestled among the leaves, their colors seemingly aligned with certain attributes. The trunk of the tree was immense, with a gentle curve wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Feng Chan nimbly leaped onto the trunk, swiftly scanning her surroundings before heading toward the purple bead, acutely aware of the importance of luck. However, just as she took a few steps, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. Instinctively, Feng Chan bent and sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an arrow that whizzed past her. She quickly descended from the trunk and concealed herself in the underbrush. Remaining above would only serve to make her a living target. After a brief repositioning, she stood still, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Had her reflexes been a moment slower, that arrow would have struck her neck. She produced a wooden escape card and activated a speed card. Doubling her speed from 5 to 10, stowing her green machete in her backpack, she summoned her twin crescent daggers. The opponent, lacking patience, fired an arrow in her general direction, missing by over a meter despite not having sighted Feng Chan. Observing the trajectory of the arrow, Feng Chan wasted no time and hurled a dagger in retaliation. A pained cry echoed moments later, indicating that her aim had found its mark, though the injury did not appear serious. As the underbrush rustled slightly, likely the opponent shifting position, Feng Chan's throw was somewhat, however, her morals had not yet been completely extinguished. Her adversary had at least refrained from displaying any intent to strike. Before Feng Chan could reach a decision, faint sounds of a struggle resonated from below, indicating the arrival of more individuals. Concurrently, 5 or 6 others were hastening towards this location, threatening to plunge into chaos. Chapter 64. The Collector. Unable to linger any longer, Feng Chan resolved to advance. Given the pyramid's scale, it was likely that the interior comprised more than just a couple of layers, and the temperature here was frigid. Probably only a few degrees. She donned the thick clothing she had prepared for the night. Feng Chan did not respond to Ning Qiao's inquiry and moved forward. Ning Qiao understood her cautious demeanor. Maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, neither too close nor too far. Observing Feng Chan's attire, Ning Qiao felt a pang of envy. During their previous excursion to the oasis, they had only had an hour and thus had not anticipated a prolonged stay this time. Neglecting to bring adequate clothing, the deeper they ventured, the more Feng Chan sensed something amiss. The game had not set any challenges, which seemed peculiar. Was this instance truly a pure benefit? She opened her backpack and clicked on the purple orb. As the exterior mist dissipated, it revealed a small crescent moon, Moonlight Collector. The introduction was straightforward, and Feng Chan understood. If they encountered the purple moon or blue moon again, the pink moon could be utilized to collect energy, effectively enhancing attributes, though she was uncertain of the quantity that could be gathered at once. Observing Feng Chan accessing her game panel, Ning Qiao followed suit, clicking on the red orb in her backpack, which contained a similar item, though hers was a sunlight collector. What was there to collect about sunlight? Ning Qiao pondered, yet still secured the item. Limited items were undoubtedly valuable. The second layer was quite spacious. And as they walked, their body heat diminished severely, prompting them to quicken their pace. Unbeknownst to them, beneath the layer of gray dust, Something was writhing, gradually encircling them. Meanwhile, Xiaoji had arrived near the large tree, where the battle raged fiercely. She chose to lie in ambush, concealing her presence from the fray. 3 individuals already lay on the ground, while 5 others were embroiled in chaotic combat, one swift, another more agile, and yet another frantically employing items. Each of the 5 displayed their unique skills. 1 individual, unable to withstand the onslaught, suddenly vanished, leaving the others to speculate whether they had used a teleportation card or an invisibility card. As the 4 were preoccupied, the observant Xiaoji deduced that the opponent must have utilized a teleportation card. With the surrounding vegetation dense, there was no solid ground to land upon, and using an invisibility card would inevitably create noise as they brushed against the undergrowth. In the next moment, that person reappeared atop the tree, seizing the yellow orb. Originally intending to leap down and flee, a glance back revealed an overhead passage. Instantly, he altered his course, racing up the trunk. Now only 4 orbs remained, and with wolves in abundance and meat scarce, Xiaoji stifled her urge to act. Armed only with a curved dagger, the margin for error was too slim to act recklessly. Just as she felt disheartened, a fireball sped toward the individual above, striking him squarely in the back, causing him to tumble down. The 4, previously locked in conflict, suddenly realized that the one who had slipped away had stealthily attempted to seize the orb. However, they were more taken aback by the arrival of the fireball's caster. The newcomer, clad in a tight-fitting black athletic outfit that accentuated a muscular physique, wielded a black spear, aiming it at the 4. The quartet instinctively halted, calculating their targets. Yet, the tranquility did not endure for long. One among them could no longer restrain themselves and launched a sneak attack on the nearest opponent. The battle reignited. And Xiaoji recognized her opportunity. She endeavored to slow her pace, minimizing any sounds as she brushed against the surrounding grass and foliage. The fierce skirmish nearby provided ample cover. As long as she remained quiet, she would likely go unnoticed. Traversing a mere few dozen meters took Xiaoji 5 or 6 minutes, but she successfully reached the individual who had just been struck by the fireball. He lay there, charred and unable to move, barely drawing breath. The surrounding vegetation, though singed in a small area, retained its tenacity. Xiaoji brandished her curved dagger, covering his mouth as she plunged the blade into his heart. With the player's death, resources erupted forth. Xiaoji swiftly scanned the area, stuffing all the items into her backpack. While the 5-person skirmish drew to a close, 2 dead, 1 fled, leaving 2 still engaged in combat. In no time, a stalemate emerged, with 1 injured and 1 deceased, prompting the 2 remaining combatants to broker a truce, sending a surge of anticipation through Xiaoji, who awaited her chance to scavenge. They agreed to split the spoils, quickly gathering the resources from their recent battle. One of the men recalled the presence of the injured individual and approached Xiaoji's position. Xiaoji steadied her breathing, one hand gripping a card and the other clutching her dagger, poised for confrontation. However, the man had only taken a few steps when the woman, who had just negotiated the truce, betrayed him with a sudden attack from behind. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell face first to the ground, catching a glimpse of Xiaoji's shoes in the grass before his consciousness faded, the mantis catching the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The woman did not recklessly approach. Instead, she hurled a dagger, stabbing the man's corpse before making her way through the undergrowth. Having acquired such a trove of items, she felt she had not lost out this time. Yet she overlooked the lurking danger. The distance had closed sufficiently. Xiaoji activated a power card she had scavenged, leaping with her dagger raised to strike down at the woman. The sound of movement. The woman's hair stood on end, and she evaded with the swiftness of her life. Had she not previously used a speed card during the fight, she would not have escaped this strike. The sharp wind from the blade swept past her, and she keenly sensed the opponent's formidable skill and strength. Aware of her inferior prowess, the woman distanced herself after evading. Xiaoji felt a pang of frustration. Despite years of training in reality, she had never faltered, yet in the game, she effortlessly fell short against an ordinary opponent. However, years of discipline quelled her rising discontent, for this was a matter of life and death, and any distractions could cost her dearly. The woman and Xiaoji locked eyes through the grass. The latter's gaze was chillingly calm, as if accustomed to bloodshed, just as she hesitated on whether to continue the fight. Distant sounds echoed once more. Damn, more people were coming. This time, I'll let you go with that. The woman swiftly ascended the tree, plucking a pink orb before vanishing into a passage, seizing the opportunity while the newcomers had yet to arrive. Xiaoji frantically gathered the spoils from the man below, swiftly scaling the tree to snatch a green orb. She aimed for a second but found it too late and could only depart in haste. The approaching man watched the shadow dart away, scratching his head in confusion. He had intended to greet her. Yet, upon spotting the corpses on the ground, he lost his composure. He was merely an ordinary person who had stumbled upon a passage and wished to see what the pyramid was like. Were they not all ordinary people from Blue Star? How could they resort to murder so easily? Merely a month into this, his legs trembled. I want to go home. Chapter 65. The second layer of the pyramid. However, upon noticing a remaining blue orb atop the tree, he made an effort to climb up and retrieve it on the way. He discovered another orb concealed among the high leaves. It was easy to overlook if not observed closely. But when he attempted to reach it, he found it frustratingly out of grasp. Realizing it might be a game design element, he refrained from insisting. He was more curious about how the previous individuals had exited. So he ascended to the very top, discovering the exit. Peering out, he shivered at the sight of the lifeless second layer, silently retracting his head and seeking refuge in a thicket farther from the large tree. Survival was more important than resources. Before long, the large tree welcomed new players. The NPC, observing the disarray of the underbrush below, recognized that many had already arrived. Unfazed by the corpses, he swiftly scanned the area, finding no signs of teleportation portals before climbing the tree. Traces of previous footfalls led him up the trunk to the highest passage, yet something felt amiss, if there were truly nothing here. It was inconceivable that so many had perished, especially with the use of various weapons and items. Those familiar with gaming knew that killing could yield resources, but most people in Blue Star, particularly in Xia country, were law-abiding citizens. It was impossible that they would resort to such extreme measures merely for a passage. Could it be that all the resources had been taken? Unwilling to accept this, the NPC retraced his steps, frustrated that despite having the advantage, he still lagged behind others. Fortunately, he ultimately discovered the green orb and secured it, content as he moved to the second layer. All 7 colored orbs had been collected, each containing a collector, save for one that was special, dividing them into sunlight and moonlight in the second layer of the pyramid. Both Feng Chan and Ning Qiao were unaware of how long they had been traversing. The deeper they ventured, the colder it became. Feng Chan was fine with her thick clothing, but Ning Qiao, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, shivered uncontrollably, her head seemingly frozen in thought. Feng Chan discreetly brushed her eyes with the earthy glasses visible only to her. The cool-down period lasting 24 hours. Otherwise, she would have been tempted to inspect the supplies Ning Qiao possessed. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. From the ground surrounding the two, countless skeletal tendrils surged upwards, forming a circle that threatened to completely envelop them. Instinctively, Feng Chan drew her only teleportation card, relieved that the encirclement had a diameter of approximately 20 meters, sufficient for her 100-meter teleportation distance. Upon teleporting, Feng Chan barely steadied herself before her previous position was entirely sealed off. She wondered whether Ning Qiao had managed to escape, with nothing but gray dust and skeletal tendrils surrounding her. There was no avenue of escape. With a serious expression, she loaded her handgun. Before she could fire a test shot, the circle of skeletal tendrils rippled from within, appearing gentle yet shattering bone wherever it reached. Ning Qiao grasped an enormous white toy gun, her pallor suggesting she had paid a considerable price. Seizing the moment while the skeletal tentacles had yet to recover, she dared not linger and hastily sprinted towards Feng Chan. Collaboration? There is no exit here. The only escape lies within these bones. Ning Qiao closed the distance once more, yet still remained 5 meters away. Her voice was hoarse, as if something had lodged in her throat. After speaking, she immediately retrieved a healing potion from her backpack and consumed it, her complexion improving significantly. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind swept around the skeletal tentacles, revealing a myriad of skeletal forms beneath the ground, which began to rise slowly, attacking at the first opportunity where the tentacles had broken. All right. The moment Feng Chan agreed, she quickly repositioned herself. The speed of the skeletal tentacles was formidable, and she had already activated her agility card. The tips of the skeletal tentacles were not particularly thick, about the size of a human forearm, but their sheer number was overwhelming, with at least a couple of hundred present. As Feng Chan dodged one of the skeletal tentacles, she fired a shot. The bullet barely penetrated the bone, leaving only a small hole, failing to cause significant damage. Retrieving her handgun, she drew a green quality machete to counter the assault, knowing that with a strength value of 6, enduring 2 tentacles was already her limit. That moment, Jean Doe, her pet, clamored to be let out of its space. Aware of Jean Doe's impressive stats, she decided to release it. Upon emerging, Jin Do executed a powerful kick, leaping into the air, its teeth and claws elongating dramatically, and bit down on one of the nearest skeletal appendages. Utilizing its weight and momentum, it dragged the tip of the skeletal tentacle down to the ground, successfully severing a significant portion. The severed tentacle retracted automatically, waiting to regenerate before launching another attack, granting the trio a brief respite. After dispatching 2 skeletal tentacles, Feng Chan, in her haste to reposition, stole a glance at Jin Do, feeling significantly reassured by its capabilities. Meanwhile, Ning Qiao stowed her gun back in her backpack, knowing it drained her life force excessively. Having gone from 100 to 50 health points felt akin to having half her blood drawn. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not use it again. She pulled out a blue-quality whip and began to strike at the surrounding skeletal tentacles. The whip, due to its unique properties, ignited flames with each lash against the bones. Its effectiveness surpassed that of Feng Chan's weaponry, though she was even more astonished to discover that her opponent had a dog. Was it contracted from the game? Having seen pet contract cards before, she recalled that aside from scorpions and dark creatures, no other beings existed in the game, and even those cards were scarce and not worth much. Could it have been contracted from the oasis? However, from what she knew about the 3 oases, they contained only bizarre creatures, with no dogs among them. Perhaps her adversary had encountered a fortuitous event and contracted it from the real world. Ning Qiao swiftly considered several possibilities, yet her priority remained the skeletal tentacles. The green quality card had a duration of only 10 minutes, and after enduring 3 waves of attacks, Feng Chan resolutely switched to her dual crescent knives. Finding the machete's efficiency too lacking, she hurled the knives, the crisp sound of splintering bones echoing as they sliced through 7 or 8 skeletal appendages in an instant. Even Ning Qiao, who was preoccupied with evading attacks, could not help but glance over, impressed by the sheer sharpness of the flying knives. However, this momentary distraction allowed one skeletal tentacle to successfully ambush her, sending her sprawling several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was relatively soft, enabling Ning Qiao to move, albeit with difficulty. Yet, faced with several skeletal tentacles that had already surged forward, she found herself unable to retaliate. Her life points had dwindled to a mere 30. Insufficient to utilize her previous item again, she pulled out a teleportation card, hesitating to use it just as a white shadow darted past, causing the skeletal tentacles to shatter, bones raining down like a deluge. Ning Qiao turned sharply to behold Feng Chan, the flying knives swiftly returning to hover above her palm, undeniably impressive. Feng Chan frowned slightly, prompting Ning Qiao to react quickly, downing another potion while repositioning herself. For the next wave of skeletal attacks was upon them. Chapter 66. Skeletal Tentacles, prepared in advance. Ning Qiao did not recognize Feng Chan. Although the dual crescent knives had passed through her hands, the introduction she had seen did not mention anything about retrieval, leading her to subconsciously believe it was merely a similarity. A similar situation unfolded for Qiao Ji, who, having entered shortly after, gradually converged with the short-haired woman amidst the onslaught of the skeletal tentacles, mutually deciding to cooperate to dispel the danger. The short-haired woman felt a twinge of apprehension upon seeing Qiao Ji, recalling those cold, icy eyes. However, the skeletal tentacles proved too formidable to contend with, compelling her to temporarily set aside her reservations, though complete trust was out of the question. Their collaboration did not fare much better than Feng Chan's, as the most challenging opponent was the AI, who had arrived last and was far from the other 4, unable to seek assistance. Fortunately, he had prepared items effective against the skeletal foes. He tossed out a handful of seeds and then activated a rain card, causing a torrential downpour within a 50-meter radius. Instantly, the seeds sprouted, each as thick as a finger, and as they reached sufficient height, countless tendrils extended toward the skeletal tentacles. The once menacing skeletal forms were quickly ensnared by the vines, and before long, they were absorbed, leaving only a scattering of bone ash behind. The multitude of skeletal tentacles did not retreat in fear. Instead, they summoned even more of their kind, for the underground was saturated with bones, providing ample energy to expend. The AI maintained a safe distance, aware that he could not control the plants and could easily be harmed if he drew too close, inadvertently benefiting those ahead of him. He did not venture far, knowing that the passage to the next layer would only materialize after vanquishing the skeletal entities. As Feng Chan continued her assault, she distinctly sensed the recovery rate of the skeletal tentacles slowing down. With Ning Qiao's cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. Approximately 15 minutes later, the skeletal tentacles ceased to regenerate. Due to their continuous repairs, the spot where they initially appeared had formed a large pit, and the ground was littered with the severed joints they had dispatched. Only then did they realize that the underground was entirely composed of bones, and the grayish-white soil above was merely the ash of weathered or cremated bones. A sense of revulsion washed over them, particularly as they had inhaled a considerable amount of ash during the battle. At that moment, a gray portal appeared before them, and Feng Chan promptly recalled Jin Do to its pet space, then gathered a few beast bones from the ground before stepping through the portal. Ning Qiao consumed another potion, restoring her health to 90, and selected a few beast bones herself, all of mediocre green quality, hastily following suit to avoid falling too far behind. Shortly after their departure, Xiao Zhi's group managed to bring their battle to a close, the short-haired woman panting heavily, finding it excessively exhausting. Fortunately, a passageway had emerged. Xiao Zhi, equally fatigued, had pilfered supplies from 2 individuals, but they had little to offer, relying primarily on strength and skill. Just as she was about to approach the passage, the short-haired woman inquired, "What is your name?" Xiao Zhi paused momentarily, leaving only the words Mu Shu before stepping inside. The woman downed a healing potion, pondering whether such a name existed in Zone 5002. Everyone typically referred to their area as impoverished. Yet during her visit, she had encountered several individuals who were far from what they seemed, realizing everyone merely spoke superficially. Unlike the majority of individuals in Zone 5001, who were aware that this dungeon involved 10 zones working together, nearly 90 of those from the other zones believed only their own zone participated, leading them to assume they were all from the same area and contemplating how to settle scores upon returning. Even if they could not harm one another through the game interface, they could still tarnish each other's reputations. Feng Chan stepped into the portal, arriving in a familiar expanse, the desert. This place was equally vast, yet far less even than the second layer, with numerous sand dunes obstructing her view. After traversing the 2 lower layers, the interior of the pyramid appeared significantly larger than its exterior. Upon her emergence, the portal vanished, indicating that each individual's destination varied. She retrieved a can of orange-flavored energy soda, consuming it to restore 5 of her overall status, alleviating some of her fatigue. Her health now stood at 93, which was satisfactory considering the inevitable injuries from combat. Summoning Jin Do once more, she noted it had been struck head-on, showing no external wounds, yet its health had dropped to 80. Feng Chan produced half a healing potion she had preserved, administering it to Jin Do, which soon restored its health to 90, with further recovery effects to follow, albeit at a slower pace. After providing Jin Do with some food, she returned it to its pet space and began to explore the desert, sipping from a half-empty bottle of water. This environment soared higher than the first layer, and at times, Feng Chan instinctively felt as though there was no ceiling above, resembling a dark sky. Curiously, despite the absence of sunlight or lamps, the brightness was akin to that of daylight, presenting a paradoxical sensation. At times, the desert seemed to stretch endlessly, with the air feeling like a dry sauna, stiflingly hot. Suddenly, Feng Chan felt a chill run through her nose. She wiped it only to discover she was bleeding. Having spent so much time at the player's spawn point without any issues, it was surprising that it happened here so soon. She slightly lowered her head, waiting for the nosebleed to subside before moving again. The desert was challenging to traverse, especially the dunes, where each 3 steps felt like sliding back one. Finally reaching the summit of the nearest dune, a resounding eagle's cry echoed. Looking up into the sky, she saw a massive shadow diving towards her. As it drew nearer, its enormous form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Feng Chan dashed down the slope of the dune, realizing this eagle was far too large. Its wingspan must have been at least 8 or 9 meters wide, dwarfing even those seen on television. With such colossal claws, escaping seemed nearly impossible. Feng Chan dared not underestimate the creature. Fleeing at her utmost speed while summoning her dual crescent knives, as the eagle approached within mere 5 meters, she recognized her chance. The flying dagger was hurled forth, poised to strike directly at the opponent's chest. However, its reflexes were remarkably swift, soaring to a greater altitude just in time for the dagger to merely graze its foot, resulting in a minor, inconsequential wound. The eagle returned to the sky, circling above Feng Chan with a calculating gaze. Initially perceived as a feeble prey, it unexpectedly proved to be a tough adversary. Yet, as food became increasingly scarce, its survival thus far was not to be thwarted by a fleeting setback. It possessed ample patience. Feng Chan had summoned the dagger back, but without concealing it within the mark on her earlobe, the threat above her head remained unmitigated, preventing her from moving forward with confidence. Meanwhile, on the second level, the humanoid had finally triumphed over the skeletal foes with the aid of the vines sprouted from the seeds. The surrounding ash had accumulated into a small mound, atop which lay the fruits of his arduous efforts. Seizing the opportunity while the vines sought nourishment underground, the humanoid hastily ascended the mound of ash. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 pieces of red quality beast bones, 10 blue quality beast bones, 5 green quality fertilizers, and a single red quality giant's tooth. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he quickly stowed the items in his backpack. However, just as he reached for the last 5 red quality beast bones, the vines stealthily approached from behind. Chapter 67. A double assault. Sensing an imminent threat, the humanoid felt a chill run down his spine, leaving him no time to secure his belongings. He rolled away to evade the impending danger. Yet, with numerous vine branches, he could evade one but not all. A single vine struck him hard against the ground, causing him to spit blood as his health plummeted by 40 points. Observing the aggressive vines, which were fiercer than the skeletal tentacles, he cursed himself for not securing his possessions sooner. Enduring the pain, he dashed into the portal, vowing to prioritize gathering valuable items in the future. Upon arriving in the desert, he silently consumed a potion, exhaling heavily. The vines had indeed struck swiftly and silently. He had merely crouched for 2 seconds, barely glancing at the items he had acquired. You may wonder how he discerned the quality of the items he had not stowed away. It was evident from the fewer patterns on the blue-quality beast bones compared to the red ones. A mere fleeting glance revealed that the untaken items appeared considerably glossier, suggesting a higher grade. On the second level, the vines were fervently absorbing the beast bones, yet the humanoid had scattered 12 seeds initially, and each vine clamored for nourishment, leading to a chaotic tangle as they fought amongst themselves. Abandoning their previous unity, within 5 minutes, the red-quality beast bones disintegrated into dust, and the vines gradually untangled, returning to their former state. The temperature remained low, and the vines began to struggle, seeking refuge. Soon, they burrowed beneath the ash. Restoring tranquility to the second level, the first level welcomed newcomers beneath the great tree, who, upon searching in vain for resources, turned their gaze toward the second level. On the third level, Fengchan pressed forward, the eagle continuing to circle ominously above, showing no signs of relinquishing its pursuit. After half an hour, she encountered a pack of 12 gray wolves, scattered and lethargically resting within a rare stone cave amidst the desert. The lookout wolf, more attuned to the presence of the eagle above than to Fengchan, let out a sharp howl, instantly rousing the previously sluggish pack into a state of alertness, organizing their observation. The eagle was their greatest nemesis, often swooping in to snatch away their hard-earned prey, and with its wings, it was always out of reach. The Wolf King paced back and forth within the cave, contemplating the opportunity to let the prey experience the anguish of having its meal stolen. It wasn't until Fengchan heard the wolf's howl that she realized the imminent ambush. The timing seemed all too fortuitous, leading her to question if her luck was merely a fade. Both parties hesitated to strike, yet the distance between them grew perilously narrow. Holding the sunstone in one hand, Fengchan pondered her ability to traverse in and out at will. Uncertain of its efficacy within the confines of the pyramid and whether she could return safely, rapidly reviewing her supplies in her mind, she found nothing that could divert their attention. Then it struck her. She had 50 liters of water. Perhaps this could serve as a distraction, given the arid conditions that prevailed here, even more so than her birthplace. With no other options available, Fengchan retrieved 2 wooden boxes filled with water, placing one down while carefully carrying the other to the left, attempting to circumvent the wolf's den while sprinkling water into the air. Her grip tightened around the sunstone, prepared to teleport at a moment's notice if necessary, as the wolf pack drew nearer, forming an encirclement. She wondered if her plan would indeed succeed. When the wolves were a mere 20 meters away, and the eagle above was poised to strike, Fengchan desperately hurled a handful of water toward the nearest wolf. Ready to teleport, the approaching wolves finally discerned the nature of the substance being scattered, halting in their tracks. They eagerly inhaled the air, realizing it was indeed water. They rushed forward, disregarding their formation, and upon locating the wooden box filled with water, they began to drink voraciously. The lower-ranking wolves, eager to quench their thirst, rushed in without hesitation, aware that if they did not drink now, the higher-ranking wolves would consume it all, leaving them with little to no chance. The 2 nearest wolves caught the scent of moisture, drawn by the long-forgotten sound of drinking, and quickly approached the peculiar object, realizing it likely contained water. A significant gap opened up in the encirclement as the Wolf King emitted a low growl of warning. To his surprise, the obedient subordinates, usually quick to respond, now appeared indifferent. Enraged, the Wolf King assessed the seemingly defenseless creature before him, believing it posed little threat. He decided to first secure the prey before administering punishment to his pack. As the Wolf King charged toward Fengchan, she frantically scattered water while retreating. The Wolf King leaped into the air, but just as he was about to land, he was struck by the cool droplets. Jolting his parched flesh die in midair, he adjusted his landing to avoid making contact with Fengchan, issuing a commanding call to halt the advance of the other wolves. The remaining 8 wolves, who had been poised to attack, were forced to pause. In that moment, the eagle seized the opportunity, diving down with ferocity. Fengchan, with her empty right hand, summoned the twin moon's daggers and hurled them forth. The eagle, taken aback by the prey's unexpected resistance, attempted to evade, but was nonetheless struck, losing several feathers in the process. Although not fatal, the injury significantly impeded its flight, causing it to waver and ultimately land atop a sand dune, initially drawn to Fengchan's water. The Wolf King felt fortunate to have withheld his attack, knowing that had he engaged, he would have struggled to avoid the daggers. He took a few steps back and emitted a low growl, prompting his pack to retreat as well, with 4 wolves heading toward the eagle's landing spot. The Wolf King, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like demeanor, glanced at Fengchan before turning to deal with the 3 wolves still drinking heartily from the box. The remaining 5 encircled Fengchan, growling menacingly, while 2 others alternated between advancing and retreating, contemplating the kill, yet intimidated by the Wolf King's authority. Approaching the wooden box, the Wolf King swiftly drank from it. Having observed that the water had diminished by more than a third, he quickly gulped down several mouthfuls, revitalizing his desiccated form. Returning to Fengchan, he fixated on the box in her hands, and she slowly lowered it. Taking a step back, at the Wolf King's signal, the wolves surrounding her also retreated a few paces. The Wolf King approached cautiously, lowering his head to taste the water within the box. With each sip, the parched flesh revived, and he reveled in the refreshing sensation. Chapter 68. I want 70. Although consuming animal flesh could provide some hydration, it paled in comparison to the necessary water for survival. Given the dwindling number of creatures in this realm, the wolf pack had decreased from over 20 to merely 12, and if sustenance did not arrive soon, they risked losing another pack member. As the Wolf King drank, his tail wagged involuntarily, drawing the attention of the other wolves, who crowded around him, their noses nearly touching his face. Yet none dared to drink until he had satisfied his thirst. Only after he had quenched his thirst did the others rush forward, but the wooden box proved too small to accommodate all at once, leading to a frantic struggle that nearly overturned the vessel. The once magnificent Wolf King, now burdened with the responsibility of maintaining order, chastised one of his subordinates for its impatience, while the rest adhered to their ranks, taking turns to drink. Just as he finished this task, a subordinate on the dune was blinded by the eagle's talon, letting out a pained cry. Frustrated, the Wolf King responded with a growl and promptly led 6 of his subordinates to confront the eagle, leaving 2 behind to monitor Fengchan. Exhausted by the ordeal, Fengchan murmured to herself. She knew she could not outrun the wolves. Now that the eagle was incapacitated, she saw the opportunity to eliminate the remaining wolves. However, the Wolf King's intelligence suggested a possible negotiation rather than a confrontation. Within 10 minutes, the Wolf King returned, dragging the eagle's lifeless body behind him, accompanied by a subordinate that appeared to be clutching an unknown object. It was evident that the creatures here were significantly larger than those on Blue Star. The average wolf in Blue Star was only slightly larger than a Siberian husky, while these wolves were comparable to 1.5 Alaskan Malamutes. And the eagle's wingspan, now visible, seemed to span nearly 10 meters. The quality of these creatures must surely be at least blue, if not higher. Fengchan felt a flutter of excitement. Her beast bone pin was somewhat crude. Yet the bones and feathers of the eagle were excellent materials. The Wolf King placed the eagle's carcass beside the wooden box, and without its consent, the other wolves dared not touch the food or water. Fengchan blinked, incredulous. Had the Wolf King just spoken in the language of the Xia nation? You can speak. The Wolf King slightly raised its head, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. Exchange water for its 2 wings and the remnants it shed. It was a shrewd proposition. The wings bore little flesh, consisting mostly of feathers and bones, making them ideal for trade, while the remnants of the eagle were of little use, merely a gift at this moment. Fengchan was truly convinced it could speak. Well, since we're all playing this game, the ability of animals to converse is nothing too surprising. and she quickly accepted it's not impossible. You've likely lived here for quite some time. Do you have anything else? Bones would suffice, provided they are of a higher grade. The Wolf King glanced toward the stone cave, and immediately, other wolves scurried to retrieve items. The wolf, clutching something in its mouth, placed it at Feng Chan's feet. She picked it up to inspect. One green-grade flight card and one speed gem.it dawned on her that defeating monsters yielded material drops. Yet she had obtained nothing from the night beasts before. Could it be due to her low level? Soon enough, a wolf returned with several unusually smooth, patterned bones, along with a plethora of mixed, saliva-soaked items. Given its size, it could carry quite a load, and its drool was plentiful. The Wolf King urged, choose. Ever since witnessing Feng Chan's prowess with throwing knives, it had altered its perspective on hunting for sustenance. It could not bear to lose a single member of its pack. Despite their rebellious nature, upon the Wolf King's command, the pack retreated several paces, granting Feng Chan a sense of safety. She clutched the sunstone tightly, yet still felt uneasy about her back, so she summoned Jin Do to keep watch behind her. Jin Do's sudden appearance did not elicit the anticipated wariness. Instead, it wagged its tail excitedly, seemingly thrilled at encountering its kind. However, it was more concerned about its master, adhering to Feng Chan's command to guard her rear. The previously relaxed pack became alert at Jin Do's arrival, a few emitting low growls in warning. Jin Do, misinterpreting their reaction as disapproval, wondered why there were still so many of its kind nearby and discreetly turned its face to wag its tail at the adjacent wolves. Jin Do's fur was a different shade from theirs, and the Wolf King found itself drawn to Feng Chan, yet its gaze was irresistibly attracted to Jin Do's fluffy tail. Did it bring them joy simply by our presence? Did it wish to join? However, with food scarce within the pack, its small stature suggested malnutrition, making it unlikely to excel in hunting. Thus, acquiring sustenance would be challenging. Nevertheless, its appearance was commendable, with sleek and lustrous fur. Feng Chan could sense Jin Do's joyous emotions, but the priority remained securing the materials. The items retrieved by the wolves amounted to 1 space stone, 1 speed gem, 4 blue-grade beast bones, and 5 red-grade beast bones. The wolf's saliva was indeed somewhat foul, yet the materials were commendable. After sifting through one pile, she proceeded to the next. The second pile yielded 1 red-grade Wolf King's tooth and 80 blue-grade mutated cactus seeds. Upon concluding her search, the final pile revealed only a transparent bead, the size of a marble, named Camel's Tear. Wolf King's tooth, red grade, which, when worn, grants favor from the wolf clan and exerts pressure on blue-grade and lower wolves. Camel's Tear, blue grade, also known as Asia's Tear, accelerates plant growth by double when used. The quantity of mutated cactus seeds was substantial, larger than dragon fruit seeds. Yet the description was rather rudimentary, merely stating the name. It was unclear how the pack could consume these or where they acquired them. I require 70 such waters. Before Feng Chan could inquire about the price, the Wolf King spoke first, having noticed the creature's eyes gleamed 7 times. 70 boxes of water were not beyond her means. She simply hadn't brought that much, uncertain if she could return safely from the oasis. After all, entry here required a pass, and exiting would likely not be as simple. Unfortunately, the cooldown for the transport coin had yet to expire, preventing the establishment of a passage. I have 6 boxes of such water. That is all, if you are willing to accompany me back. The water will be plentiful. Feng Chan initially intended to negotiate, but an idea struck her. What if she could persuade these creatures to accompany her, keeping them for the journey to the oasis? The Wolf King's gaze sharpened. The promise of ample water intrigued it, for in the desert, water sometimes held greater value than food. Should they reach a place abundant in water, prey would surely be plentiful as well. A migration of the entire pack would not be out of the question. Yet, it remained skeptical of the truth behind her words, especially considering the emaciated state of the seemingly simple-minded wolf. Are there purple beasts guarding that place? Otherwise, it would be illogical for her to possess so little water, as if she were a miser who had scraped together her meager supply. Unaware of the Wolf King's vivid imagination, Feng Chan honestly replied, "Purple beasts? No, but there are some lizards, though they do not dare enter." The Wolf King pondered. "Do you mean to say you possess your own territory? A water-rich one?" Feng Chan nodded. The Wolf King hesitated. It was on the verge of ascending to red grade. Yet even that would be futile, for the water sources here were dominated by the purple beasts, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary beasts to secure a sip. At times, they were forced to consume the fruits of cacti to replenish moisture, but wolves lacked the dexterity of humans. Even with their sturdy skin, scraping the spines off the cactus would often result in bloody mouths. And cacti were aggressive, making them hard to procure. As it mulled over these considerations, Feng Chan grasped the Wolf King's tooth in her palm, causing the pack's hostility toward her to diminish significantly. The Wolf clan held no particular sentiment for the remains of their ancestors. It was merely a coincidence that this tooth had been unearthed by one of the younger wolves. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that it had sparked a flicker of goodwill toward Feng Chan. Do you have a means to lead us out? The Wolf King, after all, had no way of escaping. If it did, it wouldn't he have been forced to retreat here? Feng Chan replied. There is a somewhat audacious method. The Wolf King inquired. What is it? Feng Chan produced a pet contract card. Form a contract with me, enter the pet space, and we can leave together. However, I only possess one card. The Wolf King suddenly leaned closer, sniffing the contract card from a meter away. Upon grasping its purpose, it thought nothing of it. They are all my subjects. We are one and the same. This implied that contracting with it equated to contracting the entire wolf pack? It sounded like a lucrative deal, Feng Chan seductively suggested. Why not give it a try? Yet the Wolf King hesitated once more. What if she was deceiving it? As the Wolf King, it could not allow its pack to fall into danger. Suddenly, its gaze sharpened, its originally brown-black eyes flashing with a blue light. First, let me test you. Feng Chan merely locked eyes with it for a second, her body stiffening, unable to move, as her consciousness plummeted into the unknown future alongside that of the Wolf King. Just before losing consciousness, her sole thought was that she had underestimated the situation. The Wolf King's demeanor had lulled her into a false sense of security. She could never allow herself to be so careless again. Time passed, though how long she could not tell. When Feng Chan awoke, she found herself in the stone cave. Her first reaction was that she had traversed dimensions. Had she somehow returned to the moment she first entered the game? Yet soon she realized that this cave was far more spacious than those of the players, and her previous memories returned. She recalled fainting and seeing the wolf pack following her to the oasis. Settling down, but the subsequent developments eluded her. The contract card she had held was now securely resting on her abdomen. The Wolf King sat upright beside her, its swaying tail betraying the excitement hidden beneath its stern facade. Following this creature, no, this human, actually allowed for a decent living, far better than the fare provided by the purple beasts. Human, I have granted your request. Feng Chan rubbed her head, feeling a dull ache from fatigue. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered Jindo had formed a circle with the wolf pack. Was that your ability? The Wolf King affirmed. Yes, my ability. Feng Chan pressed. What happened afterward? I only remember leading you to the oasis. The Wolf King proudly lifted its head. It would not divulge the truth. If this human were to learn that it had only followed her for the sake of the food and water she could provide, it would lose face. Secrets of fate must not be revealed. In any case, I ask you, will you lead my clan out? I can also tell you where to find the Desert Palace's pass. Feng Chan eagerly replied. Of course, I am willing. Anything regarding the pass is negotiable. If she could acquire so many valuable items from a pyramid, the palace, by its very name, promised even more resources. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the Wolf King's speech had grown more humanized, effortlessly uttering terms such as secrets of fate must not be revealed. The Wolf King slowly approached, tail swaying. Come? I am ready. Feng Chan held the contract card, silently invoking its use. Upon aiming it at the Wolf King, the success rate displayed was 90, quite high, indicating its willingness. In mere moments, the card transformed into two beams of light. Entering both Feng Chan and the Wolf King's bodies. In the game's personal center, information about the Wolf King appeared. Pet. Kalfa Shao Wolf, Blue, Health, 200 and 4300 Strength, 26 Speed, 28 Agility, 30 Intelligence, 5 Luck, 4 Charm. For the physical stats were surprisingly high. Feng Chan couldn't help but recall the ivory mice she had slain in the oasis, including one of red grade. She had managed to defeat it with just a single agility card. Quite effortlessly. Why did it feel as though the red grade ivory mice couldn't even compare to the blue grade Kalfa Shao Wolf, or perhaps even the green grade? Beneath all the information, there was an additional line. Surpassing Jean Doe's racial ability, Eye of Destiny, Pack Bond. Clicking on the two abilities revealed further details. Eye of Destiny. The truth of fate lies within the gaze. Skill 1, Truth, which allows the essence of objects to be probed. Has a cooldown time of 22:49, 23. Skill 2, Fate, which enables the foresight of the future, is influenced by the host's level, luck, and the level of the target being predicted, with a cooldown time of 718, 50, 12. The Wolf Pack Bond. The Alpha Wolf is one with the pack. When the Alpha encounters danger, the pack can share the damage. The The contracted alpha can command the pack. Such formidable abilities leave Feng Chan genuinely astonished. After all, these wolves have been trapped in a desert without even a drop of water, yet possess such extraordinary capabilities. Just the blue rarity is already impressive. The purple beast abilities she mentioned must be astonishing beyond measure. Skill 1 should be the Wolf King probing the pet contract card, with a true cooldown time of 24 hours, while Skill 2, Fate, has a cooldown time of 1 month, or 30 days. She senses a slight connection between herself and the Wolf King, who can even communicate within her mind, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. Feng Chan wishes to listen closely, but is suddenly startled by a chorus of wolves of varying sizes. It seems she can even hear the voices of her little brothers. However, since they cannot speak human language and her understanding of them is not as profound as with Jean Do due to the lack of a direct contract, she quietly suppresses their voices, allowing her mind to clear considerably. Should she attempt to enter the pet space? With your kin? Feng Chan worries that her little brothers might not be able to enter, and having calculated the Wolf King's cooldown time, she realizes she has been unconscious for just over an hour, wasting too much time already. The Wolf King nods in a human-like manner, and Feng Chan reaches out to its back, with a single thought. The entire pack vanishes into the space. Feng Chan uses 1 space stone and 2 speed gems, increasing her item quality to 8 and her speed from 5 to 7, after allowing them to stay for only a brief moment. She releases them, for there is still an important question she has yet to ask. Where is the passage to the next level and the access pass? The Wolf King understands Feng Chan's intent. She does not wish to go to the underground palace, yet knowing about it does not grant her access. He has heard from other beasts that there is a sun gate in the left front of the upper levels, and reaching there will lead to the passage. Chapter 70. Illusions, and Feng Chan immediately decides to set off. Having contracted the Wolf King, there is no reason for it to deceive her. By the way, are there other things in the stone cave? Having lived there for so long, they must have killed numerous creatures. Wolf King, none left. Those things are of no use to us. Only a few playful wolves might have brought back some. Listening to this, Feng Chan cannot help but feel a tinge of regret. Is there nothing left from the eagle? Wolf King? None. All right, Feng Chan feels a slight disappointment but plans to store the Wolf King in her pet space. The Wolf King looks curiously at her legs, which are quite slow. Feng Chan senses the Wolf King's disdain and suddenly breaks into a smile. How about you carry me? The Wolf King cautiously takes a step back, yet concedes. Bring water and pray. It and its little brothers still need to eat. Feng Chan promptly scurries to retrieve the water, but the eagle is far too heavy and large to fit into a single slot. This is manageable. The Wolf King then goes to gnaw on the eagle's carcass, with the little brothers following its lead. Normally, rank must be observed, but seeing their master in a hurry, it decides to lend her a hand. Within 5 minutes, over half of the several hundred pounds of eagle has been devoured. Feng Chan uses a knife to chop off a wing, storing the meat and bones, which fit perfectly into one slot. The quality being blue, she wonders whether the 2 items dropped from the eagle are scarce or abundant. The Wolf King's health quickly recovers to 290 after feasting, but the remaining 10 points of health require a bit more absorption to fully restore. Standing beside the Wolf King with a beaming smile, Feng Chan, upon receiving its consent, climbs onto its back. The wolf pack curiously approaches to sniff, and at that moment, the Wolf King's form suddenly doubles in size. Originally, Feng Chan's feet could touch the ground, but now she finds herself suspended in midair, momentarily startled, yet filled with excitement. You can grow larger? How impressive! Hearing Feng Chan's praise, the Wolf King feels elated, its tail wagging slightly before being firmly restrained. The Wolf King emits a howl and dashes ahead to the left, with the pack trailing behind, and Jean Do also mingling among them, albeit lagging slightly. Feng Chan initially considers placing it in her pet space, but it is unwilling to be left behind, insisting on running alongside, so she allows it. The Wolf King moderates its speed, ensuring the little brothers can keep up. Yet Feng Chan, seated upon its back, still feels the swiftness. Indeed, the Wolf King's speed value is 28. What would ordinarily require at least 2 hours of walking is accomplished in just half an hour. Feng Chan dismounts, not from a horse, but from a wolf, and rubs her backside. She is no expert, and her rear has endured quite the ordeal. The most unfortunate is Jean Do, who, having just leveled up, is experiencing such a long run for the first time, and in this dry heat, it would have preferred to lie down and not move at all were it not for the scorching desert. Feng Chan takes out water for her 13 companions, or rather, her large companions, and amidst their slurping, she carefully examines the sun gate before her. The The cloud gate emits a soft orange-red glow, devoid of any carvings. Upon inquiring with the Wolf King, she learns that it is called the Sun Gate due to its resemblance to the sun's color. The reasoning is utterly impeccable. Once they finish drinking, Feng Chan suddenly realizes that there is no sun here. How does it know the sun's color? She does not keep this question to herself, voicing it as it comes to mind. Wolf King, I wasn't here from the beginning. Noticing that the Wolf King is reluctant to provide further details, Feng Chan refrains from pressing, and after packing them into her pet space, she steps inside. Before doing so, she sends a message to Qiao Ji, aside from the initial labyrinth where communication was impossible. As long as both are on the same level afterward, messages can be sent and received normally. Qiao Ji has just dealt with a vulture. Her luck is a mix of good and bad, as the vulture is of low rank, making the handling relatively easy, resulting in a green rarity disposable card and a note. Upon seeing Feng Chan's message, she replies with thanks, the note indicating the location of the transport portal. Feng Chan has always felt she was lagging behind everyone, yet in truth, she is the fastest. Traversing the desert is arduous, and without knowledge of the destination, one can only wander aimlessly. However, the location of each transport portal is random, and some may find themselves close to their destination immediately. The fourth level. Surprisingly small, the surroundings are pitch black, with only the roughly 100 square meter center illuminated, the ground smooth and dust-free. Feng Chan frowns as she approaches, revealing an option before her. Kill one person to pass through the illusion. Just from the name, Feng Chan surmises the meaning. To ascend to the next level, one must choose one of the two options. And killing someone likely refers to eliminating another player participating in this round. However, those bold enough to choose the option of killing are probably not to be trifled with. Feng Chan selects to pass through the illusion, and upon clicking confirm, her consciousness plunges into chaos, all prior memories fading, as she finds herself back in her senior year of high school. A middle-aged man with a square face, rare in the countryside and possessing fair skin, sits on a wooden chair wrapped in a quilt. Beneath the hall, a youthful yet fatigued Feng Chan kneels on the cement floor, clad in a heavy but uninsulated school uniform, her pants mere faded jeans. The floor's coldness seeming to seep through the fabric into her bones. From today onward, do not study. I have found you a good match. The man's casual remark shatters years of her hard work. She knows she is just an ordinary person with average intelligence, so striving to rank in the top 100 at school made passing the Gaokao for 985 or 211 seem possible. She also knows resistance is futile. Bowing her head in silence. How much did he offer you? Feng Deshan, unperturbed by being exposed, retorts that all women must marry, whether early or late. Money is what truly matters. Why say such harsh words? That is called a bride price. I have raised you for so long for this day. Feng Chan remains silent, her heart swelling with resentment. Her mother, having succumbed to domestic abuse and illness without funds for treatment, passed away when Feng Chan was in the 5th grade. In her memories, her mother, though stern, always endeavored to provide the best within her means. She worked diligently, yet could not withstand Feng Deshan's gambling, as any money earned would be taken away, and any refusal would lead to repeated beatings for her mother. As a child, Feng Chan had no concept of divorce. Only as she grew older did she learn that it was an option. She longed to ask her mother why she didn't leave, yet that opportunity was forever lost. Children in the countryside mature prematurely. After her mother's death, Feng Chan managed to live independently, while her father would often disappear for weeks or even months due to gambling, returning only to give her a few hundred yuan when he won, the most being once 1,000. However, this was an exception. If he lost money the next day, he would return immediately to take back the money given to Feng Chan. Losing was the norm. Initially, when Feng Chan could not withstand the beatings, she complied. After a few instances, she grew wise, immediately using any money received to purchase durable rice, oil, and essential living supplies. As Feng Deshan could not reclaim the money, his contributions gradually dwindled, with 200 being considered generous. He would only be exceptionally pleased 2 days a year, as Feng Chan received a poverty alleviation scholarship in junior high, amounting to 4,000 yuan annually, with each semester providing 2,000 yuan. Chapter 71. The past Feng Chan had contemplated hiding this from him, but at the time, various materials were required, along with the village's signature to verify her impoverished status. Feng Deshan would inevitably learn of her funds through casual drinking and chatting with others. Both her elementary and junior high schools provided free breakfasts funded by the government, a bottle of milk, a small bread roll, and an egg. Some classmates disliked one of the items, so Feng Chan would shamelessly ask for it, as breakfasts were essential for her growth. It wasn't until Feng Chan entered high school that Feng Dashan's debts led to the amputation of his left-hand pinky and ring fingers that he gradually stopped venturing out, spending his days drinking at home and playing cards with villagers. Money has never been spent a single cent, yet I find myself asking Feng Chan for financial assistance, aside from receiving a poverty scholarship. She has taken the initiative to learn knitting, devoting her spare time to crafting yarn dolls, which she sells at a stall in the county during holidays. Fortunately, each class offers a scholarship quota. And through her diligence, Feng Chan secured one in the second semester of her sophomore year, amounting to 2,000 yuan for the semester, allowing her to save 6,000 by the time she reaches her senior year. She dares not spend frivolously, not even on a single new garment, and can only afford to purchase some essential study supplies and a few nutritious snacks, as any indulgence would undoubtedly arouse Feng Dashan's suspicions. Whenever Feng Dashan feels displeased or loses money, he forces Feng Chan to kneel, berating her as a jinx who brings misfortune. She could run away, but upon her return, no matter how late or cautious, she would be met with a brutal beating. Throughout her life, she has lost count of how many times she has knelt, yet with every act of submission, her resentment swells. She swears to free herself from Feng Dashan, but now is not the time. Feng Chan, so, how much is the bride price? Feng Dashan, 150,000. For a woman from your village, that's quite a sum. Feng Chan takes a deep, calming breath. I can offer you more. You know my academic performance is commendable. If I get into a good university, my salary after graduation could easily offset the bride price within a year. Moreover, I can work for many years, allowing you to enjoy a comfortable retirement. Though he is indeed swayed, he is also acutely aware that his daughter wishes to distance herself from him, and he cannot bear the thought of her earning money for her own benefit. With a mocking smile, he lays bare Feng Chan's intentions. Don't think I'm unaware of your little schemes. Just wait until you get into university and try to escape me. I'll make it known where you study. Don't think you will have it easy. I will always be there. Feng Chan raises her gaze to meet his, striving to make her expression less confrontational. So? You only desire the current 150,000? If I marry the person I like, I won't receive any money. All earnings will have to be surrendered. Will you be able to extract any from him? Feng Dashan comprehends the type of person she refers to, and her words ignite his anger as he slams his fist against his thigh. He dares. I am his father-in-law. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Chan presses on. Regardless, I want to obtain the money. Rather than giving it to outsiders, it is better to give it to you, my father. After all, we are family. Upon hearing this, Feng Dashan nods in satisfaction. At least you possess some conscience. Not marrying is acceptable, but you must give me 20,000 each year during your university studies. 20,000. Feng Chan furrows her brow. She knows she must cover her own tuition and living expenses, which will easily exceed 10,000 even with the most frugal lifestyle. Adding his demand of 20,000 means she must earn nearly 4,000 each month. Who has a part-time job that pays that much? Feng Dashan's expression darkens. What is the matter? Is that unacceptable? Feng Chan falls silent, and after a moment of contemplation, reluctantly agrees, for she has no other choice. She has witnessed too many instances of Feng Dashan causing a scene at her school. Nearly everyone knows her, and she endures whispers and ridicule as she walks by. The school, once patient in their guidance, eventually resorted to expelling her, while he would create chaos at the gates, with the guards powerless to intervene. Feng Dashan has already lost all dignity. He would forego everything for money, and no matter how disgraceful his actions, he would do whatever it takes to meet his objectives. At that moment, Feng Chan feels entirely ensnared in an illusion. Trapped in her high school self. What meaning does this existence hold? Death would be the only true liberation. A murky voice lingers in her consciousness, causing her to press her lips together in frustration. It is not her fault. Above her, Feng Dashan, having secured the promise he desired, continues to spew nonsensical words. Feng Chan lowers her head, only for him to suddenly descend upon her, delivering a heavy slap that leaves her stunned. Tears well in her eyes, but the Mediterranean man spoke harshly, yet his stammering demeanor betrayed a lack of confidence. The situation had grown increasingly complicated. The first to act might find themselves ambushed by others. And no one dared to be the first to take the plunge. As anticipated, within moments, two individuals appeared, Xiao Ji and a young man. The young man, upon seeing the crowd, nearly reacted in fright. The short-haired woman, who had remained silent until now, let out a small sigh of relief. Xiao Zhou. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Xiao Zhou immediately moved towards them with heightened vigilance. When he spotted Xiao Ji, he showed no signs of surprise. In his foresight, she was a formidable character. Noticing Feng Chan was not approaching, he planned to go to her himself, But at that moment, she spoke. Mu Shu. The burdened Xiaoji momentarily froze when she heard her name called. Quickly realizing it was number one, she had never disclosed her name to anyone, but number one must have seen her unchanged name and avatar previously. Still, she sought confirmation. Number one? Feng Chan nodded slightly. Her audacity to call Xiaoji by name stemmed from their contractual agreement. She could not harm herself. With a glance of consent from Feng Chan, Xiaoji began to approach, maintaining a distance of about 5 meters. Those who had been on the verge of action halted. Number one had not directly agreed, but had instead changed the subject to inquire about names. The arrival of this individual, Mu Shu, indicated she did not wish for Xiaoji to come any closer. The 6 individuals present remained relatively calm. The short-haired woman turned to Xiaoji. I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I asked for your name, but I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Li Hua. The Mediterranean man's sense of crisis intensified. How did they all know each other? Xiaoji, with an expressionless face, replied. What did you choose in the last round? Li Hua, speaking now not only to ease the tension but also to reduce her enemies, recognized that while conflict was inevitable in the end, it was wise to lessen the number of foes at the outset. Illusion, she answered. This response took Feng Chan by surprise. Did that mean her injuries were sustained in the second or third layers? A brief exchange led to another silence. Li Hua spoke again. Which district are you both from? Let us become friends. We may have the chance to meet again. To show her sincerity, she revealed her district, 5002. The district number was not particularly significant, and Xiaoji replied with 5001.as for the notion of friendship. She refrained from responding directly. Forming alliances at this moment would be premature given the uncertainty of the situation. The 6 stood in place for over 10 minutes. The Mediterranean man's calmness returned somewhat. And he spoke again. Aren't you curious about what is in the tree? Feng Chan replied. There is a barrier. We cannot approach fully. We may need to wait for more people to arrive. However, some time had passed without contact, and it was unclear if the barrier had dissipated. Feng Chan signaled to Xiaoji to take a look while she provided cover. Understanding the cue, Xiaoji moved as Feng Chan raised her shield to follow. As anticipated, the barrier indeed still existed, and the previously restless crowd settled considerably. However, they had not expected to wait for an entire hour. Suddenly, over 40 individuals emerged, including Ning Xiao, Yu Zi, Mi Feng, and the fiery Demu Ji. This time, one person could not contain themselves and initiated an attack, plunging the scene into chaos. The crowd had entered from a uniform direction, while Feng Chan and Xiao Ji were positioned near the tree. Further from the fray, and narrowly avoided being caught in the turmoil, as the battle was about to erupt, Demu Ji noticed the humanoid and Mi Feng and quickly gathered them, attempting to distance themselves from the combat zone. After assessing the situation, she shouted, "Stop!" After her command, the melee indeed ceased. Everyone wanted to survive, yet several had already perished. Just as the atmosphere seemed poised for calm, one individual struck, having already been wounded by the opponent. Taking advantage of the distraction, he delivered a fatal blow to the heart. Those around him subtly distanced themselves, but no one spoke up for the fallen. Such was their reality. Survival was paramount. Demu Ji merely cast a fleeting glance at the scene. Explaining the circumstances succinctly, as the crowd dispersed cautiously, a few more individuals arrived, though not in such large numbers. The choice to eliminate one among them was limited, yet those who dared were ruthless. Feng Chan listened intently, as it seemed the dangers encountered in the second layer differed from her own experiences. Those arriving late spoke of numerous corpses in the second layer. Time trickled by, and Feng Chan took out food to replenish her strength. The Wolf King and others had feasted on eagle meat and were not hungry yet. Apart from the eagle meat, she had no surplus provisions for them. Most individuals had prepared some food, and everyone tacitly took a moment to regroup. After eating, Feng Chan glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. in a dungeon of 500, although many had perished. How long would they have to wait for all to ascend? As the dawn of a new day approached, fewer than 200 remained at the great tree, and those who had been on edge all day were utterly exhausted. Even with companions, most dared not rest. Notably, District 5001 had gathered over 10 individuals, making it the largest group at present, with Ning Xiao and Yu Zi among them. Yu Zi had sustained serious injuries but improved considerably after taking medicine. Feng Chan and Xiao Ji did not approach. Despite being in the same district, the crowd was too mixed, and such alliances could easily shatter. Protecting themselves was paramount. Feng Chan had not seen Yu Zi but recognized Ning Xiao. The girl who had been with her was undoubtedly Yu Zi. Unexpectedly, after conversing briefly with the humanoid, Ning Xiao approached her, with Yu Zi following. The two maintained a polite distance. Number one, it is you? I am Chi Chao Nyang Yang, and this is my good friend Yuzid. I didn't recognize you when we met below. Feng Chan had found Ning Qiao to be quite amiable online. She considered them somewhat familiar, hence her decision to greet her. While Ning Qiao recognized her, she refrained from revealing her identity, understanding the necessity of caution within the dungeon. Ning Qiao was not offended. After all, Feng Chan had saved her. Hello. Feng Chan nodded slightly. Ning Qiao then turned to Qiao Ji, having seen her unchanged avatar and name previously, along with her friend request. She feigned a casual discovery. You are Mushu? Given her appearance, it was easy to connect her to her name. Having seen her picture, Qiaoji felt a bit uneasy and nodded gently. I didn't realize you two knew each other. Ning Qiao observed the two standing together, her mind racing with speculation. It appeared the person who had rescued Qiao Ji was indeed Feng Chan. Ning Qiao was also somewhat distrustful of her district's inhabitants. Making an extra friend could ensure that they wouldn't mistakenly harm one another during a fight. Noticing their subdued responses, she understood their wariness and decided not to intrude further, returning to the humanoid. Feng Chan checked the time again. Only a minute remained until the dawn of a new day. Having remained so quiet for so long, she grew increasingly anxious, unable to resist glancing at the clock. Some individuals might not have even traversed the maze yet, or worse, might never escape. Would they truly wait indefinitely until hunger claimed them? Stand behind me, Qiaoji remarked, having sensed Feng Chan's unease. Others might have said this merely as a form of comfort. But the seriousness in Qiaoji's eyes instilled a measure of belief in her. As the clock struck midnight, the great tree suddenly emitted a soft green glow, captivating everyone's attention. Points of light separated and gradually formed large Chinese characters in front of them. Congratulations, players. You have cleared the level reward. Life gem. Joy erupted among the crowd as smiles spread across their faces. Their lengthy wait had not been in vain. Everyone was aware of the green, faintly glowing items in the tree. It was undoubtedly the life gem. They exchanged glances, all anticipating who would take the first action. Striking first would only render one a target for the others. Yet, in the next moment, the green orbs burst forth like fireworks from the tree. Limited in number, only 20 or 30, the scarcity of the gems sent the previously composed crowd into a frenzy, unleashing a flurry of skills as blood splattered, quickly outnumbering the life gems. Qiao Ji and Feng Chan both instinctively opened their mouths to warn each other. But upon making eye contact, they said nothing, fully understanding the implications. Something was amiss here. Rewards could manifest in various forms. The first-come, first-served nature of the first layer, the materials dropped after defeating prey in the third layer, or the passes obtained after clearing the fourth layer. This level could be interpreted as the game's design to incite player conflict. Yet why was it arranged in the fifth layer? If it had been set in the first layer, the chaos would have been even more extensive. Amidst the tumult, a careless move might lead to accidental harm, and some individuals were intent on killing for treasures. Feng Chan and Qiaoji endeavored to stay clear of the fray, but perhaps due to Feng Chan's high luck value, a life gem just happened to fall slowly above her head. In an instant, it drew the attention of 5 or 6 individuals. Given her proximity, she was automatically deemed the primary target to eliminate. Even if she attempted to flee, she would only be seen as trying to seize the life gem. A barrage of attacks ensued, densely packed and nearly impossible to evade entirely. Feng Chan's shield absorbed an ice spike and a wind blade, while Qiaoji wielded a green-hued curved blade to sever an incoming arrow mid-flight. Her muscular forearm displaying graceful strength. Immediately facing a vine whip, she nimbly sidestepped 2 paces in front of Feng Chan and executed a horizontal slash. The whip, made of sturdy material, did not sever completely but was reduced by half, rendering it ineffective. Feng Chan caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and couldn't help but marvel at Qiaoji's exceptional physical prowess. Even with years of training, achieving such a level of skill would be challenging for anyone. If the same card could be stacked, even an ordinary person could achieve such feats. Alas, the game does not permit it. If stacking were allowed indefinitely, utilizing 3 or 4 green cards could effortlessly elevate one's stats to 100. Rendering high-level cards unnecessary, everyone could simply rely on green cards. Before the next wave of attacks, one player soared into the air, drawing the attention of others, while Feng Chan and Qiaoji successfully evaded the combat zone. Remaining vigilant of the stray bullets, the green orbs in the air, whether by design or coincidence, descended at a notably slow pace. One individual snatched a green orb, but before they could revel in their fortune, they were overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. Meanwhile, the AI team coordinated to seize 2 orbs in one swift motion. Suddenly, a green orb was struck by an attack. It did not shatter, but the impact altered its trajectory, sending it hurtling towards Feng Chan. One must say, Is this not the power of serendipity? Even if she did not intend to collect it at the moment, circumstances compelled her to investigate what it truly was. Chapter 74. The explosive hazelnut. Currently, her speed was at 7 points, making her quite formidable even without cards. Xiaoji observed the surrounding attacks without attempting to compete with her for the orb. Feng Chan deftly repositioned herself and effortlessly claimed the green orb, storing it in her spatial pocket without even glancing at its contents, exchanging a knowing look with Xiaoji as they began to flee. One individual used a teleportation card, brandishing a long sword as they appeared before Feng Chan in an instant. Feng Chan raised her shield defensively, uncertain of the sword's level. Unexpectedly, her seemingly unscathed shield cracked open with a gaping wound. Rather than lamenting, Feng Chan's first instinct was to eliminate this nuisance. She swept a loose strand of hair behind her ear and unleashed her twin crescent daggers, which embedded themselves halfway into the man's chest. Although not lethal, he was gravely injured, blood gushing forth as panic overtook him, dispelling the confidence he had just moments before when confronting Feng Chan. And no matter how plentiful the resources, life holds greater value. Especially as Feng Chan summoned her daggers back, his first thought was to flee. Feng Chan indeed intended to pursue him, for though he possessed defensive items, the dagger had already penetrated halfway. One strike was insufficient, but two would surely suffice. Yet, as the attacks from others arrived, the man dashed away, and Feng Chan concentrated on moving her shield to block two more assaults. The gaps in her shield widened significantly, almost piercing through entirely, yet it remained usable for a few more encounters. Xiaoji, nearby, had also endured several attacks. Her green curved blade bore a noticeable chip, but seizing the opportunity, she drew a short dagger and advanced towards the nearest foe. After enduring yet another assault, Feng Chan's shield disintegrated into wooden splinters, and she hurled her dagger once more, severing the enemy's neck with a spray of blood. Seizing the moment while her dagger was on cooldown, she fired 2 shots from her pistol. Only one struck, grazing the thigh and proving non-fatal. With limited ammunition, she hesitated to practice, resulting in her mediocre shooting skills. Fortunately, her strength had been enhanced upon entering the game, and she had used a strength card prior to firing, rendering the recoil almost negligible. The sounds of battle were indeed terrifying, yet the sight of it was somewhat absurd, even comical, due to game mechanics. Players could not utilize their thoughts directly on the items in their backpacks. They had to access the game panel to use them. Alternatively, items held in hand could be manipulated with thought, though many had already stashed their frequently used cards in their pockets, which were not always deep enough, leading to frequent drops. During combat, witnessing an enemy suddenly bend down to pick something up seemed unprofessional. Of course, this was a rarity, as only a select few recognized the danger and dared not retrieve fallen items. But their minds remained fixated on the cards, inviting inevitable injury. Amidst the absurdity of battle, the number of casualties continued to rise, and the visible ground soon became stained with blood. Xiaoji exhibited remarkable skill, and having used a card to boost her speed, she swiftly engaged enemies, dispatching several in a matter of moments. The Wolf King desired to emerge, yet its appearance would immediately attract the attacks of the majority of players, with Feng Chan herself becoming a target, leading her to decline its request. The ground was littered with item cards dropped by fallen players. Many wished to collect them but feared becoming the next victim of an explosion. Under the onslaught of various skills, the battle among over 100 players did not persist for long, perhaps less than 10 minutes, as the number of combatants dwindled. Those who had finished off their targets and those who had successfully looted began to restore some semblance of calm beneath the great tree. A few individuals stood apart, some in pairs, leaving an estimated 50 players remaining. Feng Chan had sustained considerable injuries herself. After consuming a healing potion, the bleeding from her shoulder ceased, but fortunately, she and Xiaoji had managed to procure a green orb together. On the AI side, with a greater number of players and some providing protection, those who had acquired green orbs opened their backpacks to examine their contents, while others leaned in to catch a glimpse. Seeds? Ning Qiao also noticed, whispering softly. The individual clicked once more, revealing the seed's description. Explosive hazelnut, with a 50 chance of random detonation. The onlookers gasped in unison. Aside from those on the AI side, nearly all players with companions checked simultaneously. Feng Chan was no exception. Upon reading the description, she immediately declared, "Discard it." Xiaoji, catching sight from the corner of her eye, saw them both toss the seeds aside, which landed without detonating. They breathed a sigh of relief, though remaining vigilant. The AI team quickly instructed those who had obtained the seeds to discard them, having gathered 4 in total. 3 players recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly discarded theirs. However, One individual, having expended a significant number of resources to obtain the seeds, hesitated to part with them. Boom. One of the seeds tossed by the tabby cat detonated upon contact with the ground, sending a substantial shockwave that forced Feng Chan to stumble back a step. The unluckiest was the player closest to the seed, who was blasted several meters away. Although not fatally harmed, the sight of him spitting blood indicated he was far from unscathed. The tabby cat had acted intentionally. Aside from the deceased, he had competed fiercely for the seeds, not anticipating such misfortune. Feng Chan and Xiaoji silently retreated, and many who had previously hesitated to discard their seeds now began to do so, finding it hard to fathom that such a minuscule object could wield such power. The sounds of explosions echoed repeatedly, with some deliberately throwing seeds into the fray. As long as they were swift, none had yet perished, although many were grievously injured. Until one player, slower in their actions, had a hazelnut explode within their backpack, resulting in a catastrophic detonation that ruptured their abdomen, sending bits of flesh flying and splattering on others. The realization dawned that the seeds were not solely triggered by external force. The ground was strewn with the corpses of players and the scattered remnants of items, many of which had been obliterated by the hazelnuts. Though the onlookers felt a pang of sorrow, they dared not approach the vicinity of the hazelnuts to collect items, only daring to retrieve what lay at the edges. Feng Chan and Xiaoji began to scavenge as well. This location yielded scant supplies, and she managed to acquire a Desert Palace pass, a fireball card, and an item resembling a clever chip, when suddenly, an unforeseen event unfolded. The ground trembled violently beneath them. And sensing impending danger, the players scrambled to equip their defenses. Yet, the assailants were too swift. Within a second of the tremor, dozens of thick, brown roots erupted from the earth, each one as large as a room. Chapter 75. The tree's prison in the blink of an eye. The roots enveloped all illuminated areas, rapidly branching out into smaller tendrils that sealed off any potential escape routes, leaving no one able to flee. It was over. The boss battle was imminent. Ning Qiao's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of those around her. Cease fire. If we do not defeat this monstrous tree, none shall escape. Fiery Thumb shouted loudly, swiftly surveying all present. Some voiced agreement, yet most remained silent. Fiery Thumb asserted, silence implies consent. Anyone who dares to betray us at this moment becomes the enemy of all. Strangely, the great tree did not attack. It seemed the roots were merely intended to ensnare the players. Feng Chan glanced down. The ground had softened. The texture of the soil had transformed into that of decaying flesh, sticky and even faintly emitting a putrid odor. In an instant, confusion morphed into panic, for their soles were now sinking into the ground, the sensation of corrosion palpable. Within a minute, their shoes would be completely eroded. If plastic could decay, how much more so human skin? As Feng Chan and Xiao Ji sought to climb the nearby roots for safety, another player hastily reached out, only to have the once quiet roots spring to life, binding him tightly with tendrils the width of fingers. Several roots pierced his features, embedding themselves into his body. Strangely, no blood flowed from his orifices, and his body rapidly shriveled, the dark arms beneath his short sleeves turning alarmingly pale. Were they siphoning his lifeblood? Looking back at the ground, the blood from the 100-odd players had long since vanished, and the first batch of items had been swallowed and corroded. Xiaoji stepped onto the corpse of the fallen player. The rotting earth continued to deepen, and human bodies could only provide temporary protection. Feng Chan mimicked her actions, climbing atop the corpse, fortuitously finding another body nearby to stack on top, thereby prolonging her survival. Xiaoji cast a look of approval her way, and she too found a nearby corpse to add to their precarious perch. The remaining players quickly followed suit. The player who had early utilized the flight card remarked. Those equipped with appropriate tools began to gather the distant corpses, for every moment of survival mattered. Who knows, perhaps there was a chance of escape. However, there were advantages to using the flight card early, such as the convenience it afforded her in collecting bodies. While others struggled to reach the inaccessible corpses, she effortlessly flew over, swiftly dragging them together, and soon stacked 6 layers high with over a dozen bodies, firmly establishing her foothold. Yet, this alone was not a sustainable solution. The fiery thumbs up once again voiced, if we wish to survive, we must unite to sever this tree's roots or directly eliminate the tree itself. Li Hua interjected, destroying the tree will only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The players voiced their opinions, with 90 leaning towards the notion of killing the tree. The fiery thumbs up declared, all right, gather your supplies. I will count to 1, 2, 3, and we shall strike together. The massive tree would take considerable time to wear down with mere skills, yet it offered no respite. Only a coordinated attack could achieve a decisive blow. Feng Chan produced the fireball card she had just acquired, and noticing that Xiaoji lacked any offensive skill cards, she handed her the bow and arrows she had collected on the first floor to use. The others primarily possessed skill cards, along with bows, guns, and other expendable weapons. 3, 2, 1. At the sound of the countdown, 80 of them launched their attacks, aside from a few hesitant to expend their skill cards. Some genuinely lacked the means to attack. Those wielding long swords and blades found them ineffective, reluctant to waste them. Over 40 players attacked simultaneously, yielding commendable results, leaving a deep gash in the giant tree, still smoldering with residual flames. Yet, the tree was colossal. At least 7 or 8 more such assaults were necessary to completely sever its trunk. Feng Chan reached into her pocket. The sunstone remained, granting her a slight edge in survival, albeit with the fear of any potential restrictions complicating the establishment of a passage to the oasis. Beneath her, the corpses had already melted away by half, while the 3-member team still possessed some items. Though the others' quantities were uncertain, destroying the tree seemed a daunting task. The fiery thumbs up organized another assault, but this time only 70 participated, and by the third collective strike, participation plummeted to 50. Many expressed they had exhausted their offensive items, and by the fourth attempt, perhaps even 20 would be absent. Feng Chan had consistently contributed. Although she had no attack skill cards after using the fireball card, her subsequent use of the dual crescent daggers proved to be more effective. Regrettably, no one contributed during the fourth attempt, as the corpse beneath the feet of over 10 players had fully dissolved into putrid flesh within mere seconds. Ning Qiao cast a troubled glance at Yuzi. Even for her own sake, she had to act. Yuzi, concerned, retrieved her last potion to give to her and turned to the others, stating, "We still have a way, but you must gather 5 recovery or healing potions. Time is of the essence." Feng Chan recalled the gun Ning Qiao had taken when she broke through the skeletal tendrils on the second floor. Understanding her intent, "I have sent it over to you." Without hesitation, a fleeting glimmer passed by, revealing a vast expanse of flat stone beneath a pristine blue sky. Suspended in the air were 3 suns, seemingly so near that one could almost reach out and touch them. These 3 celestial bodies radiated distinct hues, red, green, and yellow, symbolizing strength, speed, and agility. The sunlight cast clear and defined shadows upon the ground. Those with courage had already ventured into one, only to discover that they could not enter another. Each individual was permitted to choose but one. Feng Chan glanced at Xiao Ji and inquired, "Do you possess a sunlight collector?" She herself held a moonlight collector, which was ineffective for gathering sunlight. Xiao Ji nodded, producing both collectors and laying them before Feng Chan, allowing her the choice to take one or both. One was a yellow sun, while the other was a green double-leaf collector. After a moment's hesitation, Feng Chan chose the green one, a collector with 7 attributes. It surely encompassed more than merely sunlight. It might also possess layers of intelligence, luck, and charm, which belonged to the moonlight. In her view, far rarer than sunlight. Here, in this place devoid of life's green, it might be attributed to moonlight. However, upon placing the green collector into her backpack, it only displayed as a life collector, without indicating whether it was moonlight or sunlight. Was it somehow independent of both? Xiao Ji, clutching the yellow collector, proceeded to stand beneath the corresponding sunlight. Feng Chan, with physical attributes of strength 6, speed 7, and agility 6, augmented to 7 by her earrings, secured her life collector and stepped into the red sunlight. Upon entry, a countdown of 10 minutes materialized. She considered unleashing Jin Do and the wolf pack. Although they might attract the attention of others, the prospect of permanent attribute points made it worthwhile. "Just let it out. It holds no value for us here," the voice of the Wolf King echoed in Feng Chan's mind. She asked, "Why?" The Wolf King replied, "We have encountered this place once before by accident. We cannot absorb a second time." Thus, Feng Chan released only Jin Do. The moment Jin Do appeared, it immediately drew the attention of all around. Yet fortunately, everyone was preoccupied with absorbing sunlight and made no move against her. Most importantly, once one entered a certain sunlight, they could not venture into the other 2. Under the red sunlight, there were only 5 individuals. And with Jin Do's physique and Feng Chan's formidable throwing knives, none dared to provoke her. Many still on the 5th level braved the decaying flesh to reach the portal. Even at their swiftest pace, their feet and ankles had been completely corroded, revealing their crimson flesh beneath. Upon reaching the 6th level, those with potions could sip a bit. While it wouldn't heal them instantly, it could alleviate some pain. to fully recover their feet would likely require 2 to 3 potions and a period of rest. Ning Qiao and Yu Zhu fared better, both having entered the green sunlight. In truth, many were unaware of the meanings behind the colors of sunlight and moonlight, yet those who had managed to arrive here possessed knowledge and abilities far beyond others. After a quick survey, they made their estimations and chose the sunlight that resonated with them. Feng Chan observed the crowd, a subtle flicker passing through her brows as she fixed her gaze on a figure standing under the green moonlight. Utilizing the Ulxi's glasses, uncertain of how much he knew, a wave of impulse to eliminate him surged within her, yet without absolute confidence, especially considering he had companions. Without doubt, he had informed at least one other. Perhaps even more. For instance, the group leader, B, and the fellow administrator, Hot Thumb, were likely in the know. Unable to act together to eliminate him, the remaining individuals would be more challenging to manage. Thus, it was wiser to maintain the status quo. The items collected included 1 green sunlight collector, 1 teleportation card, green grade, 5 demonic seeds, blue grade, 1 frenzy chain, blue grade, 1 strength card, green grade, 10 beast bones, blue grade, 5 fertilizers, green grade, 1 giant's tooth, red grade, and 1 rebound mirror, red grade. She had amassed quite a haul, particularly the rebound mirror, which, as its name suggested, would be difficult to handle. Not having seen any predictive items, she assumed that the opposing side possessed but a limited quantity, which eased her mind somewhat. As 10 minutes elapsed, the first individual to enter the sunlight experienced an increase in their attributes by 1 point, and was subsequently transported away, without even a door appearing. Feng Chan's turn soon followed. The game, in a humane manner, awaited the conclusion of Jean Doe's time before transporting both the person and the dog together. In the next instant, they found themselves on the 7th level, which indeed resembled her expectations. A similar ground, yet the sky transformed into a starry expanse adorned with 3 moons, blue, purple, and pink. Still, there was no green representing life. Feng Chan mused inwardly and led Jean Do to the purple moonlight. Xiaoji likewise opted for the purple, while many chose blue, and the pink was selected by the fewest. Feng Chan retrieved the purple moonlight collector, and the countdown began anew at 10 minutes. Xiaoji, standing beside Feng Chan, whispered, "It seems there is no life S green. Would you like to switch?" She referred to the yellow agility collector, which contained 2 agility points. Feng Chan replied, "No need. Once chosen, I shall not regret it." The 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Feng Chan's luck increased by only 0.5, as did Jean Do and Xiao Zhi's. Even the moonlight collector yielded merely 1 point. Indeed, luck was rarer and more precious than the 3 physical attributes. Once the time was up, those who had absorbed enough were automatically transported back, including those still alive in the maze or other layers. The now deserted 5th level saw the roots slowly retracting into the decaying flesh, which disappeared along with it, revealing the stone ground that should have been there instead of yellow earth. At this point, Feng Chan found herself in a new location. Here, the sun and moon hung in the air, their size akin to that of a dinner plate, floating only 2 to 3 meters high, giving the impression that one could easily reach out and touch them. Within a small room, the temperature was neither scorching nor cold, illuminated by the normal colors of day and night. Under the dual light, a handful of black soil lay 2 meters away, sprouting 2 tiny green buds the size of fingernails. The Wolf King, intrigued, was released. "Do you recognize them?" The Wolf King lowered its tail, sniffing the green buds. "There is a potent vitality." Feng Chan asked, "Can your little brother test them with the truth?" The Wolf King replied, "Their levels are too low, and their bloodline is too diluted. Even if they reach the red level, they might not awaken these abilities." Feng Chan nodded in disappointment, yet the fact that the Wolf King, now at blue level, had already awakened these abilities suggested a more robust lineage. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Why was she the only one here? After contemplating, she produced the green life collector and placed it beside the green buds in no time. The collector began to glow, and it concluded its function in just a minute. Feng Chan first glanced at her life points. None had increased, but upon returning the collector to her backpack, it displayed collected points, 20.so many. Feng Chan gasped in surprise. Although life points were slightly less valuable than strength or speed, the disparity was not to the degree of 1:20. Even a ratio of 1:5 would be generous. I've profited, she murmured, her gaze drifting toward the possibility of taking the green buds along with the sun and moon above her. It seemed the celestial bodies sensed her intentions. Before she could make a move, they transported her back to her home. With a resigned shrug, she conceded that taking them along was not to be. However, it puzzled her that it was still daytime. The game panel within the pyramid had indicated it was already the following day. Yet here it remained early afternoon. The Wolf King accompanied her back, arriving in a strange yet familiar room infused with Feng Chan's essence. It felt no anxiety, turning to sniff and explore. After releasing Jin Do and the wolf pack, Feng Chan noticed the Wolf King preparing to mark a location and hurriedly intervened. Wait, you can only mark outside, not inside the house. The Wolf King, displeased, flicked its tail. Very well, as it spoke. It circled the house in the yellow sand, marking 3 spots and rubbing its fur against the wall, ensuring its scent permeated the area. The wolf pack, possessing a degree of intelligence albeit less than Jin Do, also roamed the house, leaving their scent in various corners. Feng Chan retrieved a potion, crouching down to address the wolf with an eye injured by an eagle's beak. Its wound had ceased bleeding. Yet the eyeball was severely damaged. The one-eyed wolf looked around, confirming it was called, and trotted over cheerfully. For them, injuries were commonplace. As long as they weren't fatal, healing was typically achievable. Feng Chan gently patted its head before pouring 1/3 of the potion onto its eye. Knowing that she lacked medical expertise and dared not remove its eye, the potion should suffice to prevent its eye from deteriorating completely. She then administered the remaining potion for it to drink, which it mistook for water and happily consumed. With just a bit left, she approached another wolf with a finger-length inflamed wound on its back and applied the potion there. Another wolf, with a fractured foreleg, limped as it walked. The potion could only treat the injury but not realign the bone. She would need to seek advice on how to address that. Many wolves bore old wounds, already healed. Yet the sparse fur in certain areas indicated that this pack had endured hardship in the desert. The Wolf King observed all this, wishing not to see its kin perished in the visions of the future. Without a contract with Feng Chan, it would soon lose its one-eyed little brother, and due to food scarcity, the pack's numbers would dwindle by half. With fewer members, hunting would become increasingly difficult, and in the near future, both it and its kin would vanish from that desert forever. Take me to see the oasis. Understanding the Wolf King's curiosity about the oasis, Feng Chan promptly guided them in that direction. The area is modest in size, and the daily life of the wolf pack poses no problems. Feng Chan. So, how do you find this place? It seems rather satisfactory, does it not? Wolf King indeed. Feng Chan. However, I must lay down 3 rules. First, you may freely drink from the lake, but you must not relieve yourselves in it. That must be done in the desert at the oasis's edge. As she spoke, she pointed to a location. There lies a stretch of desert devoid of quicksand. You shall resolve matters there in the future. Second, you are to refrain from damaging or consuming the vegetation here, particularly the fruit-bearing shrubs and the surrounding palm trees. Third, should any strangers or other creatures intrude, you are to protect this territory. Should you wish to partake of berries, I can share some once they have ripened. But you must not touch the mutated ones. The wildlife is sparse here, and I will endeavor to alert you if I encounter any animals. The Wolf King, with a proud tilt of his head, retorted, a mere quicksand cannot elude my ears. Now that the water supply is ample, it is the perfect time for my pack to flourish. Relying on you, we would likely become as lean and small as those dogs. Initially, the Wolf King had truly believed that Jin Do was also a wolf, but after forming a pact with Feng Chan, he soon comprehended the situation and was able to communicate normally with Jin Do. Yet, even though he recognized that, from a human perspective, they belonged to different breeds, upon seeing Jin Do's diminutive form, he instinctively perceived the creature as starving and in need of sustenance. Feng Chan. Jin Do has indeed surpassed the typical size by now. However, it does consume less meat and spends most of its time foraging for its own food. Just as she was feeling concerned, Jin Do had already begun rolling on the ground and exposing its belly to the members of the wolf pack, displaying no qualms about its lower status. Nevertheless, the wolves dared not underestimate Jin Do. If the Wolf King and Feng Chan were deemed equals, then Jin Do stood as the second in command, with the remaining 11 wolves following closely behind. Observing Jin Do's desire to play, 2 of the younger wolves were pushed forward as companions, engaging in a joyful chase. As Jin Do dashed ahead, its tongue flapped in the wind in delight that moment. Feng Chan recalled the hide of the night monster she had crafted to use as a canvas for enchanting patterns. Upon returning with it, she presented it for the Wolf King to sniff. I cannot consume this. It contains mild toxins. Can you eat it? If so, I shall reserve it for you in the future. The Wolf King nonchalantly sniffed it, and although the truth had yet to cool, he easily concluded, it's acceptable. Aside from the meat, it holds little energy, but it is edible. Very low? Isn't this a green grade? Feng Chan inquired, puzzled. the Wolf King replied. Consider it half a green grade, roughly half of Jindo's. Enlightened, Feng Chan realized that its classification was indeed only half, which explained why the night monsters did not drop resources upon being slain, due to their low level. Confirming that they could thrive here, Feng Chan resolved to return to her dwelling to organize the spoils of this expedition. Just then, the Wolf King called out to her, "Name." Feng Chan paused in surprise. "Me? I am Feng Chan the Wolf King. My name." Feng Chan nodded thoughtfully, believing that wolves, by nature, are proud and would not desire excessive constraints. She had no intention of naming him, so when he spoke, she instinctively thought he was inquiring about her name. "Let me ponder a suitable name, and I shall provide it to you tomorrow." Satisfied with her response, the Wolf King permitted her to leave, reminding her that all members of the pack require names. This predicament left Feng Chan in a quandary. While one name was manageable, 12 would be a challenge. Upon returning to her room, she cataloged the used resources. And the remaining supplies, including those she had brought, were as follows: Beast Bones, blue 4, Beast Bones, red 5, Wolf King's Tooth, red 1, Mutated Cactus Seeds, blue 80, Camel's Tears, blue 1, Strength card 1, Full Charisma card, blue 1, Speed card 1, green, Healing Potion 1, green, Bow and Arrow 1, green, Desert Palace Pass 2, Ingenious Core 1, red. Setting aside the other items, she noted that among the spoils from the 5th level, aside from the passes, she had fortuitously collected a red-grade Ingenious Core. Placing it in her backpack, she discovered it could be utilized to upgrade the workbench. However, the materials required were of a higher grade, Mysterious Iron, and she found 2 sellers in the market offering it. Presently, aside from certain weapons that might necessitate Mysterious Iron, most items could be crafted from ordinary iron blocks and refined iron, thus not commanding too high a price. Exchanging food for 5 blocks, Feng Chan contentedly initiated the crafting process, which would take 1 day. She then planted the mutated cactus seeds around her house, leaving a large opening for the wolves to hunt. After watering the plants, just as she was about to return, the Wolf King called out to her once more. "Take those few with you." Looking at the 3 wolves wagging their tails with eager expressions, Feng Chan turned to the Wolf King. "Are these to be my bodyguards?" The Wolf King said nothing but instead laid down by the lake's edge, with a smile at the corners of her mouth. Feng Chan asked Jindo, "Are you coming back with me?" After a moment of hesitation, Jindo chose to accompany Feng Chan upon returning home. It was only 1 p.m. Among the 3 wolves she had brought, 2 were one-eyed and bore wounds on their backs, the 2 most vivacious, while the other appeared considerably more composed. Chapter 79. The supplies of Qiao Ji. Feng Chan extracted the carcass of an eagle and began to dissect it, storing it in her quarters to preserve its freshness, allowing the wolves to eat whenever they desired. She managed to collect a small bowl of eagle blood, having lost too much during the previous consumption in the desert. The eagle's hide resembled that of a chicken, which Feng Chan intended to use as a medium for enchanting patterns. However, it was too riddled with bumps to serve as a suitable canvas. Nevertheless, she collected the eagle's bones and large feathers, deeming the former suitable for crafting a quill and considering the latter might prove useful someday. Moreover, she possessed separate blue and red beast bones, allowing her to prioritize the crafting of a beast bone umbrella. The quality of the green-grade bow and arrow surpassed that of ordinary ones, yet regrettably lacked any special abilities, leading her to plan for its sale. The camel's tears were somewhat unique, even specifying which camel they originated from, and could accelerate plant growth. Unfortunately, Feng Chan had only planted cabbage thus far. While the cactus was of commendable quality, the sheer quantity made it feel less precious, and she hesitated to use it, opting to store it for the time being. Ding dong, Wood Mouse. "Are you free at the moment? You can retrieve items from the contract, if it is insufficient or lacks what you desire. I can exchange for better supplies in the future. 0.000001. Okay. Feng Chan located the 2 individuals' contract, and upon clicking it, all the supplies obtained by Qiao Ji in this expedition were visible on the game panel. Complete with details. 2 Agility Enhancing Yellow Collectors, Evolution Potion 1, green, Goat Hide 5, green, Desert Palace Pass 3, Lucky Sticky Note 1, green, Big Picture Insight 1, green, Beast Bones 3, green, Wind Fan 1, blue. The Lucky Sticky Note. When affixed to a target, it transfers 1 point of luck from them to oneself, effective for 24 hours. Big Picture Insight. Upon use, vision extends 500 meters for 1 minute. Wind Fan. A single swing can create a blade of wind, with a chance to unleash a gust. The first 2 items are consumables, while the latter are permanent and all useful. She was quite adept, having collected 2 passes. In the heat of the moment, Feng Chan had only managed to gather one for herself. Wood Mouse. The machete you lent me has broken, and I've consumed quite a few arrows. The life collector did not gather anything, so I can only offset it with arrows. You can take another green-grade machete from these supplies. 0.000001. No need. The life collector might still be of use in the future. Just offset these two items. Xiaoji was unaware that the life collector had been utilized, but did Feng Chan not know? 20 points of life were quite a bargain to exchange for a green-grade machete and some arrows. Wood mouse. All right. Xiaoji felt a swell of gratitude. Number 1 truly was exceptional. Feng Chan initially selected the evolution potion, goat hide, and desert palace pass, along with big picture insight and wind fan, discerning that the latter appeared to be a fine weapon. However, this left Xiaoji without a weapon, and after some contemplation, Feng Chan included the lucky sticky note and gifted her the green-grade bow. Reasoning that arrow schematics were readily available in the market and not in high demand, allowing for a low-cost acquisition. Xiaoji was quite skilled with a bow. During the 5th level in the pyramid, her aim consistently deviated by only 2 or 3 centimeters. Feng Chan retrieved the items, and Xiaoji gazed at the remaining supplies in astonishment. She had anticipated that number 1 would take the collector. Given its scarcity, only 7 in total, wondering if it might be useful later. The mutated sun and moon were not easily encountered, and Feng Chan had previously stated that she would only take 7 when she had enough. She was not one to go back on her word. The life collector was no less valuable than the agility sunlight collector, and these items were sufficient. Suddenly, Feng Chan recalled that Wang Dashi had mentioned departing. She quickly searched for his identifier, only to find the entire interface grayed out. Had he perished? Feng Chan was unaware of his appearance, and thus did not know which level he had fallen in. Even if he had survived long, he likely met his end on the 5th level. In truth, Wang Dashi had died sooner than she suspected, never even making it to the 2nd level, falling victim to other individuals from different regions who had come to rob him beneath the great tree of the 1st level. In a buoyant mood, Feng Chan clicked on the life collector in her backpack, which contained 20 life points available for use. She promptly filled her total and, upon clicking to utilize them, 20 green lights flew from the collector and entered her body. Her life value rose from 104 to 124, and she subsequently used 1 point of luck from the purple moonlight collector, raising her luck to 5.5. Observing her enhanced attributes, she smiled in satisfaction, deeming this venture quite rewarding. The passes are in surplus. She opened the chat window with Yuzu, and Ning Qiao, needing some time to recuperate, refrained from disturbing her. After all, the spoils they both earned should be shared equally. 00001. Can we arrange the auction for the passes? Yuzu. Of course. It's the Desert Palace passes, right? 00001. Yes, I have 3 in total, including one for a friend. Just let me know when you're ready to auction them off. I won't require food or water. Feng Chan is aware that 3 passes are excessive. Although these 3 indeed belong to her, a large presence can attract unwanted attention. However, if it's just 2 individuals, that would be just right. So many passes. The speed at which they were collected is astonishing. The time given to gather supplies was merely a few seconds. It remains unclear whether it was player 1 or the other individual who managed to secure 2 passes. Yuzu mused internally, recalling that player 1 had a rather skilled archer accompanying her, named Mu Shu. She quickly typed out a message. I assure you the task will be completed. Preliminary statistics suggest that approximately 20 individuals from Zone 5001 have returned alive. Even if luck is on their side and each person managed to collect 1 pass, the entire zone would not exceed 50 passes, likely falling below 40. It is rare for someone like Feng Chan to gather so many. Considering some individuals left empty-handed, they should fetch a commendable price. After sending the message, Jean Doe scampered over, nudging Feng Chan's leg. She glanced outside and indeed spotted a box. Yes, she picked up her tools and stepped outside to retrieve it. 3 wolves followed her. Observing Feng Chan tossing stones to scout the path, the one-eyed wolf understood the situation, surpassing Feng Chan to lead the way, taking each step carefully to avoid the quicksand. Feng Chan had contemplated training the wolf pack to assist her in scouting, yet she had not anticipated that they would take the initiative before she could act, successfully retrieving the box. The 3 wolves and 1 dog happily wagged their tails behind her. Using a well-worn green-grade machete, she pried open the lid, and a shadow darted out. As expected, it was another night beast, before she could react. The composed wolf had already seized it firmly. The night beast struggled a couple of times before succumbing. The one-eyed wolf and another approached the carcass, eager to feast, but the composed wolf dropped the body at Feng Chan's feet. Awaiting her allocation, Chapter 80. The wealth rankings have commenced. Feng Chan squatted down in surprise. She truly did not expect the wolves to show such respect towards her. You all can share it. I won't partake. She affectionately patted the three wolves and Jindo before stepping back a couple of paces. The composed wolf, not being particularly hungry, relinquished the prey to its two younger companions. Jindo, wanting to join in, approached, and after confirming it was all right for him to eat, she severed a leg for him to sample. Once assured that he could digest without issue, she allowed him to indulge further. Had Jindo not consumed the biological evolution potion, she would have hesitated to let him eat. However, now that he had reached the green grade, he could not be judged by former standards, after practicing the enchanting patterns for a considerable time. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Chan successfully obtained another box under the guidance of the three wolves. Upon opening it, she discovered a resplendent gold coin. The item automatically integrated into the currency system. Today, her luck had risen by 1.5, and with the luck comes system enhancing it further to 8, she now boasted a remarkable lucky value of 9.5, explaining her fortune in acquiring the gold coin. With currency being scarce and not yet serving as a medium for player transactions, it remains challenging to assess the equivalent values of currency and items. Currently, she possessed 1 gold, for silver, and 10 copper coins, which could be considered a modest asset. At that moment, Jindo barked towards the door. Upon retrieving the box, she opened it to find a package of 500 grams of mung beans. Ecstatic, Feng Chan took them out, planning to sprout them for sale. She soaked all the mung beans in water for the night, intending to bury them in the sand come morning. After consulting with the Wolf King, Feng Chan sought Ed a fist-sized piece of eagle meat to taste. It bore some resemblance to chicken but possessed its own unique flavor, which was not particularly appealing. She found it challenging to describe, but it was certainly quite chewy. Since Jindo had eaten the meat of the night beast earlier and was not hungry, Feng Chan did not prepare a portion for him. After tidying up the kitchen, it was time for the usual evening training session, although this time, there was the addition of the wind fan. Utilizing the wind fan also required skill. A casual sweep produced only a feeble wind blade, while a vigorous swing with a charged arm delivered optimal results, comparable to a green-grade machete wielded at 9/10 of its power. The ideal attack range was 50 meters, with an effective range of 100 meters, and it could travel approximately 500 meters at maximum distance, albeit losing power as it traveled, until it ultimately dissipated into the air. Today seemed to favor her luck, as she managed to unleash a fierce gust every 5 swings. With lower luck, the outcome might have differed. By 8 in the evening, all pyramids were closed, and some zones had no players who had cleared the level, resulting in everyone being ejected. Having just utilized a weather feather, Feng Chan found that tonight was to be a regular evening. She produced the green-grade biological evolution potion and administered it to Jindo. At that moment, the game panel unexpectedly popped up again, that familiar sensation. The wealth rankings have commenced. Congratulations on entering the top 100. Would you like to hide your personal information? Without hesitation, Feng Chan clicked yes. The wealth rankings appeared beside the chat interface, conveniently accessible at any time. Discussions about this pyramid expedition had been rampant within the zone, but upon receiving the email notification, players hurried to check the leaderboard. Feng Chan was no exception. Upon entering, she noted that names in the top 10 were highlighted in gold, while the top 100 were in pale yellow, and those trailing were in blue. Every player had a ranking. Even if her rank was relatively low, a line at the bottom indicated her position. To her surprise, the pale yellow position of 14 was glowing, indicating the name A5001 anonymous player, which should refer to herself. She had not anticipated being ranked so highly. The wealth value of the top player was 50, while hers stood at 41.8, which was quite respectable, except for one player from the Xia country. The top 10 consisted of players from other nations, though the 11th rank also belonged to Xia, from zones 1 and 2000, respectively. At this moment, all players were refreshing the leaderboard, attempting to spot compatriots from their zones. Players from 5001 quickly identified that the 14th player shared their zone, sparking discussions. Who is this deity? I truly wish to meet them. I'm not a coward. Is this a great god? I just checked my ranking and couldn't even make it into the top 100 million. Cardboard box. Don't say that. I couldn't even make it into the top 1 billion. I am not a coward. It seems I'm doing relatively well. I'm within the top 100 million. Bystander. Could this big shot be the one who occupies the oasis? They must have considerable skills. CPDD. With the wealth rankings, will we not see a strength ranking in the future? When will I make it onto a top 100 list? That would be something to boast about for a lifetime. Considering there are billions of people. Upon noticing someone from her zone ranking, Yuzu instinctively thought of all the prominent figures she knew, including Feng Chan, though she was uncertain who it might be. It was merely a fleeting thought. Could the great figures have participated in this pyramid instance? After all, she believed she had managed to gather quite a bit, and yet barely scraped into the top 1 million. Relying solely on opening boxes would likely not suffice to reach the top 20. The more she pondered, the more she felt that those encountered in the instance must include a true expert. Could one of the trio be among them? They seemed well acquainted with many things. The wealth rankings also featured regional rankings, with Feng Chan surprisingly holding the first position. Thankfully, numerous anonymous players occupied the top 100, preventing others from confirming who the first place truly was. At that moment, the trio from the group were present within the region. B. Surprisingly, I'm ranked 14, and I've risen a position. Fiery thumb. Why am I stuck at over 870,000? This disparity is too vast. B. In the early stages, the differences were minimal. The same wealth value could be shared among hundreds or thousands of individuals. Fiery thumb. All right then, the AI. I've made it into the top 100,000. Should I sell her information? B. Absolutely not. She is the top player in our zone and should not be harmed. She is a worthy ally. The AI. It's a pity I didn't find an opportunity to act during the pyramid. Fiery thumb. Aside from being a bit cold, player 1 hasn't provoked us. Why would you want to harm her? The AI. For resources, of course, don't you all aspire to reach the top spot? Everyone is fighting for resources, and even if the opponent has done nothing, we can act at will. B. It depends on the situation. Do you truly think so? The AI. To become stronger, I am willing to do anything. Fiery thumb. Goodness, don't set your sights on me. And B. The AI. That won't happen. We are alumni and friends. B. Hee. After sending that message, the group fell into silence. B was about to send a message to Fiery Thumb when the latter beat her to it. Let me tell you about him. But please don't mention it to him. B. Alright, Fiery Thumb. Do you think he seems a bit cold-hearted? Just as he said, he would do anything to become stronger. B. I share the same sentiment. However, we don't really know each other well, so let us remain cautious. People can change. Chapter 81. The names of the wolves. In truth, the three of them had met by chance. Fiery Thumb had first posted information about her family in the zone. When that yielded no results, she began sharing the names of her hometown, hoping to find fellow compatriots. After failing to locate anyone, she resorted to sharing her school names, from elementary through university, ultimately connecting with B, a senior from university, and the AI, who had graduated 2 years prior. Their discussions led to the formation of a group, establishing a connection among individuals in Zone 5001, inevitably fostering a sense of closeness. Their understanding of one another remained largely superficial. Initially, the AI came across as a rather taciturn and seemingly earnest individual, but as a month passed, it appeared that everyone had gradually evolved. On the 31st day of the game, Feng Chan awoke to find 4 hefty creatures nestled together under her bed. Upon examining the 2 injured wolves, she noted that their wounds had healed considerably, and the one-eyed wolf showed no signs of inflammation. A splendid day began with a look at her luck value. 6.5, directionless, but an increase of 1 point was still quite commendable. A high luck value is certainly advantageous, even with just 1 additional point. It has reached 6.5. If it were only the initial 3, adding a point would result in merely 4. She closed her eyes and gazed towards the oasis, where the wolf pack had already begun to stir. The oasis remained pristine and untouched, yet it seemed they had not encountered any prey. Feng Chan first glanced at Jindo's data, noting that speed had increased by 2 points to 9, and agility had risen by 1 point to 8. With no other changes. It appeared that repeated consumption of the same potion diminished its effectiveness compared to the first use. She hoped to procure a blue-grade evolution potion next time to elevate Jindo to blue rank. With toiletries in hand, Feng Chan led the 4 Jindo to the oasis. The wolf pack quickly gathered around, nuzzling close, and even the Wolf King graciously approached for a moment. Feng Chan crouched down to fill a cup with lake water for brushing her teeth. Are you hungry? The Wolf King replied, it's fine. We wolves only need to eat once a day. Life was truly splendid now. Whenever she wished to drink, water was readily available, and the notion of eating only once a day was something she had previously never dared to imagine. Feng Chan promptly retrieved the eagle meat from her backpack, which would likely suffice for only 2 meals for them. Perhaps due to the closure of external pathways, I have yet to encounter any creatures here besides lizards. With your presence, the area will remain open. Whether human or animal, should they dare to approach, feel free to act, and if you cannot handle it, you may call upon me. The Wolf King affirmed, no problem. Once Feng Chan finished her grooming, the wolf pack had also feasted well, and Jindo had eaten quite a bit as well. She looked at the Wolf King, who was leisurely drinking water. Previously, there were red and blue level ivory rat swarms here, which were quite weak in combat. I managed to handle them all alone, and they didn't drop any supplies. Do you know why? The Wolf King pondered her words. Understanding that the drops referred to the peculiar items that appeared after their hunts, most of which were of little use to them, hence they rarely collected them. The flora in this area was indeed unique. Devoid of enemies, the item you mentioned should not be too formidable. Feng Chan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the essence of her thoughts was that one is born from adversity and perishes in comfort. They belong to a small, vulnerable population, and having never encountered danger, their offensive capabilities were quite feeble. They might not even know how to fight. However, what could explain the absence of drop supplies? The Wolf King was uncertain. And Feng Chan did not dwell on it for long, deeming it an unimportant matter, as it was merely a game setting. After they finished eating, Feng Chan revealed the name she had contemplated, which included chasing wind, pursuing moon, yellow sand, and desert. The Wolf King inquired about the meanings of these terms, but was not particularly pleased. Yellow sand is acceptable, but I need a name similar to Jean Doe's. The term yellow sand gave him the impression of reigning above the desert, yet lacked a certain majesty. Without thinking, Feng Chan suggested, how about calling it golden? They are all yellow. After all, don't humans have a fondness for gold? The Wolf King was aware that Feng Chan cherished her gold coins, which seemed to be made of gold. I like it. He responded without hesitation. Feng Chan then asked, so will the other wolves follow your surname of Huang? The Wolf King replied, sure, names are merely codes. Feel free to choose. Feng Chan chuckled, realizing that while her own name required careful consideration, the names of her subordinates could be chosen more casually. However, if the names were too complex, she would find it difficult to remember, so she decided to name them numerically from 1 to 10. Aside from the Wolf King, there were 11 others, and Feng Chan instructed the Wolf King to arrange them in the order of their birth. The steady wolf turned out to be the eldest, while the one with a scar on its back was placed 10th, and the one-eyed wolf was positioned 11th. To avoid misremembering the wolves, Feng Chan returned to her room to find some unused clothing, tearing it into strips to create knots, numbering from 1 to 10 according to their ages. Each wolf received an additional knot upon being adorned. So Feng Chan initially forgot to tie one knot. As she placed the strips on each wolf, she also took a moment to pat each on the head and recite its name. The one-eyed wolf was particularly distinctive, and Feng Chan recognized it immediately, yet to avoid favoritism, she still placed a knot on it. Once all the wolves were adorned, Golden approached, tail drooping. What about mine? Feng Chan paused, smiling as she replied, you are special. I will always recognize you. Its size was the largest, and its gaze bore a more commanding presence. Upon hearing this, Golden's previously still tail perked up in delight and began wagging. However, it feigned indifference, responding coolly, fine. Feng Chan perceived the contradiction in its demeanor, but let it be. Retrieving the leftover eagle meat from the wolf pack, Feng Chan took 3 of the wolves back to her room, while Jean Doe wished to play in the oasis and went off. After a simple meal of bread, Feng Chan filled 5 boxes with yellow sand, thoroughly soaking them with water, then placed green beans inside, covering them with another layer of yellow sand and watering them again to complete the task. Having finished these tasks, Feng Chan began practicing with her weapons, sending out a generous 10 liters of water as props. At 8 o'clock, Yuzu messaged, the auction will take place at 10 a.m. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. This time we will only auction 2 items initially. Besides the passes, there are other fine goods as well. Followed by a list. Feng Chan had sufficient blue-grade weapons, but was now more interested in various props and cards. With time still on her side, Feng Chan searched the shop for blueprints for a brush, but found none. Realizing she would have to craft it herself, she found a bone from the eagle that was approximately the same length and slender, and attempted to use eagle feathers for the brush bristles. Though the result was unsatisfactory, laughing to herself, she returned to the oasis. Golden, noticing her gaze, stepped back suspiciously. What do you want to do? Feng Chan rubbed her hands together. Could you spare me a bit of your fur? Golden sighed in relief. All right. Ecstatic to acquire blue-grade wolf fur, Feng Chan returned to her room to begin crafting. She recalled having seen a video on how to make a brush, though the details escaped her. She relied on intuition. Nearly an hour later, she completed the brush, which was far superior to her previous attempt. After several tries with ink, the lines gradually became more refined, though still lacking a certain finesse. So she refrained from rushing to draw on goat skin. Chapter 82. Level 3, Red, Tool Station. As the practice session concluded, the auction time arrived. The number of participants remained over 500. Though it seemed some had been replaced, 2 passes were auctioned, one at the beginning and one at the end. Yuzu stated, the introduction for the Desert Palace Pass is clearly written. I won't elaborate further. Just a reminder that in our Area 5001, there will not be more than 50 passes available. The 2 pass holders will not accept trades for water or food. Previously, the quantity of the pyramid passes was unknown, leading to significant price fluctuations. This time, however, with a set number, the chances of acquiring it at a low price were greatly reduced. Upon finishing, she lifted the group chat restrictions. "Why don't you mention how dangerous the pyramid is? I nearly died in there this time," one participant remarked. Another chimed in, "Isn't the situation inside the pyramid already well documented? The danger is real, and so are the resources. Do I need to reiterate?" Yuzu retorted. "If you don't want to participate, feel free to leave. Disruptions to the auction order are unwelcome here. All right, everyone may begin bidding now." Soon, bids began to flow, but the initial bidder fell silent, likely having been removed. Watching the bids climb higher, Feng Chan felt increasingly pleased. The first pass was ultimately secured for 1 green-grade invisibility card, 1 green-grade agility card, 1 green-grade speed card, 1 blue-grade teleportation card, and 1 green-grade perspective card. Yuzu stated, "If you're confirming the trade, you can send the pass my way. A5 brokerage fee, 1 green-grade blueprint, 1 pound of food, or 4 liters of water will suffice." Feng Chan opted for the 4 liters of water and sent it along with the pass. Recently, many had exhausted their stock of hail, causing water prices to rise, likely even higher than this. Before long, Yuzu sent over the 5 cards. Upon first encountering the perspective card, Feng Chan immediately checked its details. Allows for the of any object up to 1 meter thick. Effective for 10 minutes. It was indeed pure. Feng Chan had initially thought it would function similarly to RCS glasses, capable of seeing the items carried in a player's backpack. Nevertheless, it still had its uses, and she happily accepted it. In the interim, Feng Chan also used 4 blue-grade beast bones to secure a blue-grade fireball card. Although the bones were blue-grade, they primarily served as materials for crafting weapons and props, lacking significant utility on their OWN. An hour later, the final pass auction commenced. The winning bid comprised 1 blue-grade Luck Max card, 4 space stones, and 2 mysterious stones. The Luck Max card was an excellent item for others. Though its utility was somewhat diminished for Feng Chan nonetheless, she refrained from intervening, grateful that the space stones and mysterious stones were precisely what she needed. After providing Yuzu with 4 liters of water and the cards, she received her items. Feng Chan immediately utilized all the space stones to expand her backpack. However, the item slots only progressed from 8 to 10, and the game prompted that she needed to upgrade to continue expanding. The item slots had only increased from 6, indicating she still had not reached the limit. Her backpack required an upgrade. Feng Chan muttered, clicking to view how to upgrade her backpack. Use a level 2 tool station to upgrade the backpack and warehouse. She chuckled at the thought that her tool station would be ready for upgrade in just over 2 hours, realizing she had indeed experienced a stroke of luck yesterday. At that moment, the first box of the day appeared outside. Under the guidance of Huang and the 3 wolves, Feng Chan effortlessly retrieved the box, which contained 1 pound of raw rice. After quietly sketching some enchantment patterns, the first box of the day from Xiao Ji also arrived, revealing a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. As soon as she laid eyes on it, she was teleported away, and as per her usual practice, Feng Chan returned the box. With the temperature rising, the tool station finally completed its upgrade. Feng Chan discerned her level, realizing it was not level 2, but rather level 3. She quickly understood that if it were a blue-grade clever core, it would indeed be level 2, while a red-grade one would be level 3. Upon opening her backpack and warehouse, both indicated that upgrades were available at no cost. Feng Chan marveled internally that the game had finally returned to its humanity, and she promptly clicked to upgrade both items. In mere seconds, the upgrades were completed with astonishing speed. Feng Chan utilized the remaining 2 spatial stones, expanding her backpack capacity from 10 to 12, allowing her to carry even more supplies. She preferred to have her resources on her person rather than stored at home. Most importantly, the connection between her body and her backpack and warehouse had deepened. She no longer needed to open the game panel to access them. Now, she could effortlessly retrieve items with mere thought. How incredibly convenient. Furthermore, the preservation feature had been enhanced, extending its duration from 5 days to 10 days. With a smile still lingering on her lips, Feng Chan carefully examined the introduction of the level 3 workbench, in addition to the increase in daily tool production from 3 to 10 times. The crafting time had decreased, and she could now manufacture red-grade weapons and certain special items, such as green-grade power cards that were impossible to create with the level 1 workbench. The feature that delighted Feng Chan the most was its ability to remember previously used blueprints, allowing her to craft the same items in the future without needing the blueprints again. This included items she had crafted when her workbench was still at level 1, which it had also retained in memory. Over time, this would save a significant amount of resources. Indeed, it was quite a bargain. This excursion had proven to be exceedingly profitable. While others were still fiddling with their game panels during battles, Feng Chan could retrieve items with a mere thought. Was this merely a time saver? No, it was a lifesaver. One word. Exhilarating. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, Huang 11 rushed over to remind her that there was a chest outside. Upon returning, she found a beast-hide notebook inside. It was empty, devoid of lines, making it perfect for sketching. Feng Chan planned to place it in the corner of her living room, but upon glancing at the somewhat cluttered house, she opened the shop and purchased a half-height cabinet in a natural wood color. After tidying up a bit, she stored the items inside. At that moment, Xiaoji's chest also arrived. Inside were 2 gray spring hoodies. Feng Chan kept one for herself and sent the other to Xiaoji. With only 9 days remaining until the contract ended, she would soon be able to open chests on her own. Throughout the afternoon, she gradually opened 6 chests, acquiring a pair of sneakers, a set of underwear, and a down jacket for herself, while Xiaoji obtained a 5-pound quilt, a scarf, and a pair of flip-flops. Feng Chan deemed her own loot sufficient and opted not to take anything from Xiaoji's findings. Feng Chan messaged Ning Xiao, craft 4 tools each day. Unsure of how many tools could be crafted at level 2, she decided to err on the side of caution. Chi Qiao Nyang replied, 4? Has the workbench been upgraded? Ning Xiao, having some experience in this area from reading novels, quickly deduced the situation, albeit she subconsciously assumed Feng Chan had upgraded to level 2. Yes, replied Feng Chan. Chi Qiao Nyang responded, okay, just in time. I have an order that cannot be crafted with a level 1 workbench. I'll contact him. Before long, Ning Xiao sent over the materials detailed diagram along with the corresponding items. Green grade speed card. Blue grade beast bone 1. A rock infused with the residual power of the beast god, and a buoy made from the residual power of blue sunlight. Chapter 83. Task section. Feng Chan understood that the blue item corresponded to speed, and the items should not be limited to just buoy or stone. Anything containing residual power would suffice. However, she pondered the relationship between speed and the beast god. Why was it necessary to have its residual power to craft? Unable to unravel this mystery, she placed the materials and diagram onto the workbench, which indicated a crafting time of 2 hours. I can craft this, she messaged. May I ask if these items are obtained from chests? If so, then she could also craft them in the future as long as she has the materials. Chi Qiao Nyang responded, it's good that you can craft. I'll inquire about it. Ning Xiao was also curious, as the items had to pass through her hands, so she knew what they were. Some are indeed obtained from chests. Okay. Before long, 2 hours passed, and the green grade speed card was completed. Feng Chan sent the card to Ning Xiao, who promptly compensated her with the crafting fee, a jar of 500 g honey and 1000 g of dog food. As soon as the dog food was opened, 3 wolves gathered around, intrigued by the novel aroma, which made their mouths water. 2 pounds of dog food was not much, so Feng Chan took them to the oasis, pouring it all out for everyone to share. Jin Do was the first to eat a few bites. Having had breakfast, he wasn't particularly hungry, and this food had minimal energy, akin to a human snack. The wolves, particularly Jin Do, enjoyed it the most, while the others merely nibbled at it for fun. However, with so many wolves around, the 2 pounds of dog food quickly disappeared. This time, Jin Do willingly followed her back home. After casually preparing a meal, Feng Chan began practicing with her weapon. Unable to sleep after her shower, she resumed practicing her enchantment patterns. She took out the hide of the night beast and dipped it in the same blood to draw anew. Placing it in her backpack, she received the evaluation. Rudimentary. Failure. Another comma appeared. Although the overall evaluation remained the same, indicating failure, perhaps her skills with the pen and drawing had improved, leading to some change. Feng Chan switched to using the blood of the eagle and took out another piece of night beast hide to draw once more, only to receive a new evaluation. Course, failure. Excellent. This confirmed she had not succeeded. However, using the night beast and its blood to draw had consistently led to failure. Yet, Feng Chan did not discard these 2 items, as the day when the evaluation suffix changed from failure to semi-finished would signify her success. When the time came, she used the weather feather on a foggy evening. She hesitated over whether to sell the fog-catching net, but considering the possibility of the oasis water running dry someday, she decided to keep it safely stored. It was the 32nd day of the game. Today's luck. 6th, splendid. Previously, she received a full point increase, but now it was merely half a point, which irked Feng Chan momentarily before she accepted it with grace. After completing her morning routine of washing up, eating, watering plants, and feeding the wolf dogs. Xiao Zhi's first chest arrived. Inside was a string of candied hawthorn skewers, which were automatically transmitted to her within 2 seconds. Although Feng Chan was already full, she had a genuine fondness for candied hawthorn and couldn't help but feel a pang of desire. Ding dong, wood mouse. Hawthorn might make you hungrier. Shall we share? Upon seeing the message, Feng Chan's eyes lit up, and she boldly typed, "Sure." Recognizing the eagerness behind Feng Chan's response, Xiao Zhi was delighted to have something to repay her with. Even if it was a small gesture, she promised to put in the effort for the long days ahead. Receiving the candied hawthorn skewers with the signature, Feng Chan blissfully took a bite. Savoring the sweetness followed by a slight tartness, a perfect blend. Unfortunately, her mung bean sprouts had yet to sprout. Otherwise, she could have offered her some, and it was best not to expose the cabbage seedlings. At 10 in the morning, a new round of auctions commenced, again featuring 2 tokens, with Feng Chan's last token going up for bid first. The price was similar to yesterday's, and during this time, she opened her first chest of the day, revealing a bag of beef balls. She still had a package of hot pot base that had gone unused, so she could prepare spicy hot pot that evening. Albeit with just the meatballs and cabbage. The final bid for the token was blue-grade ICO card 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins, and green-grade healing potion. The actual value of gold coins was somewhat uncertain, but they were estimated based on the price of a blue-grade item. The blue-grade ICO card had a freezing radius of 200 meters, capable of freezing everything within that range, with a maximum ice thickness of 10 centimeters. Anyone standing within the area would be instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Ding dong. The game panel opened automatically. This time, it was not an email but rather a new section added to the navigation bar located between friends and chat. Boldly labeled, Tasks.as. Everyone pondered this addition. The first task appeared. Publisher, Desert Lord Sha Ju. Task content, find the Desert Lord's youngest son, a Jacques. Task reward, provide relevant clues for a choice of any green, blue, or red skill card or item. Recovering a Jia would reward a red-grade permanent item. Task progress, 0 below. There was also a button to provide clues and contact the Desert Lord. A red-grade item. Priced so high. Feng Chan quietly marveled as she discreetly retrieved the camel's tears she had unearthed when she first discovered gold. The Desert Lord was actually a camel, yet these tears were all blue-grade. Shaju could not simply offer a blue-grade skill card in return. As she mused, Feng Chan first inquired at the oasis whether Jindo had seen a Jia. Jindo replied, "Camel? I think I saw one. It was somewhat weak, but there was something protecting it, and it emanated the aura of a purple beast. We didn't dare approach. It was something we found after Jindo played around in the area it passed through." Feng Chan asked, "Do you know where it went afterward? How long ago did you see it?" Jindo responded, "It went east, but I can't tell you how long ago. There is no night in the pyramid." Seeing there were no other useful leads, Feng Chan returned home and clicked to provide clues, placing the camel's tears on display with a note stating they were found in the 3rd level of the pyramid. After confirming the submission, the progress bar instantly jumped from 0 to 5. Many others noticed this change and began discussing it within the vicinity. Qiu Tian, who has such quick fingers, the progress suddenly increased by 5. Qi Qiao Nyang, who is profiting here? Take me along, Fiery Thumb. Same here. If you're getting rich, include me. Shuang Fei Yin. Wait, the progress bar is now at 8. Who else provided clues? I'm not a coward. The Desert Lord's foolish son is about to run away to me. Feng Chan had not anticipated that there would be others who accomplished their tasks with such swiftness. However, she was far more eager to discover what rewards awaited her. Why had they not yet arrived? Surely, they could not withhold them, especially considering her considerable renown as the Desert Sovereign. Chapter 84. Prosperity and wealth. At that moment, another chest appeared outside, compelling Feng Chan to retrieve it was yet another green chest. With great anticipation, she opened it to reveal an oasis pass, an item that had appeared only a few times since the 7th oasis was occupied, and it was not easily traded. Everyone was aware that it was already claimed. Venturing there would undoubtedly spell doom. After examining the pass for a moment, she stowed it away, planning to utilize it when her strength increased. For now, her resources were plentiful, yet her personal power remained somewhat lacking. As the day swiftly passed, the chest she opened contained either food or various necessities. In the evening, she enjoyed a simple hot pot meal, having used only half of the broth base, allowing her to continue using it for the next occasion. After completing her basic household chores and agricultural tasks, a red illuminated her mail notification. Task completion reward, direction of the camel, blue quality, 3-3. When you are lost and cannot discern your path, the camel's judgment will bring you good fortune. The item was a length of half green, half yellow foxtail grass. Though not permanent, its 3 uses seemed advantageous, and Feng Chan accepted it with delight. After completing her regular training, Feng Chan ventured to the oasis. Are there any prey? She inquired. Golden? No, the wolves will not starve even if they go a day or two without food, so there is no need for concern. In the pyramid, where living beings were inherently scarce, only the strong or those capable of enduring hunger survived. Given their nature, according to human time, wolf packs often went half a month without a meal. But they could endure longer if water was available. Having eaten 3 full meals now, they could sustain themselves for quite some time. Feng Chan provided the pack with water, while the issue of food would resolve itself. Observing their confidence, she filled her water containers before returning indoors. After bathing, she discreetly posted an anonymous trade for capturing night beasts in the marketplace. Unbeknownst to her, the anonymity system had secretly leveled up, and the game offered no notification. When others clicked on her post, they could only see Feng Chan's desert blue sky avatar and the designation of anonymous player, with her identification number no longer visible. Soon, individuals began to notice her trade and inquired about the purpose of the night beasts, as they were inedible, of low level, and their bones were not particularly sturdy. Feng Chan abstained from responding to most, only replying to those who asked about the price. 200 milliliters of water for one night beast. While killing it posed risks, sometimes one had no choice but to slay the beasts when opening chests. Every little bit of resources counted. Unfortunately, most individuals discarded the night beasts into quicksand after killing them to prevent decay and odor from bothering themselves, so that evening, Feng Chan received nothing. Unable to sleep, she contemplated practicing her enchantment patterns but was hindered by the absence of light and the chill, ultimately abandoning the idea. On the 33rd day of the game, today's fortune: 8 prosperity and wealth. Feng Chan awoke content, following her usual routine of washing up, dining, and watering her plants. After completing these tasks, she began her training until the first chest of the day appeared, the blue chest. The 3 wolves and Golden gathered nearby, and under their watchful gaze, Feng Chan opened it to find 2 gold coins. Such a sight left her momentarily speechless. Truly, she had struck it rich. Elated, she deposited the coins into the currency system just as Xiaoji's chest arrived at her home. Inside the ordinary wooden chest lay a box of stones, which Feng Chan deemed unnecessary to keep, so she returned it quietly while practicing her enchantment patterns. Around noon, she opened another ordinary wooden chest containing a single silver coin, shortly followed by another chest from Xiaoji, which was filled to the brim with copper coins. Though she felt too lazy to count, she quickly deposited the contents into her currency system. Watching her copper coin count soar from 10 to 270, equivalent to more than 2 silver coins. The afternoon hours were the hottest of the day, and Feng Chan lost all motivation to practice her enchantment patterns. Instead, she began to engage in regional chat while collecting the remains of the night beasts. After sifting through a long string of mundane messages, something useful finally emerged. Shut up. A merchant riding a camel has arrived. I have 1 silver coin. Let us see what I can trade for. Everyone, await my good news. B. It's been ages since a merchant visited our area, hasn't it? Flying immortal, indeed. I haven't heard anyone mention it. I've never encountered one myself. How enviable that I'm not a coward. No need to envy. If you encounter them without money, you might just be called a poor wretch. Sometimes, not meeting them is a stroke of luck. Flying immortal, that seems true. As they chatted, approximately 5 minutes later, Shut Up returned. Shut up. Woe is me. I was met with disdainful glares as a poor wretch. Supporting role. At least you weren't overheard. That's something. Flying immortal. Do elaborate. What did they have? Shut up. That woman waved her hand, and a variety of goods appeared on my interface. Tools, weapons, food, you name it. The highest were purple quality items. But there were only 2, one priced at 500 gold coins and another at 2,000 gold coins, NPC 77. I possess only copper coins. 500 gold coins equates to 5 million copper coins. Even if I could find 10 coins a day, it would take over 1,300 years, utterly hopeless. Shut up. 1 silver coin can be exchanged for a green quality Cloud Rain card, while strength cards require 2 silver coins. Copper coins can be traded for some food. It's still useful, so do not lose heart. Big C. How much for vegetables? I've been suffering from severe constipation. Each trip to the restroom is a torment. Shut up. Bread and similar convenience foods are reasonably priced and can be bought with copper coins, but fresh vegetables cost 1 silver coin per pound. Supporting role, extortionate, flying immortal. It is a bit pricey. But with some saving, it could be manageable. Big C. Did you buy any vegetables? May I share half a pound? Shut up. No, But don't worry if you haven't encountered them. I heard that chubby little man say that it won't be long before their items become available in the game marketplace. And apparently, they are also accepting trades. Upon hearing this news, Ning Qiao and Yu Zi, who had been working as intermediaries, fell silent. Their credibility was commendable, but how could they compete with indigenous NPCs? Their range of products was comprehensive, and anything they could not procure was readily available through the game marketplace. Ning Qiao sent a private message to Yu Zi. It's over. We should consider starting a new venture, as intermediaries will soon be obsolete. Yu Zi, sigh. Aside from being intermediaries, I cannot think of anything else we could do. Qi Qiao Yang Yang. We have no choice. Seizing this wave of opportunity would be commendable. At least we've amassed a bit of wealth. Feng Chan was equally eager. Although she could not afford purple items, red and blue ones were still within reach. If green skill cards were priced lower than the current market rate, she could stock up on a few. As the afternoon waned, Feng Chan opened another gold coin and 2 silver coins besides various odds and ends. The wealth leaderboard must have accounted for items and such, including passes, and the rankings fluctuated continuously. After selling the pass, her wealth score increased from 41.8 to 42, signifying that the game system acknowledged her earnings. With the acquisition of the direction of the camel, it rose to 42.5. Chapter 85. Expensive items. This indicated that the value of the wealth leaderboard was measured in gold coins, with 1 point of wealth value equating to 1 gold coin. The total value of her possessions, including currency, amounted to 45 gold coins. Upon checking again, Feng Chan noticed her ranking had risen by 2 positions to 12th. Most players saw their wealth values increase, but her growth was more significant, allowing her to leap over 2 ranks at once. In Zone 5001. Others began to take notice, gathering in the chat as sitting idle within their homes had grown tiresome. Chatting was the only entertainment left, and any topic worth discussing would not be overlooked. Though they felt envy towards the wealthiest player in Zone 5001, the existence of an overall leaderboard provided a sense of pride. Among billions of players and thousands of zones, having someone from their zone ranked high felt somewhat honorable, even if they could not boast to players from other zones. Simultaneously, many were eager to unearth her information. Whether to befriend her or for future endeavors, each with their own intentions. Observing the fervent discussions, Feng Chan's resolve to eliminate the bots intensified. To a certain degree, the two had reached a tacit understanding. Yet, she simultaneously noticed that half of the top 10 players had concealed their zone information. Feng Chan scoured the game panel but found no option to hide personal zone details, and there were no corresponding items in the regional marketplace. The game had somehow enabled complete information concealment in the regional marketplace, yet the wealth leaderboard remained unaffected. That night, Feng Chan resumed her training. Though slender by nature, her health had remained robust, and she rarely fell ill. Coupled with years of juggling multiple jobs, her body might have experienced some wear, yet her stamina was still commendable. Though not comparable to Qiao Zhi's level of training, she surpassed Ning Qiao and the average player. Throughout this period of training and improved nutrition, she regained the weight she had lost a month prior, with a trend towards gaining more, and the most significant change was the emergence of muscle definition, rendering her even stronger. As her training neared its conclusion, Feng Chan brought the remains of the night beasts along with a few golden beans to the oasis, in contrast to the wolves that surged forward with enthusiasm. Golden ambled along leisurely. Feng Chan placed the over 200-pound carcasses of the night beasts on the grass, and the wolves wagged their tails joyfully, their eager ears flopping about. Golden. We can procure our own food. Feng Chan merely smiled. It's not expensive. No worries. The key issue is the scarcity of life here. These bones are of little use. Once we finish eating, we can discard them in the desert. Golden. Understood. Having said that, Feng Chan fetched water and, after the golden beans had their fill, reluctantly returned home amidst the wolves' reluctance. Initially, her favor among the wolf pack stemmed from a dual influence, the golden contract and the formidable fangs of the Wolf King. However, she now perceives that the wolves harbor a genuine affection for her, a sentiment they have never truly experienced before. Once the wolves had satiated their hunger, Golden commanded them to discard the bones, and they complied without hesitation. Yet, it was not long before numerous yellow lizards emerged from the desert to feast upon the remnants of flesh. Golden regarded them briefly, noting their low level and the insufficient meat to fill their gaps, thus allowing them to proceed unhindered. However, had it been yellow 10 or 11, they would undoubtedly have engaged in a playful chase. Days swiftly passed, and Feng Chan diligently returned each night with dark creatures for the wolves, occasionally tossing a few to the lizards outside the desert. Yet, the spoils had not been particularly bountiful lately, consisting mainly of everyday necessities and food. Life was pleasant, yet the lack of quality props left her feeling somewhat anxious. Today marked the 40th day since the game's commencement, coinciding with the final day of the Qiao Ji contract. Feng Chan's mung bean sprouts had matured after multiple waterings throughout the day. Meanwhile, the cabbages in the yellow earth had shown signs of stagnation, growing only to the size of a pot. She had wrapped their leaves to encourage them to form tightly knit heads, yet their growth had slowed considerably. She wondered if it was due to a lack of nutrients. The tinkling of a bell captured all of Feng Chan's attention. It was the Fina family. This time, the two brothers were not bickering. They appeared to be in good spirits. The wolves and Golden Bean remained vigilant, and Feng Chan refrained from allowing them to bark, instead standing just inside the half-open door. The camel halted, and Fina spoke. "What do you require?" With a wave of her hand, a variety of clearly priced goods appeared on Feng Chan's panel. Indeed, there was an assortment of items, ranging from food to high-level props, even a fully automatic generator. However, the price of a non-graded generator at 1 gold coin seemed rather exorbitant. Galen, as if reading Feng Chan's thoughts, remarked, "Value is determined by rarity. You humans desire it, but it is scarce, hence the inflated price." Accepting this, Feng Chan recalled how Qiaoji had exchanged an entire month's worth of boxes for a single potion. The items she had acquired thus far were worth far more than countless green-grade healing potions. Nevertheless, to live comfortably required an air conditioner, yet at 50 silver coins, she hesitated to make the purchase and turned her attention to other items. A purple-grade disposable item, Time Rewind, was priced at 5,000 gold coins, enabling a rewind of 10 minutes, and no wonder it was so costly. Such a capability was a lifesaver. Another purple-grade permanent item, Angel's Grace, cost 2,000 gold coins and, when worn, maximized charm, compelling all creatures to be enamored. In life-threatening situations, it granted a minimum of one opportunity to escape from foes. The price was justified by its extraordinary function. Who could deny its prowess? However, not all creatures could be swayed mindlessly. Otherwise, the subsequent description regarding escape opportunities would be redundant. Overall, it was an incredibly powerful yet expensive item. After perusing the purple items, she turned to the red ones, which were unfortunately out of her budget. She could afford a disposable card, but she intended to finalize her decisions later. Perhaps Feng Chan was taking too long, as Galen, believing she was unimpressed, could not help but express his concern. "Hurry and buy. We only need 5 more gold coins to list in the marketplace." Galen rolled his eyes, exasperated with his foolish brother for revealing their bottom line, jeopardizing their chances of securing a good price. Fina, accustomed to such antics, said nothing further, inadvertently benefiting Feng Chan, who could negotiate more boldly. After a thorough examination, Feng Chan found herself most interested in the generator, air conditioner, the red-grade Inferno Eruption, and the Giant's Shield. The Inferno Eruption, priced at 3 gold coins, allowed the user to select the skill's range, with a smaller area yielding greater power. The maximum range spanned 1 million square meters, doubling the potency of ordinary flames. If confined to just 1,000 square meters, the flame's temperature could soar to 2,000 degrees Celsius, and the user would remain unharmed within the fiery embrace. The Giant's Shield, at 2.1 gold coins, could withstand attacks equating to 20,000 life points, becoming useless only after depleting all its defensive points. However, the total cost of these items greatly exceeded 5 gold coins. Feng Chan refrained from negotiating over the generator, first inquiring about the 2 items, which together amounted to 4 gold coins. Galen seemed astonished, incredulous. "You can forego a few silver coins, but this item is not without its worth. It inherently commands such a price. Truly, you lack experience." Embarrassed, Feng Chan scratched her nose, as this was her first experience gauging value in gold coins. With the merchant being solely their family business, she bore it. Besides, the scarcity of red-grade skill cards or items in the 5001 district was evident. Even if someone offered, the price would inflate astronomically. Here, at least, the prices were transparent. 4.8 gold coins should suffice, right? Feng Chan thought, needing to reserve funds for negotiating the generator. Before Galen could voice another opinion, Fina interrupted, "I know you desire the generator, and you are aware we require gold coins. Although this item is not worth as much, if you include the air conditioner, I will need all your money." Feng Chan's total funds amounted to 5.197 gold coins, while the total listed price was 6.6, indeed a significant discount. 5.1. "You must leave me something," she insisted. Although the price had already been reduced considerably, bargaining inherently involved pressing for lower offers. Anything gained was a victory, and if necessary, she would pay the asking price. Galen was rolling his eyes heavenward, yet Fina acquiesced, though she had one stipulation. "Agreed. But you must sell me 80% of that cabbage." Perhaps noticing the cabbages were not of particularly fine quality, she added, I can provide you with fertilizer. With a yield of 4,000 pounds per acre and her yellow earth area measuring merely 10 square meters, Feng Chan could expect a harvest of over 60 pounds at a price of 1 silver coin per pound, amounting to merely 60 silver coins in profit. For Fina, with her thousands of gold coins, this hardly constituted a lucrative venture. Yet, impressed by the other's dedication, Feng Chan inquired about the purchase price, which began at 80 copper coins per pound, eventually settling at 85 copper coins per pound. Successfully completing the transaction, with a weary wave of her hand, Fina scattered a fine powder evenly over the yellow soil. The exchange of money for goods completed, Fina clicked several times at the air, while Feng Chan, unaware of her game panel, silently opened her own. Shortly, a red dot appeared in her trading interface, revealing Fina's small shop had gone live, prominently displayed on the marketplace homepage, occupying a product slot. Named Desert Merchant, clicking on it unveiled the details of her offerings, which were quite satisfactory. When the cabbages mature, simply contact me through the shop, Fina said before the family retreated into the distance. Along the way, Galen queried, puzzled, fertilizer isn't cheap. Why offer it to her? Her luck allowed her to draw soil. Once the fertilizer is applied, her vegetables level will directly elevate to green, significantly increasing its value. I know how effective fertilizer is, and she will undoubtedly purchase it again in the future. This is a long-term business. Galen, ever eager to interject, continued, but the soil cannot be found in the box's potential loot. Thus, among all players, only Feng Chan possesses it, enabling her to cultivate crops. Future collaboration could yield substantial profits, unless the third map opens, which would lower vegetable prices. Currently, the passage between maps remains closed, preventing even Fina from wandering freely. As silence enveloped them, the bored Galen whispered to his brother that human's luck seems rather average, yet she has managed to acquire many valuable items by entering early, significantly improving her attributes. Next time we encounter her, perhaps I want to even be able to view her information. That's so? Galen replied. Mother mentioned that humans progress quickly. If we do not work diligently, we will inevitably fall behind. I understand. Feng Chan secured the door, then clicked to place the generator in a corner of the living room, complete with a full wiring setup. As soon as it was positioned, all lines automatically extended to each room. Equipped with both 2-prong and 3-prong sockets, in a wonder, it was termed a fully automatic generator. It was far more convenient than a standard generator. She unhesitatingly chose to install the air conditioner on the wall in her bedroom near the window, ensuring it did not face directly overhead. However, the socket was positioned near the bed, and the air conditioner's cord was too short. Yet in the next moment, the fully automatic generator extended a line and provided a socket close to the air conditioner. Feng Chan couldn't help but exclaim, how intelligent! Such miraculous functionality could only exist within a game. While the generator's intelligence was commendable, she couldn't help but critique the fact that it still required diesel to operate and was quite bulky. Ample aspects warranted critique. Nevertheless, given its utility, she conveniently overlooked any contradictions. Quietly, she picked up the air conditioner's remote and pressed the power button, setting it to cool at 20 degrees. Ding! The familiar sound accompanied the external unit's activation, and merely listening was enough to uplift one's spirits. Golden Bean and the wolves were intrigued by the generator, sniffing and tapping it gently, but abruptly, upon hearing strange noises from the bedroom, they rushed inside. Whimpering, aside from Yellow One, the two wolves expressed their concern. Feng Chan struggled to lift Golden Bean, positioning it towards the air conditioner's vent, saying, our good days have arrived. Golden Bean emitted a confused sound, still unaware of what the cool breeze signified. After setting Golden Bean down, Yellow 11 wagged its tail, exuding a demeanor of flattery. Feng Chan lifted it too, allowing it to experience the sensation, followed by Yellow 10. Huangyi was a bit distant, yet Feng Chan unabashedly embraced him once more. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Huangyi shyly leaned against her. The air conditioning was quite powerful, and in no time, the bedroom became refreshingly cool. After adjusting the temperature to 25 degrees, Feng Chan proceeded to the oasis. Golden, with the air conditioning blowing, it's rather pleasant here. Let's all gather together. That's so? Golden, having already acclimatized to the local weather, found that as long as he remained still during the day, the heat was bearable. However, seeing Feng Chan's joy, he was willing to take a look, and it was also the perfect opportunity to re-establish his scent in that area. Returning with all the wolves to the house, as the bedroom door opened, a wave of coolness enveloped them. Upon entering, the most palpable sensation of refreshment was felt through the pads of their feet. Inside, four wolves lay comfortably on their backs, startled awake, wagging their tails in welcome to the pack. The bedroom was not large, and after all the wolves stood inside, it was nearly full. Yet each one could still manage to lie down. Jean Doe, happily nestled in his bed, boasted to everyone about his cozy spot. Golden merely glanced over without any particular emotion, though a few wolves looked on enviously. Jean Doe had achieved his goal and generously made space for everyone to try it out. Golden, who had appeared in different moments before, also stepped up to test the bed underfoot before departing. Chapter 87. Someone has arrived. Feng Chan wiped away imaginary sweat. She lacked sufficient fabric and cotton. However, the water in the oasis had remained abundant, prompting her to anonymously collect materials in the shop. In that interval, the first box of the day was delivered by Xiao Ji. Upon opening it, she discovered a snow-white silk handkerchief bordered with golden threads. After placing it in her space, the introduction appeared. Ursi's handkerchief, blue-grade, permanent. Upon binding, it can block information probing from blue-grade items and below. Following this, a line of small print stated that it could be merged and upgraded. The merging and upgrading surely referred to Ursi's glasses. Feng Chan promptly clicked to upgrade, and upon merging the two items, it transformed into a delicate necklace watch. After the upgrade, its grade rose to red, retaining and enhancing the functions of both items' glasses, able to probe the belongings and items of a target whose strength does not exceed twice that of the wearer. No one other than the wearer can perceive them. With a cooldown of 12 hours, handkerchief, capable of blocking probing information from red-grade items and below. Feng Chan felt elated, though a phrase from an advertisement flashed through her mind. Non-fu batteries. One is stronger than 6, though not 6. The functionality of the combined item indeed surpassed that of the two individually. Gazing at the antique copper-colored watch, whose hands remained still, she wondered if further items were needed for additional synthesis. After clicking to bind, Feng Chan donned the watch around her neck. Despite its substantial feel in her hand, it felt as light as a feather when worn, rendering it almost imperceptible and making it more convenient to use. Delighted with her find, Feng Chan sent a box of well-cultivated bean sprouts to Xiao Ji. Initially, she had planned to send half a box due to the sweet hawthorns she had previously enjoyed. But with this new item, she decided to send the entire box. 0.000001. The mung bean sprouts are freshly grown. Give them a try. Xiao Ji, who would typically receive an empty box, was taken aback when she opened the wooden crate to find tender white and yellow bean sprouts. Though not as round and visually appealing as those grown from yellow beans, a pound of vegetables was worth a silver coin, and there must have been over a pound within. Wood mouse. Why the sudden gift? This could fetch quite a sum if sold. 0.000001. The hawthorns from last time were delicious. Upon reading this message, Xiao Ji was momentarily stunned, her smile blossoming like snow melting in spring. She quickly typed a response, "Thank you." Today marked the final day of her transactions with Duo Water, and after sending the last 10 liters of water, Feng Chan received her first box of the day, a summer quilt. She promptly cut it down to create a cozy nest for Golden. While it would not be a problem to make 2 nests for a dog of typical size, Golden was significantly larger than the other wolves, nearly double Jean Doe's size. After training, with nothing else to occupy her, Feng Chan began sketching and chanting rune patterns. Halfway through, she suddenly recalled that she had yet to craft her beast bone umbrella. Having initially intended to wait for a defensive rune to enhance it, however, she had set it aside after failing to find one in the shop. Remembering this now, she searched the shop once more but found nothing. The traveling merchant in the desert had nothing either. With no other choice, she exchanged 2 pounds of mung bean sprouts and 5 liters of water for a larger blue-grade animal hide. The eagle's carcass, having been devoured in the pyramid, left her without sufficiently large material for the umbrella. Furthermore, the thought of crafting an umbrella from skin riddled with protruding bumps resembling chicken skin was too unsettling to contemplate. Placing the eagle's bones, the animal hide, and her sketches on the workbench, the crafting process would only take an hour. Once completed, the umbrella would be capable of resisting attacks equivalent to 1,500 life points. Akin to a giant's shield, once its durability was exhausted, it would be rendered useless. With an added layer of protection, Feng Chan happily stowed it away in her backpack, turning her attention to selling the remaining mung bean sprouts in the shop. The system would automatically calculate the item's weight, 1 silver coin per pound, no haggling accepted. The surplus of 2 boxes of sprouts totaled 3.6 pounds, netting her 2 silver coins and 160 copper coins in return. Xiao Ji's subsequent boxes arrived, containing only a few everyday items, and by 8 o'clock, no more boxes appeared, marking the completion of their contract. The air conditioning in the bedroom had ceased functioning for a few hours in the evening. and as the temperature gradually lowered, Feng Chan activated the heating. Regrettably, Golden, wary of the territory, was reluctant to stay, so she had to return him. However, the nest she had hastily crafted during the day accompanied them, ensuring a more comfortable sleep. Lying in bed, Feng Chan glanced at the chat area, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Yet, as she drifted off, a voice echoed in her mind. "Someone is coming." It was Golden's voice, and Feng Chan instantly awoke. A vision of the oasis unfolding in her mind. Golden was surrounding a lone figure, a black man, alongside Huang Er, with neither party daring to strike as they assessed one another, calculating their chances of victory. The man's legs trembled. He had just received his oasis pass and, having yet to use it, found himself caught off guard when the game declared the oasis fully occupied, lacking any weapons or items. He had hesitated to use it until recently, when he finally found something worthwhile and deliberately chose the late hour to enter, believing the oasis's owner would likely be asleep. Having inquired about the oasis from others, he learned it was inhabited by foolish creatures, yet the owner often closed the pathways, making access unpredictable. Today marked his first successful teleportation, but before he could rejoice, he noticed the gleaming eyes of beasts surrounding him. In a dire situation, the oasis pass would require an hour to automatically teleport him back. Desperate, he thought, "God, if I survive this, I will ensure those who claim the creatures of the oasis are mere simpletons pay dearly." Armed with a teleportation card, his only option for survival was to flee into the desert. But who knew if quicksand lay beyond? The odds of escaping and returning alive were slim. Feng Chan, having caught a fleeting glimpse of the situation, immediately teleported to the scene. Her backpack was stocked with various weapons and items, along with provisions and water sufficient for 2 or 3 days. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, as if on cue, she and the wind-seeking fan appeared in the oasis. With deft movements, she unleashed 3 wind blades toward the man. Unlike her earlier hesitance when taking lives, she now acted decisively. The man, seeing her, felt a surge of relief. Perhaps she could divert the wolves' attention, making his escape easier. Yet the wolves paid no heed to the woman behind them, their focus unwavering. The woman, unperturbed, continued her assault. Could it be that she had formed a contract with these wolves? A sense of absurdity gripped the man. Wolves were not dogs, and such contracts could not be casually made. Especially not with so many. Moreover, how had that fan materialized out of thin air? She hadn't even opened the game panel. Chapter 88. Copy card. At that moment, a faint white circle appeared before the man. As the 3 wind blades collided, they produced a crisp sound but failed to breach his defenses, dissipating into a gentle breeze. Undeterred, Feng Chan continued to wield the fan, sending 4 or 5 additional wind blades in rapid succession. She refused to believe that his defenses were invincible. True to her expectations, with the final wind blade, the white circle shattered, only for the man to be met with a powerful gust of wind in its wake. The wolves had wisely distanced themselves from the impending chaos, leaving the man isolated. Anyone daring to venture here was likely carrying valuable items, and Feng Chan did not expect a swift resolution. However, she had not anticipated that the man would deploy a green-grade fireball card in retaliation. With the wind amplifying the flames, and the wind-seeking fan being blue-grade, its potency inherently surpassed that of the green-grade. Feng Chan remained perplexed, yet as long as the outcome favored her, that was all that mattered, as anticipated. The fireball lost its momentum halfway through the whirlwind and, driven by the wind, flared up further, hurtling toward the man. Feng Chan quickly unleashed additional wind blades. The fire could not be allowed to ignite within the oasis. The fiery tempest swiftly approached the man, who could only muster 4 or 5 hurried steps to evade it. In a critical moment, a towering curtain of water erupted, effectively shielding against the combined force of wind and flame, even withstanding the following wind blades. Alarmed, Feng Chan had an epiphany, recalling the blue-grade beast bone umbrella she had crafted earlier that day. 3 gunshots rang out, 2 bullets striking their mark, and the beast bone umbrella's defense value plummeted by 200. The man unleashed a torrent of curses, and as the water veil receded, Feng Chan fired a series of shots. Unlike the wind-seeking fan, which required grand gestures, the handgun allowed her to remain inconspicuous. One of the bullets found its target, eliciting a pained cry from the man. Realizing he was outmatched, he hastily activated his teleportation card to escape. However, Huang Er and Huang San had already stealthily approached him from behind. They leaped high and sank their teeth heavily into his neck. He did not perish immediately, thus the teleportation card was still utilized. Watching the prey in their mouths vanish into thin air, the 2 wolves were momentarily stunned. Feng Chan quickly glanced around. The green teleportation card was only 100 meters away, indicating he must be quite close to the oasis. The golden-eared wolf twitched. Even though the opponent had made an effort to lower his voice, it could not escape the acute hearing of the wolves. Observing the golden wolf heading in a certain direction, Feng Chan promptly followed. The night was particularly advantageous for the black figure, and the moon was not exceptionally bright. Without careful scrutiny, it was indeed difficult to discern his whereabouts. At that moment, the black figure had just opened the game panel. The blue and white light illuminating him clearly, he had no intention of opening the panel unless absolutely necessary, as he was eager to obtain healing potions, a reluctant measure, fearing he might retaliate and injure the golden wolf and the pack. Feng Chan fired a few shots to send him to his demise, but after only 2 shots, her ammunition was depleted. Fortunately, one of the shots struck his head, causing the light green potion he had just acquired to slip from his grasp, and he breathed his last. Simultaneously, other materials began to drop automatically. Not accurate, the golden wolf remarked, halting mid-path. Feng Chan awkwardly scratched her head. Her gun had no bullets left, and she hadn't seen anyone selling them in the market. It wasn't that she was unwilling to practice. This time, she had none to spare. The golden wolf, aware that Feng Chan could not determine the location of the quicksand, took the initiative to walk towards the desert. Leading her to the black figure's corpse, a glance revealed that there was little left, and she did not see anything resembling the purple moon or the red sunstone, indicating he was not the owner of the oasis. Picking up the potion, its color was considerably lighter than that of the green healing potions. Feng Chan could see its description without needing to open the game panel. Blue healing potion, capable of restoring 500 health points. With a recovery rate double that of the green variety, if the black figure had consumed it, he might indeed have survived. There were 2 bullets left in the handgun, along with a small box containing 20 bullets. Additionally, there was a green transparency card and a blue duplication card. This was the first time Feng Chan had encountered the duplication card. Its function matched its name, and it was of low level, thus could only duplicate items of the same tier, being a one-time use card. Not bad, she thought, and pocketed it. She discarded the man's corpse into the quicksand, not wanting the wolf pack to consume a human body. Moreover, she had always collected the corpses of the nocturnal beasts to feed them. Oddly enough, despite the passage of time, there were no other creatures near the oasis besides a single lizard. It was as if this desert had only one form of life. By now, it had passed midnight. Feng Chan returned to her room and glanced at her luck value, which remained at 5.5. Remarkably, it had not increased at all. The game had entered its 41st day. Recently, the price of water was quite favorable, and combined with the ability to remain completely anonymous and the use of Ulsai's pocket watch, Feng Chan decided to sell water. The market allowed only 5 types of goods to be listed per day, but one type of good could have a large inventory. Each 2 liters of water was cheaper by 1 copper coin than others. However, she did not heavily advertise, so she only sold over 50 liters of water in the morning, earning 380 copper coins. Since buyers could see the sales volume, many inquired whether Feng Chan was the owner of the oasis, but fortunately, under anonymity, others could not access her homepage or add her as a friend. Ning Xiao also discovered the anonymous water sales. Given such a large quantity, only the owner of the oasis could likely possess it. She contacted Feng Chan for collaboration, but since Feng Chan already had her as a friend, and the game did not allow for alternate accounts, she had to decline. Ning Xiao was quite saddened by this, as she was a wealthy individual in the region. While Feng Chan was enjoying the air conditioning in her bedroom, she suddenly heard a ding. The power had gone out. It must have been due to the diesel running out inside. Searching the market, she indeed found several sellers listing the item. The quantity was limited, but very few in the area needed it, resulting in vastly differing prices among sellers. The lowest was 5 copper coins per liter, while the highest demanded 1 silver coin per liter, clearly hoping to find a gullible buyer. Without haggling, Feng Chan purchased 5 liters at 5 copper coins each, totaling 25 copper coins. Another seller priced it at 8 copper coins, but after negotiating, Feng Chan managed to buy 3 liters for 5 copper coins each. Initially, everyone was still adjusting to trading with currency, but since the desert merchant shop had opened, people began comparing their prices to make offers, and game currency started to circulate. With a total of 8 liters of diesel, she filled the generator more than halfway. It should last her for a day, considering she had no other electrical appliances besides the air conditioner. Yesterday had been so joyous that the air conditioning had been running for most of the day. Chapter 89. A Windfall. Today, the boxes yielded only basic living supplies. After finishing her meal, Feng Chan watered the yellow earth and the cacti. Seeing what appeared to be a larger cabbage, she felt somewhat uncertain. Logically, such a change shouldn't be so noticeable in just one day. Perhaps Fenna's fertilizer was indeed exceptional. After watering the yellow earth, it was time for the cacti. After so many days, if she had not watered them daily, she would have almost forgotten their exact locations. She began watering from beside the main entrance again, and as she continued, she suddenly noticed a hint of green among the sand grains. The cactus had sprouted. After more than 10 days, if she hadn't known that cacti could survive in the desert, especially the blue variety, she might have given up. If one could survive, the others surely could as well. With renewed determination, Feng Chan continued watering, and after finishing the outer circle around the house, she also made sure to give the edge of the oasis a watering, where she discovered several cacti that had already sprouted. After warning the wolf pack to be cautious and avoid stepping on them, she returned to the house in high spirits. Suddenly inspired, she took out her bone pin, eagle blood, and the purchased beast skin, calming her mind as she recalled the pattern of the strength enchantment rune. The dark night beast skin she had previously made had been used up, and she had yet to craft a new one. Since it was considered a semi-green item, even if her drawing skills had improved, its inferior quality would still make success difficult. Therefore, she felt that she would practice on the dark night beast skin, and as she attempted, she ran out of materials. Jean Doe and the three wolves, witnessing her serious demeanor, sat quietly beside her without disturbing her. Taking a deep breath, she began drawing on the beast skin. This time, she completed it in one go. The complex pattern was finished in under a minute, the lines visibly neat. Just as the pattern was completed, a slender golden light radiated from the center of the beast skin and vanished. Seeing this effect, it was likely stable. Placing it in her backpack, she exclaimed, "Strength enchantment rune, green. Jean Doe, I did it." Feng Chan opened her arms, and Jean Doe rushed over for a hug. The other three also approached, waiting to be embraced. After hugging all four, Feng Chan couldn't help but take out the enchantment rune to admire it closely. She had indeed become a successful creator of green items. Seizing the moment of inspiration, she proceeded to draw a second one. For the third, she switched to a speed enchantment rune, but it resulted in failure. Seeing this, she didn't rush to draw fourth. Instead, she decided to take her time and reflect before trying again. The game had now entered its 42nd day. Luck. Sixth, after eating and watering, today's cabbage had genuinely grown significantly. Previously scattered leaves had now formed into a substantial white core. Growing to the size of 2 heads, she felt as though she might be able to harvest it by tomorrow. The fertilizer's effect was remarkable. Feng Chan recalled that when she first visited the desert merchant's shop, they had not sold fertilizer, and upon checking again, it was still absent. The gun from which she had used up the bullets had no corresponding ammunition available in the market. Considering her backpack was indeed becoming insufficient, she decided to list it for sale in the market. Today, there were many more customers buying water. She earned 500 copper coins in the morning alone. However, many people had enough water from their own explorations, so not everyone would resort to purchasing water. Concerned about depleting the oasis, Feng Chan decided to limit her daily water sales to a maximum of 800 copper coins. Once she finished with the water, there were several inquiries about the handgun. Feng Chan initially priced it at 2 silver coins, but the lack of ammunition was indeed a significant issue. It remained uncertain whether the market would have more available later. After negotiating with a few buyers, she ultimately sold it to one for 1 silver coin. During the midday box opening, she found a space stone and immediately used it for her backpack. With nothing much to do, she practiced with her weapon and enchantment runes, keeping her company with Jean Doe and the others, making the days less dreary. The game had now entered its 43rd day. Luck. 5.5. Today, the cabbage had grown to nearly half her height. The originally sufficient space was now entirely filled, making it impossible to see anything else. Each cabbage was plump and round, with some half their bodies pushing out of the yellow earth. Even the ropes that had held the cabbage leaves had been pushed off, leaving no trace of being constricted. This cabbage must weigh several tens of pounds. After a moment of astonishment, Feng Chan opened the market. Many customers were eager to buy water, but she hadn't yet listed her inventory for today, so they could only message her privately to inquire if there was still water available. Among the numerous messages, she spotted one from the desert merchant. The cabbage has matured and can be delivered. He also sent a product acquisition page, agreeing on the previously established price of 85 copper coins per pound. Taking out her blue dagger, Feng Chan carefully cut each cabbage, placing them in storage to check their descriptions, as their sizes were indeed extraordinary. Mutated cabbage, green. Long-term consumption may increase health points. It had mutated. What kind of fertilizer had Finna used to yield such results? a total of 20 cabbages, and according to their agreement of 80, she should deliver 16 cabbages. The 16 cabbages weighed in total 625 pounds, averaging nearly 40 pounds each. In truth, there were originally more than 20 stalks in the field, along with some smaller cabbages. However, they have all vanished now. Could it be that these large cabbages have absorbed them? The 625 pounds of cabbage amount to a total of 53,125 copper coins, which is equivalent to 5.3125 gold coins. Receiving 5 gold coins, along with several silver coins and copper coins, left Feng Chan somewhat bewildered. How could she have suddenly made such a fortune? Ever since she laid eyes on Fina's merchandise, she has believed that gold coins are precious commodities, yet now just a few cabbages have earned her 5 gold coins, which feels rather surreal. If farming could yield such profits, why bother risking her life in dungeons? Feng Chan inquired, how much does the fertilizer cost? However, she understood that earning money so easily wasn't realistic, so she braced herself for a high price. Fina replied, 20 gold coins. Upon seeing that figure, she realized her initial estimate was far too low. She thought it would not exceed 10 gold coins. Yet it had doubled, reaching prices akin to permanent blue-grade items. Nevertheless, Feng Chan lacked the capital to make such a purchase. Fina added, if you need, we can discuss privately. Contracts for loans can be arranged, and the price is negotiable. Feng Chan asked, how negotiable? Fina responded, a monthly interest rate of 10. Feng Chan, 10% interest for just 1 month? She took a deep breath. As that amounted to 2 gold coins in interest? She decided to set aside the fertilizer for now. Shortly after, Fina listed the cabbages for sale, not at 1 silver coin, but rather at 5 silver coins each. Selling them would yield a profit of 25 gold coins. After deducting what she owed Feng Chan and considering a potentially lower purchase price for the fertilizer, Fina would be netting over 6 gold coins, a substantial profit indeed. Though 5 silver coins seemed expensive, as long as the long-term benefits of increased health were highlighted, many would be willing to save up to buy them. Moreover, they were the only NPC merchants in the game thus far. Aside from being labeled as miserly, there were no other points of criticism, and they had never encountered any issues with trust, resulting in a high level of confidence from the players. Chapter 90. Team Invitation. Feng Chan still had 4 cabbages left in the field, weighing approximately between 150 and 160 pounds. Although selling them could fetch her 5 gold coins, she needed to consume vegetables herself. At 1 pound per day, that would last her for 5 months, certainly increasing her health. With this in mind, she abandoned the thought of selling. Cabbages cannot be stored for long, but since they are still in the field, they should last a while longer, especially with the preservation in the warehouse, leaving her unconcerned for the next month. Upon receiving her earnings, her ranking on the wealth leaderboard surged to 5th place, and the region buzzed with speculation about what the wealthiest player had done to amass such fortune so rapidly. Meanwhile, Feng Chan was listing water for sale, quickly selling half of her stock. Ding dong. An automatic notification from the trading mall popped up. Due to the player's good credit, upgraded to green level merchant status, allowing 10 items to be listed per day. Although she did not have that many items to sell daily, who wouldn't relish an upgrade? Huang Yi suddenly shouted. Today, the first and second treasure chests appeared simultaneously. The first chest contained a packet of fish bait, specifically for sea fish. Feng Chan placed it alongside the fishing bait and rod she had previously obtained. The second chest held an iron block. After organizing her items, it was just another day of the same routine. The game had been running for 44 days. Today's luck. 6.5 small fortunes. Finally, she received an evaluation. Feng Chan remarked as she got out of bed. After a series of events, the first chest of the day was still blue. Inside was a shimmering, multicolored orb, Breath of Life, blue, used to enhance pet space. She hadn't expected such an item. Currently, her pet space was dark and cramped, uncomfortable for anyone staying too long. This would certainly improve things. Jin Do and Huang Jin's pet spaces were separate, and this item could only be used in one space. After selecting Jin Do's pet space, she activated it. Regardless of who arrived, Jin Do would forever be her top priority. The Breath of Life transformed into a stream of light and vanished, allowing Feng Chan to observe the state of the pet space whenever she wished. In the blink of an eye, the area expanded to roughly 100 square meters, adorned with trees, grass, and a clean little waterhole. Feng Chan felt an urge to lie down within. Jin Do, bewildered, sat by her side until its owner transported it to a familiar yet strange place, at which point it realized what had happened and joyfully bounded around the pet space. Jin Do sent Feng Chan a thought, wishing to invite a companion to join in the fun. Unfortunately, that was not possible. Feng Chan had to decline. Initially, Jin Do found it novel, but after playing alone for a while, It grew bored and insisted on coming out. The pet space was meant for times when going out was inconvenient. But now at home, Feng Chan respected its wishes and released it. Tomorrow, the decisive battle at the desert palace would commence, and Feng Chan felt a twinge of anxiety as she meticulously organized the items and weapons she intended to bring. Confirming twice that nothing was overlooked before feeling at ease. The group chat was lively, with 35 participants this time, nearly all players with passes included. Unexpectedly, Qiu Sheng Chong and Xiao Jujio were also present. Xiao Jujio had been rather quiet in the region lately, and Feng Chan was unaware of her circumstances. However, she had managed to acquire 2 blue-grade beast bone blueprints since the game began, indicating a decent amount of luck. Qiu Sheng Chong stated, "The battle should be more perilous than the pyramid. We must remain united," Dejideli remarked. "Unity isn't so easily achieved. Last time in the pyramid, someone killed one of our own." Renji added, "Previously, we had the upper hand, but now that other regions are aware of the chaotic conflict, they will likely unite as well, so we mustn't stray alone." Chun Feng commented, "But verbal alliances are unstable. Shall we draft a contract?" Hua Jin replied, "That works. I certainly don't wish to perish at the hands of my comrades." Xiao Juju added, "I agree to sign." Xiao Ji, noticing the messages in the group, assessed the situation and turned to send Feng Chan a message. Mu Shu asked, "Shall we sign? If so, I would prefer to sign with you." Feng Chan felt her cheeks flush. 000001. Signing could significantly reduce the number of enemies. What do you think? She was somewhat uncertain, as she didn't wish to blend into the crowd, but a contract indeed had its merits. Moreover, encountering teams from other regions could be troublesome. Yet signing would mean they couldn't act against Renji. Mu Shu replied, "I'm unaware of the Desert Palace's situation. If it resembles the pyramid with most players scattered, not signing is acceptable. 0.000001. Let's observe the group for now." Mu Shu agreed. As the two continued their conversation, the group was already discussing how to draft the agreement, and soon, Renji proposed a draft in the chat. Without prompting, over 20 individuals signed instantly. Renji tagged several individuals: Qi Qiao Nyang Nyang, UZ, 000001, Mu Shu, Changfeng, MOMO, asking why they had not signed and if they had any concerns. Feng Chan was rather pleased that Renji did not want her to sign, as it would allow him to act freely. Even though she possessed numerous items, with so many present, some greedy individuals would inevitably wish to join forces against her. However, he did not expect Qi Qiao Nyang Yang and Yuzi to refrain from signing either. Qi Qiao Nyang Yang stated, "It's uncertain if we will be teleported together, so signing may not hold much significance." Though she did not say it outright, her refusal was quite evident. She and Yuzi remembered the time they had been vulnerable, when their so-called allies had considered turning on them. Although they ultimately did not act, it was not out of morality or kindness. If they were incapacitated, and without Yuzi by their side, they feared that others would seize the opportunity to act against them for the loot. Renji countered, "But we will encounter people eventually. Signing would provide an extra layer of security." Yuzi replied, "That won't be your concern." With that, Yuzi and Ning Qiao exited the group. Mi Feng, acting as the administrator, sighed helplessly upon seeing the departure messages. Previously, Renji rarely took the initiative to manage group affairs, usually leaving it to himself and Huoladamuji. Now that he had a goal, he seemed more vibrant, and the two felt they could no longer interject. Contracts needed to be signed. Although she intended to distance herself from him, it was best not to create unnecessary conflict, and signing was undoubtedly more beneficial than not. Additionally, the two tagged in the chat remained silent, leaving Feng Chan uncertain whether they had not seen the messages or had other plans. At that moment, Feng Chan received a message: Qi Qiao Nyang Yang. 1. Do you want teammates? If you're unsure, we can draft a contract. Although one was not easy to get along with in the pyramid. Being cold and detached, they didn't seem like teammates ready to betray her at any moment. When someone had suggested killing her, she had scanned the faces around her, noting that many were hesitating, yet one had only frowned, while Qiao Ji's expression remained neutral, indicating no intent to harm her. Chapter 91. Palace team. If possible, she would prefer to ally with these two. Other regions would likely form alliances as well. The more people, the more security they could ensure. Ning Qiao's firearm was impressive, and Feng Chan initially hesitated, but forming a team of 4 seemed beneficial. She did not respond to Ning Qiao immediately. After consulting Qiao Ji for her opinion, she created a group chat named Palace Team. 0000001. Looking forward to our cooperation. Ning Qiao quickly typed, "Looking forward to it. Oh dear," she almost thought she would be rejected. UZ, looking forward to it. Mu Shu, looking forward to it. 0.000001. The resources obtained through our cooperation will be distributed according to contribution. Is that agreeable? Mu Shu, Chi Chao Nyang and Yuzi agreed. Seeing this, Feng Chan promptly drafted the contract, and all four signed without hesitation. Mu Shu warned, Runji may act against us if he encounters us. Be cautious. The others responded, understood. The game had been running for 45 days. Feng Chan rose at 5 a.m. to wash up, then traveled to the oasis to retrieve the golden wolves before sealing the oasis's external passage. She fed the wolf pack with the corpses of the night creatures collected the previous evening and prepared her own meal. For breakfast, she had rice paired with stir-fried cabbage and a portion of spicy stir-fried meat. Dried chili peppers were unearthed from a box yesterday, accompanied by purchased meat. After the meal, there were leftovers, which Feng Chan carefully packed into a bowl and placed into her backpack. This time, she had prepared food for 3 days, primarily consisting of bread, along with some ripe red sunberries and purple moonberries. Given that her resource quota was limited to 13, she only brought along 100 pounds of night monster meat for the wolf pack, while also carrying a full container of water separately. The cabbages in the field had recently failed to grow, yet showed no signs of wilting, and the cacti outside had barely begun to emerge, each only the size of a marble, indicating that they would require more time to grow tall. After watering all her supplies, Feng Chan engaged in a brief workout, and as the clock approached 8, she calmed Jean Do and the wolf pack before placing them into her pet space. The royal team, led by the Chichao Empress, expressed their anxiety. I'm so nervous. We must survive this. Yuzu replied affirmatively. Absolutely. Mu Shu encouraged. Go for it. 00001 echoed. Let us do this. As soon as 8 struck, the pass in her backpack vanished, transforming into a cloud gate before her. Today's fortune. 7.5, safety assured. After taking a deep breath, she stepped inside, determined to return alive. The scene before her was not the anticipated tranquility, but rather a bustling chaos. The familiar pyramid loomed once again, surrounded by an ever-increasing number of players. Fortunately, thanks to prior experience, no conflicts erupted. Instead, everyone remained vigilant, searching for their companions. As soon as Feng Chan spotted Ning Qiao, Mu Shu did as well, leading the three to quickly gather. Yuzu approached cautiously from a distance. Why are we back here? There are too many people, Yuzu remarked. If it were 10 zones, even at maximum capacity with 50 individuals per zone, that would only amount to 500. However, it was evident that the crowd exceeded that number. Soon, the count surpassed 1,000, and it continued to swell, reaching over 2,000 in just 3 minutes. Rarely did anyone wander alone. Most teams comprised over 30 members, while smaller groups, like Feng Chan's, numbered only 3 or 4. Everyone remained on high alert, wary of any impulsive actions that might spark a brawl among such a multitude. Even the most agile could not escape the chaos unscathed. With a serious expression, Xiaoji spoke up. Last time there were 10 zones. This time, it could be 100, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people. Feng Chan concurred. That's highly probable. The four positioned themselves back-to-back to guard against surprise attacks from any direction. Ning Qiao, wielding a whip, pointed towards a certain direction. I see the AI team. The three instinctively turned their gazes, noting that the two teams were separated by over 100 meters, with their group being one of the larger ones, while others tended to avoid them. The AI also spotted Feng Chan and her companions, returning their gaze while focusing on the number 1, their eyes betraying an unmistakable ambition. The distance made it difficult for Feng Chan to discern the AI's expression, yet it did not diminish her disdain for their attention. At that moment, the AI turned to the fiery thumbs up. Should we go speak with them? At least to avoid mutual slaughter. Being called out, the fiery thumbs up grimaced slightly, thinking to herself that she wanted to initiate the conversation, not be commanded by someone who was neither her superior nor her employer. Despite her internal resistance, for the sake of team harmony, she chose to remain silent and made her way through the crowd, weapon in hand. Nearby, a muscular man muttered, "What can a group of women accomplish? If anyone needs to appease someone, it should be them doing it to us." B, upon hearing this, felt a sharp sting of indignation and shot him a glare. Survival Ah Chong was fortunate to endure online harassment, but the AI's decision to include him without consulting her or the fiery thumbs up had been unwelcomed. Ah Chong, having been unable to reach the pyramid, had spent a fortune on a desert palace pass and, with dwindling resources, would likely resort to hiding among the crowd during any confrontation. Furthermore, he struck her as the type likely to betray their group. Although he had signed a contract forbidding any violence, he could easily switch allegiances and let others fight on his behalf. Ah Chong, towering over B by half a head, showed no fear and provocatively shook his body in her direction. B's weapon nearly swung at him, but an invisible force restrained her. She relaxed her grip, as if she had never intended to strike, and offered him a knowing smile. He would do well to hope not to provoke her further. For aside from direct confrontation, she possessed numerous methods to ensure he remained trapped in this place. As the approaching woman neared, Ning Qiao tightened her grip on the whip, harboring a dislike for anyone from that direction. Regardless, her intermediary business had sharply declined, so she felt no need to overly appease clients. The fiery thumbs up greeted them. Number 1, everyone, long time no see. Feng Chan replied nonchalantly, not bad. With a smile, the fiery thumbs up endeavored to appear sincere. I understand that there are many reasons for not joining us, but the situation this time is indeed complicated. If you still refuse, we're all in the same zone. While we don't need to assist each other, let us at least ensure that others from different zones don't take advantage of us. All right, as long as you don't provoke us, Feng Chan responded readily, aware that her side was at a disadvantage and primarily wishing to placate the opposing team. This promise was not earnest and could be rescinded at any moment. Having received her reply, the fiery thumbs up exchanged a few more words before returning to her team. The AI, noticing her return, inquired, what did they say? The fiery thumbs up answered, they agreed not to attack each other. That's good, the AI nodded, though the thoughts swirling in his mind remained unclear. Chapter 92. Entering the underground, green plant walls beshot a glance at the fiery thumbs up, who returned a faintly strained expression. It was only 8:05, yet many had already begun to probe the pyramid stones. Despite the stones bearing the same coating as before, this time they failed to teleport inward. Just then, one player wandered too far and fell directly into the sand. The previously stable desert suddenly formed a large pit. Initially, the crowd believed it to be quicksand, instinctively holding their breath. When they rushed to investigate, they found the pit only a little over a meter deep, and the player inside was firmly standing, showing no signs of sinking further. Quickly, the player was pulled up by teammates, and at that moment, another player, wielding a peacock feather fan, waved it lightly, conjuring a strong wind that sent yellow sand flying, revealing a gray stone door beneath. The players on the opposite side, now covered in sand, exchanged glances. If he didn't appear formidable and lacked intimidating teammates, they might have lost their restraint and attacked. The man chuckled softly, covering his mouth. It seems the entrance to the palace lies just beneath here. Let me test it for everyone. With that, he vigorously swung the fan twice, sending 2 wind blades crashing against the stone. Leaving only shallow marks on the surface, it appeared that collective effort would be necessary. His gaze swept across the crowd, and with a flourish, he gently fanned himself, exuding a certain allure. To enter, they would need to exert force, with those possessing similar permanent weapons stepping forth to strike the stone door. The door was grand, approximately 10 meters by 10 meters, laid flat underground. The royal team, being fewer in number, hesitated to approach the crowded area, opting instead to discuss quietly on the periphery. Ning Qiao remarked, it's surprising that the Desert Palace isn't accessed through the pyramid. Yuzu added, if we consider reality, palaces are typically built above ground. Feng Chan suggested, over time, it may have been buried by sand. Yuzu countered, but this door seems off. It wouldn't typically be located on the ceiling. Xiaoji speculated, could it actually be the ceiling? To the eye, it appeared merely as a stone differing in color from the pyramid. Whether it was a slab or a block remained unclear. Since it was exposed, everyone assumed it was the entrance. The 3 of them turned to Xiaoji simultaneously, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, 3 gazes fell upon her, and Xiaoji, unsure where to look, instinctively exchanged a glance with Feng Chan before lowering her eyes. Shall we dig nearby? Xiaoji suggested, steering the conversation away from the momentary awkwardness. The 3 exchanged eager looks, and the 4 of them quickly agreed upon a plan, moving slightly farther from the crowd. After selecting a spot, Yuzu produced a military shovel and began to dig. Feng Chan stood beside her, fanning the air with her wind-seeking fan. While the wind blades were effective, they didn't do much to displace the sand. Ning Qiao and Xiao Ji also dug in their own manner. Some onlookers noticed the quartet's actions and a few joined in, while most remained spectators, content to enter wherever a passage was created. As Feng Chan executed her 5th swing, the wind-seeking fan unexpectedly unleashed a whirlwind, instantly clearing away a thick layer of sand to reveal more of the same gray stone beneath. Slightly uneven and devoid of patterns or seams, as the 4 of them continued to toil, it became apparent that waiting for the larger group to break through was a more efficient strategy. Ning Qiao inquired, should we change locations? Let us see if they manage to break through first. Feng Chan replied, not overly concerned about finding the entrance immediately. She viewed the digging as merely a form of exercise. The 4 of them huddled together, observing that the other group had at least 1,000 people working hard. Yet they had only managed to clear a small amount of sand, with no signs of reaching the end. The man with the fan grew increasingly frustrated, unaware of how much effort he had exerted without success. His teammates whispered suggestions in his ear, prompting him to address the crowd. Those of you who aren't helping, don't just stand there, try digging in other areas. Though he was issuing orders, he had a point. Some smaller teams took his advice and began digging nearby, prompting Feng Chan to select a new spot to excavate. As the sun rose higher, half an hour later, numerous pits had formed in the ground, yet they still had not uncovered any special stone blocks. Meanwhile, the first stone location remained only a hand's length deep. With no sign of yielding an entrance, the Royal Palace team is currently excavating the fourth pit when the seeking fan unleashes another gust of wind, revealing a stone adorned with peculiar patterns. Amidst the intricate designs, the sun and moon are engraved on either side. The four of them exchange glances, each preoccupied with their tasks, and decide to attempt to open it first. Feng Chan swings the seeking fan, sending forth a wind blade that causes the stone to quiver slightly. It is common for everyone to test whether the stone can be shattered when uncovered, and given the cacophony of assaults from the first pit, the sounds here go unnoticed by the others. Feng Chan strikes several more times, with the other three employing their own techniques. With a crack, the stone splits open, revealing an unexpectedly bright interior instead of the anticipated darkness. Although situated about 5 or 6 meters above the ground, a sand pile conveniently rises to a height just over a meter from the exit. A shared glance among the four prompts Xiao Ji, the most agile, to leap down first, followed by Feng Chan, Yu Zi, and Ning Qiao. Once they all slide down the sand pile, Feng Chan unleashes a flurry of wind blades, and on the 8th strike, a whirlwind stirs up the yellow sand, scattering it everywhere, with the pile being less than a meter high. What lies beneath is neither lush nor stone, but a dense, verdant wall of plants that reaches the ceiling, sealing off all gaps, save for a narrow passage ahead. Beneath their feet lies a transparent mirror, which instills a sense of insecurity as they walk upon it. Yu Zi, holding a candlestick, takes the lead. At this moment, someone above finally notices the absence of their companions and calls on teammates to investigate the last known location of the Royal Palace team. They see one of their number retrieving a rope from a backpack. And after all teammates descend, he jumps down, only to be caught by his comrades. The entire sequence of actions is swift and silent, yet this unusual occurrence draws the attention of others nearby. Causing those digging pits to rush over, the boulder among them leap down directly, while others collaborate to descend, and some continuously toss sand in hopes of creating a cushion, as hundreds of individuals descend. Those still attacking the stone soon realize something is amiss and dash over in a state of anger and urgency. Their ire stems from the effort they expended on the stone without being informed that others had already discovered the true passage. Their anxiety arises from the fear of falling behind and losing out on valuable treasures. Those gathered at the entrance wait for the sand to accumulate, yet the crowd behind them disregards the situation and pushes forward, sending a circle of people tumbling down. With several thuds, individuals above continue to push people down, leaving those at the bottom with no time to rise. Chapter 93. 3 questions as more bodies pile up. Those above grow bolder in their leaps, indifferent to the fate of those below. 1 or 2,000 people vie to jump down, and the once living cushions gradually lose their breath. The plant passage becomes congested, and some individuals, infuriated, lash out at those beside them. But everyone is equally feisty. You poke me, I poke you, and many perish before even reaching the first hurdle. The front is blocked, movement is too slow, and the cramped space of the plant wall soon fills with people, while those above continue to leap down. Some can no longer contain themselves and attack the surrounding plant walls. However, any assault seems to vanish upon reaching the plant surface, as if it had never occurred, being completely absorbed. Just moments prior, the Royal Palace team faced their first choice. Left or right? Yu Zi. Last time, going entirely left was correct. Could it be that this time we should all go right? Xiao Ji. It's possible. The mirror was overhead before. Now it's beneath us. It's reversed. After careful consideration, Feng Chan decides to release the golden bean. The pyramid-shaped golden bean had appeared before, and its reappearance fails to surprise the trio. However, their gazes soften upon seeing it. The golden bean sniffs both sides, detecting identical scents. After consuming the third biological evolution potion, its sense of smell rivals that of Huang Yi and the others. If it can detect no unusual scent, then it is likely the Wolf King cannot either. If there's nothing to smell, I choose the right. Feng Chan articulates her thoughts. Ning Qiao opts for the right as well, and the four unanimously proceed in that direction. The golden bean leans against Feng Chan's leg but cannot resist sniffing the scents of the three companions. Fresh human scents? Not long after, they arrive at another fork. One left and one right, and they choose the right once more. Just when the four thought they could consistently choose right, the fifth fork presents three paths. A collective sense of dread fills their hearts. This could spell disaster. The emergence of three paths undermines their previous deductions, and they might miss the correct route entirely. Xiaoji had previously attempted to attack the plant wall, and despite the formidable weapons in the game, they stirred not even a ripple against the plant surface. The golden bean diligently sniffs, still detecting the same scent. Ning Xiao. Which way do we go this time? Feng Chan, uncertain, poses another question. What are your luck values? I'm at 7.5 after using an item. Uncertain of what lies within the three paths, they perceive the probabilities as equal in the real world. Feng Chan would never be so superstitious, but here in the game, luck is tangible and accurate, so allowing those with higher luck to choose indeed enhances their chances of being correct. Ning Xiao. I'm also at 7.5. Xiaoji, 5.5. Uz, 5. None of them had previously inquired about such secretive information, but Feng Chan's question and her disclosure of her luck value did not evoke discomfort, as they understood the reason behind it. Shall we choose together? Feng Chan looks at Ning Xiao. Uz immediately counts down, 3, 2, 1. In unison, they declare, middle second. Upon saying this, Ning Xiao instinctively smiles. Could this be considered a form of tacit understanding? The four press onward after a series of battles. The passage finally clears, and upon encountering the first choice, many opt for the right. Only a heap of trampled corpses remains, fragmented yet devoid of blood. Their demise no less gruesome than the blood-soaked bodies within the passage, as the pressure causes their eyes to bulge. As if on the verge of bursting, the royal palace team walks for about 3 minutes. Rounding a bend, only to suddenly see a skeleton hanging to the left. The sun never sets. The skull unexpectedly opens its jaw and utters a nonsensical phrase before collapsing into a heap, raising a thin cloud of bone dust, indicative of having been there for quite some time. Feng Chan retrieves a stone, tossing one every 3 meters along the path ahead, yet there is no response. Just as Xiaoji is about to step forward, Uz hastily approaches, holding the lamp. This thing has decent defense. If there's danger, it can hold on for a while. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoji refrains from showing off, quietly taking up the rear of the group as a precaution. Feng Chan wields the fan in her left hand while her right remains free, ready to unleash attacks at a moment's notice if danger ar with her long chain scimitar in hand. Xiaoji took a sweeping glance around before stepping forward first. I shall take a look. Judging by the circumstances, the center is likely the best option. The moment she stepped upon the circular mirror, the previously tranquil space erupted into ripples, and in the next instant, an exceptionally tall camel appeared on her left, adorned with a necklace woven with over a dozen yellow tassels, beneath which hung another layer of multicolored tassels. To her right stood a woman of divine appearance, clad in a flowing blue imperial gown, who slowly opened her eyes to glance at Xiaoji before shifting her gaze past her to the 3 others behind. This attire reminded Feng Chan of Lu Yu. Suddenly, the camel glared fiercely at Xiaoji. How dare you gaze directly at the sun? As it spoke, countless grains of sand materialized behind it, hurtling directly towards Xiaoji. These minuscule grains, instead of resembling sand, flew through the air like arrows, drawing a straight line. Though Xiaoji had already begun to retreat upon the camel's appearance, an invisible barrier behind her blocked her escape completely, and the grains of sand were too swift. She had no time to evade in this critical moment. Feng Chan intervened, pressing down on her shoulder to lower her into a crouch, while she wielded a bone fan to shield her in front. The powerful grains struck the bone fan with a crackling sound akin to gunfire. The camel's attack spanned only 3 meters. Had the opponent been a fraction slower, Xiaoji might have dodged it. But alas, their speed was overwhelming. Watching the bone fan lose 800 defense in an instant, Feng Chan felt a pang of regret, quickly pulling her to switch positions. Ning Xiao and Uz had managed to slip in from a nearby angle to avoid the attack. They were not the type to abandon their comrades. Uz raised a candlestick, casting a gentle light that enveloped the 4 of them. Feng Chan retracted her umbrella, wielding the wind fan that appeared in her hand. And with a swift motion of her arm, a blade of wind shot forth, merely shearing off some fur upon contacting the camel's insubstantial and slightly translucent body. Such formidable defense, Uz remarked. Furrowing her brow, Xiaoji drew a pistol from her waist, firing 3 quick shots. The bullets lodged themselves in the camel's fur before falling away uselessly. Ning Xiao focused on the woman to the right. She appeared to have no intention of attacking and pulled out a card labeled Snowfall, which would reduce the enemy's attack speed. The moment the card was activated, light snow began to fall in every area except for a 100 square meter vicinity around the palace team. Simultaneously, the camel launched a second attack, once again unleashing a torrent of sand grains. Thanks to the snow's effect in slowing down their speed, the four of them managed to move, with only a few grains striking Yuzi's candlestick defense. If only we had health bars, Ning Qiao thought, observing their attacks, which seemed akin to mere scratching, leaving her feeling quite uncertain. She wouldn't have to resort to the wind-hunting rifle again, even though she had prepared plenty of healing potions this time. Feng Chan felt similarly apprehensive, yet she continued to wield the wind fan in one hand and the dual crescent knives in the other, her movements unceasing. Although these two weapons did not consume health points, they were quite taxing on her energy and stamina. A casual swing would yield little more than a slap to the face in terms of power, and maintaining serious use for half an hour would be commendable. Logically, the defensive capabilities of the eyes or mouth should not be overly strong. If there were no breakthrough points, they ought to strike at these two areas. Besides that, the abdomen had already proven unyielding to Feng Chan's previous attacks. Xiaoji also considered this point and took aim, firing a shot at the camel's eye. The crisp sound of the bullet hitting the ground yielded no effect whatsoever. The camel swayed its jaw, as if chewing on something invisible, its mouth not fully opened. Feng Chan struck down with a knife, but it merely clashed against its teeth and fell to the ground. Its chewing motions grew more pronounced. And despite the absence of anything in its mouth, its exposed teeth seemed to mock the four of them. Ning Qiao produced a card, sending a fireball soaring towards the camel. Upon impact, the fireball burst in. Within the camel's chest lay 4 items: the agility gem, sand rain, blue item, camel's direction, blue item, and the mutated cactus fruit, blue item. The cactus fruit, when consumed, enhances agility by a small margin. According to the description of sand rain, it was indeed the camel's previous sand attack, which proved quite effective, albeit with a slightly smaller area of effect, and it was a one-time card. Humans are truly capricious. When the enemy's attack is deemed excessively swift, they complain about the limited area when it comes to their own turn. The woman's chest contained 3 items: the water-repelling pearl, blue item, the drifting boat, blue item, and the conch horn, blue item. The drifting boat is a small model that transforms into a 2-person vessel upon use, capable of masking scents for 1 hour each day, thereby minimally reducing the likelihood of being attacked by marine creatures. The conch horn, resembling a large conch, delivers a mental attack, consuming 10 health points with each blow. All are commendable items. It now rests upon the 4 to decide their distribution. Each member has contributed diligently, making it difficult to ascertain who deserves more or less. Yuzu remarked, there are 3 items that enhance attributes. Yet intelligence belongs to the moon and holds a slightly higher value. How do you propose we divide them? With exactly 8 blue items available, determining their worth proved challenging. Who should claim the single intelligence full value card? Ning Qiao suggested, I have a splendid idea. Why not ask the desert merchant for an appraisal? We can consider this green card as compensation. Yuzu couldn't help but retort against her friend. What if the result shows only a minuscule difference in value or an overwhelming disparity? Shall we then supplement with our own resources? Ning Qiao conceded, that does seem valid. Feng Chan proposed, everyone should rank the items they perceive from highest to lowest value. Those with the highest and lowest values shall take the same item. And similarly for the second and second lowest. Xiaoji agreed, that works. The green card can be claimed by the winner of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Although they were teammates, their recent training did not foster a deep trust. Any uneven distribution could lead to discontent among those receiving lesser resources. The items ranked as follows: 1. Intelligence gem, 2. Drifting boat, blue item, 3. Conch horn, blue item, 4. Water repelling pearl, blue item, 5 and 6. Agility gem, mutated cactus fruit, blue item, 7. Camel's direction, blue item, 8. Sand rain, blue item. Despite discrepancies in perceived value, they arrived at a consensus based on majority opinion. Feng Chan favored both the drifting boat and the conch horn, ranking them higher due to their permanent nature. Xiaoji inquired, who shall choose first? Feng Chan replied, let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. Ning Qiao emerged victorious, followed by Feng Chan, Xiaoji, and finally Yuzu. Ning Qiao selected the drifting boat, subsequently claiming the camel's direction. Feng Chan opted for the conch horn, taking the agility gem in turn. Xiaoji chose the water-repelling pearl and the mutated cactus fruit, leaving the intelligence gem and the one-time sand rain for Yuzu. Feng Chan promptly utilized the agility gem. And with the additional point from her earrings, her agility reached 8. She felt a distinct change in her body, as if her control had notably improved. The final rock, paper, scissors determined that Ning Qiao claimed the green intelligence full value card. With items allocated, The group proceeded down a newly opened path. It remained a green plant wall route, devoid of danger, yet the four had returned to the round mirror 4 times, suggesting they were merely navigating a labyrinth, necessitating continual trial and error to exit. Chapter 96. Princess Ayara's rescue. It was not until 2 hours later that the four finally emerged from the maze. Contrary to their expectations of desolation or serene cleanliness, they were instead greeted by a cacophony of voices. The scene was somewhat exaggerated, revealing a vibrant garden where men and women with bronze skin donned light, flowing garments adorned with gold trinkets, reminiscent of ancient pyramids. Upon glancing back, the maze's green plant wall stood at a modest height of no more than 3 meters, with no ceiling above, revealing a pristine blue sky dotted with white clouds. Everyone was engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the four until a male attendant caught sight of the oddly dressed group, dropping a golden vessel filled with wine and fruit, creating quite a clatter. The garden's occupants turned in unison to gaze at the four, and soldiers brandishing shields and spears hurried over. Just as Feng Chan and her companions prepared to flee, a woman holding a cat adorned with a pink and white flower crown halted the soldiers. "There is no need for alarm. They are my friends. Stand down," she commanded. Unlike others bedecked in gold, she wore a simple white one-shoulder gown cinched at the waist with vines. The guards, clad in only lower garments, bowed their heads in unison and retreated to the garden's periphery to continue their watch. In an instant, the four could barely comprehend her language. The next, her words transformed into Chinese, though her lips did not align with the translation, likely a result of the game's translation feature. As the woman glanced over, the attendant immediately bowed and knelt, fearfully retracting his neck, his body trembling. "Princess Ayara, please forgive my impudence." The four remained silent, their gazes fixed as Princess Ayara gracefully approached the attendant. She extended her hands to assist him, saying, "The sun god is merciful. He shall surely forgive you. Gather your belongings and take a moment to rest." The attendant shakily rose, his head remaining bowed. "Your kindness and compassion, Princess Ayara, shall surely bring you fortune." As he spoke, his right hand twitched, prompting Xiaoji to sense something amiss. He meant to strike. Xiaoji's voice was too soft for the princess to hear. And as the attendant produced a dagger, lunging towards the princess's heart, gasps erupted around them. Feng Chan swiftly drew her fan, accurately knocking the dagger from the attendant's grasp. The dagger landed upon the grass with minimal sound. The princess stumbled back in fright, while soldiers rushed in to shield her, encircling the assailant. Yet the attacker, unwilling to perish so easily, retrieved the dagger and charged forward once more. "Wait, do not kill him." The princess, realizing the urgency, sought to apprehend him for questioning, but it was too late. A soldier adjusted the position of his spear, plunging it through the attendant's body. In his final moments, the attendant cried out, "The moon god is eternal," before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Feng Chan furrowed her brow. Under normal circumstances, she would have preferred not to intervene. However, their safety hinged upon the princess, and should she perish, they would face dire consequences, even though the princess had declared them friends. Yuzu whispered, audible only to the four, "That man seemed to have sought his own demise." Ning Qiao replied, "To attempt to assassinate the princess is to invite a torturous death. He might as well have chosen this fate." The soldier who had inadvertently slain the attendant hastily knelt in remorse. The princess, still shaken, recognized the circumstances were not the soldier's fault and refrained from holding it against him, merely instructing him to investigate the assailant's origins. And his employer, a tall figure, adorned with gold and resembling the leader of the soldiers, immediately dispatched men to conduct the inquiry at the princess's behest. He then added, "The princess has been startled. Let us escort her to her chambers to rest." The princess agreed, her enthusiasm for the floral display entirely diminished. Just as she turned to leave, she recalled the four peculiarly attired individuals and instructed the soldier leader, "They are my friends. Escort them to rest as well, and do not be neglectful." Although the leader harbored concerns about the four's unknown origins, he could not bear to deny the princess, who wore a troubled expression. "Understood." The four exchanged glances, recognizing the uncertain circumstances and deciding it prudent to follow the unfolding narrative. Amidst the curious stares of onlookers, 2 soldiers soon guided them away from the garden. Outside, the ground was paved with smooth, gray stones, lined with exquisitely carved pillars. Ahead loomed a magnificent palace, constructed of white and gold, perched atop an elevated yet flat slope, with a cluster of low buildings below, likely the residences of ordinary citizens. The scale of the area resembled a modern third-tier city. The landscape appeared well maintained, allowing for a clear view of the horizon, where a vast river meandered far in the distance. Notably, nearby, a pyramid was under construction, already towering above the palace, awaiting only its pinnacle to be completed. Upon closer inspection, the earth was not solely composed of yellow sand. It was fine and seemed to contain a significant amount of loess. In the more distant areas, patches of emerald green indicated the presence of laborers, rendering the desolate landscape less forlorn. Upon entering the palace, sheer, semi-transparent drapes adorned each window, predominantly in white with golden accents. Cascading with golden tassels, the soldiers escorted the four to a room, its floor covered in a red and gold carpet, with an array of sculptures on a low cabinet, the majority depicting various feline forms. At the center stood a set of gilded chairs, equipped with soft cushions and backs. Ning Qiao, intrigued, reached out to touch the exquisite tableware, discovering one vessel contained liquid. It's hard to say. We shall know soon enough. The others should not lag behind too far, she remarked, gently sniffing the liquid, finding it odorless. Merely ordinary water. Xiaoji, let us take one step at a time and wait for the princess to arrive. Feng Chan, holding a wind fan, felt an odd sensation since entering the palace. Approaching the window, she vigorously waved it outside, but to her astonishment, nothing happened. Only a gentle breeze was produced. Just as she was about to remind everyone. The door opened and a maid entered. Carrying a tray on it were two plates filled with fresh purple grapes and a square yellow pastry, along with a new water jug. Under the gaze of the four, the maid timidly placed the items on the table and retreated a step. You are the princess's friends. If you need anything, just call for me. Chapter 97. Pharaoh demands. Xiaoji glanced outside the door, where the two soldiers who had escorted her stood guard. Ning Qiao smiled at the maid and softly inquired, Is there an event happening in the garden today? Unable to resist, the maid briefly looked up at Ning Qiao. Noticing how fair the four of them were, their appearance and attire markedly different from her own. However, as a mere maid, she dared not question them, lowering her head once more to reply, Today is the princess's wedding. Were you not specially invited by her? Ning Qiao's body stiffened. Oh no, she had asked the wrong question. Who could have known today was the princess's wedding? When would the princess have time to come? Yuzu hastily changed the subject. Since you are friends of the princess, I shall go and inform her. With that, the maid exited the room. Ning Qiao wiped the sweat that had just begun to bead on her forehead. Realizing that her words had indeed been reckless, in the distance, dark specks moved beneath the pyramid, resembling elephants and other large animals assisting in transport. What intrigued her most were the plants. She had never seen such greenery in the deserts of Egypt, as depicted in her textbooks and short videos. Yet, ultimately, a game remained a game. There were discrepancies between this rendition and the ancient Egypt of Blue Star, suggesting a blend of ancient references with many original ideas. Feng Chan's expression turned serious. The weapons are unusable. Ning Qiao, who had been eyeing the grapes on the table, fruits were quite expensive in the game, and she disliked apples, suddenly lost her appetite upon hearing Feng Chan's words and stood up abruptly. The interface could be opened normally. Yuzu clicked a card to use it, but it remained intact in her backpack. Ning Qiao had just finished trying as well at its over. It truly cannot be used. Xiaoji, pulling out her pistol, contemplated pressing the trigger but hesitated, realizing the sound would be too loud. She removed the magazine, finding that she could still pull the trigger, indicating it should function properly. Feng Chan's twin crescent daggers could be summoned but could not hover, resting in her hand instead. She returned the daggers and took out her crafted blue dagger for self-defense. What should we do? Ning Qiao fretted. Without prop cards or special items, she was nearly as vulnerable as an ordinary person in the face of numerous palace guards. Handheld weapons like knives can still be used. Let us take them out for self-defense, Feng Chan advised. The three retrieved usable weapons, yet unease lingered, prompting them to instinctively draw closer to one another. At that moment, the door swung open again. This time, Princess Ayara entered, flanked by two maids who, at her behest, remained outside and closed the door. The princess had removed her floral crown and adorned her wrists with several golden bangles, observing the four by the window. Her curiosity piqued. She approached and lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing nothing out of the ordinary below. You are not from here. How did you arrive? Ayara's amber eyes sparkled like golden crystals under the sunlight. Yuzu was the first to speak. It was an accident. An accident? Ayara echoed softly, casually sitting down on a chair while propping her face with one hand. The labyrinth outside was surrounded by high walls and guarded by soldiers. No one could silently infiltrate. Are you messengers of the gods? Her tone bore a hint of jest, mixed with curiosity. How could she, standing beside the descendant of the sun god, not discern whether they were truly divine. A gluttonous man who could barely walk several steps. If that was a god, it was a mockery. Now, she held a stronger belief that gods did not exist. Everything was merely a means to solidify power. Ning Qiao, aware of her tendency to speak indiscreetly, remained silent, acting as a passive observer. As Yuzu contemplated her response, Xiaoji directly perceived her unease. You seem burdened by many concerns? Ayara's expression momentarily faltered before returning to normal. Xiaoji pressed on. Is it because of today's wedding? Yes, Ayara replied, initially reluctant to divulge, but then reasoning that it made little difference now. You should not be aware of who the current pharaoh is. Right? He is my father Sidof's cousin, Damonst. My father passed away less than 5 days ago, and he married my mother yesterday. Today marks my wedding to him. A prolonged silence ensued among the four. Feng Chan had heard a bit about ancient Egyptian affairs but never expected to encounter them in a game. Then, Ayara spoke as if to herself, my mother is a very capable woman. During my father's reign, she handled most matters. Feng Chan understood and inquired, how did the previous pharaoh die? They say he died from excessive drinking. Ayara's declaration was laced with skepticism regarding Damon's motives for usurping the throne. Especially since she had not seen her father's body. Dio, you wish for your mother's talents not to be overshadowed. Feng Chan's words were gentle and low, mindful of being overheard, as their cards were still too few. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ayara's eyes. After all, Feng Chan's earlier actions had been extraordinary. Such matters are not easily resolved, but if you can fulfill my wish, I am willing to offer you our kingdom's most precious treasure. The group exchanged glances, recognizing the pivotal quest before them, assisting Ayara's mother in becoming pharaoh. Just then, the door swung open again to reveal a man of middle age, his beard slightly graying and his belly protruding. He wore a blue and gold striped linen headdress, adorned with a pure gold crown featuring a prominent half-snake head with wings, and a circular emblem resembling the sun. Ayara, your friends have arrived. Why did you not inform me? Damons approached barefoot, his body weighed down by heavy gold ornaments that caused him to unconsciously hunch. The door remained ajar, now wide open, revealing a corridor filled with soldiers where previously only 2 guards and 3 maids stood. Upon seeing Damons enter, Ayara visibly flinched, her face betraying impatience. Why does the pharaoh have time to visit me? Does he not fear the queen's wrath? Damons had a primary wife, but had yet to declare her publicly. Leaving the matter unresolved, as he entered, Damons scanned the four, and hearing Ayara's words, he responded in a patronizing tone. It seems the little princess still does not trust me. Tio, prove my sincerity, if you wish. Today you can become my queen. Ayara scoffed, turning her head away. Damons, knowing her temperament, understood that if she yielded too readily, it would only breed suspicion about her loyalty. His proclamation of making her queen was merely an attempt to quell the doubts of his late father's supporters and stabilize his rule. Chapter 98. The messenger of the sun god Damons chuckled awkwardly, then settled beside Ayara, his bulk overflowing the chair. Enough of that. Introduce me to your friends. They do not appear to be from around here. We hail from the east and are honored to enter your kingdom, Xiaoji began, slightly bowing as a gesture of respect. They were in a vulnerable position and could not afford to act recklessly. Feng Chan and the others followed suit, offering a slight bow. Just as Damons was about to inquire further, a commotion echoed from the corridor, growing closer. Soon, a soldier skidded to a halt before the door. Kneeling and panting heavily, Pharaoh, a group of unidentified individuals has emerged from the garden maze. They are tall and... The soldier quickly glanced at the four before hastily lowering his head, recognizing them as the princess's friends and refraining from any offense. Damons narrowed his eyes, turning to Ayara. Are those people also your friends? Ayara had no knowledge of the unexpected influx of unfamiliar faces and hesitated to acknowledge them, worried there might be even more. I do not know them, in response. Damons lowered his voice. Arrest them. Today is my wedding to Ayara. No one should disturb us. Yes, the soldier replied resolutely before sprinting away. Damons' gaze shifted to the four. Now tinged with a hint of menace. Rising, he declared, how dare they trespass the palace? Clearly, many are dissatisfied with my rule as pharaoh. I possess the finest soldiers. It will not be long before those disrespectful intruders are captured. Would you care to join me in watching? His words, though phrased as an inquiry, left no room for refusal. Naturally, those individuals had been exceedingly rude. Xiaoji complied, eager to see if her skill cards could still be utilized outside the palace. Damons took Ayara's hand, the general following closely behind, while the four were encircled by soldiers. Your hands are so thin that the bones protrude. It must be that your maids are not attending to you properly. Allow me to replace them with more capable ones." The two maids trailing behind felt a chill run down their spines. Since the new pharaoh's rise to power, the palace had undergone a complete overhaul. Those with connections had smoothly exited, while others were subject to arbitrary assignments. If they were not Iyara's lifelong attendants, they might have met the same fate as many others. In Iyara's heart, she understood that he intended to sever all her avenues of escape, condemning her to live perpetually under his watchful gaze, and thus she would never acquiesce. Withdrawing her hand from his greasy grip, she declared, "I demand both of them. Should you dare to barter, I shall starve myself to death." Once again, she was throwing a tantrum. "I was mistaken. I shall not bring it up again." With Damon's current power, eliminating Princess Iyara would be a troublesome affair. Her father's former loyalists were formidable. Yet, should it come to blows, victory could indeed be achieved, albeit at a significant cost. More crucially, he lacked a vital artifact, a pharaoh's scepter said to bridge the realms of heaven and earth, a symbol of the Sun People. Only by acquiring it could he secure the complete allegiance and submission of the various tribes. However, he was uncertain where Iyara's father had concealed it before his demise. Iyara's mother had remained in a state of stupor, offering no clues, leaving him with no choice but to pursue information from her. As they approached the garden entrance, Damons was already panting heavily. After catching his breath momentarily, he stepped forward. Soldiers stood at attention, forming a path of respect. The captured contingent consisted of 10 individuals, distinct from those of District 5001, bound tightly with sturdy hemp ropes, their faces pressed to the ground, mouths gagged, each guarded by a soldier. The guests in the garden had long been dismissed. There were no outsiders present, save for a pool of fresh blood near the labyrinth's exit, which had yet to be cleaned. The 4 of them positioned themselves discreetly at the back, striving to avoid detection. Becoming embroiled in this matter was anything but fortuitous. Upon exiting the palace, Feng Chan had attempted to utilize a green card, which had proven ineffective, and another try in the garden had yielded no results. Comparatively, they were but a sharper weapon and more armed than the locals. A general clad in golden armor knelt before Damons, stating, "Your servant has failed in his duties, having not detected the intrusion. And I beseech the pharaoh for punishment." Damons waved dismissively, "It is of no consequence. You have always been loyal. It is they who are at fault." "Have you discovered how they gained entry?" the general replied. "I have interrogated all on duty today, and none reported any irregularities. There are no signs of forced entry on the palace walls." Damon's interest piqued. "Oh? Then from whence do they hail?" "According to their own accounts, they claim to have come from the labyrinth. No, from the world above, and their methods were peculiar." "The world above?" Damon's expression darkened. He was only half convinced of the divine, firmly believing that human determination could overcome the heavens. After all, how else had he usurped the previous pharaoh? He had never heard of any lineage connecting him to the sun god. Yet, he had never encountered beings like these before, though they bore human forms. They were utterly dissimilar to him and the sun god's people. After a moment of silence, Damon suddenly spoke. "So, you are the messengers of the sun god, here to preside over my coronation?" Initially, Damons had contemplated executing a show of force, but an idea struck him. Given the urgency of the situation following Pharaoh Sidwa's death, he had hastily assumed the burdens of the state, and it was indeed time to formally conduct a coronation ceremony. Thus, he refrained from ordering the messengers to be released, instead patiently awaiting their response. Should they comprehend and align with him, they might yet survive. Should they dare defy him, he had ample justification to dispose of them. However, the 2 women retained a certain novelty that intrigued him. A soldier tore the gag from one of the more defiant individuals, who immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "Your father, the sun? You fat pig, you are merely an NPC. What makes you so special? If you have the guts, untie me and witness my prowess." His comrades looked at him in disbelief. How could he dare to curse in such a moment? Aside from the initial minute of using items upon entry, they had effectively been rendered powerless. Even if he were freed, they would all remain as helpless as before. Was he out of his mind? The royal squad observed in silence, appalled by his audacity. Did he truly believe this was merely a game? Did he not realize how many had perished since the beginning? If he wished for death, that was his prerogative, but dragging his teammates down with him was unconscionable. After translating the insults hurled at him, Damons felt his anger boil, veins bulging. "Kill them!" Soldiers behind him sprang into action, their spears plunging directly into the hearts of several captives. Blood pooled on the ground as they writhed momentarily before succumbing to death. and even the two women demons had initially intended to spare fell victim to his wrath and his fury. The royal squad now acutely recognized the significance of reliable allies. They had previously possessed a chance for survival and could have been honored guests of demons. Chapter 99. Presenting treasures, the pharaoh's messengers nevertheless. Feng Chan found it peculiar that no supplies had dropped. The interface was functioning normally, leading her to wonder if this was an illusion, with death itself being a ruse. Doubtful yet unwilling to gamble with her life. She surmised there must be another means to achieve victory. Demons surveyed the lifeless bodies, satisfaction radiating from him as he commanded, "Investigate the labyrinth. Perhaps they have tunneled in." The general promptly accepted the order. Taking his subordinates to investigate, Demons then turned his attention to Feng Chan and her companions. "I neglected to inquire, from whence do you hail?" The four dared not display excessive emotion, knowing that providing an inadequate answer would be perilous, especially with the princess's protection. Moreover, the princess sought someone who could assist her, not someone in need of her protection. Just as Yuzu prepared her response, the soldiers at the labyrinth's entrance were suddenly struck by cries of agony. Collapsing to the ground, the agile general, who had maintained his shield in hand for reconnaissance, narrowly avoided the onslaught. The remaining soldiers quickly formed a protective circle around the pharaoh, while demons gazed in horror at the inexplicable attacks that assailed him. Fireballs, vines, and even ice unique to the Zabagon snow mountain manifested seemingly from thin air. Soldiers outside the garden rushed to provide support. Though the first wave had nearly perished, the continuous influx of soldiers, constrained by the game's rules, ultimately gained the upper hand, subduing all intruders. Feng Chan's gaze fell upon familiar faces, Li Hua and Xiaozhou, along with 5 others, totaling 7 demons, seething with rage at the slaughter of his soldiers. Was furious, yet he refrained from confronting them directly, opting instead to remain poised as his soldiers dragged the assailants forth. At that moment, a servant hurriedly brought forth an opulent wooden chair, and Demons, casting a sidelong glance at him, gradually took his seat. The soldiers who had previously guarded Demons stepped aside, revealing the 7 captives, whose mouths had not been gagged. "Who are you, and why do you trespass in my palace?" He began to suspect whether they were remnants of Sidwa's loyalists. But that notion quickly dissipated. If they truly had such allies, why had they not revealed themselves until now? The Li Hua team, devoid of incompetent teammates, though unclear about the current circumstances, recognized the necessity of yielding. One man stepped forward. "We inadvertently entered here, startled by your soldiers, and in our panic, we acted out of turn. We implore the pharaoh's forgiveness." Noticing the man's attire bore semblance to the pharaoh's, he took a risk in addressing him thus. Demons chuckled. "Inadvertently entered. I suspect it was intentional." The Li Hua team understood the weakness of their argument, especially given the 10 bodies strewn on the ground, alongside the 4 still standing in the back. One of them caught a glimpse of the 4 and attempted to establish rapport, noting that they were not bound and appeared unharmed. Sensing impending doom, Feng Chan seized the initiative, guided by the sun god. "They may be willing to serve as the pharaoh's messengers." The term pharaoh's messengers was astutely chosen, for it belonged to the pharaoh himself, not the sun god. Demons indeed harbored such intentions. Should they resist, they would meet the same fate as the corpses nearby, yet Ira's 4 companions remained, providing him with leverage. Li Hua anxiously glanced at the 4, their connection tenuous, silently pleading for assistance, which was met with reassuring expressions. Given the circumstances, there were no alternatives. Li Hua immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. "Yes, we are guided by the sun god and wish to serve as the pharaoh's esteemed messengers. Furthermore, we present 2 valuable weapons." Upon hearing the flattery, the pharaoh felt somewhat appeased. He was far more concerned about his reputation than the multitude of soldiers. "Oh, present them for inspection." "Pharaoh." The general had nearly perished at the hands of these intruders and sought to dissuade Demons from this perilous course. With a mere glance from the pharaoh, he swallowed his words. One of the soldiers untied Li Hua's bindings, who then flexed her dislocated arm and produced a kitchen knife from her waist. Do not underestimate this knife. It was of blue quality. To survive, she had no choice but to present something of value. Green quality weapons, no matter how fine, were ultimately mundane. With her own weapon in hand, she procured 5 green quality darts from another teammate. Though slightly lacking, the presence of the blue knife ensured it would not appear too meager. Capable of slicing through wood effortlessly, the pharaoh could assess its efficacy himself. She handed the items to the nearest soldier, maintaining decorum by not presenting them directly. The knife's peculiar shape intrigued the pharaoh, who chose not to handle it himself but summoned the general to test it. The general, seizing the knife, approached a palm tree at the garden's edge. one that required a single person to embrace. Gripping the handle tightly, he raised it high and struck down with force. Contrary to expectations, he encountered no resistance. The blade effortlessly cleaved through half the trunk, the only limitation being its length, which hindered further penetration. Nonetheless, it was undeniably a fine blade. Its lightweight design made it easy to wield, far superior to the cumbersome axe, which, despite repeated attempts, could never achieve such results. He estimated that he would only need half the usual effort to sever a head. Next, he tested the darts, which functioned similarly to throwing knives, requiring only to be hurled forth. With each vigorous swing of his arm, the petite dart was embedded entirely into the tree trunk, a truly sharp treasure. The soldiers surrounding witnessed the spectacle with great enthusiasm, marveling at the existence of such remarkable weaponry in the world. Returning to Damon's side, the general knelt slightly, presenting the two weapons. Damons, upon grasping the kitchen knife, found it considerably lighter than he had imagined. Shi, the individual whose name had just been called, was the servant who had recently fetched a chair for Damons. His breath caught in his throat as he lowered his head and hastily knelt beside Damon's right hand. "I beseech you, Pharaoh." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. The speed so rapid that he barely registered the sensation. In that fleeting moment of his fall, he retained awareness, witnessing the world invert before him. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain as his body crumpled to the ground. Damons, expressing disdain, kicked him, splattering blood on himself. "Indeed, a valuable treasure. Your sincerity has been acknowledged. At tea sunset tonight, I shall wed Ayala, and it will also serve as my coronation ceremony. The envoy has traveled far. Please allow them to rest within the palace to prepare." He handed the kitchen knife and dart to a nearby soldier, who promptly signaled to 4 robust soldiers, who then squatted down, lifting one corner of the chair to carry the pharaoh's seat back to the palace. Stealing a glance at Feng Chan and her companions, the general tightened his lips, still feeling it was too risky. However, the pharaoh's command could not be defied, so he ordered the 7 captives to be untied, confining them under the watchful eyes of numerous soldiers within the palace chambers. Despite his displeasure, he nodded in acknowledgement as he passed Princess Ayala. Manhwa exchanged glances with Qiao Ji and others, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Chapter 100. The Fire in the Labyrinth? Ning Qiao shrugged slightly, uncertain of the game's intentions, deciding to take things one step at a time. Most of the remaining soldiers returned to their posts. Yet 4 soldiers lingered, standing nearby. Ayala furrowed her brow and inquired, "Aren't you leaving?" The leading soldier immediately bowed his head in response. "For the safety of the princess, the pharaoh has specifically assigned us to protect her closely. We seek your understanding, princess." Knowing that it was futile to refuse those who had been assigned to her, Ayala allowed them to remain. She turned with Feng Chan and the others toward her quarters. Upon reaching the entrance, the soldiers attempted to follow her inside. Ayala spun around, her face etched with displeasure. "What? Do you wish to enter my quarters as well? Shall I bathe and sleep with you in tow?" The soldier hastily apologized. "I would not dare, but your friends have just arrived, and there may be unintentional offenses." Ayala retorted, "You are the one who truly offends me now. Am I the princess, or are you?" With the soldier rendered speechless, she scoffed, signaling to her 2 handmaidens, who promptly closed the door. The heavy wooden door creaked slightly as it sealed tightly, muffling the sounds from the outside world. Ayala's chamber was vast, adorned with plush carpeting and golden furnishings, embellished with vibrant gemstones, far more opulent than the quarters Feng Chan and her companions had previously occupied. A playful gray Abyssinian cat bounded over, and Ayala immediately scooped it up. Stroking its fur, though she caressed the cat, her own expression softened considerably. "Please, take a seat," she said, moving to a nearby chair. The 4 followed suit, and the handmaidens promptly brought forth an array of fruits and pastries. Ayala waved her hand dismissively, and the 2 maidens moved toward the door, yet did not exit, merely standing guard within. "Are there restrictions placed upon you? Why were they able to employ various tactics moments ago, yet now can only be restrained?" After observing Li Hua's group, Ayala began to discern the truth. The 4 remained silent, awkwardly acknowledging the unspoken understanding. It was no longer useful to conceal anything, as more players would inevitably emerge. Ayala's expression was complex, a blend of excitement and sorrow. Was the outside world truly infinite? Did the sun god exist? Her mind brimmed with questions, recalling the recent scene in the garden and the intangible attack she had experienced when Feng Chan rescued her, things that could not be orchestrated by this nation. "The sun god is difficult to ascertain, but the world indeed stretches infinitely," Feng Chan replied. Then, does NPC signify? Ayala queried, though she did not grasp the term's meaning. However, the tone in which it was spoken suggested it was not a favorable designation. Akin to being born of a lesser status, the term NPC can encompass various interpretations. In this context, you may consider everyone as ordinary, for regardless of their power or status, all shall meet their demise. Feng Chan explained, "Is that so?" Ayala muttered to herself, then posed a new question. "What is your purpose for being here? Your current powers are significantly diminished, and while I may require your assistance, you too need mine." Her words were refreshingly candid. Although the 4 captives could not offer her military strength akin to an army, they possessed valuable resources. Regrettably, the 10 who perished likely held numerous weapons, all of which would have been seized by Damon's men, leaving her empty-handed. "You may rest assured that regardless of our purpose, we are all in the same boat now. We shall assist you in fulfilling your desires," Yuzu declared. In truth, Yuzu herself was uncertain of the right course of action. Should the princess fail, they would promptly turn against her. After all, it was merely a side quest, and they were unwilling to risk their lives. Completing the game remained paramount, as the game provided no hints. They could only infer from the NPC's dialogues. Ayala offered a trusting smile. "Thank you. Do you have others? Or will more emerge from the labyrinth continuously?" She was no fool. She would not place her complete trust in the 4 based solely on a single statement. However, the facade of harmony needed to be maintained, and currently, it appeared they genuinely intended to assist her, though the duration of their support remained uncertain. There are indeed many, potentially numbering in the hundreds. Though we do not know them, Ning Qiao finally found a topic to discuss. Ayala contemplated her options. If possible, she would certainly prefer more assistance. However, Damon's men had already secured their position, making it difficult for her to intervene. While it was possible for both sides to remain unscathed, she could not allow the other side to gain the support of the remaining hundreds. She spoke a strange language to the 2 handmaidens at the door, and the game surprisingly provided no translation. Shortly after, one of the maidens responded and exited. "What did you say?" Xiaoji inquired. Ayala took a small sip of the juice before replying, "If we destroy the labyrinth, they will be unable to escape." The 4 exchanged glances, contemplating the potential effectiveness of her statement. However, Xiaoji preferred chaos to reign, believing that the more people involved, the better, even if they helped Ayala fulfill her wishes. Without sufficient military power, she could easily choose to eliminate them afterward. "You previously mentioned that we would assist you in realizing your desires. What is the most treasured possession of your nation that you would be willing to offer us in exchange?" Feng Chan interjected, her inquiry somewhat out of place. Ayala's expression momentarily faltered as she fiddled with a golden cup. Initially, she had considered offering an item due to Feng Chan's elusive skills, but now, given their diminished capabilities, it seemed less valuable. "The Pharaoh's scepter," Ayala finally spoke, her tone light yet revealing the weight of her words. There was not just one scepter. The one she referred to had a storied history, passed down through generations. Each pharaoh typically crafted their exclusive scepter, yet the one that most symbolized authority was the ancient sun scepter, said to have been forged by the sun god himself. Bestowing recognition upon its bearer, the 4 discerned some semblance of truth in Princess Ayala's proclamation, yet they were at a disadvantage and could only acquiesce. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, maintaining a fragile alliance. "What other abilities do you possess? I wish to consider when we shall act," Ayala inquired. "I can engage at both close and long ranges. I merely require a suitable position," Xiaoji spoke first. Revealing her proficiency with both bows and firearms, in comparison, Feng Chan and her companions seemed to lack impressive weapons, their capabilities merely exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Ning Qiao offered a nervous laugh. "We 3 can protect you." They still possessed blue and green-grade blades, which were considerably sharper than the spears available in that place. Ayala fell silent, realizing that among the 4, only one possessed genuine skills. The other 3 were left feeling helpless, lamenting that the game had provided them with these items and weapons, yet barred their use upon entering the quest. Who could they appeal to for justice? Before long, the maid who had exited returned, carrying a large platter of fruits. "Princess, the notifications have been dispatched. It is reported that 2 more waves of individuals have emerged from the garden, totaling no more than 20, all of whom have been subdued. Strangely, there are no caves within the labyrinth.